Chapter 1. The False Daughter's Self-Immolation. I'm so cold. I'm truly freezing. Please, I beg you, just a blanket. Only a blanket on a night illuminated by the glistening snow. The pale face of Li Qingluo emerged from the crumbling shack beside the stable, her features whiter than the snow itself. Her face was sharp and emaciated, her eyes flickering with a faint glimmer as she looked outside, pleading for help. Bah, what a wretched creature. Who do you think you are to be deserving of a blanket? An elderly servant kicked Li Qingluo's hand aside, causing her to cry out in pain. The onlookers erupted into laughter at the scene. Look at her. What does it matter that she is the genuine bloodline of the general's household? Can bloodline compare to the 16 years of deep affection shared with our true daughter? Ah, it's such a pity for our eldest daughter. On the very first day that this lowly wretch returned, she left behind a letter of despair and departed from this world. She chose to self-immolate. How frightened must she have been to inflict such harm upon herself, causing our entire household such heartache? The mention of the past brought tears to the eyes of several servants. Perhaps growing increasingly infuriated, an old servant picked up a stick and reached through the gap in the shack, intending to punish Li Qingluo further. Another intervened. She is, after all, the second daughter of the general's household. Now do not truly harm her, Daha. If she dies, so be it. Do you think the madam, the master, or the eldest son will ever show her pity again? She should have died on the very day our eldest daughter perished. How pitiful our eldest daughter was indeed. Since the loss of our eldest daughter, the madam has been in a daze, the master often sighs, and the eldest son has become increasingly unpredictable. All of this turmoil stems from the chaos caused by this impostor. Yet, the servant did not strike, but instead, they hurled the foul-smelling horse manure into the shack, splattering it all over Li Qingluo. Then, they dispersed, entirely disregarding the effort Li Qingluo had made to call for help. All she had wanted was a blanket to shield herself from the cold. Outside, the snow continued to fall softly. The sound of the horses gradually quieted down. Li Qingluo lay still on the cold wooden planks, struggling to pull some straw over herself in a feeble attempt to ward off the chill. Just 2 days prior, she had accidentally shattered a teacup left behind by Li Qingzhu, her deceased sister, and her own brother, Li Qichuan, had struck her to the ground in anger. Then, under the pretense of teaching her a lesson, he had her confined to this foul-smelling, dilapidated shack beside the stable. Last night marked the onset of the first heavy snowfall of winter, and the chill was unbearable, prompting her desperate plea for a blanket. However, the servants, fueled by their hatred for her, due to Li Qingzhu, seized the opportunity to humiliate her further. Li Qingluo felt as though her life was nothing but a cruel joke. Had she known this would be her fate, she would never have returned to the Li family. Yet, she was the true bloodline of the Li family. She was the biological daughter of her parents, the sister of her brother. But in their eyes, there existed only Li Qingzhu, their one and only daughter and sister. 16 years prior, a midwife had secretly swapped her with her rightful granddaughter, raising her in the wilderness like an animal until she was 4 or 5 years old. From that moment on, Li Qingluo lived as a servant, never having enough to eat or a proper night's sleep, serving the family day and night. Until one day, the Li family unexpectedly came for her. Her true identity was revealed, and she was, in fact, the daughter who had been swapped at birth. In her bewilderment, she found a glimmer of joy and was brought back to Jinling City with hopeful anticipation. Even the Li family chose not to pursue the midwife's actions or reflect deeply on the matter. However, upon arriving at the gates of the Li residence, just as she was about to approach her parents, she heard frantic shouts from within. Oh no! The eldest daughter has self-immolated. The eldest daughter has self-immolated. Li Qingzhu left behind a letter, expressing that due to the revelation of her identity, she felt burdened by her sins and believed she owed too much to the true bloodline of the Li family. She felt she should make way for everything to return to its rightful place, yet she could not bear to part with the love of her parents and brother, fearing they would cease to love her. Thus, she chose death in that moment. Li Qingzhu's self-immolation led to the destruction of numerous houses within the Li residence. Li Qingluo had just returned, staring blankly at the charred ruins and the corpse, still bewildered by the turn of events. Before she could process her thoughts further, an enraged Li Qichuan struck her across the face, causing her to spit blood. It is all your fault. If you hadn't returned, Zhu'er would not have lost her mind and died. Why was it not you who perished? Though their parents pulled Li Qichuan away, their gazes towards her were filled with complexity, hesitation, and even unbearable pain. It dawned on Li Qingluo that they regretted bringing her back. Since that day, Li Qingluo had been living in penance for Li Qingzhu's death. Everyone blamed her for the tragedy. Her mother confined her to a distant, cramped little room where summers were sweltering and winters bitterly cold. The servants of the household treated her with disdain, secretly labeling her a jinx and a harbinger of disaster. Her father never spared her a second glance. Her mother, when she did see her, would furrow her brow, murmuring, Zhu'er, my poor Zhu'er, it is I who have wronged you. I miss you so much. It pains my heart. Li Qingluo did everything within her power to appease them all. Rain or shine, she would visit her mother, personally prepare meals, and attend to her needs. Yet, Her mother wished to see her as little as possible, insisting that she should not appear before her. The meals Li Qingluo prepared were often discarded to feed the dogs, and when her mother noticed her attempts at closeness, she would scold her with a scowl. What good does this do? No matter what, I cannot bring back my Zhu'er. Her mother cried daily, developing an ailment. The doctor claimed it required a blood relative to offer a piece of flesh for treatment, and without hesitation, Li Qingluo took up the knife. However, she later overheard Li Kequan stating, those medicines were thrown out and fed to the dogs. They were utterly repulsive. A servant advised Li Kequan, but young master, without these medicines, the madam's ailment. Li Kequan sneered, she is a fool. This was merely a ruse I had the doctor spin. How could she believe it? What ailment requires such useless things? Li Qingluo felt an icy chill run through her. Before she could leave, Li Kequan caught sight of her. She cried out, brother, why must you treat me this way? I am your sister. Li Kequan grasped her throat tightly, his eyes bloodshot with rage, as if he truly wished to choke the life out of her. He screamed at her, silence. I forbid you to call me brother. My sister is only Li Qingzhu, alive or dead, in this life and the next. And you, lowly as dirt, are unworthy of existence. Our father and mother feel the same. We wish you had never appeared, then Zhu'er would still be alive. Why not let the mistake stand? Why must you be brought back? Someone. Li Qingluo has spoken disrespectfully and behaved improperly. Take her to the ancestral hall and punish her by kneeling. She is not to rise without my permission, nor is she to leave. Li Qingluo was gagged and dragged away, confined in the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights. She had not a drop to drink, nor a grain of rice to eat. As soon as she shifted her body on the mat, a stick struck her fiercely. It was not until she had completely fainted, the sounds of her suffering silenced, that she was unceremoniously tossed back in her dark, damp chamber. Li Qingluo had believed she would perish during those feverish days of consciousness, with no physician to attend to her. Yet unexpectedly, the third son of the loyal duke's residence, the newly minted scholar Zhuang Wei, arrived. He had been betrothed to Li Qingluo since she was in her mother's womb, chosen by the matriarch of the Zhuang family, and had grown up alongside Li Qingzhu. Their childhood bond had blossomed into a profound affection, their hearts entwined in a deep-rooted love. However, with Li Qingluo's return, this engagement was inevitably cast aside. Li Qingzhu was dead. Zhuang Wei, like the rest of the Li family, harbored resentment towards her. Yet he extended a hand to save her. Confused by his actions, Li Qingluo was met with his cold declaration. Rest assured, I will never marry you. The blood debt of Zhu'er will be repaid in due time. To die now would be too lenient for you. How absurdly laughable her very existence had become a mistake. She lived merely to bring Li Qingzhu into the Li family. And in death, perhaps she would grant peace to all who resided within that household. But what sin had she truly committed? Was it her yearning for a familial bond, one she had never received? In the wake of Li Qingzhu's demise, she felt a pang of guilt and endeavored to please her blood relatives, submitting to their trampling and humiliation. Yet she was their daughter, sister, and fiancé. She had committed no true wrongdoing. They had sought her out. Just because Li Qingzhu had perished, did that make her a timeless sinner? Outside, the snow continued to fall softly. Li Qingluo gradually succumbed to her fate. Gazing at her frozen body, she realized her spirit had detached. She floated out of the room, drifted into the backyard, and then to the brightly lit front courtyard. Uncertain of what joyous event had transpired within the Li household, she was met with laughter, cheers, and a vibrant atmosphere. Since her return, she had never witnessed such a spectacle. Unable to resist, she drew closer, only to behold a charmingly radiant young woman standing amidst the crowd, nestled in her mother's embrace, playfully exclaiming, Mother, I've missed you all so much, and father, and brother. By the way, where's my sister? I have yet to see her. Bring her here quickly, for I wish to discuss this misunderstanding. This was Li Qingzhu. She was alive after all? Chapter 2, Unworthy of being her kin. Li Qingzhu is not dead. What, then, do all the absurdities I have endured amount to? Li Kequan let out a cold laugh. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? My dear sister, were it not for Prince Yun's timely intervention to save you, and your months of recuperation, would we have had the chance to reunite? It is indeed her fault. Had she not returned so abruptly, you would not have. Enough. Silence. At this moment, the head of the Li family, the esteemed general, finally silenced his eldest son. He furrowed his brow and said, Since the past is behind us, and it is a great blessing that Zhu'er has returned, we need not dwell on bygone matters. Go, send someone to fetch Zhu'er. Inform her that her elder sister wishes to see her. The Li family shall continue to recognize Li Qingzhu as the legitimate eldest daughter, as she is alive and well. The sins of Li Qingluo have been significantly lessened. Soon, someone hurriedly returned with distressing news. No, it is not good. The second young lady, she is gone. What do you mean, gone? Li Madam, who was just embracing the heart she thought lost, frowned slightly and inquired. Reporting to Madam, our people just want to check. And the second young lady, she has no breath left. The maidservant lowered her head, yet in her heart, she cursed. What ill fortune! Why does she have to die now of all times? Li Madame appeared dazed, still reeling from the shock, when Li Qingluo let out another cold laugh. What? Has she taken to playing the suicide game as well? Do not think she can attract our attention and sympathy like Zhu'er. She is not worthy. Surely she heard that Zhu'er has returned and is trying to imitate her to draw us over. Father, mother, let us not concern ourselves with her. If she wishes to feign death, then have someone wrap her in a straw mat and throw her out for the dogs. The others quickly grasped the situation. Li Madame took a deep breath. Is she truly putting on a show for us? If that is the case, it is utterly outrageous. Li Madame and the generals' faces turned cold. Indeed, they had indulged her too much to allow such antics. Li Qingzhu, still looking contrite, said, Father, mother, it is all my fault for not being a good elder sister. Please do not blame me. I truly wish to die back then. Sob sob. As Li Qingzhu expressed her grievances, everyone rushed to comfort her. Good Zhu'er, we are not reproaching you. Just do not frighten us like that again. In the face of Li Qingzhu, Li Qingluo completely changed his demeanor, becoming warm and amiable, finally resembling a caring brother. At that moment, Zhuangwei joyfully entered the room. The entire Li family was caught up in the elation of Li Qingzhu's return, gradually casting aside thoughts of Li Qingluo. Meanwhile, the servant dispatched to retrieve Li Qingluo was venting his anger by kicking her already lifeless body. Everyone else was celebrating the eldest daughter's return, yet here I am, tasked with collecting your corpse. What rotten luck. Wrapped in a mat, Li Qingluo was dragged into the vast snowy expanse. Her spirit gazed at the falling snow, listening to the sounds of joy echoing from the world, her blood-red eyes glaring at the faces around her, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Li Qingzhu is their beloved pearl, while she, Li Qingluo, is merely a weed, unworthy of life. Is that it? Why? Just because of Li Qingzhu's antics, she suffered endlessly, enduring countless tribulations. Even in death, she could not earn a single glance of acknowledgement. She should have lived well, yet she foolishly yearned for that illusory bond of kinship. A gust of snow swept by, and Li Qingluo's spirit dissipated in the wind. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself awakening in a swaying carriage. Bewildered, Li Qingluo observed her surroundings until she met the gazes of two familiar faces, jolting her awake. Zhang Mama and Zhu'er, looking at her own attire. Li Qingluo pinched herself hard. The clear and genuine pain confirmed her shocking realization. She must have returned to the past. Miss, what troubles you? Noticing the unusual expression on Li Qingluo's face, Zhang Mama asked with concern. Li Qingluo, however, remained fixated on the two, her expression unchanged. While a tempest of emotions roiled within her, she, Li Qingluo, had been reborn. She had returned to the days before she set foot in the Li family. At this time, Li Qingzhu had not yet committed self-immolation, and the Li family had not yet harbored such deep-seated hatred for her. She had not yet returned to the Li household. In this lifetime, she would never allow herself to die in such a pitiful and cowardly manner again. As for family ties and blood relations, in this life, they could all go to hell. She no longer desired those useless, ethereal things. In her previous life, she had owed no one anything. It was the Li family that owed her, and it was Li Qingzhu, along with that family of wolves and demons, who owed her. Li Qingluo. In this life, she would ensure that all those who owed her would repay their debts. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Zhang Mama and Zhu'er, Li Qingluo gradually ceased her tears and wiped her eyes. She scrutinized the two, her own emotions surging within. Zhang Mama was a trusted aide to the old matriarch of the Li family, Li Qingluo's own grandmother, while Zhu'er was a maidservant to her mother. It was the old matriarch who had investigated Li Qingluo's origins and sent Zhang Mama to inform everyone of the truth. The general's residence was thrown into chaos. However, with evidence in hand, they had no choice but to accept the reality, though everyone was heartbroken. The old matriarch insisted that the bloodline of the general's family must not be allowed to fall into obscurity, hence sending Zhang Mama back to assist in handling the matter. Li Qingluo's mother, the general's wife, Chu, had also sent her third-tier maid, Zhu'er, to accompany Zhang Mama on the journey. Together with a steward and a coachman from the Li family, they traveled to the mountains to retrieve Li Qingluo. In her previous life, Zhang Mama and Zhu'er had been courteous and kind to Li Qingluo throughout their journey. However, upon returning to the Li family after Li Qingzhu's death, Li Qingluo was quickly dominated by the entire family, and she had not paid attention to where the two had gone afterward. Zhang Mama must have returned to the Taoist temple. It took Li Qingluo a considerable time in the Li family to learn that her grandmother was now recuperating at the temple and seldom returned to the estate. As for Zhu'er, she searched for her several times in the residence but could not find a trace. Now seeing them again, Li Qingluo sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that these two would be the only ones among all those connected to the Li family who still treated her kindly? Yet her rebirth had come at the right time. As long as she had not entered the Li family gates, she still had time and opportunity to devise her response to Li Qingzhu's self-immolation and feigned death. Mama, do you know where we are headed? Li Qingluo lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, peering into the world outside. She took a deep breath. Indeed, living freely like this felt like being truly alive. In her previous life, she had lived in a state neither human nor ghost, and her tragic death was a consequence of her own weakness, which was indeed detestable. In the past, she had been so foolish, yearning for things that never existed. In this life, that would not happen again. Li Qingluo lowered the curtain, her eyes shadowed with depth. Zhang Mama, we are now only about 50 or 60 miles from Jinling City. However, it is getting late, and we will likely not make it into the city before curfew. I just discussed with the steward, and we should find an inn to rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, you can freshen up before we head into the city and return home. What do you think? Li Qingluo looked up, meeting Zhang Mama's scrutinizing gaze. Suddenly, she realized that Zhang Mama was testing her. In her previous life, she had been so eager to see her father, mother, and brother that she had rejected this suggestion from Zhang Mama, insisting that the coachman hurry to get them into the city. Indeed, as Zhang Momo asserted, they were unable to enter the city. Consequently, the group found themselves compelled to spend the night amidst the desolate wilderness outside the city gates, taking refuge in their carriage. Zhang Momo, being of advanced age, was already frail from the jarring journey, and upon her arrival at the Li residence, her evident dullness and lack of insight prompted an immediate departure. In retrospect, the previous version of myself was truly blinded by a singular perspective, failing to seize such an opportunity. Li Qingluo shook her head, yet unlike her past self, she refrained from dismissing Zhang Momo's suggestion outright. Instead, she inquired Momo, "There is no need for haste. Might you inform me how far we are from Qingsong Temple?" Her maternal grandmother resided in Qingsong Temple, nurturing her spirit. In her previous life, she had overlooked this chance. In this lifetime, the only ally within the Li family she could depend upon appeared to be her esteemed grandmother. Moreover, Zhang Momo had been observing and assessing her throughout the journey, likely under the directive of the matriarch, seeking to discern the true nature of her character. Although her past self had emerged from the valley in a rather unremarkable manner, she nonetheless left an impression of simplicity and honesty. Thus, in this lifetime, why not utilize this very trait to cultivate a connection with the matriarch? Within the entirety of the Li family, Li Qingluo found herself utterly isolated, lacking a support system. She resolved to forge one for herself. With this thought taking root in her mind, a genuine expression illuminated her face. "Momo, I wish to pay a visit to my grandmother before we return home, if that is permissible." Chapter 3. The grandmother is her sole support. Zhang Momo's face flashed with surprise. "My dear girl, is this true? But were you not eager to return to the manor to visit the general and his wife? Why the sudden change of heart?" Li Qingluo had indeed shown great urgency concerning the matter of meeting her biological parents, and her abrupt shift in demeanor raised suspicions. With a sigh, she began to explain. "To speak candidly, I recently had a dream. In it, I encountered an elderly man with a long white beard, wielding a whisk. He reproached me harshly, declaring me an ungrateful and dim-witted wretch. Although I have the opportunity to reclaim my rightful identity and return to my family, I seem to have forgotten the source of my fortune. I am genuinely frightened. Even now, my heart trembles from the dream's remnants. Momo, I acknowledge my earlier folly. I was so eager to ascertain my lineage that I neglected to visit my grandmother first. Without her, I am but a wild girl from the hills. And I fear that in 2 months' time, I may be sold off to a blind, crippled man to end my pitiful existence. How could I possibly have this day?" Li Qingluo's heartfelt words ultimately swayed Zhang Momo. With a smile, she nodded. "The Qingsong Temple is not far. We shall arrive in a couple of hours. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. However, I cannot guarantee whether the old lady will receive you." Although the steward and the young servant harbored some reservations, Zhang Momo's standing was evidently high, compelling them to obey her orders and redirect the carriage towards the Qingsong Temple. When the carriage finally halted outside the temple, Li Qingluo alighted and gazed at the structure before her, a profound realization dawning upon her. From this moment forth, Her life would no longer be the same. However, she had not anticipated that the old lady would refuse to see her. The old lady is aware of your visit. That alone signifies her goodwill. She has instructed me to escort you back to the Li residence, to introduce you to your family, and allow you to remain there for a time. Once everything is settled, I shall return, Zhang Momo conveyed. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo was taken aback. In her previous life, Zhang Momo had not accompanied her into the manor, let alone offered such guidance. To think that even before meeting the old lady, she was already bestowed such kindness. The old lady and the rest of the Li family were indeed quite different from what she had imagined. Determined to proceed, Li Qingluo resolutely declared, Momo, I shall not return. I have come sincerely to pay my respects to my grandmother, and if she refuses to see me, I shall wait until she is willing to do so. Please assist me in arranging my stay at the temple for a while. Li Qingluo inclined her head slightly to Zhang Momo, her gesture somewhat awkward yet sincere. This surprised Zhang Momo. For the girl's stubborn refusal to yield and her disregard for trifles reminded her of the old lady's youth. Yet, she wondered how long this tenacity would endure. Li Qingluo settled into the temple, but the steward and the young servant were evidently restless. The following morning, the steward departed for Jinling, claiming he had business to attend to, leaving the young servant behind to keep watch. Li Qingluo scoffed silently. Did they think that because she was not in a rush to return, the drama of Li Qingzhu's self-immolation would be put on hold? In her previous life, it was on this very day that Li Qingzhu left behind a suicide note and perished in flames, incinerating numerous rooms in the Li residence and leaving behind charred maidens and her own remains. The entire Li family was plunged into despair, a tragedy beyond measure. This time, Li Qingluo was not in a hurry to return. She would observe whether Li Qingzhu was still eager to set herself ablaze. She instructed Zhu'er to keep an ear to the ground regarding any happenings in the city while she settled in at the temple. But for 3 consecutive days, the old lady showed no inclination to meet her. Moreover, the old lady's residence was tucked away behind a tranquil bamboo grove, guarded by several elderly attendants, making it imprudent for Li Qingluo to intrude uninvited. She had no intention of being so reckless. Zhang Momo visited her daily. Li Qingluo borrowed some paper and ink, compelling herself to sit in meditation for an hour each day, practicing her calligraphy, albeit in a rather haphazard manner. Her handwriting was atrocious. Zhang Momo discreetly took a sample back to show the old lady, who, upon viewing it, furrowed her brow deeply. A nearby maid, Inger, couldn't help but chuckle. Old lady, the girl's writing resembles a caterpillar. Look, there are large ones and small ones. The old lady slammed the paper down on the table, fuming, do not laugh. Inger promptly lowered her head, silenced by the reprimand. However, the return page was scarcely better than a caterpillar. It resembled a dog's paw print. The old lady couldn't help but twitch her lips in exasperation. Zhang Momo shot a glare at Inger. Be quiet. You have no business speaking. Old lady, she continued. I must say, it is commendable that the girl possesses such determination. She has never held a brush before, only firewood, hoes, sickles, and axes. Look at her hands. They are more calloused than those of the laborers in the kitchen. She is but 16 years old, a young lady by rights. Yet she cannot even recognize a single character. I have watched her mimic the Taoist writings on the wall, though her writing is indeed quite ugly. She shows no shame in it. Is that not a form of courage? The old lady coldly retorted, You certainly speak well of her. Whether she possesses courage remains to be seen. However, her writing is indeed unfit for public viewing. Go and fetch the primer from my cabinet. Take it to her. Do not let her waste more paper. Zhang Momo chuckled, Of course. Old lady, you are tough on the outside but soft on the inside. You clearly care for the younger generation and appreciate diligent children. That primer was prepared for the general, was it not? What a pity it was never used. Noticing the old lady's unfavorable expression, Zhang Momo refrained from continuing her remarks. She took the primer and promptly delivered it to Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo was overwhelmed with gratitude. Upon receiving it, she promised to handle it with utmost care and reverence. Seeing her growing sense of responsibility, Zhang Momo lingered a moment longer, then sighed deeply. Do you know why the old lady has resided at the Qingzhu temple for so many years without returning to the general's manor? In her previous life, Li Qingluo had heard some rumors regarding this matter, but she was aware that they did not encompass the full truth. Thus, she shook her head, feigning ignorance. Zhang Momo, having witnessed Li Qingluo's unwavering desire to meet the old lady over the past few days, felt compelled to share the history of the general's household. She recounted how the old lady, originally a lady of the prestigious Pei family, had always favored martial pursuits over scholarly endeavors. 37 years ago, after marrying into the Li family, she gave birth to a son, Li Qiaojing, who was Li Qingluo's father. However, before the infant had the chance to grow, urgent news arrived from the border, stating that Li Qiaojing's father was surrounded by enemy forces, his fate unknown. Concerned for her husband and driven to alter the course of events, the lady had to leave her 8-month-old child behind, donning armor and taking command of troops to aid her husband at the front lines. Li Qiaojing was entrusted to the care of the elderly matriarch of the Li family, aided by the concubine Deng, whom the lady had personally elevated. Little did she know, her absence would stretch for 5 long years. Upon her return, Li Qiaojing no longer recognized her as his mother. He had become attached to Deng instead. Although the lady's status remained unassailable, the alienation from her only legitimate son left her heart heavy. Despite her relentless efforts, she could not win back her son's affection. When afflicted by illness, although Li Qiaojing would come to pay his respects and inquire after her well-being, should the Deng family fall ill, he would fervently attend to them, serving tea and water, personally attending to their needs, making countless visits throughout the day, and even kneeling in the temple to pray for divine intervention. Such actions naturally incited the ire of Pei Shi. She believed that it was Deng Shi who had obstructed her relationship with Li Qiaojing, causing him to disregard her as his biological mother and to hold the concubine in higher esteem than her. Pei Shi initially contemplated sending Deng Shi away, wishing for her to spend her life in the temple, surrounded by flickering lamps and ancient Buddhas, or even to sell her off. However, Li Qiaojing resolutely resisted, declaring that if she dared to separate him from his beloved Deng Anyang, he would harbor hatred for her throughout his life. He proclaimed, "If you perish, I shall never offer a single incense stick in your memory." Chapter 4. The young lady bound hand and foot Madame Pei was profoundly shaken and delivered a sharp slap to Li Qiaojing. After all, he was the legitimate heir of the Li family. Even the old general, upon his return, had unjustly vented his ire upon Madame Pei. Yet, he was merely a child. Why direct such wrath toward him? Over the years, concubine Deng had indeed devoted herself to caring for him. It was understandable that Zhu'er saw her as a maternal figure. Madame Pei gazed in astonishment at her husband, as if she had been forced to swallow a fly, disgusted and heartbroken. 2 years prior, she had sustained a wound on the battlefield while trying to save his life. And now, even if she yearned for another cherished child, it was an unattainable wish. Thus, it was fated that the Li family would have only this one legitimate son. However, her son was distant, and her husband looked upon her scars with disdain. Disheartened, Madame Pei could no longer bear the repulsive sights of the inner courtyard and chose instead to retreat to the Qingzhu temple for peace and reflection. Thus, 30 years passed. After listening to what Granny Zhang had recounted, Li Qingluo appeared as though she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Granny Zhang encouraged her to voice her thoughts. With her head bowed and fingers twisted nervously, Li Qingluo sighed, "Though I have yet to meet my father, I must express this. Li family, you have wronged my grandmother." Granny Zhang's eyes brightened with curiosity. "Oh, what do you mean, my dear?" Embarrassed, Li Qingluo's ears flushed red, as if she were breaking free from a great taboo. And with great effort, she continued in hushed tones, "Though I am inexperienced in worldly matters, I have occasionally heard of the customs of affluent families while living in the countryside. It seems that the Li family allowed concubine Deng to grow too familiar with my father, blurring the lines of master and servant, which is why he has been so oblivious to the bonds of kinship. While concubine Deng's care has merit, it cannot overshadow the unparalleled contributions of my grandmother as his true mother. Moreover, my grandmother abandoned my father for the sake of the Li family and my grandfather. It could be said that without her, there would be no Li family's subsequent legacy. Therefore, the Li family has been ungrateful and unjust to my grandmother. And as for my father, he has been disloyal and unfilial." Upon finishing, Li Qingluo appeared frightened, covering her ears. "If these words were to reach my father's ears, I would surely be struck by lightning for uttering them. I would not embellish." Granny Zhang found Li Qingluo's innocent and timid demeanor utterly amusing. "Ha ha, good girl, do not fear. Should thunder strike, I shall protect you." With that, Granny Zhang walked away, still smiling. As Li Qingluo watched her depart, she slowly lowered her hands from her ears. A cold realization settled within her. The Li family's attitude towards their own blood relations was fundamentally flawed. In that moment, she felt a sense of shared suffering with the old matriarch, strengthening her resolve to win her over. Upon returning to the Chui bamboo courtyard, Granny Zhang knelt and relayed the entire conversation she had with Li Qingluo to old Madame Pei. Although old Madame Pei was irked that her past had been shared with the younger generation, she was even more astonished by Li Qingluo's words. Did she truly say that the Li family has been ungrateful and unjust to me? That her father has been disloyal and unfilial? Granny Zhang nodded vigorously. Indeed, my lady. The young lady was nearly frightened to death after speaking such audacious words. She is aware that she has crossed a line. A flicker of anger quickly surfaced on old Madame Pei's face. Such audacity. To utter such rebellious words so carelessly. Granny Zhang hurriedly lowered her head. Please do not be angered, my lady. I believe the young lady is simply too innocent and has not been properly educated in the ways of propriety, which led her to express such sentiments. Old Madame Pei sighed deeply. What is there to be angry about? Her words are spoken on my behalf. I am angry that if even a single word of this reaches the general's residence, how could she possibly survive? Her gaze fell on Granny Zhang, filled with a warning that made the latter shiver involuntarily. Indeed, experience spoke volumes. The old matriarch was considering the long-term consequences for the young lady, unlike herself, who had merely indulged in the moment's satisfaction of extracting those words. I understand my mistake. I assure you, my lady. These words shall remain buried within me and not be uttered to another soul. Only then did old Madame Pei nod, choosing not to hold a grudge against Granny Zhang, who had served her for decades. She had not anticipated that, despite being raised outside, the girl was the only one in the Li family whose heart remained untainted. Granny Zhang asked, does the matriarch wish to meet the young lady now? Yet old Madame Pei shook her head once more. Not yet. Let us observe further. I must discern whether she is truly innocent and sincere or merely putting on a facade. Li Qingluo, in truth, was not in a hurry. Each day, aside from practicing her calligraphy, she assisted the priests in the vegetable garden of the temple, diligently hoeing and planting. She performed her tasks with remarkable skill and even engaged in discussions with the priest regarding issues such as pests on the vegetables or poor yields. Her insights genuinely helped the priests resolve some of their quandaries. Gaining their trust, Li Qingluo even ventured into the kitchen a few times to prepare dishes. Having grown up by the stove, she possessed considerable culinary talent. When her cooking was well received, she would personally deliver the dishes to the entrance of Chui Bamboo Courtyard for Granny Zhang to present to old Madame Pei. Initially, old Madame Pei was reluctant to taste the food, opting to reward Granny Zhang and Inga with it instead. However, after hearing their praises of its exquisite flavor, she could not resist sampling a few bites herself, her eyes lighting up in delight. To her surprise, the girl possessed such remarkable skills. Yet, she soon recalled that these talents had been honed through hardship, and a twinge of sympathy arose within her. Hearing that the girl was enjoying a peaceful and fulfilling life at the temple, old Madame Pei contemplated whether to summon Li Qingluo for an audience the next day. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless with urgency. Madam, it is terrible. A group from the general's residence has arrived, insisting on forcibly taking the young lady down the mountain to the city. She is resisting fiercely and has already been bound hand and foot. Chapter 5. Punishing the abusive servants. Li Qingluo resided in a modest guest room. Although it was unlikely that any outsiders would intrude, should any commotion arise, a few shouts from her would soon draw the attention of the Taoist priests. Before long, the room was surrounded by a throng of young Taoists. The servants of the general's residence, who had initially appeared fierce, now stood frozen in place, exchanging nervous glances. Good people, is it your intention to come to Qingzhu Temple and abduct us Taoists, as if we are of no consequence? A slightly older Taoist with a long beard pushed through the crowd to the front. He was Ling Fengzi, the uncle of the young Taoists, and had recently been a companion of Li Qingluo in her gardening endeavors. Upon seeing Li Qingluo bound and gagged, his brow furrowed slightly. This was utterly outrageous. This was no invitation. It was a clear act of kidnapping. Ling Fengzi's eyes blazed with intensity as he turned to the group of aggressive servants. A trembling old woman stepped forward. This Taoist, we come on the orders of the master of the house to bring the second young lady, who has not returned for some time, back home. If we have caused any disturbance, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. We shall leave at once and restore peace to the esteemed Taoists. The old woman waved her hand, attempting to lead her companions away, but before they could move, Zhu'er rushed towards Li Qingluo, clinging desperately to her leg and crying out, "No, she is lying. Esteemed Taoists, please save our young lady. They came to bind her. This is not an invitation at all, and they have not presented any token from the general's residence." If she is taken away like this, it will surely spell disaster. Li Qingluo was taken aback, glancing at Zhu'er in surprise. She had not expected this maid to step forward in her defense at such a moment. As a close attendant to the Chu family, even in her rebirth, Li Qingluo had never considered winning her over. Though she had been busy with her own life at Qingzhu Temple, she had still harbored a slight wariness towards Zhu'er. Yet here she was, protecting her half-master. However, even without Zhu'er's intervention, Li Qingluo was not truly worried about being taken away by these people. In the days she had spent with the Taoists, she trusted that her grandmother was secretly observing her. Given her grandmother's temperament, especially after gifting her a writing tablet, she would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to this matter. Surely, assistance from her grandmother would soon arrive. Indeed, as Ling Fengzi refused to step aside and Li Qingluo remained firmly held by Zhu'er, the situation reached a stalemate. Just then, Zhang Momo arrived in a flurry, leading a group of people. What is going on here? How dare you treat the legitimate daughter of the general's residence in such a manner? Seize them. Bring those insolent rascals to me. Esteemed Taoists, I implore you for assistance. Zhang Momo waved her hand, and the rough servants behind her promptly brandished their clubs. The Taoists, having received Zhang Momo's invitation, wasted no time in charging forward, swiftly subduing the servants of the general's residence, including the young lad who had been driving Li Qingluo's carriage. Binding them tightly, Li Qingluo was quickly freed, and Zhang Momo examined her with concern. My lady, are you unharmed? Thank you, Zhang Momo. I am fortunate that everyone arrived in time. I am well, Li Qingluo replied, though she appeared somewhat disheveled and shaken. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. She bowed slightly to Zhang Momo and the assembled Taoists, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you to all the esteemed ladies and Taoists for your assistance. They claimed to be from the general's residence, yet I have not seen my grandmother and dared not trust them, which led to this chaos. I kindly ask you to uphold justice for me. Meanwhile, a matron from the general's residence protested loudly. We are of the general's household, acting on the master's orders. You best release us at once. Otherwise, once we report back to our master, there will be consequences for you all, as well as for Qingzhu Temple. Zhang Momo shot a glance at a nearby servant, who immediately stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the matron. Silence. Foolish creature, what are you doing? Zhu'er interjected. But you did not show any official insignia, nor did you come to request the lady's presence. You bound her with ropes. What else could you be but kidnappers? Ling Fengzi followed suit, sneering. Oh, what great authority you claim. Just a few servants from the general's residence think they can demand anything from Qingzhu Temple? Huh. For years, we have been supported by Lady Pei. Your household has no claim over us. Do you believe you have the right to question us? Even if General Li himself were here, he would have no say in this matter. Li Qingluo struggled to suppress a laugh at Ling Fengzi's words. It seemed that he and Qingzhu Temple had a profound understanding of their situation. They held her grandmother in high regard. No wonder they had managed to coexist peacefully over the years. Her grandmother must find it quite comfortable here. Zhang Momo was equally incensed. Let us administer justice. Each of these insolent servants shall receive 10 lashes. The general's residence had sent 8 servants and matrons, expecting to simply take one girl away. They had never anticipated that the long-ignored old matron would intervene, nor that the Taoists would dare to intervene as well. Soon, the cries of pain and pleas for mercy echoed as several of the servants were punished. The Taoists had withdrawn, and with no one else around. Zhang Momo turned to Li Qingluo. My lady, the old matron wishes to ask you, since this matter concerns you, how would you like to handle it? Li Qingluo replied decisively, I wish to report this to the authorities. Zhang Momo, believing she did not understand the complexities of the household, quietly cautioned, report it? My lady, you must consider carefully. While they may act recklessly, they do appear to be genuine members of the general's household. If you report them, upon your return home. Li Qingluo knitted her brows. If they truly are from the general's household, would my father and mother treat me so? They came here without regard for my wishes and bound me without hesitation. Am I a runaway slave or the daughter of the Li family? If this is the case, returning home would not lead to a good life, so why should I go back at all? Chapter 6, The Noble Residing in the Back Mountain? Her straightforwardness and composure took Granny Zhang by surprise. This girl seemed transformed. When she first encountered her in the mountains, perhaps due to years of toil and suffering, she appeared somewhat dull. Yet now, she exuded an increasing brilliance. Granny Zhang chuckled, pondering if there might be some misunderstanding. It would be wise for the old servant to interrogate these troublesome servants first. Granny Zhang made a personal trip back, and upon her return, those who had been punished and continued to face further torment had become more cooperative. It turned out they had indeed received orders from the head of the general's household, commanding them to fetch the second young lady, who had yet to return, back to reunite with her family. However, they had also received explicit instructions from the eldest son, stating that it was absolutely unreasonable for the second young lady to keep her family waiting, thus they should teach her a lesson. There was no need for pleasantries. They were to take her back by force. Hence, they acted with such audacity. Li Qingluo listened to these words, feeling both wronged and bewildered, and tears streamed down her face. Was this truly the language of her own brother? She feigned an expression of grievance and confusion, struggling to accept the reality. Granny Zhang, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy for her and was also incensed. How could the eldest son be so unreasonable? What manner of brother treats his own sister in such a fashion? At that moment, an unexpected commotion erupted outside. Granny Zhang ordered someone to investigate. The servant soon returned with news. "Madam, it is a noble from the back mountain of Snowstorm who claims we have disturbed him. He demands we resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, he will not treat us kindly." The servant's face was etched with panic, while Li Qingluo internally questioned, who could this noble be? To instill such fear in Granny's people? Having spent several days at Qingzhu, she had been obedient and had not wandered about. Yet now, her curiosity about the situation in the back mountain of Snowstorm grew. Granny Zhang slapped her thigh in realization. "Oh dear, this ancestor is not to be trifled with. Quickly, go and inform him that we will handle this matter immediately, ensuring we do not disturb the noble's peace and meditation." As the messenger hurried away, Granny Zhang turned and, lowering her voice, angrily addressed the general's servants. "I see you are full of nonsense, besmirching others' reputations. How could the eldest son utter such words or commit such acts? If you cannot present a badge today and have taken someone, then you are nothing but bandits. Someone, take these rascals to the authorities at once. Do not delay, send them immediately." Yes, several servants stepped forward, seizing those on the ground who were crying for mercy, silencing them, and hastily departed. The courtyard soon regained its tranquility. Li Qingluo, maintaining an innocent demeanor, asked Granny Zhang, "Granny, perhaps they are simply impersonating the general's household? It's not certain, is it?" Granny Zhang, with compassion, patted Li Qingluo's shoulder. "My dear, you must understand. If they are indeed from the general's household, if the eldest son has wronged you, and you choose to report this today, it would also be seen as an affront to him. Are you not afraid of offending Li Qingluo?" Li Qingluo could only laugh coldly within. In her past life, she had never offended him, yet he had harbored an intense disdain for her, devising various tortures for his own sister. On the surface, Li Qingluo merely smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Afraid? I am already alone, possessing nothing." Granny Zhang chuckled. "Who says my dear is alone? Come now, the old lady wishes to see you." Li Qingluo looked up, her face alight with surprise. "Grandmother, is she truly willing to see me?" Granny Zhang nodded with a smile. "Could the old servant deceive you?" Li Qingluo quickly tidied her appearance. Her clothing, though simple, was clean. She wore no jewelry, just a single braid, and her hair was not particularly fine. Her skin, tanned and somewhat rough from years of exposure and hard labor, made her a far cry from a delicate beauty. Yet her eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. No one would believe she was the most unsophisticated servant of the general's household. The true legitimate daughter of the general's household? Old Madame Pei gazed at the girl kneeling before her, shaking her head with a sigh. Noticing this, Granny Zhang promptly signaled for Inger and the others to withdraw. With no one else present, old Madame Pei finally asked Li Qingluo, "Speak, why do you insist on seeing me?" Li Qingluo looked at old Madame Pei, astonished. She had not expected her grandmother to be so youthful. The woman before her was strikingly different from her preconceived notions, although old Madame Pei was over 50. The wrinkles on her face were few, and her hair bore hardly any gray. Even with age, it was evident she had once been a valiant heroine. Her visage retained its vigor, and her demeanor was exceptional. This revelation sparked a different kind of admiration in Li Qingluo for her grandmother. Surely, she had once been a renowned female general in the De Liang dynasty? What a pity she had married into the Li family. "Why do you stare at me?" Old Madame Pei, having not received a response from Li Qingluo, felt a twinge of discomfort at the girl's gaze, although it bore no malice. She touched her own face, wondering if she truly appeared too aged. Li Qingluo then spoke. "Grandmother, your grace is extraordinary. Your granddaughter is in awe," thus momentarily lost in thought. I beg you not to take offense. Old Madame Pei paused in surprise, before bursting into hearty laughter. You admire me? Ha ha. As she laughed, a wave of bittersweetness washed over her. What sins had she and her son committed, that their descendants bore such burdens? When Li Qingluo and Li Qingzhu were brought to visit old Madame Pei during their childhood, she had not met their parents but had encountered the siblings. Li Qingluo was polite and well-mannered, yet Li Qingzhu displeased old Madame Pei immensely. At such a tender age, upon entering the hall, her eyes darted about, observing everything. And she behaved ungraciously in front of her elders, fidgeting restlessly. Her gaze was filled with scheming, and her demeanor was affected. In front of her, she pretended to be a fragile little rabbit before the servants returned, reporting that she had kicked her own cat several times in the corridor. Oh, what a delicate little flower. Her behavior was reminiscent of the manipulative Deng family, and the men of the Li family seemed to fall for such antics. Thus, old Madame Pei had never seen Li Qingzhu again. With her absence, Li Qingluo gradually lost interest in visiting as well. His interactions with her had become mere formality, accompanied by impatience, as if he harbored resentment towards her for not seeing his sister. Such forced interactions could not escape the discerning eyes of the Pei matriarch. If they did not wish to come, then let them stay away. Did she, Pei Xiuzhen, truly covet their presence? As expected, that little flower was not of the Li family bloodline. It was no wonder she had immediately disdained her upon first glance. In contrast, this girl, though having been tormented by vile people to the point of appearing thus, retained a spark of uniqueness within her. Her determination to seek an audience with her, despite her circumstances, and her calmness in the face of the general's troublesome servants, along with her daring choice to report them, suggested a desire to confront her brother. Whether she was foolish or calculating, old Madame Pei found her intriguing. Little did Li Qingluo know old Madame Pei's thoughts. She only felt the piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixed upon her, laying bare all her thoughts. Thus, when the esteemed matriarch Pei inquired about her true intentions, she candidly replied, Grandmother, I wish to invite you to descend the mountain with me, to journey to Jinling, and return to the general's residence. Chapter 7. The power of life and death should be in your hands. Chapter 8. The Bodis of his countenance. The king of hell's demeanor, the Taoist, was nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily abandoning his belongings and fleeing. Indeed, his senior brother had not deceived him. Delivering vegetables here was fraught with peril. To survive, one must neither listen, nor see, nor speak. Nevertheless, his panicked demeanor had already been seen through by those in the courtyard. A guard, whispering through the wind, inquired of the only man clad in white, whose robe was already speckled with blood, Your Highness, shall we execute this young Taoist? It seemed he had encountered misfortune by witnessing something he ought not to have seen. The man in white, tall and slender, bore cascading, slightly curled black hair, his stunningly handsome features adorned with a small red mole at his brow, presenting an appearance as pure as a deity from a painting, evoking no impure thoughts. He should have exuded compassion, yet at this moment, he wielded a bloodied sword, his entire being stained with the sins of the mortal world. This man was none other than the fifth son of the current emperor of Daliang, the esteemed Prince Su Duan. Despite his noble status, he also held the position of chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review. His ruthless and extreme methods instilled fear throughout Jinling City, causing officials to keep their distance from him. Duan Rongshi discarded his loose cloak, personally wiping the blood from his sword. Casually tossing the fine fabric to the ground, he remarked, Do not complicate matters further. Go inform Qingzhu that we have dealt with a case in the small courtyard behind Songsong Mountain tonight. Understood, the guard replied. There was still a man lingering on the brink of death. Duan Rongshi commanded Zhu'er to sever the tendons of that individual and then hang him beneath the great pine tree outside the door. Do not let him die. Those who dare attempt to assassinate me shall witness the fate of their master. Yes. Outside, cries of agony echoed, while the man within had already washed his hands, changed into clean garments, and purified himself of the stench of blood. The dishes had been tested for poison and set upon the table. As Duan Rongshi sat down and picked up his chopsticks, he furrowed his brow upon seeing a table filled with sweet potato dishes. Was the Qingzhu temple closing its doors? As far as he knew, the elderly matron of Qingzhu courtyard had supported the temple for 30 years. Over these 3 decades, it had transformed from an obscure establishment into the largest temple outside Jinling City. Was it truly reduced to serving only sweet potatoes? Initially, Duan Rongshi had no desire to eat, yet upon hearing the guard remark, Surely tonight's sweet potatoes are exceptionally delectable, otherwise Those Taoists would not dare serve such a meager meal to your highness. He reluctantly picked up a portion. After swallowing, a rare smile graced his lips. Had the temple acquired a remarkable cook? Find out the details, he instructed. Yes. Before long, the guard returned to report, Your Highness. Today's sweet potato dishes were prepared by the daughter of the second-rank General Li Qiaojing. Rongshi did not eat much, but he had sampled nearly every dish. A noteworthy occurrence indeed. The guard silently took note. Rongshi held little interest in the Li family affairs, only noting the considerable commotion from the mountain below, which he had heard was instigated by this woman. However, he chose not to hold it against her, considering the matron of the Pei family. Li Qingluo had waited another day, yet her grandmother remained silent. Though somewhat disheartened, she recognized that matters should not be forced. She had done her utmost to sway her grandmother. If her feelings could not be altered, she could only respect her wishes. Thus, she resolved to return alone and contend with them fiercely. What harm could it bring? As Li Qingluo prepared her bundle, intending to depart the next day, she was suddenly informed by Zhu'er that someone from the Li family had arrived. This time, it was none other than Li Qingluo himself. How splendid! The eldest son must feel guilty for the previous incident and has come personally to escort you home. Li Qingluo, in her past life, he had harbored deep resentment towards her, believing she had usurped the fate of Li Qingzhu and her place in the Li family. Consequently, after Li Qingluo accidentally shattered a teacup once used by Li Qingzhu, he had confined her to a dilapidated shack beside the stables, ultimately leading to her freezing to death in the snow. Such a heartless and unfeeling brother could hardly be expected to come kindly to fetch her. Therefore, his arrival surely boded ill. As Li Qingluo stepped out of her room, she met Li Qingluo's icy gaze. He rode a grand white horse, looking down upon his sister from above. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance, dark skin, and lackluster beauty, a clear expression of disdain and mockery crossed his features. Are you that Lu Chao? At this moment, Li Qingluo had yet to return to the Li family, so they had not bestowed upon her a name bearing the Li surname. She was still known as Lu Zhu'er, a name associated with her abduction. Li Qingluo remained silent, merely returning his icy stare with equal chill. Li Qingluo's look of discontent only deepened. How dare she meet his gaze with such audacity? Zhu'er excitedly urged Li Qingluo from behind. Miss, this is the eldest son, your biological brother. She was well aware. This was her own blood, her full-blooded brother, and yet the one she loathed with every fiber of her being. In the face of her enemy, Li Qingluo wished to imprint his vile, brutish visage deeply within her heart, ensuring she would never forget the humiliation and suffering of her past life. With a perfunctory bow, she feigned innocence. Zhu'er greets brother. Li Qingluo furrowed his brows, his disdain unmistakable. I am not your brother. I have no such ugly and vulgar sister. Remember, my sister is only Li Qingzhu. Yes. Eldest son, Li Qingluo replied, finding satisfaction in his words. Li Qingluo, was she truly so dull-witted, or was this a facade of feigned indifference, meant to provoke a sense of pride in him? Such despicable thoughts were nothing but foolish self-deception. Li Qingluo's disdain for her deepened further. You truly have the audacity. When our family's servant came to fetch you, not only did you strike him, but you also sent him to the authorities, bringing great shame upon our family. Now, I, a distinguished general, have come to personally request your return home. Surely that is what you desire? Li Qingluo's eyes trembled slightly, as though struck by a heavy blow. Was it truly the eldest son's people last time? So this invitation was in fact a binding? Li Qingluo scoffed. What else would you expect? Do you believe you deserve a gilded sedan chair? Suddenly, he erupted in anger. Lu Zhu'er, you have clearly arrived outside Jinling City, yet you refuse to return home, leaving our parents waiting in distress. Zhu'er is also tormented by your actions, unable to eat or sleep peacefully. What is your intention? Enough of this nonsense. Today, I have come to bring you, this ungrateful daughter, back home. You cannot claim to be a victim any longer. Come, bind her. Chapter 9. Grandmother's descent. Li Qingluo waved his hand forcefully and barked an order. The burly men behind him, imposing and intimidating, approached Li Qingluo with ropes in hand. Zhu'er had long been paralyzed with fear. Li Qingluo hurriedly pulled Zhu'er back, saying, Eldest young master, grandmother is still at the Qingzhu temple. I advise you to refrain from such actions. Li Qingluo, expressionless, looked down on Li Qingluo as if she were an insignificant insect. Grandmother? She has long ceased to concern herself with family matters. I have heard about that day. You manipulated grandmothers made to speak on your behalf. Today, I have come personally. How could grandmother be deceived by you again? as the rough men drew closer. Some of their faces familiar to her, Li Qingluo recalled her previous life, where she was bound repeatedly by these very men. The cold lake water, the damp woodshed, the wooden sticks that left her trembling with pain. Ultimately, she perished in a snowstorm of despair, all because they had tied her up and discarded her in that decrepit wooden house. Though her heart raced, Li Qingluo clenched her fists and did not retreat further. She glared at them with a hatred as vast as the ocean, momentarily stunning them. At that moment, the Taoists, led by Ling Fengzi, appeared and encircled Li Qingluo protectively. Kind people, this is not a place for you to stir trouble, Ling Fengzi stated firmly. Li Kechuan, do not make this matter ugly. If this escalates and attracts the attention of those of higher status, do not blame us for failing to advise you. Li Kechuan, however, would not heed Ling Fengzi's warning. He had always been arrogant and self-important. This time, bringing over 20 men, he intended to escalate the situation. Just then, a furious shout rang out from outside the courtyard. Stop this at once. The crowd parted, revealing the rarely seen old Madame Pei, who entered slowly with a retinue of servants. Li Qingluo even noticed that Zhang Mama held a knife in her hand. The other maids and female servants were similarly armed. Li Qingluo conjectured that there were almost no male guards or servants around grandmother's bamboo courtyard. Had these women protected her all these years? Were these maids once battle-hardened female warriors who had followed grandmother into combat? Her heart swelled with admiration and respect for her grandmother. Old Madame Pei first cast a glance at Li Qingluo, and upon noticing the unmasked fervor in her eyes, her aged face flushed with warmth. Could this girl truly hold such admiration for her? Old Madame Pei gestured for Li Qingluo to come closer. No longer afraid, Li Qingluo boldly approached her grandmother. Grandmother. She appeared gentle and obedient, like a little cat, far removed from the fierce demeanor she had just displayed. Li Kechuan's expression shifted as he dismounted his horse. Grandson greets grandmother. May grandmother be well. Old Madame Pei snorted heavily. Silence. Grandmother? How dare I accept such a title from you? Li Kechuan. You truly hold a great air of authority. After years apart, you have become a general of little renown, and today, I witness your tyrannical behavior towards your long-lost sister. Zhang Mama and the others had already brought out chairs from inside. Old Madame Pei turned to sit down, her commanding presence undiminished by age, still radiating authority that intimidated everyone present. The Li family servants hastily retreated, not daring to breathe. Li Kechuan's face darkened, and he lowered his head. Grandson does not dare. I did not seek to disturb grandmother. I had no intention of causing you any trouble. Old Madame Pei interrupted his excuses. Enough. Take your dogs and leave at once. Otherwise, you shall not taste anything pleasant. Li Kechuan, unwilling to relent, looked toward Li Qingluo, but I was ordered to bring her home. Grandmother, if she does not wish to return, we need not acknowledge her. Yet she continues to linger. Old Madame Pei, infuriated, picked up a nearby teacup and hurled it at him. The tea drenched Li Kechuan's robe, leaving him in a state of disarray. You come to pay respects and wish to take her away after a few days? You increasingly disregard me, an old woman. Remember, I am still alive. With that, she stated firmly, I shall descend the mountain and enter the city with Luo heir. Will that satisfy you? Li Kechuan gazed at old Madame Pei in shock. Grandmother wishes to descend the mountain? Leaning back, old Madame Pei smiled. Indeed, I am a woman of the Li family. I have never truly renounced the world. How could I not return? Zhang Mama added. Tomorrow, the old madam shall descend the mountain with the young lady. Please inform the eldest young master to prepare arrangements for the old madam's former residence. Li Kechuan dared not ask further questions, rising hastily to leave with his entourage in a flurry of embarrassment. Once he was gone, Li Qingluo knelt before old Madame Pei. Luo heir thanks grandmother for the name, for supporting me, and for agreeing to my earlier impertinent request. Old Madame Pei raised her hand. Rise. However, Luo heir, remember this. I may return to the Li family, but you must always rely on yourself. Furthermore, you must promise to do something for grandmother. Chapter 10. Beware of robbers. Li Qingluo nodded heavily. Yes, grandmother, I shall remember. She had never considered relying solely on her grandmother. She understood that in this world, the only person she could truly depend on was herself. Madame Pei inquired, aren't you going to ask what task your grandmother has assigned you? Have you simply agreed without question? What if it is something you find difficult or even disagreeable? Li Qingluo replied, grandmother has aided me immensely. I owe her a great debt. Therefore, for any task, I would brave fire and water. Even if it involves heinous acts, I would not flinch. Madame Pei was somewhat moved, yet she quickly scolded, Pa, What need do I have for you to commit such acts? Am I that kind of person? Nearby, Zhang Momo and the others laughed along. It had been quite some time since Madame Pei had displayed such vibrant emotion. However, this matter could be discussed later. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we shall descend the mountain. The next day, although the Taoist priests on the mountain felt reluctant to part with Madame Pei and Li Qingluo, they understood that life is filled with farewells. Just as the moon waxes and wanes, gatherings inevitably lead to separations. It is the nature of existence. Moreover, Madame Pei did not truly belong to Qingzhu Temple. Before departing, Madame Pei instructed Zhang Momo to send 100 taels of silver to Qingzhu. With tears brimming in his eyes, Qingzhu reluctantly bid farewell to the fortune goddess. Waving his small hand, "Good person, do come back." Li Qingluo glanced back and turned to Zhang Momo. Is he Qingzhu? How can he be so young? He appeared to be merely in his 20s, clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal charm. Zhang Momo confirmed, indeed, he is not a particularly serious Taoist priest. As they spoke, they encountered a group of people at a fork in the road. Li Qingluo joined Madame Pei in the carriage and heard Zhang Momo reporting, "Madam, it is the nobleman from the small courtyard behind the Tsong Mountain." The nobleman mentioned that he received the items we sent as an apology yesterday and asked if you would not mind traveling with us into the city to escort us. Li Qingluo's brows furrowed. Yesterday, Li Kechuan had caused quite a ruckus at the temple, disturbing the nobleman's peace. Even her grandmother seemed somewhat wary of the situation, prompting her to send Zhang Momo with a painting by Du Yuhua as a token of apology. Li Qingluo had only learned of this when she encountered Zhang Momo yesterday. Hearing that the nobleman had accepted the apology without hesitation, it appeared he was quite pleased with the offering. Although Li Qingluo had not received any formal education and was unfamiliar with Du Yu, she assumed it must be a valuable item. Otherwise, the matter would not have resolved so smoothly. Madame Pei quickly responded, "You may inform him that we would be honored to accept his kind offer." With no pretense, the two parties proceeded together, one leading and the other following. Li Qingluo refrained from probing into the nobleman's identity, which pleased Madame Pei. She gently patted Li Qingluo's hand and suddenly sighed. Had you not been switched at birth and grown up in Jinling, you would undoubtedly have become an exceptional young lady. Li Qingluo gazed at Madame Pei, her heart stirred. Regardless of her past or present life, this was the first time someone expressed regret over her lost identity. Grandmother. She genuinely feels a twinge of sorrow for her granddaughter, doesn't she? Perhaps all of this is the destiny of her granddaughter. Madame Pei continued. That does not give your foolish father and mother a reason to let the Liu family off the hook. They're truly muddled. To dare to swap identities. That wicked woman and her family deserve the death penalty. Yet they disregard it for that illegitimate child. What utter fools. Li Qingluo remained silent. Her grandmother's scolding was refreshingly straightforward. She noted the lesson in her heart. However, today they were finally heading into the city. She wondered if Li Qingzhu's self-immolation plan would still unfold as it did in her previous life. That day, her failure to return home immediately must have disrupted Li Qingzhu's scheme. Nevertheless, her self-immolation was executed flawlessly, concealing the truth from the entire Li family. Surely, the plan had been meticulously crafted, and she would not easily relinquish it. If she were to abandon the act of self-immolation and feigned death, Li Qingluo was uncertain how the play would continue. Death. If she died, then let it be so that they would never dare to resurrect. A fierce glint shone in her eyes, and at that moment, Madame Pei caught a glimpse of her expression. Just then, the carriage jolted violently, causing the two to tumble into each other's arms. Li Qingluo quickly steadied Madame Pei, asking with concern, "Grandmother, are you all right?" Zhang Momo shouted from outside, "Madam, be careful. There are robbers." Robbers? Li Qingluo's expression changed dramatically as she instinctively shielded Madame Pei behind her. "Grandmother, we shall be safe." Though the nobleman had only a few retainers, they seemed quite capable. However, with their group consisting primarily of the elderly, women, and children, they would struggle against a larger band of robbers. The thought frightened Li Qingluo, yet she remained steadfast in protecting Madame Pei. She momentarily forgot that her grandmother had once been a formidable general on the battlefield. After a brief scuffle outside, silence fell abruptly. Madame Pei patted Li Qingluo's shoulder. "Good child, let us disembark and see what has transpired." Though her hands trembled, Li Qingluo gritted her teeth and helped Madame Pei carefully out of the carriage. Outside, the ground was littered with corpses. There were at least a dozen robbers. However, aside from one who was still being interrogated, the rest lay lifeless. In that instant, the last remaining robber's head was swiftly severed. The ones doing the killing were the nobleman and his companions, while Zhang Momo and the others had yet to stain their weapons with blood. Li Qingluo turned her head away, unwilling to witness further. Yet, as she turned, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of icy gaze. Those eyes, like venomous snakes, were dark and deep, gleaming with a chilling light, concealing an air of coldness and murderous intent. A shiver ran down her spine involuntarily. "How dare you offend the visage of His Royal Highness, the Prince of Serenity? I shall gouge out your eyes," shouted a nearby attendant, raising a hand to mimic the gesture of eye gouging and lunging toward Li Qingluo. Grandmother. Chapter 11. Paranoia and Ruthlessness. A killing spree. Madame Pei extended her hand and delivered a fierce blow, which was unexpectedly deflected. Li Qingluo anxiously grasped Madame Pei's arm, her eyes brimming with concern. To her astonishment, the noble figure before them was a prince. Fear gripped her heart, for she dreaded the thought of implicating her grandmother. Madame Pei shook her head, and the maidservants immediately gathered around her. "Madam, miss," they exclaimed, all harboring a sense of indignation, for Li Qingluo had not intended to offend. Had it not been for Madame Pei's timely intervention, Li Qingluo could have truly lost her eye. The atmosphere turned tense as the attendant, having received a slap from Madame Pei, rushed to the prince to falsely accuse her. "Your Highness, that wretched servant dared to offend you. I merely sought to teach her a lesson." Little did he know, it had invoked the old lady's ire. Duan Rongshi, however, paid no heed to the attendant's complaint. Casting a disdainful glance at Chuiyu behind him, he commanded, "Sever his hands." "Yes, Your Highness," Chuiyu replied. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Chuiyu had already unsheathed his curved blades. With a swift motion, the attendant's hands fell to the ground. Writhing in agony, the attendant cried out, "Your Highness, why?" "What?" Duan Rongshi's eyes were filled with disdain. Those hands of that servant could indeed prepare a few delectable dishes. If you were to pluck out her eyes, how could a blind woman fulfill the role of a cook? The attendant, unable to accept this fate, retorted bitterly, "I have served you day and night. Yet I am less than a mere cook?" His eyes then glinted with boundless resentment as he glared at the prince, cursing, "You lunatic!" with a tilt of his head. A needle shot forth from his mouth. Before the guards could react, Duan Rongshi merely leaned back slightly, skillfully catching the needle between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, the needle embedded itself in the attendant's eye. In an instant, the attendant let out a horrific scream as blood gushed from his 7 orifices, meeting a tragic end. Duan Rongshi offered no explanations to the pale-faced onlookers, simply nodding towards Madame Pei before turning his horse around to continue on his way. Madame Pei maintained her composure, pulling Li Qingluo along. "Let us proceed on our journey." Once back in the carriage, Madame Pei summoned Zhang Momo. "Why did these bandits appear so suspiciously? Did you hear their interrogation?" Zhang Momo glanced at Li Qingluo, noting her calm demeanor, and thought to herself, "Truly, the old lady's granddaughter possesses some courage, showing no signs of fear amidst the chaos." "Madam," she replied, "these bandits came specifically for us. They only mentioned that someone in the city paid them to act, but they did not know who it was. We could not extract any information, and the prince executed them on the spot. His methods are indeed ruthless." Li Qingluo clenched her fists, pondering the coincidence. Were they truly targeting them? "Grandmother, someone wishes for us not to return home." Madame Pei seemed to have reached the same conclusion, but chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It was clear she understood the implications, but did not wish to delve deeper into the matter with Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo reflected, yesterday, Li Kechuan learned they would descend the mountain into the city today, and now there is an ambush. He must have informed his entire family. So it could only be Li Kechuan, or Li Qingzhu. She suspected one of these two was undoubtedly involved. Is it possible they did not want to wait? Li Qingluo gripped her fists, feeling the pain as she pressed harder, oblivious to the injury. Madame Pei glanced at her and gently patted her hand before continuing. "It is rumored that the prince has a volatile temperament, prone to fits of rage, and today's encounter confirms it. Had we not fortuitously encountered him, we might have suffered greatly. Zhu'er, should you encounter this prince again, remember to keep your distance. Do you understand?" Li Qingluo bowed her head in response. "Yes, grandmother." She mused silently. What chance would I have to cross paths with him again? Little did she know, the nobleman residing in the small courtyard behind the Song Mountains was indeed the prince. The memory of his piercing gaze sent chills down her spine. In her previous life, she had heard of his reputation in the Li family courtyard, known for his erratic and violent nature, mercilessly taking lives. Moreover, the current emperor had always turned a blind eye to his son's madness, allowing him to act with impunity. Thus, nearly everyone in the court regarded this prince with both fear and disdain. Li Qingluo had learned of his infamy through an unintentional eavesdrop on a conversation between Li Kequan and his father, Li Qiaojing. Yet, she had not expected the prince to possess such an exquisite visage, appearing almost divine yet stained with the blood of countless victims. Turning her gaze back to Madame Pei, she implored, "Grandmother, I wish to ask for your assistance in a matter." Madame Pei, curious, urged her to continue. Li Qingluo articulated her request. "I would like you to arrange for someone to return to the city ahead of us, and to remain outside the general's residence without entering." Madame Pei, puzzled, inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Chapter 12. Oh no, the young lady has set herself on fire. Li Qingluo, "Grandmother, I cannot explain everything just yet, but I implore you to trust me. If nothing occurs, that would be ideal. However, if unforeseen events transpire, I would be grateful if you could keep an eye out for any peculiarities." Old Madame Pei gazed deeply at Li Qingluo, her eyes growing increasingly profound. Was this girl truly raised in the mountains? If she had indeed grown up in such isolation, how could she possess knowledge of the general's residence and foresee calamities? Nevertheless, in the face of old Madame Pei's probing gaze, Li Qingluo simply nodded slightly, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. Old Madame Pei acquiesced, instructing Granny Zhang to promptly arrange for personnel to be dispatched. At the Li family residence, before the general's manor, as the carriage approached slowly, the entire household was prepared to extend their greetings. However, one person was conspicuously absent, Li Qingzhu, the false daughter of the Li family, who still publicly proclaimed herself as the legitimate eldest daughter. Li Qiaojing frowned upon noticing that his daughter, usually cherished like a precious jewel, had yet to appear. He turned to his wife and whispered, "What is the matter with Zhu'er? If it were merely her sister returning, it would suffice, but knowing grandmother is back, how can she behave so petulantly?" Madame Chu, anxious to clarify, responded, "My dear, Zhu'er is not intentionally disrespecting her grandmother. Recently, she has been feeling uneasy about Xiao Qiao, burdened with guilt and deep thoughts, which is why she suddenly fell ill last night. Even now, she is still too dazed to rise." As she spoke, she discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. Li Kequan scoffed from the side, "What a troublesome spirit. If anything were to happen to Zhu'er, I would not forgive her." Li Qiaojing did not agree with his eldest son's words. "What nonsense are you spouting? Your sister has not even crossed the threshold of our home." Li Kequan retorted, "Yet she has already made Zhu'er ill before entering. If she is not a troublemaker, then who is? Father, if she conflicts with Zhu'er, I shall certainly drive her from our home." Madame Chu was taken aback by her son's aversion towards his own sister. She gently admonished, "Kequan, remember that Qiao Qiao is still your sister. Do not act in haste." At that moment, the carriage came to a gentle stop. Li Qingluo assisted old Madame Pei in disembarking. Li Qiaojing fixed a steady gaze upon his mother, his heart in turmoil. After a long pause, his eyes shifted to a thin, dark-skinned girl nearby. Was this his own flesh and blood? 2 months prior. Upon discovering the truth, both he and Madame Chu found it hard to accept. After all, to be informed that the daughter they had nurtured and cherished for over a decade was not their biological child, while their true offspring appeared in such a guise, was a bitter pill to swallow. As he beheld Li Qingluo's countenance, disappointment surged within him. Madame Chu felt no better, lamenting, "Heavens! No wonder Kequan harbors such disdain for Qiao Qiao. How could she be so plain and ordinary? Compared to Zhu'er, she is like a mere weed by the roadside. In fact, she wouldn't even be fit to serve in Zhu'er's courtyard." Madame Chu was utterly disheartened, her heart twisted with pain. Why was Zhu'er not her true daughter? She wished fervently that this entire affair had never come to pass. Li Qingluo observed their expressions and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. How had she failed to notice such blatant disappointment in her previous life? No, perhaps she had, but back then, her own insecurities and shame about her appearance led her to ignore their gazes. Yet, the visage she bore now was not a result of fate. Was it not the malicious intent of her biological grandmother that had caused this swap of lives? The Lu family's matriarch had exchanged their fates, subjecting Li Qingluo to the harshness of the world in place of Li Qingzhu. Had it not been for years of toil, serving the Lu family like a beast of burden, without ever tasting a full meal or enjoying a sound sleep, she would not have appeared in such a state. If Li Qingzhu had lived her intended life, she would not have been the pampered, exquisite beauty she was today. Li Qingluo concealed her cold laughter. waiting for Li Qiaojing and the others to approach old Madame Pei first. Son, greet your mother. Mother, you must have had a long and arduous journey. Your daughter-in-law, Madame Chu, greets you, mother, and welcomes you home. Grandson Li Kechuan pays his respects to grandmother. In her previous life, when Li Qingluo returned, only Li Qiaojing and Madame Chu had awaited her at the manor gates. Li Kechuan had never been present. Moreover, this time, all the servants had come out to offer their greetings, undoubtedly due to the turmoil surrounding old Madame Pei's return. Old Madame Pei merely nodded coldly, not sparing a glance at Li Qiaojing. A sense of disappointment enveloped him, and before he could speak again, old Madame Pei had already nudged Li Qingluo forward. Go, greet your true parents and family. Li Qingluo stepped forward slowly, saying, I have come to see father, mother, and elder brother. Madame Chu mustered a faint smile and took a half-step forward. Luo, is that the name your grandmother bestowed upon you? It is good that you have returned. Luo, you may call Kechuan elder brother. Before she could finish, a commotion erupted from within the inner courtyard. Li Qiaojing frowned, muttering under his breath. Go and check what is happening. Today is grandmother's return. It must not be noisy or chaotic. He then turned to old Madame Pei, inviting her. Mother, shall we resume our conversation inside? Yet before old Madame Pei could take a step, a flurry of distressed individuals rushed out from the inner courtyard. Master, madam, it is terrible. The young lady. She left a letter, and then she set herself on fire. Chapter 13. Dead. Why not you? Li Qingluo raised her gaze towards the sky above the general's residence. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from the backyard, flames illuminating the heavens. Li Qingzhu, you ultimately could not restrain yourself and have made this move. Li Kechuan's complexion changed drastically as he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Zhu'er. He then dashed madly through the door. Qingzhu felt darkness engulf her, and her maid hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to support her, frequently glancing at Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo stood rooted in place, quietly observing, her demeanor calm and collected. In her previous life, she would have immediately rushed to assist Qingzhu, but Qingzhu had disdainfully pushed her away then. It was evident she had already concluded that Li Qingzhu's self-immolation was inextricably linked to Li Qingluo's return. In this life, Li Qingluo would certainly not subject herself to such humiliation again. At this moment, Qingzhu was gripped by pain and urgency. She cast a deeply complex glance at Li Qingluo before hurriedly crying out and rushing into the estate. Zhu'er, you must not frighten your mother. Li Qiaojing's face was similarly ashen, and Li Qingluo observed his clenched fist trembling slightly. He turned to berate the stunned servants. What are you standing around for? Hurry and extinguish the flames. If anything happens to Zhu'er, I will hold you responsible. Without further regard for the presence of old Madame Pei, he hurriedly entered the estate, completely disregarding his recently returned daughter, Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo returned to old Madame Pei's side. Grandmother. Nurse Zhang muttered in discontent. Knowing that the old madam and the young lady were returning today, it is exceedingly improper not to come out to greet them. Yet here we have a self-immolation occurring at this very moment. Could it be a deliberate spectacle? Old Madame Pei appeared not to hear her. Her gaze fixed intensely on Li Qingluo, reflecting her thoughts. Had she indeed been given accurate information, leading to such an unexpected turn of events? Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a calculated move? Li Qingluo lowered her gaze, seemingly unperturbed by the attitudes of her father and brothers, nor her mother. Old Madame Pei took a deep breath, glancing sideways at Nurse Zhang, urging her to remain vigilant. Nurse Zhang nodded. This servant understands. Old Madame Pei took hold of Li Qingluo's hand. Come, let us also take a look. As in her previous life, the entire general's residence descended into chaos. Everyone was frantically trying to extinguish the flames, the air filled with cries and lamentations. Li Qingluo found herself once again immersed in this moment. But unlike her former life when she stood alone in a corner, bewildered and overlooked, now she was resolute, her posture straightened, quietly observing the inferno. Even if Li Qingzhu truly perished, this calamity had nothing to do with her. In this life, they would not succeed in dragging her back into the depths of despair. Supporting her grandmother, Li Qingluo awaited in silence. The fire proved relentless, raging for a full hour, destroying over a dozen interconnected houses belonging to the Li family before finally extinguishing the last ember. Qingzhu fainted several times from grief. Li Qiaojing paced anxiously, having already lost his temper multiple times, even calling upon the fire brigade from the city. Li Kechuan threw himself into the fray, desperately calling out Zhu'er through tears, exerting all his strength to rescue his beloved sister. However, The charred bodies lying on the ground delivered a devastating blow to all present. This is the eldest lady's bracelet. It was a gift from the eldest young master on the last birthday of the lady. A maid recognized the jewelry on one of the charred corpses. Collapsing to the ground in anguish, Li Qingluo stood in shock, staring blankly at the burnt remains, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Zhu'er, in utter despair, cried out again, "Zhu'er, my Zhu'er, why? Why has this happened?" Several matrons rushed to support her. Someone handed Li Qiaojing a letter left behind by Li Qingzhu. "Sir, please take a look. This is the young lady's farewell letter." Li Qiaojing trembled as he opened it, reading Li Qingzhu's poignant words of grievance and fear. Even the formidable general's eyes glistened with tears. Li Qingluo snatched the letter from him. "Father, mother, brother, please forgive Zhu'er for her unfilial and foolishness. Zhu'er has always felt guilty for taking my sister's life, for enjoying the wealth and comfort that should have belonged to her, for receiving the affection of father, mother, and brother. Zhu'er has always been restless and ashamed. Yet, Zhu'er has been very happy. To possess so much love is the greatest fortune of this life. But Zhu'er is truly frightened, terrified that when my sister returns, I will lose all of this. And that would bring me unbearable grief. Thus, it is better for Zhu'er to seek liberation first. In the future, with my sister before father and mother. Enjoy before brother, surely you will not grieve so deeply for Zhu'er's departure." As Li Qingluo read on, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Eldest young master. Chuaner." Another wave of chaos ensued. Zhu'er, gazing at the charred body, pounded her chest, her eyes swollen from crying. "Zhu'er, you are my precious child. Though not born of my flesh, I have always cherished you as my own. Even with other sisters, I have held you above all. In these recent days, I have neglected you, and that is my fault. But how could you punish your mother this way? Zhu'er, my Zhu'er, you have taken half of my life." Her heart-wrenching cries resonated with every soul present, and the servants bowed their heads, weeping softly, each one feeling the weight of the tragedy. Except for old Madame Pei and Li Qingluo, who stood to the side, observing the scene with an air of indifference, their expressions cold and unfeeling, utterly out of place. Li Qiaojing turned and, with piercing accuracy, locked his gaze on Li Qingluo amidst the crowd. Li Qingluo met his stare without flinching, her eyes betraying no trepidation. The calmness and clarity within her surprised Li Qiaojing. Li Qingluo clenched his fists and staggered toward Li Qingluo. As she watched him approach, she noted the hand he raised. Perhaps due to the presence of her grandmother, that slap ultimately did not descend upon her as it had in her previous life. Yet, she remembered vividly how. Upon hearing of Li Qingzhu's death in her past life, Li Qingluo had rushed back and struck her to the ground. In this life, he could only glare at her in rage, spitting out the venomous words, "Dead? Why not you?" Li Qingluo replied coolly, "Why must it be me who dies?" Chapter 14. The Discovery of Fake Death? At long last, she uttered those words, regardless of whether Li Qingzhu truly feigned her demise. What relevance does it bear to Li Qingluo? Did she, Li Qingluo, take her life? Did she personally bring about her own death? Throughout the years, Li Qingluo had never sought to end her own life. Why should she sacrifice her existence for the devious schemes of Li Qingzhu? The myriad grievances and resentments surged within her, reddening her eyes in that moment. She fixed her gaze upon Li Qingluo, maintaining a chilling calm that rendered him a volatile maniac. Li Qingluo's veins bulged, as if they might burst. "You!" Madame Pei slapped Li Qingluo across the face with a resounding crack. "Beast! Step back." Although Madame Pei had practiced martial arts since childhood, even in her old age, that slap was enough to incapacitate Li Qingluo. Blood soon trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he stared at the crimson stain in shock. Madame Pei glared at him with an intensity that conveyed her disappointment. If she wishes to take her own life, that is her affair. What does it have to do with your sister? If you intend to blame that illegitimate child's death on Zhu'er, must you also implicate me? Had I not uncovered that child's true lineage, had I not brought Zhu'er back home today, would your precious sister have resorted to such measures? If she desires to die, it is her own folly. But to lash out at the innocent and drag others into this turmoil is absurd. In any case, your family has never been short of those who despise me. With a cold huff, Madame Pei took Li Qingluo by the arm and turned to leave. Li Qiaojing, finally coming to his senses, hurried after them, exclaiming, "Mother! Mother!" He didn't mean it. He was merely overwhelmed with emotion and acted rashly. Madame Pei, in irritation, retorted, "Do not follow me. I wish to see none of you today." Li Qiaojing could only watch as Madame Pei and Li Qingluo departed decisively. With the death of Li Qingzhu, the entire general's residence was engulfed in wails of mourning. Residing in Jingxi Hall, Madame Pei found the cacophony exasperating. She instructed Granny Zhang to inform everyone that if they wished to weep, they should do so far from the premises, or else face the family's discipline. Soon, tranquility descended upon the surroundings. Madame Pei inquired of Granny Zhang, "What is Luo up to?" Granny Zhang replied, "The young lady remains composed, diligently practicing her calligraphy in her chamber." Madame Pei nodded thoughtfully. This girl feigns patience, yet harbors her own schemes. However, can she be blamed? Had I not returned with her, would she not have been consumed by the household? Granny Zhang sighed. "Madam, the general and his family are rather foolish. That Miss Zhu, though raised by our side and indeed cherished, has been excessively indulged. How could she recklessly choose self-immolation, especially on a day like today? Is she not inviting outsiders to believe that our young lady drove her to despair? Furthermore, you, madam, would unjustly bear the reputation of having driven your granddaughter to her death." Madame Pei responded, "I am old. What does it matter if I am labeled as such? But Luo is merely 16. If the rumor of her causing her sister's demise spreads, how could she endure the rest of her life?" She then recalled that the Zhou family of Zhangaihu had previously arranged a marriage with the Li family. Granny Zhang admitted ignorance and mentioned she would inquire further. Madame Pei sighed again, contemplating Li Qingluo. This girl seems to have foreseen today's events. Her indifference towards her parents and brother, coupled with her calm acceptance, is perplexing. What could she possibly be thinking? Granny Zhang found herself equally confounded by Li Qingluo. Initially, she perceived the girl as genuinely naive and simple-minded. Yet now, she increasingly believed that the girl was merely playing the role of a fool to deceive the cunning. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered. "Madam, I have urgent news." This was Granny Deng, the one Madame Pei had previously dispatched to keep watch over the general's residence. Could it be that Li Qingzhu's self-immolation held peculiarities? Madame Pei felt a sudden pang of urgency and instructed Granny Zhang to summon Li Qingluo. When Li Qingluo arrived, she composedly tidied her desk before proceeding to Madame Pei's chamber. "Grandmother," she greeted, and Madame Pei urged her to sit quickly. Granny Deng, awaiting her turn, finally shared. "After the fire broke out in the general's residence, I happened to be hiding nearby, and I witnessed a maid, veiled and fanning her face, leaving through the back gate under the cover of several guards. I thought it odd. What maid would have guards? What was their purpose? Their furtive behavior, especially during the fire, suggested something was amiss. So I followed them. Can you guess where I traced them to, madam?" Madame Pei, growing impatient, snapped, "Just say it." Granny Deng, not daring to prolong the suspense, continued, "To a residence by the Qinhuai River. I have not been to Jinling in years, so I am unaware of which family owns that house. However, once the maid entered, she did not emerge again. I nearly got caught, so I had to circle several times before I dared return." Madame Pei waved her hand, dismissing Granny Deng, but warned her to ensure that no one else learned of this matter. Once alone, Madame Pei turned eagerly to Li Qingluo. "Do you know something, Luoer?" Li Qingluo replied, "Grandmother, I merely suspect that there may be unforeseen events awaiting me. It seems my predictions were indeed accurate." Madame Pei recognized that Li Qingluo was withholding the truth. She gritted her teeth in frustration. "Are you truly going to keep secrets from your grandmother? I have aided you, and this is how you repay me?" Chapter 15. False Self-Immolation or True Death Escape. Li Qingluo found herself at a loss for explanation. Was she truly reborn? Had she experienced death, thus gaining insight into Li Qingzhu's schemes? The steps she took today, using her grandmother's people, were not solely to ensure a strong witness when exposing Li Qingzhu in the future. It was also because she had no one else to rely on. The matter of her rebirth was something she could never disclose to anyone in the world, as it was too bizarre and supernatural. Therefore, faced with her grandmother's precarious trust, Li Qingluo turned and slowly knelt before old Madame Pei. She could only say, "Grandmother, earlier when we were ambushed by bandits, I harbored suspicions. Allow me to be honest with you. I suspect it was my elder brother's doing." Old Madame Pei remained silent, evidently sharing the same suspicion in her heart. Li Qingluo continued, "From the moment my brother had not yet met me, he had already developed a dislike for me due to his preconceived notions about Li Qingzhu. He must have felt that my appearance and demeanor were utterly unworthy of being a daughter of the Li family, his sister, and thus wished to destroy me outright." Old Madame Pei replied, "Perhaps there is some misunderstanding in this matter?" Although she did not think highly of Li Kequan's demeanor and temperament, he was still the only legitimate heir of the Li family, sharing their bloodline. Hence, she did not wish for the brother and sister to turn into bitter enemies. Li Qingluo echoed old Madame Pei's words. Indeed, what if my brother is also being misled? I truly do not wish to regard him as so malicious. Thus, I wanted someone to keep watch over the general's residence to uncover any clues. Moreover, since the bandits did not succeed, I pondered whether the instigator might take further action. Who would have thought it would lead to Li Qingzhu's self-immolation? Old Madame Pei was not entirely convinced by Li Qingluo's words. However, apart from this explanation, she could not articulate her own thoughts. Could it be that she truly possessed the gift of foresight? Perhaps all of this was mere coincidence. It was possible that her meticulousness had led to the chance encounter with the matter at the back corner gate. Old Madame Pei urged Li Qingluo to elaborate on her thoughts regarding the back corner gate incident. Li Qingluo replied, "The maid's identity is suspicious, thus requiring covert investigation. As for the rest, I cannot say much at present, nor do I dare to speculate carelessly." Old Madame Pei nodded, casting a profound glance at Li Qingluo. "You have never lived in the inner residence, yet you are not foolish. I will have someone continue to investigate this matter. You need not concern yourself further." After Li Qingluo departed, old Madame Pei asked Mama Zhang to share her thoughts on the situation. Mama Zhang said, "Old Madam, may I be so bold as to speak?" Old Madame Pei replied, "Speak freely. No punishment shall befall you." Mama Zhang continued, "Do you think that maid might be that illegitimate child?" Old Madame Pei shot a sideways glance at Mama Zhang, as if to say, "You dare to think such a thing?" Mama Zhang wiped the sweat from her forehead and chuckled. "You said no punishment would befall me." Old Madame Pei urged, "Then continue." Mama Zhang remarked, "I am merely speculating. Did not Mama Deng say that she was escorted by several guards, and her face was concealed under 2 layers? Such a pretentious act is hardly convincing. Could there be anything more unsightly in this household than her? Furthermore, I do not believe she could commit such a resolute act as self-immolation. If she truly wished to die, would it not be simpler to hang herself? Burning to death must be agonizing. Yet, only through burning, rendering oneself unrecognizable, could one conceal their identity." Old Madame Pei responded, "If that is the case, it is too unfathomable. What could be her motive if she truly faked her death?" Mama Zhang replied, "What else could it be? To make our legitimate daughter the target of the family's hatred. Today, you saw it yourself. The general, the madam, and the eldest son all looked at the girl with eyes full of loathing, as if they wished to devour her whole. Clearly, they all harbor animosity." A glimmer of malice flickered in old Madame Pei's eyes. If that is the case, the intentions of that illegitimate child are exceedingly malicious. Mama Zhang sighed, "Poor our girl, caught in such a venomous scheme, truly ensnared in a quagmire. The days ahead in this household." Old Madame Pei interjected, "What of it? Now that I have returned, can they truly flay her alive? In my view, if someone desires to pit family members against one another, they must not be as cunning as that treacherous person. If Zhu'er is wise, she should strive to win over her parents' and elder brothers' hearts, fostering familial harmony, and make that illegitimate child regret her past actions." Mama Zhang nodded in agreement, though internally she mused, "Old Madam, you know full well the hearts of this family are as hard as stone, their minds as dense as wood. Otherwise, you would not have been driven to despair and left for the Qingzhu temple for 30 years. Old Madame Pei sighed softly once more. "Yet, these are merely our conjectures. The maid's true identity and whether Li Qingzhu is genuinely dead have yet to be conclusively determined." Mama Zhang concurred, "You speak wisely, old madam. These are merely my wild guesses. I dare not speak a word of this to anyone else. If the general hears it, I would fear for my own skin." Old Madame Pei instructed, "Have Mama Deng continue to monitor that residence, ascertain whose household it belongs to, and determine the identities of those guards, whether they belong to the general's residence or that household." Mama Zhang complied and hurried off to carry out the task. Upon returning to her room, Li Qingluo sat down and took a sip of water, reflecting on the events of the day. Li Qingzhu had indeed chosen a most opportune moment to escape through the back corner gate. Today, with her grandmother's return, nearly all the servants of the Li family had gathered in the front courtyard to greet them, leaving only a few occupied within the residence. Li Qingzhu's plan must have been in the works for quite some time, allowing her to evade the remaining watchful eyes and successfully slip away. The one who died in her stead was her devoted maid, Zhu'er, who had served her for over a decade. The guards who assisted in her departure were undoubtedly sent by Prince Yun. It was clear that Li Qingzhu had long been in covert collusion with Prince Yun. Whether their relationship was of a romantic nature or purely one of mutual benefit remained uncertain. Furthermore, it was evident that within the Li family, at least one person had conspired with Li Qingzhu to facilitate this entire affair. Who could that person be? Chapter 16. Will Li Qingluo be strangled to death? Regardless of who this person may be, they must be dragged out first. In her previous life, after Li Qingluo's demise, she overheard Li Qingzhu lamenting that she had felt a pang of regret when the great fire erupted. She had intended to flee but was overwhelmed by the smoke and collapsed at the foot of the wall. When she awoke, she discovered that the entire Li family had already accepted her death. Consumed by guilt and shame, she had attempted to vanish into the vastness of the world, only to be fortuitously rescued by Prince Yin due to her injuries. Li Qingluo let out a cold smile. Such words would suffice to deceive the Li family. Who among them, possessing any semblance of intelligence, would believe it? Now, with her grandmother as a witness, should Li Qingzhu dare to re-emerge with this narrative, she would be met with a resounding slap of reality. However, in this lifetime, Li Qingluo would not remain passive. She was determined to unveil the truth behind Li Qingzhu's feigned death. As twilight descended, Li Qingluo took refuge in her grandmother's small courtyard. Unlike her previous life, where she was left to languish in a remote, damp hovel, this night marked her return to the general's residence, where she finally enjoyed a hearty meal and snuggled under a soft quilt, drifting into a comfortable slumber. The next day, Li Qingluo awoke amidst the clamor. Although the Li family mourned deeply for Li Qingzhu and were reluctant to accept the truth, they had no choice but to confront reality and hastily arranged for the funeral. Despite their profound grief, the funeral proceedings were swiftly set in motion. Thus, the household was adorned in white, and all the servants donned plain garments, tied with white sashes. Li Qingluo too received a set of mourning attire. Zhu'er entered, her expression fraught with difficulty, and informed Li Qingluo, "Mississippi, it is the eldest young master. He is waiting in the courtyard for you to come out." Li Qingluo acknowledged, "I understand. You go wait outside." As Zhu'er stepped outside, Li Qingluo rose. She would certainly not don the mourning attire provided by the Li family. It was a pure white hemp mourning robe. And what right did Li Qingzhu have to expect her to don it in her honor? In her previous life, she had already mourned for Li Qingzhu, kneeling before her spirit for a full 7 days, subsisting only on water to survive, without a single grain of rice. Meanwhile, her biological parents showed no sign of concern for her plight. Now, they appeared utterly lost, as if their souls had been snatched away by Li Qingzhu's death. Li Kequan, in particular, was gravely affected, with his appearance deteriorating alarmingly. Even if Li Qingzhu had been toying with them, and later returned from the dead, they had only felt overwhelming joy at her revival, never once blaming her. In this lifetime, Li Qingluo held no expectations. If they wished to continue tormenting her to reconcile their grief over losing Li Qingzhu, they were sorely mistaken, let alone the fact that Li Qingzhu had not truly perished. Even if she had, it was utterly impossible. Li Qingluo swiftly changed into her own clothing. Her garments were simple and unadorned, thus even in her own attire, she would not attract any criticism during this period of mourning. As she prepared to step outside, she heard Zhu'er anxiously calling from the door, "Eldest young master. Our young lady is still getting ready." Eldest young master. Zhu'er's cry was filled with dread, prompting Li Qingluo to open the door immediately. Li Kequan stood there, foot poised to kick the door down, but upon seeing Li Qingluo, he paused. Zhu'er fell to the ground, her face pale with concern as she looked at Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo nodded to her. "I am fine. You may leave." Zhu'er attempted to rise and call for help, but was intercepted by Li Kequan's men. "If you wish for this wretched servant to inform your grandmother, I advise you not to waste your efforts today. Your grandmother is not in the residence. Today, no one will come to your aid." Li Kequan's eyes glinted with malice as he advanced step by step toward Li Qingluo's room. Li Qingluo furrowed her brow. No wonder he dared to cause a ruckus so early. He was relying on the absence of their grandmother. To claim that she was unafraid would be an outright lie. The disparity of strength between men and women was stark, and as a martial artist, Li Kequan could easily strangle her with a single hand. Moreover, given her past, he must harbor an even deeper hatred for her now. At this moment, it was too late to shut the door. Li Qingluo had no choice but to flee toward the exit. However, as she stepped out, Li Kequan seized her by the neck and forcefully slammed her against the door. The resounding crash echoed as Li Qingluo's head struck the door, triggering a flood of painful memories from her previous life. She grimaced in agony, her lips trembling. Yet she remained silent. Li Kequan looked down, tightening his grip around her throat, cutting off her breath, while his gaze filled with loathing as he spat. "Why do you refuse to wear the hemp mourning robe I provided? What grievances do you harbor against Zhu'er? She is already dead, What more do you desire? Is it not your duty to guard her spirit, to kneel and burn paper offerings in her memory? Zhu'er is dead, yet you continue to live. You wish to enjoy wealth and comfort in the General's residence, to usurp our affection for her? Dream on. In this lifetime, you are unworthy. You should be Li Qingluo. You should never have returned. You are the reason for her demise. Had you not returned, she would not have been so afraid of losing us. As the murderous intent surged in Li Qingluo's eyes, he resembled a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. And at that moment, Li Qingluo was merely a quarry beneath his claws. Just as he was about to strangle Li Qingluo to death, his movements suddenly froze. Li Qingluo was taken aback. He looked down to find a pair of scissors pressed against his abdomen. Chapter 17. Come and take my life. In the midst of his astonishment, before he could react, the scissors had already risen and fallen with Li Qingluo's hand. The moment Li Qingluo released his grip and leaned back, his other hand swiftly shot up to block, but the scissors pierced through his sleeve and into his arm. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining his white robe and splattering the ground. Do you wish to kill me? In the throes of astonished rage, Li Qingluo found himself momentarily paralyzed. Unable to act or respond, for he could scarcely believe that the lowly Li Qingluo would dare to stab him. Li Qingluo, gazing at the bloodstains on the blade, retreated step by step. Had she not been cautious enough to conceal the scissors in her sleeve while dressing, she might have met her end at his hands. Having narrowly escaped death, Li Qingluo suppressed the intense discomfort within her, breathing heavily. She clutched her reddened neck, coldly retorting, "What? Is it permissible for you to wish for my death while I am not allowed to strike back? Li Qingluo, if you were so reluctant to part with Li Qingzhu's death, why not go and join her in death? Perhaps she is still waiting for you in the underworld." Li Qingluo fixed her piercing gaze on Li Qingluo as she spoke those words. Her eyes shone with a deep, luminous hatred that even Li Qingluo could not overlook. How could she harbor such hatred for him? How dare she? Who did she think she was? Before he could retort, Li Qingluo extended his bloodied hand, attempting to seize Li Qingluo once more. However, this time she was prepared. She deftly bent down and darted toward the window, nimbly climbing out. Growing up in the mountains and toiling in the fields had endowed her with reflexes and stamina unlike the delicate young ladies raised in the boudoir. Seeing her swift movement, Li Qingluo paused momentarily, then scornfully thought to himself, such a crude individual. She possesses none of the elegance of a noble woman. Rather than allow her to live and bring disgrace to the Li family in the future, it would be better to end her life now in retribution for Zhu'er. With a fierce resolve, Li Qingluo followed suit, his body brimming with murderous intent. Hearing the commotion, several maids from the quiet compassion hall hurried over. Upon spotting the scissors in Li Qingluo's hand, stained with blood, they gasped in shock. Heavens! What has happened to the young lady? Where did this blood come from? Immediately after, Li Qingluo burst forth from Li Qingluo's room. The large bruise on his arm left no room for misunderstanding among the maids. Young lady, you must be out of your mind. That is the legitimate son of the Li family. Li Qingluo hastily defended herself. Maidens, I acted in self-defense. Li Qingluo has gone mad. Please help me restrain him. Sure enough, Li Qingluo reached out to grab Li Qingluo, completely disregarding the maids. He believed them to be mere servants, thinking that his own attendants could easily handle them. To him, Li Qingluo was but a possession. However, when the maids not only shielded Li Qingluo but also brought down Li Qingluo's men, his expression shifted drastically. It was clear that the grandmothers of the Pei family had trained their maids well. Li Qingluo was forced to swallow his anger, clenching his bleeding arm. He coldly curled his lips into a smirk directed at Li Qingluo. I will not lay a hand on your grandmother's maids, but as for you, your fate is sealed. Li Qingluo met his gaze with an impassive expression. If you have the ability, come and take my life. After all, I possess nothing but this life. For the rest of her days, she would fight to ensure that they, particularly Li Qingluo, would regret their actions today to the depths of their being. With a heavy, cold snort, Li Qingluo strode away, leaving Li Qingluo drenched in sweat. Several maids supported her back to her room. Young lady, are you injured? The old matriarch instructed us to guard the estate and watch over you, but we never expected the eldest young master would cause such a ruckus. They feared the Pei matriarch would punish them upon learning of the incident, and they could hardly fathom the extent of Li Qingluo's madness over Li Qingzhu. Li Qingluo understood that this matter was not their fault, and in the end, they had indeed saved her. It is not your concern. I shall explain everything to my grandmother. By the way, where has she gone? The maid replied. The old matriarch received a letter and left the general's residence at the break of dawn. All right, I understand. Thank you, maids. She knew she could not rely on her grandmother forever. She needed to strengthen herself to pursue her goals, revenge, uncover the truth behind Li Qingzhu's feigned death, and sever ties with the Li family entirely. Yet, achieving these ambitions was far from easy. Before the Pei matriarch's return, someone from the main courtyard arrived first. Second young lady, the master and mistress request your presence in the front courtyard. Please come with us. The steward's expression was impassive as he gestured, but the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Li Qingluo had anticipated this outcome. Li Qichuan was the legitimate son of the Li family, and since she had wounded him, she could not escape the repercussions. She made no attempt to conceal the wounds on her neck. Lead the way. Neither Zhu'er nor the maids were permitted to accompany her. So Li Qingluo followed the steward alone, winding through the estate for what felt like an eternity before arriving at the main hall. Li Qingzhu's coffin lay in the side hall, but even from the front courtyard, Li Qingluo could see the overwhelming presence of white soul-guiding banners, white draperies, and a floor strewn with fluttering white paper money. Countless maids and servants clad in mourning attire knelt before the spirit tablet, weeping and continuously burning paper offerings and incense. In the main hall, Li Qiaojing and Chu Shi sat together. Chu Shi's eyes were swollen, resembling walnuts, while Li Qiaojing seemed to have aged several years overnight. Upon her entrance, Li Qiaojing commanded her to kneel. His authoritative gaze was unyielding and brooked no dissent. Li Qingluo knew that if she did not comply, as the head of the family, Li Qiaojing had ample means to force her to kneel. There was no need for her to seek unnecessary suffering. So she obediently sank to her knees. Li Qiaojing had expected her to be rebellious, yet at this moment, she was surprisingly compliant. However, the thought that the chaos in the general's residence today stemmed from her actions darkened his expression with a flash of malice. You wretched creature. Do you truly lack a heart? Your brother merely invited you to pay respects to Zhu'er with a stick of incense. If you were unwilling, that would suffice. But why must you harm him? Chu Shi lamented. I do not know what thoughts lie within your heart, but Zhu'er has been by my side since childhood. She is my precious child. She has served you, fulfilling her filial duties before your parents. You, with a heart of stone, ought to at least offer her a stick of incense and burn a few paper offerings. No? My poor Zhu'er, I truly wish you were the one who fell from me. Li Qingluo forced a bitter smile, tugging at the corners of her mouth. She had thought she had long since ceased to care. Yet at this moment, her heart felt as if it were being pricked by countless needles, throbbing painfully. Let this be the last time. She resolved, the last time I endure such humiliation. Li Qingluo brushed aside her braid and lifted her head, exposing the bruises and swelling on her neck. Father, mother, I am not a remorseless fratricide. However, if I do not rise to resist, this general's residence may soon require another coffin. Her voice conveyed no trace of grievance or bitterness, yet Li Qiaojing and Chu Shi were momentarily speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could Zhu'er be so violent? The words of defense lingered on Chu's lips, yet they remained unspoken. The sight of the wound on Li Qing's neck was simply too harrowing to bear. Chapter 18. Nearly choked to death by my brother? The imprints of 5 fingers were evident, unmistakably not a mere act of deceit. Moreover, the purplish bruises nearly enveloped her entire neck. One could easily envision that her neck had been firmly grasped by someone, and had she not resisted, her life would surely have been in peril. However, Chu Shi did not believe that Li Qichuan would truly resort to such cruelty. Thus, she spoke up to clarify. Have you perhaps misunderstood your brother? He has been deeply saddened these past few days, and must have only intended to teach you a lesson. After all, it was because of Zhu'er that. Chu Shi could not continue, as tears began to stream down her face once more. Li Qiaojing glanced at his wife, then at Li Qingluo, and the fierce expression in his eyes gradually diminished by half. Being a martial artist, how could he not discern the authenticity of such injuries? With just one look, his countenance darkened further. Nevertheless, he refrained from speaking, merely clenching his fists, evidently believing that Li Qingluo deserved all of this. Li Qingluo harbored a cold laugh in her heart. She had never intended for them to seek justice on her behalf. She simply stated the facts. Today, what my brother has done was witnessed by several matrons in Jingxi Hall. I assure you, I would not fabricate any tale. I am also aware that due to Sister Zhu'er's incident, everyone in the family is heartbroken. Thus, when my brother and I had a disagreement leading to conflict, I do not blame him. I recognize that I cannot compare to Sister Zhu'er. It is merely the cruel twist of fate that allowed her to be cherished by our parents, and while I envy her greatly, I understand it is not her fault. Now that she has departed, I am filled with sorrow, wishing I could take her place. Moreover, I truly regret that if my brother had been seriously harmed, my life would never suffice to atone for it. Saying this, Li Qingluo lowered her head and began to sob softly, occasionally wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. Therefore, Li Kechuan should best not trouble her over such minor injuries. She, as a sister, could remain so magnanimous, appearing considerate and forgiving. Did he, as an elder brother, intend to cling to this matter relentlessly? Li Zhaojing understood the implication of Li Qingluo's words. He instructed someone to investigate the matter, and upon confirmation that Li Kechuan had indeed acted first in a fit of rage, he suppressed his anger and addressed the still kneeling Li Qingluo. If that is the case, let this matter rest here. No one is to mention it again. Do you agree? Li Qingluo immediately bowed her head, appearing obedient. Yes, I shall heed my father's words. However, in her heart, this matter was far from over. She was merely biding her time, waiting for a more opportune moment to act. Li Zhaojing took a deep breath, stating, in the coming days, we must prepare for Zhu'er's funeral. We have no heart to welcome you. For now, it would be best if you remain indoors. You may leave. With her head bowed, Li Qingluo quickly vanished from the hall. Zhu'er, puzzled, asked her husband, did we not agree to let her kneel before Zhu'er's spirit? To show that we are not biased, and that our deepest concern lies with her? Li Zhaojing scolded softly, foolish, with her neck in such a state. What will the mourners think of our family? That girl, Kechuan merely struck her lightly, and she dares to retaliate with a knife? Furthermore, she even went to Qingzhu Temple to bring our mother back for support. Do you truly believe she is a simpleton? Zhu'er was taken aback. She had not considered much, thinking that perhaps their mother merely wished to come down from the mountain. Could it be that this girl managed to persuade her mother solely by her own efforts? Why had their mother descended from the mountain, and for what purpose? Li Zhaojing furrowed his brow, unable to provide an answer. Zhu'er hesitated before continuing. I have heard that the Tianfeng trading company that our mother oversees. Li Zhaojing cut her off, forbidding further mention of it. Zhu'er, however, wore a look of grievance. Husband, it is not my intent to bring it up, but the Tianfeng trading company is now the third wealthiest in all of Daliang, reportedly even more prosperous than the national treasury. Our mother has but one child. Would she not consider you after 100 years? For years, we have visited Qingzhu Temple, yet our mother has never met with us. When Kechuan returned saying that she intended to come down, I was skeptical, yet it has proven true. Though you and our mother have grown distant over these years, if we serve her well during this time, perhaps she will be pleased. Li Zhaojing, unwilling to hear more, interrupted her once again. I have said, do not bring this up. My relationship with my mother is not as you imagine. The good fortune you believe will not fall upon me. After 30 years apart, the mother I remember has transformed from a fiery woman into a stern elder. Li Zhaojing felt a tumult of emotions within him. Furthermore, he had never truly interacted peacefully with his mother. Now, to approach her for the sake of money placed him in a difficult position. It was hard to fathom that. At his age, he still had to contemplate how to deal with his mother. To avoid further conflict with the elder Mrs. Pei, Li Zhaojing decided to send Li Qingluo away. Zhu'er had met a tragic end, but it was unjust to vent all his rage upon Luo'er. Nevertheless, out of sight, out of mind, she best keep herself hidden. Otherwise, should any similar incidents occur again, he would no longer spare her for his mother's sake. Upon returning to Jingxi Hall, Li Qingluo learned that Zhu'er had been taken away by Li Kechuan's men. Today, Zhu'er had protected her, and it was likely that she would not fare well in Li Kechuan's hands. In her previous life, she had completely lost track of Zhu'er. In this life, she must ensure Zhu'er's safety at all costs. Li Qingluo could only anxiously await in her room, and when darkness fell, she finally saw the return of the elder Mrs. Pei. Knowing that Li Kechuan had caused a ruckus that morning, she was naturally furious. Is he even human? How could he lay hands on his own sister? What on earth does he intend to do? For that little bastard, is he willing to risk a life? Chapter 19. The grandmother's decision. No funeral if not done properly. Several matrons knelt silently in the corridor. Li Qingluo was among them, her neck bearing a shocking scar that pained old Madame Pei to see. She displayed a remarkable courage, daring to confront her brother with scissors, demonstrating a certain audacity. Luo'er, please rise. You are truly not at fault in this matter. Zhang matron stepped forward to assist Li Qingluo, yet she refused to stand. She looked up, her face filled with anxiety as she addressed old Madame Pei, articulating her heartfelt plea. Grandmother, although Zhu'er is not my maid, she has taken care of me for several days. Today, She suffers due to the anger directed at me by the eldest son, though she once served my mother. She is merely a third-rate maid, and naturally, her life holds little value to others. I implore you, grandmother, to help me save her life. Li Qingluo's sincere desire to protect a maid moved Zhang Matron and the others. In this world, could there still be a master willing to kneel and plead for the life of a seemingly insignificant servant? Their relationship had only spanned a few days, so the depth of their affection was minimal. This exemplified Li Qingluo's deep sense of loyalty and obligation. Everyone's eyes glistened with tears as they awaited old Madame Pei's decision. Yet, old Madame Pei was not one to be heartless. She had always valued loyalty and affection above all else. She instructed Zhang Matron to help Li Qingluo to her feet, and then commanded another matron to take her token to Li Kechuan's courtyard to bring Zhu'er back. Rest assured, although your father wishes to drop this matter, I will ensure justice for you. Old Madame Pei was determined to support Li Qingluo. Besides Li Kechuan's cruel actions, his audacity to create chaos in her courtyard was a blatant affront to her authority as a grandmother, which filled her with indignation. Is this family truly so lacking in respect for me? Old Madame Pei declared firmly, stating that if Li Kechuan did not take a stand today, there would be no reason to hold Li Qingzhu's funeral. Upon hearing this, though the entire household was outraged, they had no choice but to relent. Li Qingzhu was the jewel of the entire general's residence, but in old Madame Pei's eyes, she was merely an illegitimate child. Although she had just returned and had not managed the household for 30 years, it was clear that Li Qiaoying and his wife could not defy the principles of filial piety and familial duty. Thus, they had to compel Li Kechuan to yield. That evening, Zhu'er was returned to Jingxi Hall. Though she bore some superficial injuries, fortunately, her life was not in peril. Moreover, Chu's family seemingly wished to express some sincerity by sending Zhu'er's contract along with her. Madame said that due to the recent chaos in the household, she has been unable to attend to the second young lady's matters, and thus requests the old madam to assist in settling things. This was accompanied by 2 pieces of fabric and some jewelry, which had long been prepared as gifts for the second young lady. The messenger from Chu's family hastily departed, leaving behind 2 pieces of drab fabric that even old Madame Pei found unworthy, along with a small box. Upon opening the box, old Madame Pei discovered only 2 or 3 pieces of jewelry, their outdated designs revealing their lack of value. Her expression turned frigid. Even if it were to appease a beggar, this is utterly disgraceful. Zhang Matron muttered beside her. Old Madame Pei snorted, casting aside the items she had been inspecting. What an ignorant fool. Does the general's residence lack such trifles? This is her own flesh and blood. After over a decade of neglect, this is all she prepared? Truly shameful. Old Madame Pei intended to discard the items, but Li Qingluo stopped her. Grandmother, there is no need to be embarrassed. These are the finest things I have ever seen. Li Qingluo spoke truthfully. In the Lu household, she wore tattered clothing, her garments patched and worn. Throughout the harsh winters and scorching summers, she had only those 2 outfits, always yearning for a proper set of seasonal attire. The 2 simple, clean outfits she currently wore were the best she had ever received, prepared by Zhang Matron for her. Zhang Matron had initially thought that traveling simply would draw less attention, yet they had delayed so long that she had not been able to provide Li Qingluo with a new outfit. Old Madame Pei, observing this, felt a pang of sadness. However, she realized that allowing this situation to continue would not benefit her. If the girl were to harbor resentment toward her parents, it would serve no purpose. Your parents are likely still in mourning over Li Qingzhu's tragic death, so do not blame them. Once your mother has grieved, she will surely remember you and cherish you. You are her only biological daughter. Li Qingluo nodded in response, yet her heart remained untouched by these words. Grandmother, that will not happen. Even if I were to perish, my father, mother, and brother would not mourn for me, let alone spare me a glance. The indifference I face now was something I had long anticipated and endured. In this life, at least I have Jingxi Hall to shield me from the storm. As for the suffering of my past life, it is better left unspoken. Li Kechuan, perhaps fearing that old Madame Pei would indeed obstruct Li Qingzhu's funeral and disrupt the peace of his beloved sister, begrudgingly presented some items as compensation for Li Qingluo. His offerings were notably superior to Chu's. He presented a box of pearls of somewhat inferior quality. Even for facial application, they were subpar. Zhang Matron sighed, recognizing that the entire family was merely going through the motions. Her gaze toward Li Qingluo filled with pity. Yet, Li Qingluo did not take offense. In her previous life, she had not even received such offerings. Thus, in this life, It marked a commendable beginning. Moreover, these items would serve her purpose. After expressing her gratitude to old Madame Pei and Zhang Matron, Li Qingluo returned to her room with the items. Once she left, old Madame Pei instructed Zhang Matron to procure some vibrant, youthful fabrics, hairpins, and jewelry favored by the young ladies of Jinling City. Also, make sure to visit the fragrant pavilion tomorrow to purchase some snow skin pills and frost skin ointment and send them to her. Chapter 20. Disguised as a man to earn money, Madame Zhang was taken aback. Madam, the snow skin pills and frost skin ointment are revered treasures for achieving a fair complexion. It is said that even one of them sells for no less than 200 taels of silver at the fragrant pavilion. How many do you intend to purchase for the young lady? Old Madame Pei replied, given her dark and coarse skin, to nurture it properly, we might need to buy at least 10 boxes of each. Madame Zhang swallowed hard. Although the old lady had wealth, she had never been so extravagant in her expenditures. Even for herself, she had never been so lavish. It seemed that this time, old Madame truly cared for the girl. There might be even greater fortunes in store for her in the future. It must be noted that old Madame had her own storeroom, though regrettably, it was not here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to venture into the city tomorrow to procure supplies. They could simply select a couple of items from her collection, which would be the most exquisite in all of Jinling. The next day, Li Qingluo went to visit Zhu'er. Upon seeing her, Zhu'er struggled to rise from her couch. Kneeling on the ground, "Miss, you have saved my life this time. From now on, this lowly life belongs to you. I shall unhesitatingly risk everything for you." Li Qingluo replied, "Remember, your life is always your own." Li Qingluo understood that in her previous life, Zhu'er may have been implicated by her, as afterward. She never saw anyone from the general's mansion again. However, trusting Zhu'er completely remained a challenge. After all, Zhu'er still had her parents in the general's mansion. If any one of her kin were to be used as leverage against her, even if the deed of servitude was in her hands, she might still succumb. Nonetheless, at present, she had no one else to rely on. For now, Zhu'er seemed to be a temporary ally. "Zhu'er, could you do me a favor?" Li Qingluo asked. She wanted Zhu'er to impersonate her and remain in the house, as it was merely for recuperation. As long as her grandmother did not summon her to the main hall, her disguise would not easily be discovered. Meanwhile, Li Qingluo planned to sneak out of the general's mansion and venture into Jinling. Exiting the general's mansion was not difficult. Even before her demise in the previous life, Li Qingluo was aware of a dog hole at the base of an old locust tree to the east. In her previous life, when she had lost all hope in her parents and Li Qichuan, she had contemplated escaping through there, never to return. Even if it meant living as a beggar, it would be preferable to enduring the torment within her home. Regrettably, she had not managed to flee before being confined by Li Qichuan in a dilapidated little room beside the stable. Li Qingluo first avoided all the gazes within Jingxi Hall, and, having lived in the general's mansion before, she easily made her way to the wall's base. She crawled through the dog hole, adjusted her disheveled hair, concealed her face, and swiftly vanished into the crowd. She wrapped her chest tightly in layers. Even a punch would not reveal any softness. Her hair was styled into a man's bun, and she wore a short blue outfit, with a sweat towel wrapped around her neck. Blending into the crowd, Li Qingluo, whose complexion was already dark, transformed entirely into an unremarkable young man. She gazed at the blue sky and bustling streets, meandering leisurely until she stumbled upon a pawnshop. Li Qingluo entered and pulled a small pearl from her bosom, inquiring how much it could fetch. Unfortunately, this inferior pearl was worth only 50 copper coins. Though 50 copper coins represented the most money Li Qingluo had handled in 2 lifetimes, it was far from substantial in Jinling. With the coins, she bought a bowl of wontons from a street vendor. After satisfying her hunger, she purchased 2 buns, savoring them while enjoying the street performers' antics. Never before had she experienced such freedom, let alone indulged in such treats. When she encountered a rouge shop, she paused to ponder and then entered once more. "Excuse me. Do you wish to buy such pearls?" This rouge shop was modest in size, yet they were indeed interested in the pearls. Li Qingluo had heard from Madame Zhang that the pearls gifted by Li Qichuan were also subpar. However, since Madame Zhang had served by her grandmother's side, she had only seen the finest items. Yet this did not imply that all the ladies in Jinling used only the highest quality cosmetic pearl powder. Thus, it was certain that this inferior pearl powder would find buyers. Sure enough, upon hearing of the pearls, the shopkeeper expressed interest in purchasing them. After inspecting the few pearls Li Qingluo presented, he offered a much more reasonable price than the pawnshop. 70 coins for 1 pearl and 800 for 10. Li Qingluo counted. The small box of inferior pearls given by Li Kechuan contained about 50 pearls. Today, having brought a few with her, she still had 49 left, which could be sold for 3,830 coins. The shopkeeper, aware of her considerable quantity, ultimately agreed to give her an even 4 taels of silver. 4 taels of silver might be mere pocket change for Li Kechuan, but for Li Qingluo, it was a source of immense joy. She had yet to possess anything of value since her rebirth. Since her return to life, Li Qingluo had been contemplating this matter. Without money and power, how could she seek revenge against the Li family and contend with Li Qingzhu? This was why she yearned to earn money. Daring to venture beyond the general's mansion in search of opportunities to profit, willing to start with the smallest tasks. At the very least, it would provide some income. Having arranged to deliver the pearls and receive payment from the rouge shop the following day, Li Qingluo continued her exploration elsewhere. As she passed a tavern, she heard loud sounds of quarrels and fights from within. Before she could move away, a figure burst out, colliding harshly with her and sending them both crashing to the ground. Li Qingluo gritted her teeth. Indeed, misfortune follows the unfortunate wherever they go. She pushed the person away, still unable to clearly discern their identity, when the individual stumbled to their feet, resuming a heated argument with several others who had followed. Who says I'm dead? I'm very much alive. If you keep spouting nonsense, I will break your teeth. Just because you are the 3rd young master of the loyal and brave Marquis residence. Do not think I fear you. Everyone in Jinling knows that the legitimate daughter of the general's mansion, Li Qingzhu, perished in a great fire. They say she even committed self-immolation. You coward. You dare not confront the death of your fiancé, yet you cannot even bring yourself to pay your respects. 3rd Master, should I go on your behalf? But, 3rd Master, this isn't all bad news for you. I heard the Li family has another daughter, the legitimate twin sister of that eldest daughter. If you cannot marry the sister, you can always marry the younger one. They are twins. Do they not look exactly alike? 3rd Master, you are enjoying a fortune that no one else has had the chance to experience. A series of mocking laughter erupted. But before it could linger too long, the individual lunged back into the fray, wrestling with the others. However, it was clear that the 3rd Master of the loyal and brave Marquis residence was at a disadvantage. Outnumbered by 4 or 5 opponents, he was swiftly knocked down again. Li Qingluo caught a glimpse of a familiar face through the crowd. It was the 3rd son of the loyal and brave Marquis residence, who was set to achieve the title of top scholar in 3 months. He was also Li Qingluo's betrothed, promised to her even before she was born, Zhuang Wei. Chapter 21. Drowning her betrothed? It is said that while still in the womb, the matron of the Zhongyi Marquis, having established a friendship with the maternal family of the Chu clan and recognizing the promising future of the Li family, personally pointed to the belly of the Chu matron, proclaiming that if this child were to be a girl, she would arrange a betrothal for her legitimate 3rd grandson. Naturally, this engagement was set in stone. In her previous life, Li Qingluo only learned of Li Qingzhu's demise a month after returning to the manor, at which point this engagement fell upon her shoulders. However, she heard that Zhuang Wei was in such despair at home that he vehemently refused to marry her. Perhaps his determination to excel in the imperial examinations was driven by a desire to take control of his own fate. His feelings for Li Qingzhu were indeed profound. Today, he was once again indulging in drunken revelry. She regarded Zhuang Wei coldly, aware that he would not be easily subdued. As expected, it was too long before the Zhuang family as people arrived. 3rd Master, why are you still here? You ruffians dare to assault our 3rd Master? Seize them all. Zhuang Wei was helped up, his body marred with injuries. Before departing, he surprisingly unfastened his money pouch from his waist and, without sparing Li Qingluo a glance, tossed it entirely in her direction. All eyes immediately turned to her. Li Qingluo held the pouch. Such a delightful surprise? A servant glanced at her but paid her no mind, instead assisting Zhuang Wei while exclaiming in distress, 3rd Master, are you all right? Watching the Zhuang family leave, Li Qingluo quickly and discreetly evaded their gaze and exited the scene. She circled several times before slipping back into the Li household through a dog hole. Fortunately, as darkness fell, no one noticed her return. Upon reaching her room, there were no unusual occurrences with Zhu'er. Aside from a couple of inquiries from Granny Zhang and her companions, Zhu'er had successfully feigned sleep. Li Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief, dismissed Zhu'er, and finally had the chance to examine the pouch Zhuang Wei had given her. Indeed, the 3rd Master of the Zhongyi Marquis was quite generous. The coins he casually carried amounted to over 20 taels. Li Qingluo felt justified in accepting this sum. and she pried open a brick in the corner of her room, hollowing out some of the dirt within and tucked the pouch inside. The following day, Li Qingluo once again crawled out through the dog hole. After exchanging pearls for 4 taels of silver, she inquired about directions to the West Market, intending to find a blacksmith shop. Before she could reach her destination, as she passed by the wall of a residence, she unexpectedly encountered Zhuang Wei again. He appeared thoroughly inebriated. Leaning against the wall with one hand while clutching a wine jar in the other, swaying precariously and obstructing her path. Zhu'er, why did you leave me alone in this world? Zhuang Wei slid down the wall, gazing at the dim sky, raising the empty jar to his lips in vain. Frustrated, he cast the jar aside, shouting, "Bring me wine, bring me wine." The jar shattered at Li Qingluo's feet, and he looked up to see her. You again, clearly. Even in his intoxicated state, he remembered her, a mere passerby he had encountered only once. His memory was indeed formidable. Li Qingluo had no intention of engaging him, and was prepared to sidestep him when Zhuang Wei removed his money pouch from his waist again and threw it towards her. You go buy me some wine. This money is all yours. Who would turn away from money, especially when it appeared as if the gods had bestowed it upon her? Li Qingluo hurried to pick up the silver pouch, beaming, "Certainly, just a moment, my lord." She rushed to purchase 2 jars of strong liquor. This drink was fiery and potent, sure to leave him with a severe hangover the following day. Upon her return with the liquor, she found Zhuang Wei hunched over a water vat, retching violently. She placed the jars on the ground and was about to slip away when Zhuang Wei seized her arm. Why was she so cruel? Zhuang Wei looked up, his expression filled with sorrow, his eyes red as he gazed at Li Qingluo. She mused, indeed, a future top scholar. Who wouldn't he be bewitched by such looks? Yet, memories of her past life flooded her mind, recalling how Zhuang Wei had saved her only to humiliate her. Even if I remain unmarried for life, I would never wed a woman so toxic that she drives others to despair. I shall slowly seek retribution for Zhu'er's blood debt. To die so easily would be too merciful for you. Li Qingluo lowered her gaze, studying the man before her, and gently extricated her arm from his grip. Pray tell, who do you refer to? Zhuang Wei chuckled bitterly. It is my heartless fiancé, she has passed away. They say it was her own sister who drove her to her inn. Li Qingluo inquired. How did that happen? Zhuang Wei raised his voice. It was because she returned home unexpectedly, causing my Zhu'er great anxiety, leading her to such foolishness. Li Qingluo replied, so, it was that sister's fault? But she was part of this family, merely returning home. What wrong did she commit? A look of confusion crossed Zhuang Wei's face. What do you mean? Li Qingluo continued. My lord, I believe that this tragedy was merely a result of your fiancé's own fragile state of mind. Let us not blame the innocent for her demise. Zhuang Wei's anger flared, impudent. What nonsense are you spouting? My Zhu'er could never be the person you describe. He reached out to grasp her again, but Li Qingluo was prepared. She dashed around the water vat and easily maneuvered behind him. Dealing with an intoxicated man who was entirely unprepared was hardly a challenge for her. A woman of strength from the mountains who often toiled in the fields. Li Qingluo tiptoed and pressed down on Zhuang Wei's head, forcefully pushing it into the water vat. Gurgling sounds echoed as she thought, if only I could drown him and eliminate future troubles. But recalling the current status of the Zhongyi Marquise, she hesitated, not wishing to embroil herself in a murder case, and released her grip. Zhuang Wei coughed. His face drained of color, staring in disbelief at the petite, dark-skinned woman before him. In his inebriated state, he truly was lacking in wits. Li Qingluo could not help but scoff. Fool. You dance to the tune of others, completely unaware. Instead of drowning yourself in drink, you ought to investigate what mischief your beloved fiancé has been up to. Chapter 22. Kneeling before the morning hall, she uttered her final words, then turned and swiftly departed. When the Zhuang family returned, they found Zhuang Wei despondently slumped beside a water tank, resembling a stray dog bereft of its home. His mind was consumed by the image of those excessively bright black eyes. How could he be called useless? Such an insult was unprecedented for Zhuang Wei. Li Qingluo finally arrived at the West Market. After wandering around twice, she chose the smallest blacksmith shop and stepped inside. Shopkeeper, I wish to create a sample of this item. I wonder if you are capable of doing so? Li Qingluo produced a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to the burly blacksmith who had emerged. The man, his upper body glistening with oil, made her strive to keep her gaze fixed on his face, forcing herself to steady her breath and conceal any discomfort. The design she had sketched was for a dagger that could serve as a means of self-defense. It could not be too large, suitable for carrying on one's person. and it needed to be dual-ended, one side a blade, the other a sharp iron rod. After her encounter with Li Qingluo, she realized that a mere pair of scissors could not ensure her safety. Thus, she had conceived this idea overnight, relying on her imagination to bring the design to paper. To her surprise, when the blacksmith saw the drawing, his eyes lit up with interest. Where did this young lord acquire such a clever design? Li Qingluo had not anticipated that her spontaneous creation would elicit praise. She did not claim it as her own, but simply inquired, "Can it be made?" The blacksmith replied, "Of course, it can be crafted, but I will need 3 days." Delighted, Li Qingluo responded, "Very well. I shall return in 3 days. By the way, how much will it cost?" 2 taels of silver will suffice," he stated. Li Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief. Although not inexpensive, it was far less than she had feared. She promptly paid 1 tael up front and agreed to settle the remaining sum upon collection. With the arrangement made, she did not linger and returned to the Li residence. 3 days later, she arrived at the blacksmith's shop to collect her custom dagger. It was exquisitely crafted, appearing to be an ordinary knife at first glance, yet the handle could be easily pushed aside to reveal the iron rod she desired, equally sharp enough to serve as a weapon. After settling the payment, as she prepared to leave, the blacksmith suddenly spoke up, "Young lord, I wonder if you would be willing to sell the design for this knife?" Li Qingluo was taken aback. She could sell the drawing? Eager to earn money, she considered it and realized it could indeed be sold. The blacksmith gestured, "If you are willing, please step inside." Li Qingluo glanced at the dark interior and shook her head. "No, we can discuss it here. I prefer not to enter." With a wary heart, she thought it prudent to maintain a degree of caution, as the world is not solely populated by good individuals. The blacksmith did not insist, bowing slightly. "Our master has taken a liking to your knife and wishes to produce it in bulk. However, he mentioned that since you brought the design, you must know the artist behind it, and thus he wishes to negotiate." "It was I who drew it. You may discuss it directly with me," Li Qingluo replied. The blacksmith regarded her with newfound admiration. "Young lord, your ingenuity is remarkable. This dagger, though it appears ordinary, is already a concealed weapon." Flattery aside, "It is merely a means of self-defense," she responded modestly. "Then I shall not prolong the conversation. Our master is willing to offer this amount to purchase your design. Would you be amenable?" The blacksmith extended his hand. Li Qingluo's heart raced. 5 taels of silver? Such a considerable sum. Before she could respond, he continued, "If 5 taels does not satisfy you, we can negotiate further. 50 taels. Not 5, but 50? When she had been at the Liu family's, 5 taels had sustained them for an entire year. In the past few days, she had nearly saved up 100 taels. This was an unexpected windfall. Li Qingluo quickly agreed. She exchanged the design for the bulging silver pouch, then made her swift exit. The blacksmith returned to his shop, presenting the design to a tall, shadowy figure cloaked in black. "Master, the young lord has taken the money and departed." The shadow raised his head, his face half hidden in darkness. The exposed skin was as pale as that of a corpse, devoid of color at the lips. Despite the summer heat, the figure stoked the fire, occasionally shivering involuntarily. He glanced at the drawing of the dagger before tossing it into the nearby furnace. "Master, this is worth 50 taels." The shadow replied. "Do you think you have forgotten how to create this item?" The blacksmith bowed his head. "I certainly remember. I just do not understand why the master would give the young lord 50 taels. Even if they were to covertly produce 1,000 of such items, the young lord would likely remain unaware. Besides, coincidences abound, and should he discover the truth, he would have no recourse." The shadow remarked. "This person is avaricious, but not greedy. Therefore, he will undoubtedly return. Perhaps he will bring me some unexpected delight." Upon returning to the general's residence, Li Qingluo promptly hid the 50 taels of silver. Sitting in her room, she pressed her hand against her still racing heart, her mind buzzing with thoughts. She had not expected that a simple drawing for a self-defense weapon could yield 50 taels. Moreover, the blacksmith hinted at the possibility of negotiating for an even higher price. However, she did not want to display her nervousness, so she decided to leave while the getting was good. But what if she were to create more designs? Would those drawings also be worth selling? Perhaps she should aim to craft weapons that would satisfy yet surprise the buyer. Li Qingluo contemplated visiting her grandmother to borrow a book on weaponry for further study. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Zhu'er knocked on the door. "Miss, the old madam wishes to see you." Li Qingluo quickly washed her face, changed her clothes, and stepped out. Luo pays her respects to grandmother. She greeted the matriarch, seeing Chu Shi seated nearby, and added, "I pay my respects to mother." This was Zhu'er's first visit to pay her respects to her mother-in-law since the elder's return. Unlike her previous life, the body of Li Qingzhu had not remained in the general's residence for long. She had been buried the day before. Under the protection of the matriarch, Li Qingluo was not subjected to the same torment as before, where Li Qingluo had forced her to kneel before the mourning hall, burning paper offerings. Even during the burial, the matriarch had not intervened, and the entire Qingzhu hall had been devoid of visitors, allowing Li Qingluo some peace. Yet she knew that Li Qingluo would not let the matter rest. In her previous life, she had been compelled to guard Li Qingzhu's spirit for a full 7 days. And on the day of the burial, Li Qingluo had continued to punish her by forcing her to kneel before the already departed coffin. You must recite scriptures for 7 days to help Qingzhu's spirit find peace. If she does not find rest after 7 days, you shall continue for another 49 days. Chapter 23. Is that dog hole easy to crawl through? Li Qingluo endured a harrowing experience that nearly cost her life. Despite her robust health, the ordeal left her physically diminished. Although she did not observe the mourning period of 49 days afterward, Li Qingluo coldly fixed his gaze upon her and remarked, "Your wretched life is indeed difficult to extinguish." It was then that she comprehended the grim reality. Her own brother genuinely wished for her demise, desiring her to accompany his one true love, her sister Li Qingzhu, to the grave. Alas, Li Qingluo did not succumb. Meanwhile, Li Qingzhu, far from being tormented, had not even lost her soul, manipulating everyone around her, while Li Qingluo lost a life in the process. The most contemptible part was that the members of the Li family were seemingly content, failing to perceive any wrongdoing in Li Qingzhu's actions. How absurd! In this life, Li Qingluo harbored no guilt over Li Qingzhu's death, nor did she hold any expectations for her blood relatives. Thus, the cold demeanor of Zhu'er did not dishearten her. Zhu'er merely cast a glance at her before turning away. "Mother, these days, my daughter-in-law has been preoccupied with Zhu'er's funeral and has not had the chance to arrange a place for Zhu'er, disturbing your tranquility. Now that I have a moment, let her move to the Red Maple Pavilion," she proposed. Madame Pei furrowed her brow slightly. "The Red Maple Pavilion? Hasn't it been uninhabited for over a decade?" Li Qingluo raised her gaze to Zhu'er. In her previous life, she resided in a dilapidated courtyard devoid of a name, barely 1/5 the size of the Qingzhu. To be assigned the named Red Maple Pavilion in this life was a stroke of fortune for Li Qingluo. Though she was aware that the Red Maple Pavilion was not only decrepit but also haunted, having once perished, she was not one to fear ghosts. Regardless of Zhu'er's true intentions, Li Qingluo had mentally prepared herself. Zhu'er's expression flickered with a hint of panic. Before Zhu'er returned, my daughter-in-law had already arranged for the place to be repaired and cleaned. Madame Pei pondered for a moment before nodding. "You are her biological mother. You would not neglect her. Let it be arranged as such." Upon hearing Madame Pei's consent, Zhu'er seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She hastily stood up. "Mother, I shall take my leave now." Zhu'er had come to pay her respects to Madame Pei and did not spare Li Qingluo a second glance as she departed. However, Li Qingluo was obliged to half-crouch to see Zhu'er off. Madame Pei shook her head and, before Li Qingluo could rise, suddenly struck the table with her palm. "Zhu'er, do you not recognize your mistakes?" Li Qingluo's heart sank, and she immediately turned to Madame Pei. "Grandmother, what have I done to provoke your anger?" Madame Pei coldly huffed. "Is that dog hole easy to crawl through?" Li Qingluo knelt, her heart heavy. "Zhu'er knows her wrongs." Madame Pei replied, "You are quick to admit fault. Yet, observing your nonchalant demeanor, my anger remains unabated." She continued to pound her fist on the table. "Why did you engage in such outrageous behavior? Had it not been for Granny Zhang discovering the anomaly and catching Zhu'er in the act, I might have thought this was your cunning scheme and flayed her skin." Li Qingluo countered, "Grandmother, this matter is indeed unrelated to Zhu'er. I compelled her to do it. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me alone." Zhu'er, who lay on the ground behind Li Qingluo, cried out, "Old madam, it is all Zhu'er's fault. Please do not blame the young lady. Just punish Zhu'er." Madame Pei scoffed, "You two seem quite affectionate now. If I punish her when you have no one else to assist you, would I not be the villain? However, with only Zhu'er by your side, your schemes truly run amok." Heiress, with her call, a girl of 13 or 14 entered the room. Named Heiress, she was as fresh and vibrant as a daffodil. Heiress was the biological granddaughter of Granny Deng, and Madame Pei had bestowed her upon Li Qingluo. "From now on, Heiress will accompany you. Should you act inappropriately, she will inform me, ensuring you remain cautious." Li Qingluo sighed inwardly, but could only respond, "Yes, grandmother." Madame Pei insisted, "Now? You must tell me what you so painstakingly ventured out of the general's residence to do." Li Qingluo raised her gaze to Madame Pei, contemplating for a moment before choosing to be forthright. "To be honest, grandmother, I sought to earn some silver. The small box of inferior pearls given to me by the eldest son has already been sold." You did it for money?" Madame Pei exclaimed, perplexed. "If you were in need of funds, you could have simply told me. I would not have denied you. Indeed, I failed to consider this. And your mother did not think of it either. However, Zhu'er, you are still a young lady. Do you not comprehend the risks involved?" Li Qingluo replied, "Grandmother, I disguised myself as a boy. No one noticed. With no ear piercings, a darker complexion, and natural brows. Li Qingluo could easily pass as a young man without raising suspicion. Yet, Madame Pei remained furious. Has anyone discovered your ruse? I tell you, you should not be conducting yourself in such a manner. If discovered, your reputation in the entire Jinling would be utterly ruined." Li Qingluo bowed her head. "Grandmother, I do not care for reputation. Besides, with Li Kechuan and Zhuang Wei obstructing me, my reputation in Jinling was already tarnished." Madame Pei exclaimed, "Have I been too protective of you? Have I allowed you to speak such reckless words?" Li Qingluo remained silent, causing Granny Deng and Granny Zhang, who stood nearby, to grow anxious. "Young lady, the old madam is merely worried for you. Apologize to her. She does not wish you harm." Li Qingluo, taking their advice to heart and not wanting to further agitate her grandmother, obediently said, "Grandmother, I truly recognize my mistakes." Madame Pei gasped in frustration. "First, tell me, what does a woman rely on in this world?" Li Qingluo earnestly answered, "At home, one relies on their father. If there is no father, they depend on their brother. Upon marriage, they rely on their husband. If the husband dies, they lean on their children. Yet, I believe that even a woman should ultimately rely on herself. In this world, fathers, brothers, husbands, and children are all beyond one's control. Mountains may crumble, and the earth may cave in. Only oneself will never betray oneself." Kneeling upright, her words, though soft, resonated powerfully, striking deep into the heart. Madame Pei gazed at her for a long time. "Zhu'er, I sought you out and promised to bring you back to the Li family to protect you, not to foster enmity and alienation among kin. As someone who has experienced life, I understand the bitterness of lacking sincere companionship. Now, you have come to believe that you cannot rely on your parents or your elder brother. Let us not speak of Li Kechuan. But what enmity do you hold against your parents? They have merely not taken the time to truly see you. You have allowed their fleeting feelings regarding Li Qingzhu's death to breed resentment? Do you truly believe they are untrustworthy, prompting you to venture out to seek ways to earn a living? Do consider that they have just lost Li Qingzhu and are still unable to accept you. Yet, you are flesh and blood of theirs. If you take this opportunity to console them and express your filial piety, would they not welcome and see you? From now on, I will no longer shield you in such a manner. Each month, I can provide you with an allowance from Jingxitang, and I will ensure your mother gives you what you deserve. I shall command someone to seal that dog hole, so do not entertain any thoughts of escaping. Now go, for tomorrow you shall move to the Maple Pavilion." Chapter 24. Does mother suffer from an eye affliction? Must it be treated with flesh from kin? Li Qingluo understood that her grandmother no longer wished to hear her speak. At that moment, despite her profound disappointment, she refrained from arguing and simply bowed to the old lady Pei before taking her leave alongside Kei and Zhu'er. Once the three had departed, Lady Pei sighed mournfully. "Zhang Mama, do you think her stubbornness resembles mine from years ago? Such a fiery temper. She is the one who will ultimately suffer." She continued, "I acted this way to push her. Even if she resents me now, if she can win her parents' affection and secure a promising future with a reliable family, what does it matter if she hates me?" Zhang Mama gently wiped her tear-streaked cheeks and advised, "Old madam, do not distress yourself. The girl surely understands your good intentions and would not harbor anger toward you. Your heart is solely for her benefit. No one else in this world cares for her as you do." Lady Pei recalled her own past, filled with maternal love and heartache, only to be met with her son's indifference. Are there any parents who do not love their children? It is the children who fail to perceive their parents' love. Upon returning to her chamber, Li Qingluo sat quietly for a long while. Zhu'er knelt on the floor, weeping as she apologized. "Miss, it was old madam who forbade me from informing you, threatening worse punishment if I did." Li Qingluo, aware of Zhu'er's honest nature, chose not to blame her. "It suffices that grandmother did not confine me to the dog hole. That alone grants me considerable dignity. You have been startled today. Go rest now. After Zhu'er left, still tearful, Li Qingluo turned to Heiress. Heiress, I have caused you much distress by having you follow me. Heiress hastily shook her head, kneeling formally before Li Qingluo. From now on, I am entirely devoted to you. Mississippi, rest assured, I shall not utter a word that should not be spoken. This declaration was Heiress' sincere pledge to Li Qingluo. Yet, drained from the day's events, Li Qingluo found herself reluctant to trust anyone further. After dismissing Heiress, she wiped her face carelessly and lay down on her bed. Grandmother's fury had been evident, clearly indicating her wish for Li Qingluo to grow close and show filial piety toward her unfeeling parents. However, she had refrained from publicly exposing Li Qingluo's attempt to escape through the dog hole, suggesting a desire to protect her. It was evident that Lady Pei's intentions were noble, albeit misguided by her trust in her son and daughter-in-law. She failed to grasp that their hearts could never be warmed. Otherwise, in her past life, Li Qingluo would not have met such a tragic fate. What of being a biological daughter? Despite her every effort to please, she could never rival Li Qingzhu's standing in their hearts. Hence, merely revealing the truth of Li Qingzhu's feigned death before the entire Li family was insufficient. She must unveil the charade to the entirety of Jinling, ensuring Li Qingzhu's disgrace. At present, Li Qingluo recognized her own helplessness, a mere pawn subject to manipulation, devoid of freedom to leave the estate, let alone pursue anything else. She could not afford to lose her grandmother's support. Therefore, if her grandmother sought to witness her filial devotion, she would put on a performance to satisfy her. The following day, Li Qingluo moved to the Maple Pavilion early in the morning. She possessed little more than a small bundle and the 100 taels of silver she had unearthed from beneath the ground that very morning. The Maple Pavilion, as its name implied, was adorned with several red maple trees. The courtyard appeared desolate and dilapidated. The doorframe crumbled at a mere touch, and cobwebs clung to every corner. Upon seeing the state of the place, Mama Deng's face fell. Is this what the lady meant by having it repaired and cleaned? This is utterly unacceptable. I shall inform the old lady. Li Qingluo grasped the agitated Mama Deng's hand. Mama, please do not trouble grandmother. I see no issue with it. I can clean it myself and make it livable. Mama Deng sympathetically patted Li Qingluo's hand. My dear, the old lady did not intend for you to endure such indignities. Moreover, Heiress is my own granddaughter. I cannot bear to see her suffer alongside you. Promptly, Mama Deng left and soon summoned a group of servants, who quickly tidied up the courtyard. She insisted they complete all necessary repairs within 3 days, or she would report them to the old lady for punishment. The servants, resentful, went to complain to Madame Chu, who could only sigh in resignation. Enough, enough. That wretched girl has the old lady's backing. What can I, as her mother, do? Just do as you are told, and do not bother me. As she lamented, her heart ached for her beloved daughter, Li Qingzhu. My dear Zhu'er, she was ever so considerate and never troubled me with petty matters. Yet now, with her remains not yet cold, I must fret over that wretched girl. I am in no mood for such concern. Were it not for my mother-in-law insisting I arrange for her, I would have cast her far away to avoid the sight of her. As Madame Chu poured out her grievances, Li Qingluo entered. Mother, I have a way to deal with her. But are you prepared for what it entails? Madame Chu immediately sat up. Zhu'er, why are you here? I am truly unhappy. But what do you intend to do? Do not go too far. Li Qingluo let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with malice. For now, I shall spare her life. Mother, let her taste but a fraction of the pain Zhu'er endured. A flicker of apprehension crossed Madame Chu's heart. But she is still under the protection of your grandmother. With a dismissive snort, Li Qingluo retorted. In this matter, even grandmother cannot intervene. Leave this to me, mother. As the Maple Pavilion underwent repairs over the following days, Li Qingluo began to pay her respects to Madame Chu daily. Occasionally, she prepared food with her own hands to present to Madame Chu, who, as expected, merely instructed her to set it down and depart quickly. Before Li Qingluo could exit the courtyard, the food would already be discarded into the refuse bucket. Heiress, incensed, stomped her feet, while Li Qingluo reassured her. It is of no consequence. It must be that my cooking does not suit mother's taste as well as sister Zhu'er's. However, in this lifetime, Madame Chu surprisingly restrained herself, refraining from uttering the words, "You need not come before me. Your presence reminds me of my unfortunate Zhu'er, and it vexes me." Her disdain for Li Qingluo was evident, hanging heavily on her countenance. Yet soon, Li Qingluo comprehended the reason for Madame Chu's restraint. She encountered the doctor outside Chuanjai Hall, and the next day, learned that Madame Chu, having wept excessively in her sorrow, had developed an eye ailment. Li Qingluo was summoned to Chuanjai Hall, where before she could enter, she overheard someone say, Madame's eye condition requires treatment with flesh from a blood relative, using their blood as a catalyst for the medicine to be effective. Chapter 25. The coercion of Liao to take blood and flesh. Li Qingluo stood outside the door, fully comprehending the conversation within. In her previous life, Zhu'er had suffered from an eye ailment, and Li Qingluo had not hesitated to sacrifice her own flesh to concoct a remedy. Yet, Li Kechuan had poured it all out to feed the dogs. Eventually, she realized that this was merely a trap set by Li Kechuan to ensnare her. He claimed the medicine was nauseating, and when she caught him in the act, he used her supposedly improper behavior as an excuse to confine her in the ancestral hall. There, she endured relentless humiliation and torment from the matrons. That time, Li Qingluo had truly come close to death. Clenching her fists, she pondered the uncanny coincidence of Zhu'er's eye ailment reappearing several months earlier this time. It seemed she could no longer bear it and was eager to make Li Qingluo suffer. This was why she had been so restrained in her disdain, permitting Li Kechuan to set this venomous plot against her. Suppressing her emotions, Li Qingluo steeled herself. Just then, a maid named Qingyi emerged from the room, her face momentarily brightening upon seeing her. It is the second miss. Li Qingluo lifted the curtain and entered. Respectfully greeting Zhu'er, Liao pays her respects to mother and the eldest young master. Li Kechuan looked down at her, his eyes filled with coldness and contempt. Did you hear what Dr. Zhang just said outside? Feigning ignorance, Li Qingluo replied, No, I did not. My grandmother taught me that eavesdropping is beneath one's dignity. Knowing that a doctor was here to examine mother, I kept my distance and did not overhear anything within. Is mother in good health? She raised her gaze, casting a concerned look. Li Kechuan froze momentarily, realizing that while she had dismissed the matter as beneath her, his inquiry implied otherwise. Yet, she had invoked her grandmother's teachings, leaving him with no room to retort, only able to grit his teeth in frustration. He had indeed underestimated her. Since her departure to Qingzhu Temple, he had never once gained the upper hand against her. Moreover, his repeated actions had stirred his grandmother's ire to the point of physical confrontation. Reflecting on it now, it was all due to her interference. She was truly a woman of insidious thoughts, revolting in her cunning. Unlike Zhu'er, who was as pure as the moon and devoid of guile. Zhu'er covered her eyes with a handkerchief, sighing heavily. Do you wish for my well-being, or do you long for my suffering? Do you realize that it is your return that has brought about these troubles in our household? First Zhu'er. My dear Zhu'er, and now I feel half my life has been taken from me due to her passing. Zhu'er seemed unable to continue, prompting Li Kechuan to darkly interject. Mother's sadness over Zhu'er has led to her weeping day and night, causing her eye ailment. Do you know whose fault this is? Li Qingluo refrained from engaging with his words, instead gasping and rushing forward. Mother, you must take care of yourself. How can this be? I only want you to be well, mother. Do you know that I chant sutras day and night in the room? Both to guide Sister Zhu'er to the afterlife and to help you find joy again. I had no idea you missed Sister Zhu'er so dearly. My heart aches. And if Sister Zhu'er were aware, she would surely be saddened by your grief. At her words, Li Kechuan erupted in fury, rising to kick at Li Qingluo. Shut your mouth. What right do you have to mention Zhu'er? Behind her, Heiress leaped forward, taking the blow. Miss. Li Qingluo supported Heiress, gripping her tightly until Heiress shook her head, allowing Li Qingluo to breathe again. She raised her gaze, quietly regarding Li Kechuan, though she uttered not a word. Her eyes seemed to convey everything, labeling him as a violent madman unworthy of being human. Yet, she remained silent, and all this was merely Li Kechuan's own interpretation, provoking a strange agitation within him. Even Zhu'er was startled, exclaiming, Kechuan. Heiress whispered. It is said that the legitimate son of the general's household is an upright gentleman. Yet, who would have thought he could resort to violence against his own sister? Li Kechuan felt increasingly uncomfortable under Li Qingluo's gaze and the reproach from a maid, his anger still simmering, as if about to explode at any moment. Where did this lowly maid come from? Do you wish to be beaten to death? Fearless. Heiress stood firm, addressing Li Kechuan. Young master, I am Heiress, serving the old lady. I am now looking after the second Mississippi. If you have grievances with me, you may voice them to the old lady, who will surely mete out punishment. Li Kechuan chuckled in anger. Very well. With your grandmother backing you, you feel emboldened. Do you? Li Qingluo, since we have reached this point, I shall be straightforward. Your mother's ailment requires the flesh and blood of her closest kin as a remedy. From the moment you were born, you have never fulfilled your filial duties before your mother. Zhu'er's death is your fault, and naturally, your mother's ailment arises from you. So, bring me a knife. A servant entered with a sharp knife. Heiress' face changed dramatically. Li Qingluo, however, pulled her behind her, gazing at Zhu'er, who averted her eyes, unable to meet Li Qingluo's gaze. A cold laugh echoed in Li Qingluo's heart, though tears streamed down her face. Seeing her mother like this caused her immense pain. She knew she could never compare to Sister Zhu'er's devotion. Having not been by her mother's side to serve her from childhood, this was all her fault. Thus, if her blood could aid her mother's recovery, she would willingly sacrifice herself, even if it meant giving her life. As she spoke, Li Qingluo truly rolled up her sleeve. Her emaciated arm was lined with blue veins. Upon hearing her words, Zhu'er inexplicably turned to look, and her heart sank. How could she be so thin? How could there be any flesh or blood to spare? Zhu'er frowned slightly, seeing Li Qingluo grasp the knife, but she merely bit her lip, showing no intent to stop her. For Zhu'er believed that since Li Qingluo had returned with her grandmother's support, she had become somewhat reckless and needed to be taught a lesson. Besides, Zhu'er's spirit had not yet found solace. She wanted Zhu'er to know that even with her biological daughter back, her heart still belonged to Zhu'er. She would not feel pity. Zhu'er turned her gaze away, yet at that moment, Li Qingluo suddenly halted her actions. What? Are you reluctant? Afraid? Li Qingluo sneered. Li Qingluo, you are truly inferior to even a fraction of Zhu'er. When our mother suffered from a cough for 3 months, it was Zhu'er who personally brewed medicine and cared for her daily until she recovered. And you balk at offering a mere piece of your flesh? Chapter 26. Li Qingluo's poisoning. Li Qingluo wept gently, her face a portrait of grievance as she shook her head. The eldest son has misunderstood. It is not as he thinks. I suddenly recalled that the Hongfeng Pavilion was under renovation, so yesterday I indulged in some pastries in the courtyard, not realizing that a branch of oleander had bloomed atop the wall. Perhaps the pollen from the oleander settled on the pastries, for upon waking, I felt dizzy and nauseous, even experiencing symptoms of diarrhea. As she spoke, the knife in Li Qingluo's hand slipped from her grasp, and she clutched her throbbing head, appearing as if she might faint. Zhu'er rushed to support her, exclaiming in distress, Miss? She anxiously glanced at the physician standing nearby, pleading, Doctor, could you please attend to the young lady? The physician first looked to Li Qingluo for approval, and upon receiving it, approached Li Qingluo without delay. After taking her pulse, the physician's expression changed. Indeed, there are signs of poisoning. Li Qingluo, panic-stricken, implored, Doctor, surely my blood can still be used for my mother? With a heavy heart, the doctor replied, Do not worry. Young lady, your blood and flesh can no longer serve as medicine for your mother. To knowingly use something toxic as a remedy would be nothing short of deceit. Doctor. Jiang shook his head at Li Qingluo, who nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his expression darkening. Is it truly this coincidental? Li Qingluo, I hope you are not fabricating this tale to evade your mother's treatment. Li Qingluo, desperate to clear her name, shook her head with tears glistening in her eyes. But how could I possibly know that my mother suffers from an ailment requiring my blood and flesh? Indeed, how could she know? She would have no inkling of such a matter. Even the Chu family had only learned today of Li Qingluo's true intentions. Dr. Jiang, valuing his life, would never divulge a word. Thus, could this truly be mere coincidence? It was hard to believe. Li Qingluo had not anticipated that his plans would unravel so drastically. His piercing gaze fell upon Li Qingluo, who appeared equally despondent. Am I then unable to fulfill my filial duties to my mother? If so, does that mean only the eldest son must shoulder this burden? Regret washed over her, as she lamented how, since her return, she had yet to accomplish a single task for her mother. Mother, I am an unfilial daughter. As she knelt, sorrowfully dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, Chu's face twitched in anguish as she looked up at her eldest son. Li Qingluo's countenance was so dark it seemed it could drip water. Yet this pit was one he had dug himself. Who would have thought that the intended sacrifice would become his own? What a cunning Li Qingluo. Was she waiting to see him bleed and suffer? Li Qingluo met Li Qingluo's gaze with determination. She indeed awaited him, hoping he would experience the agony of bloodletting firsthand. As Li Qingluo grasped a small knife, Chu hastily seized his arm. Wait, my son, I do not want your blood or flesh for medicine. You, both of you, are my own flesh and blood. How could I bear to see you suffer alongside me? Dr. Jiang, is there truly no other way? she implored. Why had she not voiced such concerns when Li Qingluo had wielded the knife? Now that the burden fell upon her son, was the performance no longer viable? Li Qingluo understood the game well, yet she feigned a look of heartfelt emotion. Dr. Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly interjected, "Indeed, there are alternatives, though the medicinal materials are exceedingly rare." As the knife was taken from Li Kechuan's hand, Li Qingluo regarded him, a fleeting smirk of derision crossing her face. Clenching his fists, Li Kechuan bellowed in anger, "Get out!" Immediately, unmoved by his rage, Li Qingluo slowly rose and addressed Zhu, "Mother, I shall take my leave for now. By the way, once the prescription is ready, I shall prepare the medicine for you, ensuring I tend to your recovery with utmost diligence. This is also an opportunity for me to express my filial piety." Zhu's face paled with alarm as she waved her hands. No, there is no need. I have been restless these days and do not wish to see someone who troubles my heart. If there is nothing pressing, please do not come near me. Your presence only adds to my headache." Her words were a blatant declaration of her disdain. The disappointment on Li Qingluo's face threatened to spill over as her voice trembled with unshed tears. "If that is your wish, then please rest well. Doctor, I implore you to diligently treat my mother's eye ailment. If you require my assistance in any way, I shall do my utmost." With that, Li Qingluo was supported out by Zhu'er. Before they had even exited the spring hall, the sounds of shattering cups and angry footsteps echoed from within. Zhu'er could no longer contain her indignation. "Miss, they have gone too far." Even Zhu'er recognized the strangeness of today's events. How could Li Kechuan still view her through the lens of filial piety, oblivious to the truth? Observing Zhu'er's fury, Li Qingluo felt an unexpected calm. What did it matter? After all, they had yet to bring about her demise. Since they had not succeeded in their machinations, Li Kechuan must be seething with suppressed rage. Yet he had to endure it. The thought brought a flicker of joy to Li Qingluo's heart. However, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. On their way back, Zhu'er, puzzled, asked, "Miss, do you think the madam truly suffers from an eye ailment?" Li Qingluo replied, "Does it truly matter? By the way, Zhu'er, please seek another physician for me. The poison from the oleander pollen is quite unbearable." With that, Li Qingluo pressed her hands to her abdomen, her face pale and beads of sweat beginning to roll down her brow. Chapter 27. Has grandmother discovered the hiding place of the faux heiress? Heiress supported Li Qingluo, her face a mask of anxiety. "My lady, please bear with it. We shall return to the Maple Pavilion shortly." In truth, even Heiress was unaware that Li Qingluo's poisoning was a deliberate act on her part. Although the Maple Pavilion was adorned with red maple trees, outside the courtyard thrived a poisonous oleander. Having grown up in the mountains, how could Li Qingluo be ignorant of the plant's toxicity? Upon encountering Dr. Jiang outside Chuanjai Hall yesterday, an ominous premonition had unexpectedly surged within her. The Chu family had clearly grown exceedingly impatient with her, yet they had refrained from expressing their irritation for days. Likewise, all remained calm on Li Kechuan's side, which only heightened Li Qingluo's unease. Indeed, he had been waiting here for her. Fortunately, she had taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, escaping the ordeal of bloodletting and flesh-cutting today would have been a formidable challenge. Even if she had poisoned herself, Li Kechuan would not succeed in his designs regarding this matter. Once back at the Maple Pavilion, Li Qingluo lay down. She instructed Heiress not to disclose this incident to Jingxi Hall. After some contemplation, Heiress ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Li Qingluo merely felt that if her grandmother heard too many of these trivial matters, she would surely grow weary and deem her ineffectual. However, Li Qingluo would ensure that her grandmother understood the ruthless nature of her relatives, who wished her harm and were unworthy of her genuine affection. Yet, this revelation would not come now. It would be unveiled at a more opportune moment, striking at their hearts. Li Qingluo experienced severe vomiting and diarrhea. Her symptoms of poisoning increasingly pronounced. Heiress summoned the doctor, but upon returning, she was intercepted by Granny Deng. Upon learning of the situation, with Heiress assisting in persuading and advocating for leniency, Granny Deng refrained from reporting the matter to old Madame Pei. Nevertheless, today's events could not remain concealed from Granny Deng for long. How callous! If it were not for the lady's unfortunate poisoning, would they truly have resorted to bloodletting and flesh-cutting? The young lady was indeed suffering and discomfort everywhere. Heiress shared her concern. Indeed, today was fraught with peril. My foot still aches from that kick. Granny Deng examined Queer's injury, internally cursing Li Kechuan 1,000 times. What a scoundrel! Heiress said, "Granny, Let us heed the lady's wishes and keep this from the old madam for now. I have an inkling that our lady is a calculating person. She must have her own plans regarding this matter. Granny Deng, seeing her beloved granddaughter, considered Queer's words and agreed. Once Li Qingluo felt a bit better, Granny Deng entered to comfort her. My lady, would you like to know whose residence is by the Qinhuai River? Li Qingluo feigned ignorance. Whose is it? Granny Deng lowered her voice and leaned closer, revealing, I personally investigated. It belongs to His Royal Highness, the fourth prince, Young Wang. Li Qingluo widened her eyes and feigned astonishment, even covering her lips in disbelief. How could it be? Related to the royal family. She scarcely dared to utter the words, and her expression of surprise left Granny Deng without a shred of doubt. Granny Deng continued. This matter is indeed grave due to its ties to the prince. Old Madam has merely instructed us to continue our discreet investigation and ensure this does not escalate. If we are careless, the entire Li family may suffer repercussions. Li Qingluo nodded earnestly. Yes, this matter shall be at grandmother's discretion. However, I implore you, Granny, to keep me informed of any developments. After all, I am still a Li. Granny Deng reassured her. Fear not, my lady. I shall relay all that I learn in the future. Now that Heiress had allied herself with Li Qingluo, Granny Deng's loyalties naturally leaned towards the Maple Pavilion. After 2 days of rest, Li Qingluo's symptoms of poisoning began to abate. However, her once sharp features had now withered to the size of a palm. Fortunately, under the supervision of Heiress and Zhu'er, she had diligently taken the snow skin pills her grandmother procured from the fragrant chamber and remembered to apply skin cream after her baths, leading to a slight improvement in her complexion. Her skin felt smoother to the touch, and her complexion appeared a touch brighter. Yet, nurturing one's skin seemed to require patience. Thus immediate results were not forthcoming. As Li Qingluo gazed dreamily at her reflection in the water, Heiress and Zhu'er entered with downcast expressions. What has transpired? Heiress, clenching her fists in anger, exclaimed, My lady, someone from the Zhangyi Marquis' residence has arrived. Zhu'er gently tugged at Queer's arm, whispering, Heiress, our lady is still unwell. Let us not burden her with more troubles. Heiress pressed her lips together, refraining from further comment. Li Qingluo calmly inquired, Have they come to annul the engagement? Heiress and Zhu'er exchanged astonished glances, puzzled by her insight. Li Qingluo was well aware of the situation. This had occurred in her previous life as well, and the timing was eerily similar. Zhuang Wei had personally come to break off the engagement, having overheard the elders discussing the matter. With Li Qingzhu deceased, the Li family was rumored to have sought another daughter. To preserve the familial ties, Li Chaojing and the Zhongyi Marquis had reached an unspoken agreement to place the marriage upon Li Qingluo. Having recently lost his beloved, Zhuang Wei viewed Li Qingluo as the poisoner of Li Qingzhu and was therefore unwilling to concede. Thus, he had come uninvited, demanding to annul the engagement. In her previous life, although Zhuang Wei had created quite the uproar, ultimately, it had changed nothing. Li Qingluo had later learned that after being captured, he had been confined to the ancestral hall and punished with days of kneeling. Zhuang Wei had even resorted to starvation and thirst as threats. But despite the heartache it caused the Zhangyi Marquis' wife, the Marquis had remained resolute in his decision. It was then that Zhuang Wei had thrown himself into his studies with newfound vigor, declaring his intention to participate in the imperial examination. Remarkably, he succeeded, achieving the highest honors and becoming a distinguished scholar. Witnessing his promising future, the Zhongyi Marquis' residence began to soften its stance. Yet Zhuang Wei suddenly agreed to the marriage once more, insisting on bringing Li Qingluo to the Marquis' household. While everyone was left utterly baffled, Li Qingluo understood his intentions. In a prior instance, she had nearly succumbed to a high fever, and it was Zhuang Wei who had summoned a doctor on her behalf. Yet afterward, he had coldly remarked, I saved your life, but it was only because I did not wish for you to die so easily. You must live, endure a long life, so that you may suffer endlessly. Zhuang Wei had sent a governess to teach Li Qingluo the proprieties, under the guise of education. But her days had been filled with torment. In this life, Li Qingluo was determined to annul the engagement. Is he gone? She prepared to step outside, donning the new attire delivered by Granny Zhang the previous day. For the past 2 days, Li Qingluo had refrained from paying her respects to old Madame Pei, who assumed her ailments were merely headaches and colds. With Granny Deng's assistance in covering for her, old Madame Pei remained oblivious to Li Qingluo's poisoning, even sending Granny Zhang to check on her and delivering several new outfits made for her. As autumn approached, 2 summer garments and 3 autumn outfits were prepared, with winter attire postponed for 2 months, contingent upon whether she could regain a bit of weight. Li Qingluo donned a crescent white silk gown embroidered with subtle patterns. Though the fabric was simple and unadorned, its quality was unmistakable. Luxurious yet light, it felt as ethereal as gossamer, cool and comfortable against her skin, devoid of any heaviness. Her hair remained in a simple braid, unadorned by any accessories. Although somewhat modest, it was merely because the two items bestowed by Chu were more of a hindrance than an enhancement. Despite her humble appearance, Zhu'er remarked, "My lady, you are becoming increasingly beautiful." Li Qingluo suspected that Zhu'er's vision was perhaps not the best. The sparrow ventured into the front yard to gather information. While Li Qingluo and Zhu'er were just about to exit the courtyard when, unexpectedly, a black cat sprang from the corner, leaping directly towards the two ladies. "Be careful, young ladies." Chapter 28. Li Qingluo was ensnared in a burlap sack and rendered unconscious. Zhu'er swiftly turned to shield her, while Li Qingluo deftly drew a dagger from her sleeve, slashing forward. The black cat let out a wretched cry before vanishing into the courtyard. At that moment, Heiress returned and was taken aback by the scene before her. She hurried over, asking what happened. "Are you all right, miss?" Li Qingluo concealed the dagger back in her sleeve and, upon seeing Heiress return, inquired, "How did you come back so quickly?" With a sigh, Heiress replied. The old lady intervened and promptly sent that young Master Zhuang back to the residence of the Duke Zhani. Li Qingluo felt her temples throb violently. How could she have forgotten about her grandmother? In her previous life, she had no knowledge of her grandmother's stance due to the latter's lack of involvement. However, it seemed that her grandmother was quite favorable towards this marriage. Regrettably, the individuals from the Duke Zhongyi's residence had somehow uncovered the truth regarding the genuine and false daughters. And even though she was of the Li family's bloodline, they looked down upon her as a mere country girl. Moreover, because of the grievances she had endured in her previous life, Li Qingluo had no desire to marry into the Zhuang family. It appeared that the matter of breaking off the engagement would have to be addressed through her grandmother. However, since Zhuang Wei had already departed, there was no need for her to witness the commotion any longer. Fixating on the bloodstains on the ground, Li Qingluo pondered, how could there be a black cat? Which courtyard harbors it? Heiress' expression darkened. "Miss, our Hongfeng courtyard has been plagued by strange sounds lately. Surely, you must have heard them?" Li Qingluo glanced at Zhu'er, who merely shook her head in response. She then asked Heiress, "What sounds? When did you hear them?" Having been aware of the supernatural disturbances in this courtyard, Li Qingluo had always been vigilant since moving to Hongfeng Pavilion, yet she had not encountered any anomalies herself. Why was it only Heiress who heard these unsettling sounds? Heiress glanced around cautiously and lowered her voice. "I often hear weeping in the dead of night. Sometimes it resembles a woman's cry, and at other times, it sounds like an infant's wail." As she spoke, she rubbed her arms nervously, her face filled with trepidation. "Miss, this courtyard seems unclean." Zhu'er appeared to recollect something and suddenly turned pale. "I remember now. This Hongfeng Pavilion. It appears to be haunted. That's why they say no one has lived here for over a decade." Heiress gasped in disbelief. "Then why did the madam settle you here?" Afterward, she glanced at Li Qingluo's expression, seemingly concerned that it might upset her. However, Li Qingluo was far more composed than the two. With inexplicable weeping and an unaccounted-for black cat, she declared, "Let us investigate who is playing tricks here." Li Qingluo followed the trail of blood. And though both Heiress and Zhu'er were terrified, they felt compelled to follow her. The bloodstains led them to the southeastern corner, where they discovered a small hole at the base of the wall. This aperture was barely large enough for a cat to squeeze through, and it was smeared with fresh blood, indicating that the black cat had escaped through here. The adjacent courtyard was similarly dilapidated, smaller than Hongfeng Pavilion, but even more decrepit. The estate of the general was not particularly small, having been bestowed upon the late general and the old lady for their distinguished service. The Li family had few members, so it was unsurprising that many of the dwellings lay abandoned. Yet, the Li family harbored numerous secrets. Just as Li Qingluo was about to explore the neighboring area further, a maid from the front courtyard, Chuanxing, approached. "Second young lady, the master requests your presence in the front courtyard." Her wretched father? Li Qingluo was taken aback. In her previous life, Li Chaojing had not even wished to see her. Since her return to the Li family, she had only encountered him a mere 3 times. This would already be the 3rd time in this life. Reluctantly, she set aside her quest for the cat and accompanied Heiress to the front courtyard with Chuanxing. Upon arriving, Li Qingluo first paid her respects to Li Chaojing. Luo'er pays her respects to father. Although she had endured unbearable torment from the wet nurse sent by Zhuang Wei in her previous life, She had swiftly learned the etiquette and demeanor befitting a noble young lady. Upon her return to the Li family, the old lady Pei had also dispatched a nurse to instruct her informally. Pretending to learn, she had gradually adopted the appropriate demeanor. At this moment, even after a period of separation, Li Qiaojing was taken aback by her apparent transformation. How has she changed somewhat? Though her attire still lacked refinement, her mannerisms during the greeting were anything but lacking. Had her mother's people already instructed her? And why did she appear to have grown somewhat fairer? Her features were no longer as unattractive as before. It seemed the wealth and comfort of the general's estate had improved her complexion. While Li Qiaojing harbored some aversion towards Li Qingluo due to Li Qingzhu, as the head of the family, he had to consider the larger picture. Just then, the old lady Pei arrived. Li Qingluo and Li Qiaojing both rose and hurriedly offered their greetings to her. Meanwhile, Li Qingluo's heart raced with anxiety. Indeed, it was rare for the mother and son to be together. And Li Qiaojing's willingness to meet with Li Qingluo was tied to the marriage proposal with the Duke Zhang's family. Old Lady Pei spoke. Zhu'er, I trust you have heard about the ruckus caused by young Master Zhuang today? Li Qingluo lowered her head in silence. Seeing her demeanor, Li Qiaojing felt it was quite unbecoming. Yet, old Lady Pei was determined to address the matter, and Li Qiaojing had no choice but to press on. Your grandmother inquires. Why do you not respond? Li Qingluo turned and knelt down. Zhu'er is still unclear about what transpired, and therefore cannot answer. She feigned ignorance, naturally choosing to remain muddled. Li Qiaojing shook his head. Old Lady Pei explained slowly, to put it simply. Young Master Zhuang of the Duke Zhongyi's family was betrothed to you even before you were born, though the engagement was usurped by Li Qingzhu over the years. Now that you have returned to your rightful place and Li Qingzhu has passed away, the engagement naturally reverts to you. Zhu'er, this is an excellent match. Young Master Zhuang is said to be quite learned, and while he will not inherit the title of heir, he is sure to become a man of great accomplishment. You two will lead a relaxed and carefree life without the constraints of the Duke's household. Do you understand your grandmother's intentions? Li Qingluo felt a bitter pang in her heart. As a young woman, she had no authority over such matters. If she were to outright refuse, it would be seen as a grave act of defiance. To argue further would be perceived as frivolous and disrespectful. Thus it seemed her grandmother was subtly urging her to acquiesce. Although her grandmother wished to secure her a splendid match, a forced union was seldom sweet. Her pairing with Zhuang Wei would merely become a mutual source of torment. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingluo attempted to respond. Grandmother, father, since I have just returned home, my time here is still short. I am not well acquainted with the relationships among the powerful families in the capital, nor their depth. I wish to spend more time with my family to make up for the years of absence. Therefore, I fear I may be overstepping my bounds with this marriage. And should I go to the Zhuang family, I might bring shame upon our household. She did not say no, yet neither did she nod in agreement. She merely stated her perspective. Li Qiaojing could not help but nod in agreement, only to receive a fierce warning glare from old Lady Pei. He quickly rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. This matter will be decided between your grandmother and myself. You may retire for now. Li Qingluo understood that breaking the engagement would not be an easy task. If both her grandmother and Li Qiaojing were resolute in their decision to proceed with the marriage, her only path to annulment would be through Zhuang Wei. To Li Qingluo's surprise, the individual most anxious for the matter to unfold was neither herself nor Zhuang Sanlang, but rather Li Kechuan. Bound in a burlap sack and gagged, she found herself swaying upon a rickety cart. As she slowly regained consciousness, she could only perceive faint glimmers of light through the coarse fabric. A sharp pain pierced the back of her head, and she recalled that during the incident, she had been at the Chuanjai Hall of the Chu family. Chapter 29. Captured at the grave of the false daughter, forced to atonement suddenly, Qingyi, the chief maid of the Chu family, arrived at Hongfeng Pavilion, stating that Madame Chu wished to see her. Li Qingluo, accompanied by Keir, proceeded to the meeting. But Qingyi stopped Keir at the door, insisting that Madame Chu had some intimate matters to discuss solely with the second young lady, thus dismissing all others. Doubt crept into Li Qingluo's mind. Madame Chu had always regarded her with disdain. Why would she share any heartfelt words? There must be some ulterior motive. Initially, Li Qingluo contemplated finding an excuse to leave, yet it seemed as if Madame Chu anticipated her thoughts, calling out from behind the door. Zhu'er, is that you? Your mother is unwell. Please come in and bring me a cup of tea. The weight of filial piety loomed large. If she turned away now, the surrounding matrons would likely seize the opportunity to reprimand her. A multitude of servants lingered outside. Li Qingluo reassured herself. It is broad daylight. Surely. She would not dare to take my life in front of so many witnesses. As for what lay ahead, she could only confront it as it came. Casting a glance at Kair, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Greetings, mother. Madame Chu reclined against the headboard, beckoning her closer. Although it was midday, the room was shrouded in darkness. Madame Chu explained, my eye ailment prevents me from enduring bright light, so I've draped curtains over all the windows. Come closer. Let me have a good look at you. Since your return, I fear I have not truly seen you. My sight is failing. If I do not take the chance now, I may not have another opportunity. Li Qingluo stood rooted, silently observing her mother-esque performance, hesitant to approach. She scanned the room warily, finding no shadows lurking on the floor. Not a single word of Madame Chu's was credible to her. She was acutely aware of her mother-esque condition. What scheme lay behind this charade? Before she could ponder further, a sudden blow to her head rendered her unconscious. As darkness enveloped her, she caught a glimpse of Li Qingluo's silhouette, his icy gaze coldly scrutinizing her, as if she were a corpse. Madame Chu's previously feeble voice regained its strength in an instant. Qingluo, do not strike too hard. She is, after all, your sister. I have aided you in luring her here, but if your grandmother finds out, how shall I explain myself? Li Qingluo reassured her, do not worry, mother. I shall merely give her a slight lesson. It won't escalate into a major incident. I will maintain control. As for grandmother, simply tell her I have kept her by my side to attend to my illness, and that will suffice. Should anything go awry, I shall take full responsibility. After all, I am the only legitimate grandson of the Li family. Grandmother would not dare to harm me. Li Qingluo fell into a complete oblivion, only to awaken bound within a sack. She bit her tongue, the metallic taste of blood rousing her senses. Memories of the events rushed back. Madame Chu had conspired with Li Qingluo to ensnare her in the spring Zaitong, where he had been waiting to knock her unconscious. A silent, bitter laugh escaped her. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Indeed, she had underestimated the ruthlessness of this mother-son duo. Li Qingluo was one thing. She had already seen through him in her past life as a deranged and obsessive individual, devoid of any bond with his sister. But Madame Chu, she was the one who had carried Li Qingluo for 10 months, as a mother. How could she not see that her own flesh and blood was suffering, even if she chose to neglect her, to cast her aside? Could she not refrain from colluding with her merciless son to harm her own daughter? Having never fulfilled her duties as a mother was one thing, but conspiring with others to repeatedly place her in peril was unconscionable. Ha ha ha. Li Qingluo had thought herself indifferent, yet at this moment, her heart was flooded with bitterness. But weakness had always been futile. She buried her head into the sack, wiping away her tears. It seemed she had truly become the fish on Li Qingluo's chopping block. However, her rebirth was not a resignation to fate, though confined within the sack. Li Qingluo sensed she was on a cart. A gentle breeze wafted in. The surface beneath her was hard, and the sound of wheels rolling echoed. If she was not mistaken, she had been transported out of the general's residence. Within the estate was her grandmother, who had thwarted Li Qingluo's attempts to harm her on multiple occasions. Thus, he must have taken her to a place beyond her grandmother's reach. Where could that possibly be? Li Qingluo understood that she could not afford to remain passive. She gently shook her sleeves, allowing the small dagger concealed within to slide into her grasp. With deft hands, she drew the blade from its sheath and skillfully cut through the bindings restraining her wrists. Concealing the dagger once more within her sleeve, she gripped the hilt tightly. The cart continued to sway, and no one suspected she had awakened, allowing her to go unnoticed. After an indeterminate period, the cart came to an abrupt halt. Suddenly, she was hoisted up, and through the jostling, she was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Li Qingluo bit her tongue to suppress any sound, clenching her teeth in silence. The sack was unfastened, and as it fell away, she beheld the scene before her. She was at the ancestral grave of the Li family, on a picturesque hillside. With the Qinghai River flowing below, she had indeed been taken out of Jinling City. A gust of wind tousled her disheveled hair, revealing that, despite her gaunt appearance, there were undeniable similarities in her and Li Qingluo's features. He, a man who had spent years in the military, bore a more rugged countenance than hers. Yet he was undeniably handsome. Li Qingluo met Li Qingluo's gaze, a silent understanding passing between them, filled with profound sorrow, heartache, and confusion. Elder brother, no. Young master, what does this mean? Her expression betrayed no panic, yet Li Qingluo felt an inexplicable unease as he regarded her. Quickly, he suppressed this unwarranted emotion and stepped forward, dragging Li Qingluo to the foot of a newly erected grave. Look closely. Do you see who lies within? Li Qingluo. This is your debt to her. Today, how shall you repay it? Before her stood the fresh grave of Li Qingzhu, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Li family. Li Qingluo raised her eyes, tears streaming down her face, gazing at Li Kequan with sorrow. So, you have brought me before Sister Zhu'er's grave to make me atone for her death? Chapter 30. A Fractured Face. A vicious strike toward Li Kequan's neck ever since Li Qingluo returned. She has consistently confronted Li Kequan head-on. It seemed as though she was utterly indifferent to his madness and was not in the least afraid of his furious rage. Each time his wrath surged, she effortlessly deflected it, even countering with her own retorts. He acknowledged her cleverness, which had indeed put him in a difficult position. Yet, how could he allow her to bask in the glory that rightfully belonged to Zhu'er? The last time, due to his mother's ailment, he had been unable to make Li Qingluo pay her blood debts, which compelled him to orchestrate this current plan. But to his astonishment, she had shed tears this time. As he beheld those droplets, he momentarily froze. Could it be that she truly recognized her faults? If she were to sincerely apologize to Zhu'er and repent for her sins, perhaps he could spare her life. However, in the next moment, Li Qingluo suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, her shoulders shaking as if mocking something profoundly ridiculous. At that moment, Li Kequan realized he had been outmaneuvered. Enraged and humiliated, he stepped forward, grasping her hair and forcing her face upward. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "What are you laughing at?" With a slight smirk, Li Qingluo replied, "I'm laughing at you for being foolish." He raised his other hand and fiercely pinched her face. The force so great that it seemed he intended to crush her teeth. Li Qingluo felt her inner cheek split, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. Yet, she continued to smile, unable to lift her lips, but her eyes brimmed with disdain and mockery directed at him. Li Kequan retorted, "Am I foolish? What do you mean?" Unable to articulate her thoughts, Li Qingluo remained silent, leading him to believe she was merely putting on an act. He scoffed coldly, "Today, grandmother will not come to your rescue, so spare me your useless words. What benefit do they serve you besides inciting my anger?" There was no hint of fear in Li Qingluo's gaze. Rather, it radiated a semblance of pity. Pity for him. What could she possibly pity him for? She was the one being captured. Li Kequan felt as though her gaze pierced him, and he raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap across her face. "Do not show me such expressions, nor dare to laugh." Li Qingluo's head bowed under the impact, 5 vivid red fingerprints marking her cheek. A trickle of blood now flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Do you know, Li Kequan? You are merely a dog for Li Qingzhu. I pity you for being played like a fool while remaining oblivious. I pity you for being blind, living in your own chaos like a raging madman. I pity your ignorance and arrogance, but one day, the very person you cherish will abandon you without mercy." Her eyes gleamed with intense hatred as she continued, "Moreover, even if you were to take my life today, I shall not bow to Li Qingzhu, for I have done nothing wrong." She raised her head, her face swollen. Her gaze as cold as steel, fixed firmly on her own brother. Her words completely infuriated Li Kequan. He clenched his fists, pressing down on Li Qingluo's head. "Rest assured, I shall not take your life immediately, dear sister, for that would grant you an easy escape. I want you to kneel daily before Zhu'er's grave, reciting sutras for her. You will guard her tomb, and without bowing, you shall have neither food nor water. You must genuinely repent for Zhu'er's death, weeping and crying. Admitting your faults, you will become a dog before Zhu'er's grave." After declaring this, Li Kequan stood and commanded his loyal servants, "Break her legs and sever her tendons. Hold her down and ensure she bows 100 times before the young lady's grave. Not a single one less, or she shall not rise." The servants trembled at his words. "Yes, young master." With fierce expressions, they approached with iron rods. "You dare!" Li Qingluo exclaimed. "I am still a daughter of the general's household, the rightful bloodline of the general. If grandmother learns of this, she will demand your lives." The servants hesitated, momentarily faltering under her piercing glare. Seizing the moment, Li Qingluo spoke again. "Li Kequan, are you not courageous? If you wish to act, why not do it yourself? I am your own blood sister. If you wield your own hands, it would prove just how deeply you cherish and love Li Qingzhu, wouldn't it?" Li Kequan sneered. "Fool, do you truly believe I would not? Compared to Zhu'er, you are indeed as worthless as grass." He snatched the iron rod from a servant's hand and raised it to strike at Li Qingluo's leg. Yet, in that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Bound tightly, Li Qingluo suddenly found her limbs free. As the iron rod descended, she rolled on the ground, a dagger appearing in her hand, aimed directly at Li Kechuan's foot. Li Kechuan was momentarily taken aback. The blow redirected with force, striking her back instead. He seized her hand before she could bring the dagger down. Li Qingluo cried out in pain, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth once more. "You conceal the blade on you?" Li Kechuan exclaimed. "Too bad you encountered me." Li Kechuan, as a young general, he was highly skilled. To him, mere lackeys were no more than ants, let alone a fragile woman like her. Initially intending to kick her away, he suddenly changed his mind, grabbing Li Qingluo by the hair and forcing her face down toward Li Qingzhu's grave. "Since you wish for me to act personally, I shall press you down and ensure you bow 100 times for Zhu'er." As he prepared to bring her head forcefully down, Li Qingluo coldly chuckled. "You're dreaming." Li Kechuan leaned in, straining to hear. "What did you say?" Turning her head to meet his face, her smile widened. "I said, I am innocent. Therefore, you are the one dreaming." With that, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, a surge of ferocity crossing her features. Li Kechuan, blinded by arrogance, had underestimated her every action. Even as he held her dagger-wielding hand, he had neglected to disarm her. This was the moment Li Qingluo had been waiting for. She had intentionally provoked him, daring him to act, even risking a complete severance of their relationship. All of it was to find the singular opportunity to strike back. Li Qingluo had already relinquished her grip on the dagger's hilt, and as Li Kechuan leaned in close, she thrust the blade violently towards his neck. Chapter 31. A deadly grip. Blood flowed incessantly from her brother's neck in a moment of peril. Li Kechuan sensed the impending danger and swiftly pushed away Li Qingluo's hand. Yet, the sharp iron rod still carved a deep gash into his neck. Alas, it did not penetrate entirely. Otherwise, even if he were a celestial being, salvation would be beyond reach today. "Wretched woman," Li Kechuan cursed vehemently, his hand reaching out in an attempt to strangle Li Qingluo. In that instant, her dagger twisted and turned, aiming once more at him. With no choice but to lean back to evade, Li Kechuan loosened his grip on her. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingluo sprang to her feet and fled. Clutching his bleeding neck, Li Kechuan bellowed in fury, "Capture her, sever her tendons, and bring her back to me." However, Li Qingluo did not continue her flight, but instead turned and leaped down the steep slope. Though not a cliff, the descent was perilous. Too rapid a pace would render steady footing impossible. Li Qingluo chose to roll down, while the pursuing servants, wary of her reckless abandon, merely sat and slid down, desperately reaching out to seize her. With gritted teeth, Li Qingluo clutched her head, propelling herself faster, avoiding branches and stones as best she could, yet still sustaining numerous cuts and bruises along the way. "Stop her!" the servants cried out, alarmed at her relentless descent. Understanding the peril that awaited at the foot of the hill, she plunged headfirst into the raging Qinhuai River without hesitation. She would not allow herself to fall into Li Kechuan's clutches again. Better to fight for survival than to endure a fate worse than death. Li Qingluo could swim. It was a skill she had learned as a child when the Lu siblings had mercilessly pushed her into a lake, and she had fought her way to the surface to survive. The Lu family had never regarded her as one of their own. In the Li family, Li Qingzhu was a cherished jewel, while Li Qingluo was treated as mere livestock, never experiencing a day of recognition as a human being. This very reality had driven her, in her previous life, to yearn desperately for the warmth of genuine kinship upon returning to the Li family. Yet her desires had remained unfulfilled. In this life, she vowed to turn the tide against her fate, determined to carve a path to survival, even in what seemed to be a dead end. The turbulent waters, sharp stones, and branches loomed ominously. The Li family's servants leaped into the water but quickly swam back to shore. Li Qingluo, however, was completely submerged, vanishing from sight. Hastily, the servants crawled back, their faces pale and disheveled as they knelt before Li Kechuan, reporting, "Young master, the second young lady, she may have drowned." Li Kechuan, having witnessed everything, saw Li Qingluo's resolute leap into the river. His expression darkened, his eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. Her spirit was unexpectedly fierce, unwilling to yield. Even as she feigned repentance at Zhu'er's grave, enduring a little hardship, he would never have truly sought her life. Yet now, she had chosen to leap into the river rather than submit to him. "Very well, Li Qingluo," he seethed, gripping his blood-soaked neck. "Go find her, alive or dead. I must see her. Even if she is truly gone, what of it? She was never meant to return, a life exchanged for Zhu'er's. If grandmother demands an account, can she truly expect me, the sole heir of the Li family, to pay with my life? I will merely claim she fell into the river by accident. I might kneel in the ancestral hall for a few days, and this matter will swiftly pass. With his mind settled, he stared at the river's surface, feeling an unsettling agitation and unease rising within him. As night fell, the most bustling area of Nanjing was along the banks of the Qingzhu River, vibrant with song and dance, wine and revelry. Stages showcased operas and acrobatics, while the brothels thrived, echoing with laughter and mirth as bright as day. Yet, in the shadows beneath the southern pavilion, a woman clinging to a piece of driftwood silently emerged from the depths of the water. It was none other than Li Qingluo, who had defiantly plunged into the river moments earlier. Her complexion was pallid, her skin swollen from prolonged exposure to the water. She scanned her surroundings, and upon hearing footsteps on the shore, pressed herself against the riverbank, remaining utterly still. Not here, check over there. Illuminate the torches. Li Qingluo's men had followed the current and reached the city of Nanjing in search of her. Li Qingluo, however, was not foolish enough to fall back into his grasp. Having narrowly escaped death in the water, she needed to extricate herself swiftly. From the shore, a voice inquired, "Good sirs, which house do you serve? What brings you to the river at such an hour?" The Li family's servants, perhaps aware of the commotion they had caused, replied nonchalantly, "We serve the Li residents in the southern part of the city. A wicked slave has escaped, and we believe she may have been seen near the river. We fear she has fallen in, hence our search." A passerby remarked, "Ah, you truly have a conscience, fearing she may drown. Why bother with such a wretched slave? She will inevitably be caught and face punishment." Yes, the servants responded. After all, it is a life. Life? Li Qingluo thought, finding it the greatest irony she had heard in some time. Under the bright daylight, it would have been difficult to hide in the water. Once the coast was clear, she maneuvered silently through the water, successfully reaching a small boat. As she clung to the boat's side, her strength waned. But before she could climb aboard, she was discovered. Who goes there? A sword suddenly pressed against her brow, and darkness engulfed her. Only when she saw the frost on the blade did she realize she had stumbled into a perilous situation. There was someone on the boat, a young man. Judging by his voice, in the pitch-black night, with no lantern lit, she had assumed it was unoccupied, emboldening her to approach. Yet now, retreat was impossible. A sound would surely attract the attention of the Li family's servants on the shore. As the flames on the bank grew brighter, Li Qingluo, exhausted from a day of turmoil, had little strength left. She was merely hanging on by a thread, desperate to survive. With her life on the line, she trembled and pleaded softly, "My lord, I mean no disturbance to your peace. I am in dire straits and humbly beseech you to save my life." The man remained silent, and the stillness stretched on, so long that Li Qingluo's grip faltered several times. Had she not struggled to regain her hold, she would have slipped beneath the surface completely. She began to shiver uncontrollably, feeling an overwhelming chill seep into her bones, threatening to rob her of control. If this continued, she feared she would indeed perish. A bitter sigh escaped her. Was this how her story would end, at the hands of her own brother, Li Qingluo? Chapter 32. The deadly order to hunt down Li Qingluo, just as she was filled with thoughts of retreat and resolved to struggle desperately for a glimmer of hope elsewhere. A voice suddenly emerged from the boat, "Come aboard." Li Qingluo's heart surged with joy. She gritted her teeth and made a final effort, scrambling onto the vessel. The boat was not large, merely a slightly oversized black awning boat. The man sat within the dark canopy, while Li Qingluo could only lie at the stern of the boat. This was her chance for survival, and she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Perhaps hearing the sound of water, the lights from the shore quickly converged towards them. Dressed in a moon-white gown, Li Qingluo nervously curled her body, fearful of being seen. At that moment, the tip of a sword that had been pointing at her suddenly tapped against the bottom of the boat. Understanding the implication, Li Qingluo cautiously shifted her damp body and skillfully squeezed into a cramped cabin beneath the stern. "There's a boat. Should we take a look? Do you not wish to live? Did you not see the sword on the boat? It cannot possibly be her. Let us go." Li Qingluo evaded the light, and just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the chilling tip of the sword was pointed directly at her again. "Come out." Gazing at the sword, Li Qingluo swallowed hard. The blade extended from the canopy towards her, and she estimated it to be around 4.5 feet long. The wielder, capable of wielding such a lengthy sword, must not only possess formidable skills, but also be of considerable stature. Unsure of whom she had offended, she hurriedly crawled out from beneath the stern and shrank back into the bow of the boat. "My lord, I apologize. Once those on the shore leave, I shall depart immediately and not disturb you." The owner of the sword replied, "Are you the runaway slave?" Li Qingluo gritted her teeth and responded, I am indeed the person they seek, but I am not a runaway slave. The man inquired, not a slave? Indeed, my lord. I am the second daughter recently recovered by the illustrious General Li from the Li family. My name is Li Qingluo. Due to some grievances, I was compelled to seek refuge in the water from their pursuit. Once I safely return home, I shall bring silver to repay your kindness. Li Qingluo needed to demonstrate sufficient sincerity, hoping it would spare her life beneath this sword tonight. She understood that with a mere flick, he could stain the Qinhuai River with her blood. She did not wish to narrowly escape from Li Kechuan's pursuit only to perish at the hands of another. Perhaps her honesty swayed him. He sheathed his sword, but said, You must find another way to repay me. Li Qingluo was taken aback. It seemed this man was not lacking in wealth, having refused her only remaining valuable asset. What does my lord desire? She inquired. When I think of something, I will send someone to find you. Very well. It appeared this man held a notable status. Otherwise, he would not casually suggest sending someone to the general's residence to seek her. Li Qingluo dared not speak further, making an effort to shrink into the smallest corner. Perhaps realizing that her life was no longer in imminent danger, her consciousness gradually faded. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she succumbed to slumber, the boat suddenly rocked violently. A tall shadow emerged from within the boat, adorned with a long sword, and leaped ashore. Before long, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from a nearby gambling house. Though it was already past curfew, the riverbank remained ablaze with light. Once the chaos subsided, shadows lingered on the shore, the leading figure remarkably tall, with a sword at his waist measuring 4 feet and 8 inches. Clad in black, he exuded a chilling aura. This man was none other than the current 5th prince, the Prince of Su, Duan Rongshi, who also held the esteemed title of Minister of Justice. As the flames gradually illuminated the dark river surface, Duan Rongshi fixed his gaze on the black awning boat and commanded, Bring it over. Yes, your highness. The boat slowly approached the shore, and the prince's trusted aides soon discovered that a woman lay at the stern. Observing the prince's reaction, it was clear he was aware of her presence. The group, including Pafeng and others, restrained their weapons, refraining from immediate attack. However, upon closer inspection, they found that the woman was not only unconscious but also drenched, her garments clinging to her form. Though her figure was alluring, her hair was disheveled, and her half-visible face was swollen, obscuring her features. Her skin appeared puffy, and her complexion was pale. They wondered if she might be dead. Pafeng approached to check her breath. Your highness, she still lives. Shall we take her below and interrogate her once she awakens? Duan Rongshi turned to him. Interrogate what? Pafeng was astonished. Your highness, could she not be an assassin? She appeared to be a female assassin who had already been subdued by the prince. Otherwise, how could she be lying on his boat? Surely, the prince was not one to show such kindness. Duan Rongshi's cold gaze sharpened, clearly displeased with his subordinate's unwarranted assumptions. When did I say she was an assassin? Pafeng's expression shifted, and he immediately knelt. I was wrong, your highness. Duan Rongshi remained impassive. Upon returning to the residence, you shall receive 10 lashes. Strangely, Pafeng seemed almost pleased by the punishment. Yes, thank you, your highness. Zhu'er and the others stood by, obediently listening, unwilling to speak as freely as Pafeng did. Duan Rongshi then spoke up. This is the daughter of General Li Qiaojing. Zhu'er, investigate what has transpired with the Li family recently. If this young woman's actions tonight were deliberate, further investigate the connection between General Li and the individuals at the gambling house. Upon hearing that she was from the Li family, the others were naturally astonished. However, they had seen her at Qingzhu Temple and felt compelled to scrutinize her more closely, only to find her appearance resembling that of a drowned ghost. If this were indeed a ploy by the Li family to approach the prince, it would be an extravagant gamble. Understood, your highness. Duan Rongshi commanded. Take her down and place her in a separate courtyard. Yes, we shall obey. 3 days later, Li Qingluo awakened once more. As she opened her eyes, she beheld a room adorned with elegant decor, momentarily bewildered about her whereabouts. The fragrance of incense wafted through the air, and outside, a vibrant lotus pond flourished. Li Qingluo had never seen such a breathtaking sight and found herself momentarily entranced. Just then, a servant entered, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Li Qingluo awake. The maid gestured enthusiastically, her mouth forming silent exclamations, and Li Qingluo soon realized she was mute. Following the maid, Li Qingluo exited the courtyard, where several busy servants were also mute. Although they wore gentle smiles, the sight sent a shiver down her spine. However, She quickly discerned that they bore no ill will towards her. Regaining her composure, she adjusted her demeanor and inquired, "May I ask where this place is?" Chapter 33. The private residence of the pretend daughter. The mute servant continued to communicate through gestures, yet unfortunately, Li Qingluo failed to comprehend them. As for writing, she found herself still somewhat inept. So she decided to abandon her attempts to gather information from these mute individuals and instead focused on organizing her current predicament in her mind. That day, in an effort to evade the malevolent schemes of Li Qingluo, she had leapt into the Qinghai River. Subsequently, she was carried downstream and eventually brought back to the city of Jinling. She had intended to board a boat but was discovered by a swordsman. Fortunately, this swordsman granted her a chance at survival. She recalled informing him of her connection to the Li family, yet it appeared he had not returned her to them. Perhaps this was indeed the residence of that swordsman who had taken her in. Though uncertain of his true intentions, whether benevolent or otherwise, Li Qingluo felt a sense of gratitude towards him. Strangely, a feeling of relief washed over her. Never had she felt at ease during her time with the Li family. The thought of Li Qingluo and the Qiu family conspiring against her ignited a surge of uncontrollable rage and resentment within her. A mute servant approached and tugged at her arm, prompting Li Qingluo to notice that beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, a meal had been laid out for her on the stone table. She was led to sit down and found the table adorned with a simple yet appealing spread of congee and side dishes. The rice in the congee was pearly white, thick, fragrant, and tender. There were 4 or 5 types of small dishes, all appearing quite delectable. Grateful, Li Qingluo looked at the mute servants, and in that instant, the anger she had felt began to dissipate. She had been starving for several days and quickly consumed every morsel on the table. The mute servants watched with satisfied smiles on their faces. After the meal, Li Qingluo approached the fish tank and, through its reflection, beheld her own visage. The force of Li Qingluo's slap had left its mark. Though the swelling had subsided considerably, her face was still marred with bruises. Other wounds on her body had evidently been treated. While numerous, none of the injuries were severe. Another day passed, and as Li Qingluo awaited a visitor who never came, she realized that the swordsman would not be seeing her. Moreover, apart from herself, the only other occupants of the residence were the mute servants, indicating that the swordsman did not reside there. It seemed that the gratitude she owed him would linger, perhaps until he sought her out again. Li Qingluo expressed her desire to leave to the mute servants. They appeared to have received prior instructions, beaming as they gestured towards the door, suggesting that she was free to depart at any time. That very day, she changed into a servant-s attire, thanked them for their care over the past few days, and exited the residence. The house, positioned discreetly along the banks of the Qinghai River, bore the name Osmanthus Garden above its entrance. Clearly, the identity of the swordsman was shrouded in mystery. Li Qingluo had no intention of prying further. She turned and swiftly vanished into the crowd. At the Prince Su's residence, news of Li Qingluo's departure from Osmanthus Garden reached them swiftly. Zhu'er entered the study to report the matter to Duan Rongshi, who seemed to be oblivious. Patiently polishing his long sword with silk satin, Zhu'er stated, "Your Highness, at the Li residence, only old Madame Pei has sent someone to discreetly inquire about the second young lady. Apart from that, no one else has made any move since General Li searched by the Qinghai River on the first day. However, I have confirmed that the second young lady's appearance that night was indeed purely accidental. She was unaware of your Highness's identity." Duan Rongshi appeared indifferent, yet did not prevent Zhu'er from continuing. Zhu'er proceeded, "General Li has been attending court as usual, training, and socializing with friends, showing no signs of abnormality, as if he were unaware that a daughter had gone missing from his household. Perhaps he simply does not care about the second young lady at all. Moreover, I have discovered something peculiar. On the same day the second young lady returned home, the legitimate daughter of the Li family committed self-immolation, claiming to have succumbed to despair. However, it seems that after that day, the rest of the family, aside from old Madame Pei, harbored great hatred towards the second young lady." Duan Rongshi interjected, "I am not blind," indicating he had already perceived the situation. The sordid affairs of the Li family could not remain concealed for long. The household was filled with inept individuals, save for old Madame Pei, and it was a pity for that young lady. Zhu'er expressed surprise. "Does the master still possess compassion?" Duan Rongshi replied, "Her sweet potato dish was quite enjoyable." Zhu'er remarked, "Ah, so it is for the sake of a meal. No wonder your Highness has such a discerning palate. It is rare for you to find something to your liking. The second young lady must have some culinary skill." It is a shame she is a daughter of the household and cannot be captured to serve as a cook. Duan Rongshi had yet to voice that the young lady possessed striking eyes. He sheathed his sword, instructing, "Send someone to keep watch over the Li family." Li Qiaojing cannot escape culpability in this relief disaster embezzlement case. Li Qingluo did not return to the Li residence immediately. She lingered by the banks of the Qinhuai River for a considerable time. Thoughts of fleeing entirely to become a free individual, severing all ties with the Li family, crossed her mind. She could earn her own living, start anew, and no longer be blinded by hatred, escaping to a life free from torment. Yet, she felt unwilling to accept such a fate. She could not resign herself to a life shattered by the machinations and mockery of others. She desired to leave the Li family, but certainly not as a defeated coward. 2 maidservants passed by, discussing how the prince sent rare and delightful gifts to the young lady daily, things they had never seen before. Li Qingluo immediately rose at the mention of the prince. In this world, few could be referred to as the prince. Surely, it could not be a mere coincidence that it was a member of the Yang family? Following the 2 maidservants, she found herself standing before a residence. Concealed behind a banyan tree, she watched as they entered through a side door. As she pondered how to sneak in and investigate, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Lu Jingjai, the aunt from the Lu family. What was she doing here? After greeting someone at the side door, Lu Jingjai was soon ushered inside. Li Qingluo's heart raced with excitement. Such coincidences were rare. If this were indeed the residence of Prince Yong, then the supposedly deceased Li Qingzhu must be inside. That wretched woman, refusing to return to the estate, was now hiding here in idleness. I can assure you, as a runaway slave, she wanted to even make it to the city gates before being caught and sent to the capital's court, where she would receive 20 lashes to bring her to her senses. A matron noticed Li Qingluo in her servant's attire and seized her waist with a firm grip. Li Qingluo winced in pain and pleaded, "Please spare me, madam. I merely stepped out for some fresh air. I had no intention of escaping." The matron scrutinized her, noticing the bruises on her face, and frowned. "Who are you? I do not recall seeing you before." Chapter 34. The false heiress raised by a man in a private residence. Li Qingluo covered her face and said, "Nurse, I took a fall a few days ago, and my face has been disfigured. It is only natural that you do not recognize me. Besides, I am merely a rough servant girl, often busy in the kitchen." Li Qingluo herself was surprised at how effortlessly she spun this tale, and to her astonishment, the nurse actually believed her. A couple of days ago, she had overheard that a maid named Chu had returned home. "Is that you? How did you come to look like this? Stay away from the master's presence for a few days. Come with me." Following the nurse, Li Qingluo managed to sneak into the residence of Prince Yun, and she did not expect things to go so smoothly. After parting with the nurse, she cautiously made her way to the kitchen. The kitchen was bustling with activity, and upon seeing an unremarkable-looking maid, they paid her no mind and set her to work. Li Qingluo joined in, diligently keeping busy while contemplating when she might slip away to search for Lu Jingjie, only to be interrupted by the very nurse she had encountered earlier. "You, come with me," the nurse commanded, and Li Qingluo complied, picking up a prepared dish and following her out of the kitchen. She thought to herself how fortunate it was that she had just arrived in the kitchen. Otherwise, if the nurse came back and found her missing, it would raise suspicion and create trouble. As Li Qingluo left, the kitchen staff exchanged puzzled glances. "Who is that? Do we have such a maid in our kitchen? That face is unrecognizable. Could it be Chu Chu? That loathsome girl who usually talks so much has said nothing today. Is it really her?" Along with Li Qingluo, 2 other maids brought their own dishes. Li Qingluo dared not speak, keeping her head down and listening to their conversation. "What is that woman's background? She comes to take advantage of us every few days. The young miss doesn't even see her. Yet she has the audacity to demand our service. It's utterly disgusting. Indeed, she really thinks herself a half-master, always putting on airs before us. It's infuriating." One of the maids spat heavily onto the food. Another quickly followed suit, while the nurse pretended not to hear and did not turn back. The 2 maids exchanged glances with Li Qingluo, as if to say that if she did not join in, she would be seen as an outsider who might report them. Li Qingluo deduced that they were talking about Lu Jingjie. Thus, she smiled slightly, naturally aligning herself with their sentiments. In a secluded courtyard, Lu Jingjie was indeed seated, enjoying a massage while being attended to. Upon entering, Li Qingluo lowered her gaze and quietly assisted in setting the food on the table, watching as Lu Jingjie devoured everything with delight. Delicious. Truly, the best food in Jinling City comes from our Zhu'er. With her plump hands, She grasped a greasy chicken leg in one hand and shoved abalone into her mouth with the other, her face smeared with grease. One of the maids nearby nearly retched at the sight. After finishing, Li Qinglu leisurely picked at her teeth, instructing someone to wash her hands and rinse her mouth. Li Qingluo couldn't help but smile at the sight. It seemed Li Qinglu had been living well these past few years. Li Qinglu was 10 years older than Li Qingluo. She was the biological daughter of the midwife who had swapped the identities of Li Qingluo and Li Qingzhu, making her Li Qingzhu's biological aunt. In her childhood, Li Qingluo had suffered greatly at the hands of Li Qingzhu, enduring abuse and insults. Li Qingzhu had offloaded all her chores onto Li Qingluo, washing clothes, gathering firewood, cooking, working in the fields, and harvesting grass. If Li Qingluo ever protested, Li Qingzhu would rally the other children in the household to bully her and would even slander her to the elders of the Liu family, resulting in Li Qingluo receiving a severe beating. Fortunately, Li Qingzhu had left Liu family village 5 years ago and had not returned since. It was said she had married a butcher and was living comfortably. Now, it appeared she was not merely comfortable, but perhaps had even recognized Li Qingzhu as her niece, enjoying an even more elevated lifestyle. "You, bring me a cup of tea," Li Qingzhu ordered suddenly, pointing at Li Qingluo and tapping the table. After burping loudly, the odor wafted around them. The others frowned, some even wrinkling their noses, while Li Qingluo, accustomed to such treatment, obediently walked over to pour her tea. Li Qingzhu was aware that they all looked down on her. Yet what could they do? After all, she was Zhu'er's aunt. As she sipped the tea, its fragrance filled her mouth, and she closed her eyes in pleasure. Gazing at the dark-skinned, unattractive woman before her, she thought of the detestable Lu Qiao. She had heard that Lu Qiao had returned to the Li family, wondering if she would still recognize her aunt upon her visit. Just then, a nurse with a forced smile approached. "Madam Lu, the young lady has instructed that she is too busy to meet with you today. After your meal, please make your way out." Li Qingzhu slammed her teacup down on the table. "Not free again. Each time I return, she claims to be too busy to see me. I will go find her myself." Furious, Li Qingzhu stood up, ready to storm out. But the nurse signaled to several maids, who quickly surrounded Li Qingzhu to restrain her. "Let me go. Do you know who I am? Be careful, or I will tell Zhu'er and have your skins peeled off." The nurse laughed coldly. "Pa, do you have no shame? How dare you utter the young lady's name? She does not wish to see you, yet you return every few days to eat and drink as if you were the master here. The young lady is merely showing you a hint of kindness. If you remain ungrateful, you may find yourself in dire straits one day without understanding why." The nurse's words left Li Qingzhu reeling. "You dare? Zhu'er. I want to see Zhu'er. Zhu'er, I am your biological aunt. Come and see how these wretched servants are treating me." Li Qingzhu's mouth was covered, and several maids, who had long harbored disdain for her, seized the opportunity to pinch and grab her. Li Qingzhu, now plump from indulgence, found herself pinned down and unable to move freely, forced to endure their torment. The nurse pretended not to notice, while Li Qingluo stood to the side, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. As the nurse was about to ask Li Qingluo something, another hurried nurse arrived from outside. "Zhao nurse, quickly! The master has returned. The young lady needs to prepare his favorite hot dishes. And for the serving, make sure they are not too orderly. Just her, she will do." The nurse pointed directly at Li Qingluo. Chapter 35. Li Qingluo and the false young lady confront each other. Li Qingluo bowed her knees in greeting, her heart racing. Could the master they spoke of be Prince Yan? To her surprise, her ghostly appearance had become a convenient guise. In the long corridor, Li Qingluo followed Granny Zhao and her entourage, carrying exquisite, delectable hot dishes, traversing through pavilions and bridges, past lakes and rockeries, until they arrived at a courtyard adorned with vibrant flowers and plants. The spring-full pavilion was serene, and everything proceeded in an orderly manner. After placing the hot dishes on the table alongside others, Li Qingluo stepped aside. Once Granny Zhao had dismissed the younger, prettier maids, she retained a few inconspicuous ones, including Li Qingluo. However, when Li Qingluo kept her head down, her figure was still quite striking. Granny Zhao glanced at her and pushed her to the back. This suited Li Qingluo perfectly, allowing her to conceal herself partially behind the curtain. Before long, a pair of celestial lovers entered hand in hand. The man was adorned in a luxurious moon-white brocade robe, crowned with a headpiece studded with precious gems that sparkled under the sunlight. His waist was cinched with a jade belt, also encrusted with various gems, exuding an air of opulence. His visage was undeniably handsome. and his demeanor was both charming and cultured, though his gaze held a slight air of detachment, revealing hints of exhaustion that even the makeup couldn't fully conceal. So, this was Prince Yun, the very one who had assisted Li Qingzhu in her plan to set herself ablaze and escape the Li family. Beside him stood a woman whose features resembled a painting of deep ink. Her naturally rosy lips needed no embellishment to allure. A smile from her was as enchanting as peach blossoms in spring, radiant yet demure, carrying a faint fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. Her skin was as delicate as snow, smooth and seemingly capable of yielding moisture. Her flowing black hair cascaded gently. Her hairstyle was understated yet graceful, adorned with few accessories, making her resemble a celestial being. Clad in a pale pink and white gauzy gown, her every step was a gentle sway, ethereal and light as clouds. This was Li Qingzhu. After her demise, she had become an almost ethereal presence in the minds of many. Indeed, she was breathtaking. In her presence, Li Qingluo felt akin to a wild duck that had yet to shed its dark feathers. Li Qingluo had only encountered Li Qingzhu once in her previous life, as a ghost. Yet that fleeting moment was sufficient for her to recognize her instantly upon this second encounter. Li Qingzhu gazed shyly at Prince Yun as they sat down at the table to dine. "Master, you must try this. It's your favorite crystal shrimp dumpling. Zhu'er, you should have some too. The 8 treasure duck looks quite good today." They exchanged food with gentle intimacy and a hint of bashfulness, their deep affection evident in their glances. Not a soul in the room seemed to find it peculiar. Observing their closeness, Li Qingluo's suspicions were confirmed. Initially, she had merely speculated. Now it was undeniable. Li Qingzhu and Prince Yun had likely been entangled in a secret affair long before. Now, under the guise of fake death, she was being sheltered in this private residence. Was she a mistress? Yet she was still dressed as a maiden. Was she a guest? The servants addressed her as Miss, treating her as their mistress. What could she be thinking? Was it merely because of her engagement to Zhuang Wei? Was she willing to forsake her reputation to elope with Prince Yun? To reside under the same roof with him without regard for her virtue, unaware that being a concubine meant being a mistress? Was this how the Li family prided itself on raising virtuous daughters? And in the process, attributing Li Qingluo the ill reputation of a venomous woman? Truly, a masterstroke of manipulation. Afterwards, she could easily return to the Li family, just as in her previous life, utilizing some pretext to reclaim her status as the legitimate daughter of the Li family. As for Zhuang Wei's engagement, it could naturally be transferred to Li Qingluo, allowing Li Qingzhu to remain unblemished while courting Prince Yun. Marrying Prince Yun and becoming a secondary consort was not an impossibility. What an astute strategist she was. Li Qingluo clenched her hands. This time, she would not allow Li Qingzhu to succeed. After the meal, like the other maids, Li Qingluo served the two and quickly withdrew. Li Qingzhu nestled under Prince Yun's arm, and they stood by the window admiring the stars and moon, discussing poetry and life. As Li Qingluo walked through the corridor, contemplating how to escape the residence, she overheard someone mentioning, "The young lady instructed that we must have the yam cake from Ming Lu, who will go buy it tomorrow morning." Immediately, Li Qingluo stepped forward, declaring, "Sisters, I shall go." A few maids turned to her. "You? Where do you come from? How come we've never seen you before?" Without a hint of embarrassment, Li Qingluo replied, "Sisters, I just returned with Granny today. I had a fall a few days ago and injured my face, so you may not recognize me yet. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Her words were deliberately ambiguous. It was unclear if she was a new arrival brought back by Granny or had been there longer. Nonetheless, no one pressed further, as the household was large and ever-changing, making it difficult to keep track of everyone. The next day, due to her sweet tongue, Li Qingluo managed to stay the night in the maids' quarters and early in the morning accompanied Granny Zhao to the market. Amidst the bustling crowd, she swiftly shed her maid's attire, dismantled her hairstyle, and braided her hair before quickly slipping away from the main street. When Granny Zhao turned back to check on her, there was no trace of her. After searching in vain, she hurried back to Prince Yun's residence. However, upon inquiring and cross-referencing the roster, they found no record of her presence. Everyone claimed to have never seen her and assumed she was a newcomer brought back by Granny Zhao. Granny Zhao's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, "This is bad." Chapter 36, Grandmother's Fury, Brother's Betrayal. However, nothing of significance was lost in the matter. Moreover, the matter could not be brought before the master, otherwise, everyone involved would face inevitable punishment. Since no major chaos had ensued, the incident was ultimately suppressed. At this juncture, Li Qingluo arrived at the entrance of the dog hole, only to discover that it had been sealed. She surmised that her grandmother had taken this precaution to prevent her from sneaking out of the manor again, and she could not help but smile wryly. To return to the Li family discreetly, she could not use the front entrance. After all, as an unmarried young lady who had been absent for several days and was not properly dressed, if seen by an ill-intentioned person, she feared it would lead to further disgrace. Moreover, she dreaded being apprehended by Li Kechuan's men before she could even step through the door. Just then, a sudden downpour began. Before long, Li Qingluo was soaked to the skin. She stood on her toes atop a stone, intending to scale the wall, but was startled by a familiar low call from behind. "Miss?" Turning around, she saw it was Grandma Dang, and her body swayed precariously before collapsing into the old woman's embrace. Li Qingluo felt both drenched and feverish. Upon seeing her face and feeling her body, Grandma Dang was instantly moved to tears. "Poor child, what have you endured?" The old servant immediately resolved to take her back. Li Qingluo managed a faint, relieved smile, as if she had suffered greatly and could finally catch her breath, before promptly fainting, slipping into unconsciousness. In truth, she had merely fallen into a deep sleep. When she awoke, her fever had subsided, and she felt considerably clearer. To her surprise, she found herself back in the room of Jingxi Hall. Zhu'er pushed the door open, and, upon seeing Li Qingluo awake, her face lit up with joy. "Heiress, Grandma, the young lady has awakened." With this news, everyone in Jingxi Hall rejoiced, and the old woman hurried to inform the matriarch, Lady Pei, of this good news. Soon after, Lady Pei came to see her in person. "Luo, how do you feel now? Your grandmother has been quite worried about you, my child." Li Qingluo stared blankly. The surrounding maids looked at her with concern, while Heiress and Zhu'er discreetly wiped away their tears. "Grandmother, I am fine. What is the matter with everyone?" Lady Pei gently touched her head. "You still claim to be fine? Do you have any idea how many wounds you bear?" "Over 20. Li Qingluo smiled faintly. "Grandmother, they are merely minor injuries. Nothing to worry about." Seeing her so dismissive of her own well-being, Lady Pei felt a surge of anger. "You still insist you are fine? Let us not even mention the suffering your family endured in the past that left those scars. Although I have medicine to remove these blemishes, you must learn to cherish your own body. How could you let it come to this?" Li Qingluo hesitated, her expression revealing unspoken words. Heiress knelt on the ground. "Miss, please punish this servant. I spoke out of turn and informed the old lady about the day you were forced by the eldest young master to give blood and flesh for your mother. I also mentioned the haunting in Hongfeng Pavilion and how you were deceived into going to Chuanjai Hall." Li Qingluo's eyes widened in shock. "You, Heiress?" Alas. Tears filled her eyes as she turned away, overwhelmed with a myriad of unexpressed grievances. Lady Pei gazed at her, as if seeing her younger self. In that moment, it felt as though someone had excavated her heart. She reached out to touch Li Qingluo's temple and sighed deeply. "You fear disappointing your grandmother, do you not?" Tears streamed down Li Qingluo's face, soaking her pillow. Lady Pei held her hand, heartbroken. "I have already investigated. Your mother truly suffers from an eye ailment, but it is not severe enough to warrant bloodletting or flesh removal for medicine. This was all a scheme concocted by her and your brother to deal with you. Your grandmother knows you are clever. Did you not suspect this?" Li Qingluo nodded slowly. Lady Pei inquired further, "Then why did you not inform me about the poison? Why did you allow that old Dang to keep it from me? I sent Heiress to watch over you." And yet Li Qingluo turned to Lady Pei, her eyes reddening. "Grandmother, I am sorry. I did not wish to burden you, so I thought it unnecessary to tell you these matters. You once said that I must rely on myself for everything, so I made efforts to do so, but I have failed as for my mother. It is indeed my fault for not winning her favor. Do not be angry, grandmother. I will heed your advice and try to please them again." Lady Pei felt an ache in her heart, squeezing Li Qingluo's hand tightly. "Enough. It is I, your grandmother, who was wrong before. One should not impose upon others what they do not wish for themselves. I prided myself on being carefree all my life, yet I have been harsh with you. What I failed to accomplish in my time, how can I expect you to fulfill? I should have long recognized that your parents and brother are heartless fools. Even if you exhaust yourself to please them, their hearts will remain cold. And who else will care for you, if not your grandmother? You may lack parents, but you still have me. I will see to your well-being for life. Rest for now. I shall ensure this matter is resolved on your behalf." Lady Pei caressed Li Qingluo's face before rising to leave. Once everyone had departed, Li Qingluo finally concealed her sorrowful expression. She sat up, gently wiping away the traces of tears on her face. Reflecting on her grandmother's words, her heart was indeed profoundly moved. Yet, she had also achieved several of her objectives. This time, it was her turn to retaliate. Outside the room, Lady Pei stood solemnly in the courtyard, flanked by Granny Zhang and Granny Deng. Observing the distressed demeanor of Lady Pei, the two could not help but advise her. Old madam, you must take care of your own health. Those disobedient ones can be dealt with slowly. Do not let them distress you. Lady Pei sighed deeply. I am concerned for Zhu'er. She refuses to speak. But how could I not discern the peril she faces? The wounds on her back are the most severe. Did you not see? It was not a blunt instrument that could inflict such damage. Moreover, she clearly must have suffered internal injuries. Yet now she appears entirely well. I suspect someone has already given her a pill for internal injuries. But who is this person? She will not mention it. Granny Deng and Granny Zhang exchanged glances, having not considered such complexities. Suddenly, Lady Pei's expression hardened. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Go, summon my good son, my good daughter-in-law, and my good grandson to Jingxi Hall. I shall demand answers from them regarding their humanity. The two grannies responded, Yes, old madam. That night, Jingxi Hall was brightly lit. Li Qingluo sat beside Lady Pei at the high table. When Li Qiaojing, Chu Shi, and Li Kechuan were summoned simultaneously, Li Qingluo intended to rise to pay her respects. But Lady Pei firmly pressed her down. Stay seated beside me. There is no need to rise. At this moment, Lady Pei's demeanor was solemn and imposing, radiating an overwhelming air of authority. Her sharp, icy gaze fixed upon her son, daughter-in-law, and eldest grandson. Even Li Qiaojing, a general who had faced countless enemies on the battlefield, felt a tremor of apprehension in the presence of his once formidable mother. What is happening? Mother seems to be simmering with a belly full of anger, on the verge of erupting. It surely cannot be because of him, can it? Chapter 37. Grandmother's fury at the family's ignorance. Li Kechuan, upon seeing that Li Qingluo was indeed alive and well, cast a gentle glance her way before nonchalantly shifting his gaze elsewhere. Chu's eyes darted nervously, unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. Only Li Qiaojing remained blissfully unaware of the tension. Upon noticing Li Qingluo seated beside old Madame Pei, who did not rise to greet them, he furrowed his brow and said, Son pays his respects to mother. Mother, your excessive indulgence of Luo will lead her to become oblivious to the ways of the world and the proprieties of life. When she marries into the Duke of Zhongyi's household, she will surely bring shame upon us. Silence. Old Madame Pei slammed her palm upon the table beside her, causing it to tremble perilously. Li Qiaojing's expression shifted immediately upon being publicly chastised, yet he bit his lip and refrained from further comment. Old Madame Pei glared at him fiercely, declaring, Since your childhood, you have never been close to me, and I have not personally taught you. My greatest regret is that I did not bring you to the battlefield with me, leaving you instead in the care of that venomous woman, Deng, raised by a concubine. You have grown into a selfish, cold-hearted individual devoid of affection, respect, and kindness. You are neither a dutiful son nor a caring father. Old Madame Pei's fury escalated. As she berated him for his ingratitude, Li Qiaojing's face darkened, and when she accused him of being unfilial, he hastily knelt down. The disgrace of such a reputation could ruin his career in court. Mother, I do not know where I have erred. Please, enlighten me. As for Aunt Deng, let us not speak of her. Chu and Li Kechuan quickly followed suit, kneeling as well, unwilling to stand. Seeing this, Li Qingluo also stood and turned to kneel. Old Madame Pei, filled with concern, urged, Zhu'er, rise. Listen to your grandmother. Your wounds have yet to heal. We shall dispense with formalities today. Yes, thank you, grandmother. Li Qingluo did not refuse the old lady's kindness and, once seated, remained there without further movement. Old Madame Pei continued her tirade. Why not mention that wretched woman? Since you were but a year old, she has raised you. You grew close to her, treating her as your own mother. Even after I saved your father and brought him back from the battlefield, you turned your back on me, did you not? What happened next? One by one, you forced me away, and without me to shield you. Did she treat you well? She plotted against your inheritance and conspired to harm you. Only then did you remember me? Li Qiaojing's face twisted in displeasure. He muttered, but after that, did you not refuse to see me again? When I sought you at Qingsong Temple, you were so cold and unfeeling. Old Madame Pei, in a fit of rage, hurled a teacup at him. How dare you treat me this way and expect me to remain warm-hearted? Li Qiaojing remained silent, his face a mask of indifference. Old Madame Pei, breathing heavily, refrained from further arguing. The suffering you endured in the past, you are now willing to inflict upon your own flesh and blood. Am I wrong to chastise you? I demand you look up and behold your own kin. Have you even spared a glance at her wounds since you entered? Or perhaps you saw them, but did not care? Only then did Li Qiaojing lift his gaze and scrutinized Li Qingluo closely. Upon observing her bruised face, he remained unconcerned, saying, "Mother, it is merely some injuries on her face." On our way to Zijing Hall, Chuan mentioned that he and Zhu'er had gone to pay respects at Zhu'er's grave, but a disagreement arose between them. Although Zhu'er sustained some injuries, she concealed a dagger and used it to wound Chuan's neck. "Mother, Chuan's injuries are grave. They are deep enough to see the bone. If it were to shift even slightly, his life could be at risk." Chuan even spoke up for her, suggesting that since both siblings were at fault, the matter should be laid to rest. We, as her parents, did not reprimand her upon entering. "But mother, your blatant favoritism, accusing me of neglecting Zhu'er, should you not be fair to Chuan as well?" Upon hearing Li Qiaojing's words, old Madame Pei could only muster a weary smile of frustration. She let out a cold huff and turned her gaze to Chu. "And you, Chu, what do you have to say?" Chu trembled slightly, glancing at Li Qingluo before quickly averting her gaze. "Mother, I believe we should let this matter rest. Chuan has also chosen to overlook it. Zhu'er is his sister and should not seek vengeance against her brother. After all, Chuan has not gained anything from this." Old Madame Pei, incensed by her words, seized a teapot and hurled it at her. "You two, silence." Li Kechuan instinctively threw himself over Chu. "Mother." The teapot shattered upon him, and Chu, moved by the sight, embraced Kechuan, tears streaming down her face. Yet she stifled her sobs. "Chuan, are you all right? Do not be angry with your grandmother. Listen to your mother." Li Kechuan raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with suppressed fury, yet he refrained from exploding. His mother had once mentioned that his grandmother controlled a formidable mercantile enterprise. Though she had never specified which, it was apparent that the business was substantial, given her demeanor. The wealth and power wielded by his grandmother commanded respect, even after years of separation, leading his parents to honor her diligently. His mother had repeatedly advised him to be dutiful before his grandmother, for he was her blood and the sole legitimate grandson of the Li family. Surely, all that belonged to his grandmother would eventually be his. Thus, he had often endured her beratings in silence, never openly defying her. However, this time, his grandmother had crossed a line. If she were to harm his mother, he would never forgive her. Li Kechuan clenched his fists secretly, and when he raised his gaze once more, it was filled with resentment. Old Madame Pei scarcely regarded him, not even bothering to inquire. She had no intention of granting them any more chances. Addressing the three before her, her disappointment was palpable. "Chu, since this is your attitude, let us speak plainly. Li Qiaojing, have you heard that your wife recently suffered from an eye ailment?" Upon hearing this, Chu's complexion shifted. Li Kechuan supported her, shaking his head to reassure her that he would handle everything. Li Qiaojing replied, "Mother, I am aware of this matter. However, I fail to see how it relates to today's gathering and your extraordinary anger. You should take care of your health and not worry over trivialities." Old Madame Pei retorted, "Are you suggesting that I meddle in affairs that do not concern me? If I do not intervene, your negligence will surely lead to your own daughter's demise, and you will act as if you are blissfully ignorant." Chapter 38. Devouring the flesh and blood of one's daughter. How malicious and heartless Li Qiaojing's expression was now more wretched than the dirtiest of Shu Sal's. "Mother, you speak too harshly. How could Chuan possibly?" Li Qingluo, seated nearby, could not help but smirk coldly at this moment. Impossible? Li Kechuan had indeed wished to end her life on numerous occasions. In her previous life, as her grandmother had foretold, Li Qingluo met her demise at the hands of Li Kechuan. Madame Pei, indifferent to Li Qiaojing's feelings, continued her tirade. "These two have conspired to harm Luoluo, claiming they need to draw her blood and carve her flesh for medicine to cure this eye ailment. Had it not been for Luoluo's fortuitous encounter with poison that day, would you really have resorted to drinking your daughter's blood and consuming her flesh? Have you ever nursed her? Have you ever held her, or even caressed her face? How dare you demand her flesh and blood with such audacity? What? Are you unwilling to sacrifice your own son's flesh and blood?" Snorting, she added, "Do not accuse me of unjustly maligning you. The dregs of the medicine that Chu's eye ailment requires are nothing but common herbs. I sent someone to find a prescription from Dr. Zhang's pharmacy, and it contained no rare or precious ingredients that could possibly cure your eyes." Madame Pei's words were clear to Li Qiaojing. He glared at his wife and son, only now realizing their misdeeds. You three, if you do not wish to see her, why not simply keep her away? Why go to such lengths? You have entangled me in this unwarranted wrath from my own mother." His mother was known for her fiery temper, after her disappointment in him. She had left for 30 years, a testament to her formidable nature. Li Qiaojing, after glaring at the guilty Chu and the indifferent Li Kechuan, turned his gaze to Li Qingluo. Madame Pei immediately shielded Li Qingluo, returning Li Qiaojing's glare. What are you looking at her for? Not a word of this has Luo spoken to me. As her father, you neglect her and do not inquire about her well-being. Are you not aware she has been missing for several days, even nearly losing her life? Li Qiaojing, astonished, exclaimed, How can this be? What do you mean, mother? Luo has not been in the residence lately? Are you saying she is missing? Chuan, what in the world is going on? Finally, some anger flickered across Li Qiaojing's face as he grasped the extent of the turmoil within his household, of which he had been utterly unaware. Before Li Kechuan could respond, Madame Pei interjected, What honest answer do you expect from him? He is the one responsible for this, and his words cannot be trusted. Luo, you speak, she urged, patting Li Qingluo's hand to bolster her confidence. Li Qingluo nodded. Yes, grandmother. Grateful for her grandmother's fierce defense, she felt no need to feign ignorance any longer. The moment had come, there was no need for her to endure any longer. With her head bowed, she recounted, that day. Qingyi from my mother's chamber said she wished to see me, so I took care with me. Little did I know, the eldest young master lay in wait and knocked me unconscious, then took me to Li Qingzhu's grave. He demanded that I burn paper and bow an apology at the grave, insisting I perform 100 kowtows. Otherwise, I would be denied food and water, forced to live as a dog at Li Qingzhu's grave. Moreover, he threatened to sever my tendons and break my legs. Previously, he nearly strangled me, which is why I carried a dagger for self-defense. Unexpectedly, I had to use it against my own brother this time. To survive, I had to seize the opportunity to escape, but fell into the river while being pursued by the household servants. I managed to return to the city, narrowly escaping with my life, yet I still had to evade the servants he sent after me. They shouted for the capture of a runaway slave, and I dared not venture outside. I didn't even dare return home, fearing the eldest young master might send someone to seize me and drag me back to my sister's grave to continue breaking my legs. After several days of hiding, I finally encountered Mama Deng and the others. Li Qingluo lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Li Kechuan. I know that my return caused my sister to take her own life in despair. Mother, the eldest young master, and father all harbor resentment towards me, believing this tragedy is my fault. But have I truly committed such grave sins? If you do not wish to see me, I can leave and will never proclaim myself a member of the Li family. Just do not send me back to the Liu family. They do not want me. And neither do you. Yet, surely there is a place for me in this world. Father, mother, I do not blame you for ignoring me all this time. However, I cannot reconcile my heart with this matter. The eldest young master has severed our brotherly bond. From now on, I shall not regard him as my brother. Madame Pei embraced Li Qingluo with tenderness. Child, your grandmother wants you. This family may abandon us, but we shall be our own. Do not lose heart. You still have your grandmother. The exchange between Li Qingluo and Madame Pei stirred a tumult of emotions within Li Qiaojing. Mother you. He sighed and turned, delivering a slap to Li Kechuan. You wretched spawn. Luo is your own sister. Could you not approach her gently and speak with her? Why must you resort to threats? Thankfully, she has escaped without serious harm. Had anything happened to her, I would not spare you. Apologize to your sister at once. Li Qiaojing's intentions were clear. He sought to downplay the severity of the situation. Even after hearing Li Qingluo's account, although he felt a twinge of discomfort, he still did not perceive it as a grave matter. After all, she had returned safely and was alive. Chu, too, shared a similar sentiment, not deeming Li Qingluo's experiences as particularly dire. After all, her legs had not been broken, nor had her tendons been severed. Surely, Chuan had only intended to frighten her. It was Luo who had overreacted and escalated the situation. Yet, deep within, Chu felt an unshakable wave of guilt rising. She turned to her son, now displaying a hint of reproach. Chuan, did you not say you would exercise restraint, that you only wanted her to burn paper at Zhu's grave? How did it escalate to this? Chapter 39. Elder brother compensates Liao with 1,000 taels of silver upon hearing this. Old Madame Pei let out a cold sneer. So, Chu, you do not deny what you said to Liao? Chu's face turned pale. Mother, as your daughter-in-law, I was momentarily confused and indeed committed some wrongdoings with Chuaner. However, please consider my feelings. I was simply overwhelmed with longing for Zhu'er, which led me to such actions. Old Madame Pei interjected sharply. Do not use this as an excuse. Do you think I have become senile, easily fooled by you two fools? I am still quite lucid. Faced with his grandmother's fury, Li Qingluo could no longer remain silent. Grandmother. He raised his head. His gaze calm yet filled with icy resolve as he looked at the two before him. Grandmother, this matter, like the previous incident concerning my mother's eye ailment, was entirely my doing. Please do not blame my mother. She was misled by me into assisting. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Li Qingluo. Why should she continue to live well when Zhu'er has lost her life? Why is it that she refuses even to light an incense stick before Zhu's memorial? While Zhu continues to make space for her, even in death, why does she, as a daughter of the Li family, receive remembrance, while Zhu is forgotten? Old Madame Pei retorted, and why should Li Qingzhu monopolize everything that rightfully belongs to Liao? Even in death, she causes Liao to be despised by her own kin. Suffering endlessly, the three of them stared at old Madame Pei in shock, as if they had never considered such a perspective before. Old Madame Pei scoffed. I do not expect you to have a sudden awakening of conscience. However, as long as I am alive, this matter will not be left unresolved. Li Qingluo, your heart is merciless, devoid of familial bonds, repeatedly persecuting your own sister with such brutality that it is truly appalling. Liao bears 23 external injuries, with blunt force trauma to her back and internal injuries of unknown severity, all inflicted by you, her own brother. Chu, you are unworthy of being a mother. As Liao's biological mother, instead of striving to bring your flesh and blood back to mend the rift, you instead lay the blame for that illegitimate child's death upon her. What fault does she bear? From the moment of her birth, she was taken away by scoundrels. Her life as a noble woman reduced to one worse than that of a pig or dog. You have not enjoyed a single moment of happiness, but only tasted bitterness. Her hands are calloused and scarred, rougher than your two men wielding knives and guns. She has never donned a fine garment, never savored a full meal, nor rested in peace. All the suffering she endures should have been the lot of that Li Qingzhu. Why is there no one to feel pity for her? Her greatest misfortune is emerging from the womb of the most useless mother. Otherwise, she would not have been targeted by thieves. Li Xiaojing, you two possess a wretched nature, favoring the non-blood relatives over your own flesh and blood. You have not yet finished suffering from your mother's cruelty. And now you must endure the agony of your daughter's fate. You three, one more heartless than the other, are unworthy of being Liao's family. From now on, I shall manage all matters concerning Liao. She need not seek your favor any longer. The trio stood there, utterly shocked, as her words pierced their hearts like needles. For a moment, they were at a loss for how to respond. Li Xiaojing's expression had never been favorable, though his mother's words were harsh. He felt a jolt of realization. In the past, he had only come to understand that a mother-child bond is irreplaceable when she was gone, devoid of selfishness. That woman, Deng, could no longer conceal her true nature over time, ultimately scheming for her own son's benefit. As he pondered this, Li Xiaojing felt a chill in his heart. However, Zhu'er was already dead, and such matters would not arise again. As for Liao, he had never raised her. Now that she was older, even if she married into the Zhongyi Marquis' household, how much could she truly care for her natal family? She was not marrying the heir, and her family would not require her support. To secure her a good marriage, was that not a blessing from her family? Blood ties cannot be forced. At that moment, Chu felt a twinge of pain in her heart. Liao was so gravely injured. Was this truly Chuan's doing? After all, she was once the child that had fallen from her own body, albeit not raised by her, but she had spent 10 months within her womb. Seeing Liao in such a frail state stirred a sense of pity within Chu. Chuan had indeed gone too far this time. Chu lowered her head in silence, realizing unexpectedly how difficult life had been for Liao in the Lu family. Yet, in this moment, she felt grateful that Zhu'er had not grown up there. Ultimately, fate had allowed them a reunion, however brief. Li Qingluo felt an undeniable resentment. Were it not for Chu holding him back, he would have stormed out. Old Madame Pei, unfazed by their thoughts, calmly declared their punishments. Chu, you are to spend a month in the Buddhist hall in reflection, copying scriptures 100 times. You shall not be allowed to leave without my permission. Li Xiaojing, give 1,000 taels of silver to Liao as compensation for her pain and all that has been owed to her. Chu, resigned to her punishment in the Buddhist hall, had never endured the trials of her mother-in-law's strictness and would simply accept it as a form of atonement. However, upon hearing the demand for 1,000 taels for Li Qingluo, her eyes widened in protest. Mother, that is far too much. What could a girl possibly need with such a sum? Old Madame Pei laughed coldly. And what do you think would be appropriate? Perhaps just 100 taels would suffice? You yourself admitted that since her return, you have provided her with nothing. Are you hoping for another scolding? Fool. Li Xiaojing grasped Chu tightly. Enough. 1,000 taels it is. You have wronged her and must pay this sum. With his knees aching from kneeling, he only wished to resolve this matter swiftly. Chu's expression was one of deep discontent. Old Madame Pei, uninterested in further discussion, waved her hand dismissively, urging them to leave. Li Kequan stared at old Madame Pei, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately saying nothing, as he assisted Chu and left without looking back. Old Madame Pei watched their retreating figures and turned to Li Qingluo, asking, Liaoer, the absence of punishment for your brother does not indicate that I am shielding him. I believe you wish to handle your own retribution against him. Am I correct? Chapter 40. Did Li Kequan harbor murderous intent? Today's events were not merely a matter of Lady Pei's leniency. Rather, she wished to discern Li Qingluo's true stance. Li Qingluo rose and sat at Lady Pei's feet, then lowered her head, gently resting it upon her grandmother's lap. Grandmother, I am sorry. Today, I truly vented some pent-up frustration by leveraging your influence. Although, it did not bring me much solace. Nevertheless, your words, though harsh, were heartfelt, all for my sake. Though she had utilized her grandmother's power to reach this point, guilt weighed heavily on her heart, and she desired her grandmother to understand the depths of her inner turmoil. Yet, Lady Pei did not reproach her. Instead, she tenderly caressed her head. My dear child, I understand that you feel trapped. How similar we are, you and I. I had a formidable family to rely on, and my own strength allowed me to withdraw from the tumult of the world. But you? The blood that flows through your veins is also mine. How could I not feel pain for your plight? How could I turn a blind eye? I willingly lent you my support from the moment I agreed to accompany you down the mountain. At that moment, Li Qingluo realized her grandmother comprehended everything. She felt the weight of her own deceitful nature, astonished that in this new life, she could experience genuine familial affection, something she had missed in her previous existence. The sincerity of her grandmother's love enveloped her. In that instant, as the two clasped hands, all the emotions they had previously lacked seemed to blossom forth, nourishing their once desiccated hearts. From that moment on, neither would be alone again. They exchanged smiles, and in that fleeting moment, all prior misunderstandings dissipated like mist. Lady Pei's spirits lifted considerably. From now on, I shall not pressure you to mend ties with them. They lack heart, but I do. You, my dear, shall be cherished. And you will stay with me, will you not? Li Qingluo smiled. Yes, grandmother. May I accompany you to Qingsong Temple? I am willing to live a life by the quiet lamp. Lady Pei playfully tapped her forehead. Silly child, you should marry instead. Though the mountains may distance you from worldly affairs, it will be too hard. Hard? How could it be so? I have you, grandmother. Li Qingluo was still somewhat bewildered. Lady Pei chose not to dwell on this, and asked once more how Li Qingluo intended to deal with Li Kequan. Grandmother, I indeed have my own thoughts on this matter, Li Qingluo replied. Speak, my dear, let me hear. If it is feasible, I can assist you. Li Qingluo shook her head. Grandmother, allow me to handle this myself. After all, you are his grandmother and might find it difficult to act. Lady Pei snorted. Who do you look down upon? My heart is resolute. Li Qingluo laughed. No, grandmother, you are the softest-hearted grandmother in the world. Lady Pei embraced her, filled with joy. Little monkey, very well. I shall send Granny Deng to accompany you. With her, you shall have a partner in your endeavors. I shall also gift you this token. It is my symbol of trust. Should you require assistance, present this token to Granny Deng, for there is scarcely anything she cannot accomplish in Jinling. A token fell into Li Qingluo's hands. Startled by the weight of it, she realized its significance. Given her grandmother's esteemed lineage as a founding general of the Pei family and her own status as the only female general of the Great Liang, she promptly secured it, thanking her grandmother profusely. Seeing her granddaughter's unpretentious demeanor, Lady Pei could not suppress her bittersweet emotions. Such a wonderful child. How could they fail to see her worth? Nevertheless, Lady Pei maintained a serious expression as she addressed Li Qingluo. Promise me this, dear. You may devise any plan against your brother, but you must spare his life. Li Qingluo bowed her head, nodding after a moment's contemplation. Yes, grandmother. I promise. Had she truly contemplated murder? Lady Pei already understood that her granddaughter possessed a calculating mind. She would not be an easily manipulated pawn. Very well, let her proceed. She has endured enough indignity. It is time Li Kequan faced some tribulations, otherwise, the Li family shall inevitably decline. After resting for 2 days at Jingxi Hall, Li Qingluo returned to the Red Maple Pavilion. Though rumored to be haunted, She felt no fear. She mused that no ghost could be more terrifying than the people of this world. Moreover, the true nature of the red maple pavilion, whether human or spectral, would soon be revealed. Upon her return, Li Qiaojing dispatched a messenger to deliver 1,000 taels of silver to her. Lady Pei had stationed several capable maids outside the red maple pavilion, instructing them to ensure that Li Kechuan did not come within 10 paces. From now on, Li Qingluo need not pay her parents any respects, nor communicate with the front courtyard. She could speak directly with Jingxi Hall. Even her desire to venture out to earn money was met with Lady Pei's reluctant approval, provided she first regained her health. Li Qingluo was more delighted by this than by the 1,000 taels. Having some savings of her own, she instructed Kair to secure the silver, then withdrew 5 taels from her private stash to host a grand feast that evening at the Red Maple Pavilion to celebrate together. Upon seeing her private stash, Kair was left speechless. "Miss, where did you acquire such wealth?" Li Qingluo blinked innocently. "Did I not tell you? I had a clandestine venture not long ago, and with some fortunate circumstances, I managed to save a bit." Kair gasped in disbelief. When this news reached Lady Pei's ears, she too was astonished. "Is it true? Has she amassed 100 taels of personal savings just from those escapades?" Granny Deng nodded affirmatively, confirming the astonishing news. Lady Pei could not help but smile. How intriguing. She truly is my Pei Xiuzhen's descendant. By the way, has she undertaken any recent actions? Lady Pei had eagerly awaited this information, curious about how Li Qingluo would exact her revenge on Li Kechuan. Meanwhile, Li Kechuan, fully aware of his sister's intentions, had grown unusually quiet, resembling a beast lurking in the shadows, biding its time to strike back at the proactive Li Qingluo. The enmity between the siblings had reached a definitive breaking point. With a sigh, Lady Pei reflected on the situation. Granny Deng reported, "The young lady has instructed me to carry out 3 tasks. Chapter 41, Beaten to Death. With child in the womb, Madame Pei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Oh? What are these 3 matters? Moreover, you divulge this so readily. Did she not caution you against sharing with others?" Deng Momo chuckled softly, replying to Madam, "The young lady is astute. She anticipated your curiosity and instructed me that, should you inquire, I need not hesitate, and it would be permissible to share." Madame Pei laughed heartily. "Indeed, she no longer regards me as a stranger. Should I uphold the gentleman's way and refrain from probing further, or should I act the meddlesome old woman, insisting on uncovering every detail?" Deng Momo replied, "Madam, you are hardly a gentleman. Why concern yourself with such matters? Allow me to inform you." Knowing Madame Pei's insatiable curiosity, Deng Momo wasted no time and began to recount. "The first matter is that the young lady sent me to find a few individuals." Madame Pei inquired, "Who?" Deng Momo responded, "The general's 2 concubines from before, one surnamed Zheng, the other surnamed Liu." Though Madame Pei had not been present in the residence for many years, she was well informed about many affairs concerning the general's household. After all, her days spent idly at Qingzhu were often filled with the gossip of Jinling City. Thus, when Deng Momo mentioned these 2 names, Madame Pei quickly connected the dots. Aunt Zheng and Aunt Liu. Did they not both get sent away to some estate? Deng Momo confirmed. "You recall correctly, madam. However, Aunt Zheng mysteriously disappeared en route to the estate, her fate unknown. Aunt Liu, on the other hand, is easier to locate. She has a daughter who is currently at the estate." Madame Pei, though not inclined to intervene, was nevertheless exceedingly curious. What could Li Qingluo possibly be up to? Why was she inquiring about her father's concubines? And what were the other 2 matters? Deng Momo continued. "The second matter pertains to the residence of the Prince of Yuan. The young lady mentioned that a plump woman, surnamed Liu, has been frequently coming and going there. She is the wife of a butcher. The young lady instructed me to send someone to befriend this Liu woman, preferably to establish a close rapport, making it easier to act when the moment arises." Upon hearing the surname, Madame Pei had a sudden realization. Could it be that Liu family? Deng Momo explained, "I have yet to ascertain the details, but I will have more information in a couple of days. However, madam, how does the young lady know about the affairs of the Prince of Yuan? Everyone in and out of there is aware. She is unfamiliar with Jinling City and has no one to assist her in gathering such information. How could she possibly know?" Madame Pei shot a glare at Deng Momo, scolding her. "You are too naive. Do you truly believe she has merely been fleeing? I suspect she has ventured close to that residence. It must be that she caught sight of this Liu woman, prompting her interest in the matter." Deng Momo suddenly recalled something, clapping her hands in excitement. "Ah? The person I sent reported that the residence has been discreetly searching for an escaped slave these past few days, but without making a grand show of it. This cannot possibly relate to our young lady, can it? Madame Pei was equally astonished. Surely, she would not be so audacious? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Yet, if the Liu family has indeed reached that residence, and if it is truly Li Qingzhu they are harboring, does that not imply she has already established connections with them? Deng Momo nodded, looking at Madame Pei. The latter's expression turned cold. If that is indeed the case, my foolish son, my dim-witted daughter-in-law, and my deranged grandson have truly misplaced their affections and have been played for fools by this little vixen. Zhang Momo, who had been listening nearby, stepped forward at this moment. Madame Pei commanded, "You must investigate what connections Li Qingzhu had prior to her self-immolation, particularly with anyone surnamed Liu, and when those ties began. Furthermore, what is her relationship with the Prince of Yun?" Zhang Momo hesitated. "Madam, all the maidservants who attended to Miss Zhu perished in that inferno. If her closest attendants are deceased, it may prove challenging to uncover such information." Madame Pei retorted, "Do none of these maidservants have surviving relatives? As long as one person is alive, we must find a way to extract the truth." Zhang Momo acknowledged, understood. After assigning this task, Madame Pei hurriedly inquired about the third matter. Deng Momo, undeterred, responded, replying to Madame, "The third matter concerns the eldest young master. The young lady instructed me to investigate a maid named Mei Shui who was once close to him." Madame Pei questioned, "What is the significance of this maid? What makes her so special?" Deng Momo replied, "I discovered that Mei Shui passed away 2 years ago." Madame Pei gasped, "Deceased? Under what circumstances?" Deng Momo nodded repeatedly. "Madam, Mei Shui was beaten to death. It is said that when she died, she was with child." Madame Pei was taken aback, her mouth agape. This was news she had not even heard during her time at Qingzhu, indicating how thoroughly this matter had been concealed within the household. The loss of 2 lives, extinguished within that residence, filled her with a mix of sorrow and rage. "What have you discovered?" Madame Pei pressed. Deng Momo replied, "Initially, those I discreetly queried about Mei Shui were tight-lipped, refusing to speak a word. However, with a little monetary persuasion, the young lady provided me with 20 taels of silver. And once I employed it, secrets began to unravel. The most prevalent rumor about Mei Shui's death is that she was directly dealt with by the eldest young master." Madame Pei's fury erupted. "Nonsense. Was Mei Shui truly not his concubine?" Deng Momo clarified. "They say she was merely a bed warmer, without any official status as a concubine." How tragic. Madame Pei, seething with rage, felt her chest heave rapidly. Could he truly be so cruel? Was the child she bore not his own flesh and blood? Chapter 42. The eldest brother's illegitimate child. Lady Deng. This. I have yet to ascertain the details, and will require more time. However, those who know speak of Mei Shui as a bright and considerate young lady, and it is said that she was due to leave the household after a year. Suddenly, she has become the companion of the eldest son. Old Madame Pei, incensed, felt words escape her. An active contract. This Mei Shui is, astonishingly, an active contract maid. The death of an active servant within the employer's residence, and the entire Li household manages to conceal it so thoroughly. Not a whisper has reached her ears. In such affluent families, having an illegitimate child before marriage inevitably invites ridicule. Moreover, having an illegitimate child while still unmarried severely jeopardizes any prospects for advantageous matches. Typically, such matters are resolved with a simple bowl of herbal soup, eliminating the child that should not have come. Yet, the cruel outcome of 1 corpse and 2 lives is indeed rare in this world. If word of this spreads, who would dare to ally with such a family? Li Qingluo, now 20, had been engaged a year prior to a commendable match, if her memory serves her right, to the Chui family of Fujian. The 2 families had agreed upon a spring wedding next year. The Chui family, a prestigious lineage with a history of nobility, though somewhat in decline, still boasts numerous officials in the court. The Li family, as new money, is naturally aspiring to such an esteemed clan. Thus, should the Chui family learn of Li Qingluo's past indiscretions, his engagement would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Furthermore, if the Chui family were to break off the engagement, what good prospects could he hope for thereafter? With his reputation in tatters, his future career would also be severely hindered. Could this be the revenge of Luo? Old Madame Pei chuckled softly. It seems Luo intends to enact her vengeance with a dull knife. However, it is indeed the slow and steady cut that inflicts the most pain. She is aware of the adage of striking the serpent at its vital point. Let her be. You will assist her diligently. Lady Deng, Yes, this old servant shall wholeheartedly assist the young lady. After recuperating for half a month, Li Qingluo had nearly recovered. During this time, she applied scar removal ointment daily and took snow skin pills and frost skin ointment morning and night without fail. Gradually, her complexion visibly brightened, and even her once calloused hands had become somewhat tender. Upon her recovery, old Madame Pei had intended to arrange urgent lessons in needlework and music for her, but unexpectedly, Li Qingluo approached her, expressing a desire to learn self-defense techniques. Having wielded weapons herself throughout her life, old Madame Pei found it difficult to dissuade Li Qingluo from pursuing such rough pursuits. Though her lips may complain, her heart was filled with joy. Truly, she is a reflection of my own lineage, so much like me. However, the suitable instructors around old Madame Pei were all elderly maids, so she sought out a formidable female master of martial arts from outside to teach Li Qingluo. Thus, Li Qingluo became immensely busy each day, practicing not only her calligraphy and studies, but also mastering various martial arts. Fortunately, she indeed possesses the blood of old Madame Pei, and she has some innate talent in martial pursuits. Li Qingluo learned swiftly, and within a month, she had made significant progress, even able to spar with Heiress. Upon hearing this, old Madame Pei was greatly pleased and personally visited the Red Maple Pavilion to observe her progress. So, if you wish to learn the guqin, painting, chess, flower arrangement, or poetry, there is still time. Seeing her grandmother arrive, Li Qingluo joyfully dropped her sword and rushed to embrace her. Grandmother, please do not trick me into learning those subjects that give me a headache. The moment I see the musical score, I feel drowsy. I can manage to sit still for a game of chess, but as for flower arrangement and poetry, I must decline. Old Madame Pei laughed heartily, playfully poking Li Qingluo's forehead with affection. You indeed. Very well, if you can improve those clumsy characters of yours, I shall be quite content. Kay promptly returned from the room with Li Qingluo's recent writings to show old Madame Pei. After reviewing them, old Madame Pei nodded repeatedly. Her gaze towards Li Qingluo filled with additional appreciation and pride. Luo, it seems you have dedicated yourself to the things you wish to pursue. Receiving her grandmother's praise, Li Qingluo felt a surge of humility. Supporting old Madame Pei to sit down, she personally poured tea for her. Grandmother, it is truly your guidance that has enabled me to improve my writing. However, I still have much to learn, and I hope you will continue to supervise my progress. Old Madame Pei gently patted her hand. Good child, starting next month, I shall hire a female tutor for you. It is time to pick up the studies you have neglected. Li Qingluo was astonished that her grandmother would procure a teacher for her. Grandmother, is it not said that a woman's virtue lies in her lack of talent? Li Qingluo had assumed that mastering writing was the greatest allowance society granted women in pursuit of knowledge. Her reasoning was understandable, as she had grown up in an environment where no women had received an education. Even Li Qingzhu, as far as Li Qingluo knew, had only written well but had never attended a formal school for girls. Old Madame Pei gently embraced Li Qingluo. Luo, do you understand the essence of that saying? Even a woman lacking in talent should possess good character. It does not mean we should abandon our studies altogether. In Jinling, which of the truly noble young ladies is not well versed in literature and the arts? I do not expect you to become a learned woman or to pursue official accolades. I wish for you to glean wisdom from books, to discern right from wrong, and to comprehend the path of life, where it originates and where it leads. Do not remain a muddled fool. However, you have already worked hard recently. If you add studies to your burdens, I fear it may overwhelm you. What do you think? Are you willing to study? Li Qingluo was profoundly moved by old Madame Pei's words, feeling her mind open considerably. I am willing, grandmother. Besides, I do not find it arduous. You may not know, but I feel immensely satisfied and fulfilled each day. I no longer need to forage for wild vegetables, gather firewood, or toil in the fields, nor am I concerned with household chores. Now, I can finally pursue what I genuinely desire, enriching myself and becoming the person I aspire to be. How could I find it burdensome? Grandmother, you do not know how happy I am to receive your support and nurturing. I will not disappoint you. With that, Li Qingluo knelt once more, resting her head against old Madame Pei's abdomen. Old Madame Pei nodded repeatedly, gently patting Li Qingluo's shoulder. Good child. The hardships of the past are behind us. We have endured, and the future holds ample time for us to take our time. By the way, I have heard that your swordsmanship and archery are commendable, Li Qingluo readily affirmed. Although she had only reached a rudimentary level, she demonstrated a few moves to old Madame Pei. After observing, old Madame Pei was quite satisfied. The progress she had made thus far was already beyond her expectations. Upon returning to Jingxi Hall, old Madame Pei looked at the invitations before her and instructed Lady Zhang to decline them all. Lady Zhang was perplexed. "Madam, did you not say this morning that we would choose 1 or 2 families to visit, gradually introducing the young lady to the prominent families of Jinling? Why the rush? I genuinely intended to reintroduce her to these families, but now I believe that if we proceed too hastily, it may hinder Zhu'er's affairs. She has now managed to cultivate her composure, whether in martial arts or academics. Her ambitions are soaring and her confidence is unwavering. Do you comprehend how rare this is? How could I possibly impede her progress? Moreover, wealth can be blinding and power can bend one's will. I fear that if she is thrust into the social gatherings of those women ensconced in their domestic affairs, her heart may be swayed. In just 2 months, the esteemed matriarch of the Zhangyi Marquis will celebrate her 60th birthday. It would be prudent to take her then." Madame Zhang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although the young lady's complexion has grown increasingly fair and her beauty more enchanting, I must candidly admit that she still lacks the commanding presence of those noble young ladies who have been raised in Jinling. At this juncture, I am concerned that our young lady might be subjected to mistreatment. 2 months will provide the perfect opportunity. By then, she will undoubtedly dazzle the entire city of Jinling, allowing them to witness that she is the daughter nurtured by our esteemed matriarch. Madame Pei shares this anticipation wholeheartedly. By the way, it has been quite some time. How goes the investigation into the matter of Mei Shui? I shall request that Madame Deng come to provide me with an update. That old crone, if not prompted, would remain silent. Madame Zhang chuckled, urging, "Do not be vexed, my lady. She is presently devoted to assisting the young lady, busily engaged from dawn till dusk. Once there is a resolution, she will undoubtedly come forward herself." At that moment, in the Hongfeng Pavilion, Madame Deng was indeed reporting this matter to Li Qingluo. "My lady, after an extensive search, I have finally located a maid named Mei Shuang. She previously resided with Mei Shui and both served the eldest young master. I have discreetly brought her into the manor. Would you like to question her personally?" Chapter 43. The broken body and the pregnancy. Li Qingluo was drinking water and wiping her sweat when she heard the words, remaining unperturbed. "Please, ma'am, take her to the sparrow room to wait for me. I will join after I finish my lesson with my master." Observing her composure, her martial arts instructor, Chun He, nodded in approval. "Come, let us practice once more." At merely 27 or 28 years of age, Chun He may not be the most formidable in martial arts, but among the women of Jinling, she was undoubtedly among the best. Had it not been for the old matriarch's personal intervention as a lieutenant's sister, she would not have easily taken on the role of a mentor. However, witnessing her disciple's remarkable talent, she felt a sense of satisfaction. "All right, we shall conclude our session for today. Zhu'er, rise early tomorrow at the hour of the hare, practice your stances for half an hour. Then proceed with your boxing and archery. Do you understand?" Li Qingluo clasped her fists. "Yes, master." After sending Chun He off to rest, Li Qingluo changed into a fresh outfit before heading to the sparrow room. Kneeling on the floor was a young woman, seemingly no older than 17 or 18. Since Li Qingluo entered, she kept her head lowered, trembling in fear. Li Qingluo took a seat and urged her to lift her gaze. Yet the girl replied, I dare not." Elder Aunt Deng gestured at the girl's face. "Miss, she bears a scar. Perhaps she fears it might frighten you." Li Qingluo responded, "What have I not seen? Lift your head." Only then did the maid slowly raise her face, though her eyes darted away, unwilling to meet Li Qingluo's gaze. Leaning forward, Li Qingluo examined closely. A long scar ran from her brow to her cheek, and down to her ear, thick and crimson, resembling a grotesque centipede sprawled across her visage. Even a man bearing such a scar would likely shy away from public view. How much more so for a young woman? She would surely be an object of aversion and fear wherever she went. After waiting for a considerable time, Mei Shuang found none of the familiar expressions of fear or disgust on Li Qingluo's face, only a neutral appraisal, even tinged with a hint of compassion. "I have heard she is the true daughter of the Li family." Gathering her courage, Mei Shuang stole a few more glances at Li Qingluo, realizing that not only was her demeanor approachable, but she also exuded a warm presence. "Miss, I would never wish to frighten you." Mei Shuang covered the scar and lowered her head once more. Li Qingluo did not stop her. Instead, she instructed the sparrow to bring a cushion for Mei Shuang to sit on. "Thank you." Mississippi Mei Shuang was taken aback, her eyes glistening with tears. Ever since her face was marred, no one had treated her as a person again. Miss, you wish to inquire about Mei Shui, do you not? Whatever you wish to know, I shall tell you. Li Qingluo replied, there's no rush. First, tell me how you acquired this scar, and how you, a bonded servant, have gained your freedom. Mei Shuang wiped her tears and said, to be honest, miss, I inflicted this scar upon myself. Li Qingluo inquired, you did it yourself? Why would you do such a thing? When did this occur? With a sigh, Mei Shuang explained, 2 years ago, after Mei Shui's death. Are you investigating the cause of her demise? I shall begin with Mei Shui. Li Qingluo listened attentively. Mei Shuang recounted, I was a bonded servant, while Mei Shui was a living contract. We were both selected to serve in the eldest young master's courtyard due to our beauty and our honest natures. You may not know, but Mei Shui was tall and stunning, akin to a red plum in winter. Her skin was fair with a rosy hue, and her every gesture was somewhat extraordinary. She was quiet, and the young master favored her presence in the study, where she would serve him tea for hours on end. Mei Shui was diligent, eager to take on any task, and everyone in the Lansong courtyard, from the head matron to the youngest maid, adored her. Even the young master had shown her a degree of special attention. Having grown up sharing the same bed, our bond was the closest of all. One morning 2 years ago, Mei Shui returned to our room in tears. I was startled to see her disheveled, and upon questioning, I learned that she had been on night duty, and the usually indifferent eldest young master had suddenly gone mad, dragging her onto the bed. Mei Shui wept inconsolably. Had it been another maid, I might have suspected her of exaggeration, but this was the future head of the general's household. Who would refuse to be a concubine in such a position? Yet Mei Shui had often expressed her desire to leave once her contract expired to reunite with her only surviving brother. She had long awaited the day of her release, yearning for 8 years. Given that she was so close to freedom, it truly did not seem like she would wish to become a concubine. Moreover, the young master had not even bestowed her the title of a proper consort, relegating her to merely a warming maid. Each day, Mei Shui grew more despondent, and I too felt sorrow for her. How could she still dream of escaping now that her virtue was compromised? I encouraged her to serve the young master well, for once the mistress entered the household, she would surely gain a proper status. But soon, it became apparent that Mei Shui was with child. This could not be concealed, and soon both the master and mistress were aware. On that day, Mei Shui knelt in the hall, while the eldest young master wore a dark expression, as if he were the one wronged by Mei Shui's actions. The mistress berated her for her shamelessness, calling her a seductress, while the master furrowed his brow, ordering a miscarriage potion. Yet in the end, it was the eldest young lady who intervened. She argued that the child Mei Shui carried was the eldest young master's first offspring. Though born of a concubine, if the child could survive, it would still carry the Li family bloodline and could be raised on the estate, a life worth preserving. Such a compassionate heart. Everyone was moved by her kindness. Yet no one inquired about Mei Shui's own wishes. Mei Shui desired to keep the child. She longed to escape this household. However, someone was specifically assigned to keep watch over her in Lansong courtyard, preventing any rash actions. I thought, perhaps if she bore the child, Mei Shui would at least have some hope for her future. But that day, I heard it clearly. It was the eldest young lady, Li Qingzhu. She cried that Mei Shui had pushed her onto the rockery, causing her to bruise her waist. She claimed that she merely wanted Mei Shui to take more walks in the garden to ensure a healthy child for her brother, but Mei Shui boasted in her presence, declaring that she would eventually secure the young master's heart and that her sister would be left in the shadows. Heavens! Mei Shui would never utter such words. At that moment, she was hopeless and merely clung to life, believing that if she could safely deliver the child, she might still reunite with her brother. Even if she had to spend her days on the estate, she had no thoughts of the young master. It was not a matter of fear. It was simply never a consideration. Miss, I assure you I am not fabricating stories. These are the very words Mei Shui once confided in me. Yet the young master believed those words. In his fury, he locked Mei Shui in the woodshed and mercilessly kicked her in the abdomen. Chapter 44. The brother's cruelty towards the bed warming maid for the false daughter. The anguished cries of Mei Shui reverberated throughout the entire Lansong courtyard. The slight injury on the eldest young lady's waist, far from being inflicted by Mei Shui, was a mere pretext. She had never spared a thought for the life of Mei Shui or the child she carried. Her sole intent was to exact revenge for her beloved sister. That night, Mei Shui bled profusely. Second young lady. If only a doctor could come, perhaps Mei Shui might still cling to life. However, the doctor the maid had desperately summoned was intercepted by the eldest young lady en route, simply because she claimed that the tiny bruise on her waist, no larger than a fingernail, was painful. Mei Shuang collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. The child within Mei Shui remained silent at first. Then, with her eyes wide open, Mei Shui took her last breath in the maid's embrace. Afterwards, the eldest young master merely glanced at the scene and uttered a useless remark before departing. Li Qingzhu feigned sobs, claiming she had not anticipated such a turn of events. Had she known, she would not have reported it to the eldest young master. Witness how utterly vile and malicious she is. The schemes and deceptions she orchestrated were evident to all in the Lansong courtyard, yet the eldest young master remained oblivious. In the aftermath, everyone in the Lansong courtyard was sold off or dispatched elsewhere by her under various pretenses. Those of us who had once befriended Mei Shui met with grim fates. To preserve my own life, I contrived a ruse during a banquet at the Li residence, fabricating a scenario in which the eldest young lady was responsible for a maid's disfigurement. To protect the eldest young lady's reputation, I seized the opportunity to gain my freedom. Yet, for the past 2 years, I have lived like a rat in a sewer, shunned by all. My appearance has become so repulsive that even my own family despises me, let alone the outside world. Though I exist in a state worse than death, being able to voice Mei Shui's grievances before I perish makes my suffering worthwhile. Mei Shuang was taken away. Li Qingluo inquired of Kayer, "Is there any of the scar-removing ointment my grandmother provided left?" Kayer shook her head. "Miss, that ointment is exceedingly rare. The old lady had to exert considerable effort to procure 2 boxes for your use. There may not be enough. If you wish to give it to Mei Shuang, I fear it would be quite costly." Li Qingluo gasped. "So expensive?" It was indeed inappropriate to ask her grandmother for more. The thought of her grandmother's generosity warmed and moved her heart. Moreover, she knew that the Shiweji pills and Shuangfu ointment were also precious items. Yet, her grandmother seemed to dispense them as if they were of no value, generously applying them to her. Over these 2 months, her grandmother had also given her 20 taels of monthly silver as an allowance. The monthly wages for Kayer and the others were also provided by her grandmother separately for her to distribute. As for the Chu family, Li Qingluo had not visited to pay her respects in the past 2 months, nor had she received a glance from her mother. Their relationship had become as if they regarded one another as dead, coexisting in the same estate, yet never crossing paths. This temporary peace suited Li Qingluo just fine. However, she felt it was time to venture out. "Dang Mama, please help me find someone, a Captain Yang from the Imperial Guards. If my memory serves me right, he should be the only brother Mei Shui has left." Deng Mama did not dare to inquire further and withdrew with an affirmative reply. Regarding Mei Shuang, Li Qingluo instructed Kayer to temporarily conceal her in the Maple Pavilion. "Ask her if she would be willing to stay and work for me. I can offer her a service contract." Kayer replied, "Miss, do you wish to keep her? After all, she was once part of the Li family. I worry that if someone from the household recognizes her." Li Qingluo smiled lightly, who said, "I intend to keep her in the manor. Helping me with tasks does not limit her to this small corner of the world. By the way, later, I will personally document Mei Shui's grievances and her tragic demise. You shall take it to Mei Shuang for her signature." 2 days later, Deng Mama returned with news. "Miss, there is no Captain Yang among the Imperial Guards. But I discovered a General Yang who is indeed searching for his long-lost sister." Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo sat up excitedly. "Mama, I must meet him." In her previous life, it was next month that Mei Shui's brother, Yang Qingwu, would arrive at the general's residence. Li Qingluo learned of this concealed wretched secret through the murmurs of the servants mentioning Mei Shui's name. Hence, in this life, she resolved to take full advantage of the situation. Mei Shui's original name was likely Yang Zhu'er. But how could the Li family ever acknowledge that Yang Zhu'er met a tragic end at the general's residence? They lied, claiming that Mei Shui had left the general's residence a year prior with a release letter. Yang Qingwu was evidently not easily deceived. He caused a commotion at the general's residence. Yet, how could one man stand against the might of the general's household? He was merely a lowly captain of the Imperial Guards. His outburst at the general's gate ended with him suffering a broken leg and an arm. Yang Qingwu had toiled for years to attain his position as a captain, but after that incident, he was left crippled, losing everything he had gained. In this life, he currently seemed to be just a traveling general, but if this man truly was Yang Qingwu, he would undoubtedly be promoted next month. Meanwhile, at Lansong Courtyard, Li Kechuan summoned a servant into the study to inquire about recent developments in the Maple Pavilion. The servant, trembling, replied, "Young master, that Mama appears and disappears mysteriously each day. No matter how I follow her, I always end up losing her. The matrons guarding the Maple Pavilion are particularly sharp-eyed and cannot be bribed with oil or salt. Currently, not even a mosquito can enter the Maple Pavilion, let alone gather information. Chapter 45. What secrets does Li Qingluo harbor? Li Qingluo, in a fit of rage, kicked the young servant to the ground. Are you inferior even to the maids and matrons around her? What purpose do you serve by lingering here? Useless fool. The servant, terrified and pale, scrambled to his feet, prostrating himself. Forgive me, master. I shall strive with even greater diligence. Li Qingluo, irritated, rubbed his temples. If she makes any unusual movements, report to me immediately. Now leave. The servant hastily crawled out of the study, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. Li Qingluo sat in the chair, his expression dark. He sensed something amiss. The matron had been leaving early and returning late, appearing quite busy. What exactly was she arranging for Li Qingluo? Since the incompetent individuals around him could uncover nothing, he decided to investigate personally. He would uncover the truth behind Li Qingluo's schemes. 3 days later, Matron Deng informed Li Qingluo, Miss Yang Qingwu has heard something concerning his sister. Regardless of its truth, he dares to come. I have arranged everything. You need only step out when the time is right. Upon learning that Li Qingluo intended to go out, old Madame Pei readily consented. She was aware of Li Qingluo's intentions, for she planned to summon Matron Deng in a few days to inquire further. However, she was also curious as to how her granddaughter had come to know of these matters. An obscure maid named Mei Shui and a captain named Yang within the Imperial Guards. Could it be that she had others assisting her outside? Moreover, she had yet to mention who had saved her from her injuries and administered medicine to her during her time of need. It seemed her dear granddaughter harbored secrets that were deeply concealed from the world. At Fumin Tower, Li Qingluo donned a masculine disguise once more. Though her complexion had markedly lightened, making her appearance less convincing than before, she paid attention to details and affixed a false beard to her face. Thus, when boarding the boat, the ferryman respectfully advised, "Young sir, watch your step." Standing at the bow of the boat, Li Qingluo spotted Yang Qingwu, gazing expectantly from the dock. Indeed, it was him. In her previous life, amidst chaos, she had glimpsed Yang Qingwu's face. At that time, he lay before the general's residence, dragging his bloodied, severed arm, calling out for his sister's name. Both siblings had been thoroughly wronged by Li Qingluo and the general's household. To them, such insignificant figures were hardly worth consideration. Mei Shuang had mentioned that Mei Shui had corresponded with her brother over the past decade. Yet, Yang Qingwu seemed utterly oblivious to his sister's whereabouts. Matron Deng explained, "Indeed. However, this does not contradict anything." Mei Shuang stated that Mei Shui had entered the general's household at the age of 8, having sold herself into servitude. It seems her brother was indulging in reckless behavior, and their grandfather was gravely ill and in urgent need of money, driving her to this path. Eventually, their grandfather passed away, to spur her brother on. Mei Shui ceased all contact with him. Only when she learned that he was frantically searching for her did she send a letter via Yang Qingwu, stating that she was serving as a maid in a prominent household, urging her brother to strive for improvement, with the hope of reuniting once she had earned her freedom. Perhaps she wished to maintain a sense of hope in Yang Qingwu's heart, which is why she kept her work's location a secret. It was only 2 years ago that she completely severed ties with him, prompting Yang Qingwu to become anxious and begin his search for her. Contemplating the siblings' plight, Li Qingluo sighed softly. "Matron Deng, bring him aboard." After speaking, she turned and entered the cabin. Meanwhile, within the general's estate, the doorman delivered news that Li Qingluo, who had been dining with Lady Chu, abruptly set down his chopsticks and prepared to leave. Lady Chu called out to him, "Chuaner, do not act too impulsively. Remember, do not incite your grandmother's anger. With time, she will come to value you again." Lady Chu was unconcerned about Li Qingluo's fate. Her only wish was for Chuaner to avoid provoking his grandmother. Li Qingluo did not hesitate, swiftly exiting the dining hall. Lady Chu sighed deeply. Since marrying into the general's household, she had never quite adapted to her mother-in-law's rules. To be frank, upon old Madame Pei's return, she felt utterly out of place. Although the old lady was relatively amiable and did not require her to pay daily respects or serve during meals, the atmosphere surrounding Jingsitang and Hongfengwen had become a realm off-limits to them. The old lady had explicitly stated that they were not to approach or involve themselves in the affairs of her and her grandson. Yet, could one truly ignore such matters? Recalling the time Lady Chu was punished and confined to the Buddhist hall for a month, having to copy scriptures, she felt a chill at the thought of old Madame Pei. Naturally, she dared not defy her again. She merely hoped that Zhu'er would not further provoke his grandmother, as only then would there be a chance for him to inherit the Tianfeng trading company. After all, the old lady had only one legitimate grandson. Even if she cared for Li Qingluo, Zhu'er had not faced punishment. When the time came for Lady Cui to enter the family, and Zhu'er held the Tianfeng trading company, he would undoubtedly ascend to a position higher than his husband's south in court. At that time, their family would bask in glory, and she would enjoy a life of comfort. With this thought, a smile crept onto Lady Chu's face. During the day, the Qinhuai River, while not as lively as at night, remained a vibrant hub of activity within Jinling. Various boats leisurely traversed the waterway, some for autumn excursions, others hosting poetry gatherings or business discussions on pleasure boats. Small cargo vessels were also present, transporting goods to the docks. Amidst this array of boats, Li Qingluo was among them. "Miss, he has arrived." As Yang Qingwu stepped into the room, his expression shifted to one of wariness upon seeing the occupants. "Who are you? Do you truly have news of my sister, Zhu'er? If I discover you are deceiving me, I shall not spare you." His fierce gaze landed on Li Qingluo, the only one seated in the room, knowing she was the one in charge today. Li Qingluo remained unfazed by his hostility, quietly instructing Heiress, "Present the document signed by Mei Shuang to him. If he cannot read, ask Mei Shuang to come in and explain everything again." Kay exited, and shortly after, Mei Shuang was brought in. With her face veiled, upon realizing the lad before her was Mei Shui's brother, she fell into a fit of despair and tears. Yang Qingwu listened, his shock transforming into anger, which then shifted to profound sorrow. Finally, his fury erupted anew, a tempest of rage within him. "You swear that every word you speak today is the absolute truth. Do you have proof that Mei Shui is indeed my sister?" Chapter 46. Brother struck by a thief. Mei Shuang wiped her tears. "Mei Shui bears a red birthmark the size of a fingernail on her shoulder, does she not?" Yang Qingwu, overcome with anguish, fell to his knees and cried out, "Zhu'er, I have come too late. I am so sorry, dear sister. After nearly a decade of separation and 2 years of searching, I have not been reunited with you, but instead have discovered the tragic truth of your demise. Moreover, it was a case of one corpse bearing 2 lives, a plaything for the affluent, easily crushed underfoot." A burly man knelt there, covering his face and weeping bitterly. Those present felt a deep sense of sorrow. Li Qingluo, however, remained quietly observant, waiting for Yang Qingwu to finally grasp the situation. "Who are you? How do you know the truth? What is your purpose in revealing this to me today?" Li Qingluo slowly responded, "To tell you the truth, I am the second daughter of the Li family, who was just found 3 months prior." Upon hearing that she was of the Li clan, Yang Qingwu's expression shifted dramatically. "Perfect. That surname Li is responsible for my sister's death, and now I shall take my vengeance upon you," he shouted, lunging towards Li Qingluo. Deng Mama, having anticipated this, was ready with her companions. As soon as Yang Qingwu made a move, they swiftly subdued him. Although not an easy task, they proved to be a formidable group of seasoned women. Li Qingluo cast an appreciative glance at Heiress, who blinked in astonishment. "How bold! Our lady kindly reveals the truth to you, and you wish to harm her? Do you not comprehend right from wrong?" Yang Qingwu laughed maniacally. "You Li family members have wronged my sister. Should I be grateful? Not a chance. You think you can bring me here to kill me? In doing so, my sister's grievances will never see the light of day." Zhu'er. Li Qingluo frowned. "Silence him. If this uproar continues, not only will passing vessels hear us, but those on the shore will too." The cabin soon fell silent. Yang Qingwu was tightly bound, his mouth stuffed with cloth, rendering him utterly immobile. Li Qingluo then approached him. Yang Qingwu glared at her with bloodshot eyes, filled with hatred, as if he could devour her whole. Unfazed, she remarked, "You direct your hatred at the wrong person. If you truly wish to avenge your sister, seek out the true murderer of Mei Shui." Unable to speak, Yang Qingwu was forced to listen. He noted her masculine attire, yet she was undeniably a woman, and her cunning demeanor suggested she was far from simple. Li Qingluo strolled slowly, saying, "To be honest, my hatred for Li Kechuan is no less than yours." Realizing that this conversation was not meant for their ears, Deng Mama waved her hand, ushering the remaining women, including Heiress and Mei Shuang, out. Soon, only the 2 of them remained, and no one paid heed to the impropriety of a man and woman being alone together in a room. Li Qingluo squatted before Yang Qingwu, locking eyes with him as she asked, "Yang Qingwu, if I grant you the opportunity, will you dare to risk it all?" After a brief pause, Li Qingluo untied Yang Qingwu. "Yang, it now rests upon you." Uncertainty still lingered in Yang Qingwu's heart, as he stared at the Li family heiress. Pondering, is it truly possible for siblings to harbor such animosity towards each other? It was indeed remarkable. Yet, her words held merit, alone. He could not exact revenge on Li Qingluo, and it would require his very life to make any impact. Thus, even knowing he was being manipulated by this woman, he found himself with no other choice and willingly accepted it. As Li Qingluo prepared to leave, a loud commotion erupted outside. Heiress knocked on the door, saying, "Miss, I believe I have spotted the eldest son." Li Qingluo urged them to enter hastily. Heiress reported, "The eldest son seems to be searching for someone. But due to a disturbance at the theater, he has not seen us." Li Qingluo nodded, but Li Qingluo rushed out without a backward glance. Li Qingluo's expression changed drastically as she called after him, "Li Qingluo, do not act impulsively and jeopardize our plan." Li Qingluo ignored her, leaping off the small boat and propelling himself towards the stage with a long pole. Along the banks of the Qinghui River stood a theater facing the water, where patrons would gather on large boats to enjoy the performances, thus earning the moniker theater boats. Due to their unique charm and experience, these boats were always filled with guests. Heiress mentioned, "Today, several people have died there. A group of cultists infiltrated and killed indiscriminately. Should we pursue that Yang?" Deng Mama inquired. Li Qingluo shook her head. "No. If we were to venture out now, Li Qingluo would undoubtedly discover us, and we would risk alarming the snake in the grass, achieving nothing of value. Besides, he cannot contend with Li Qingluo. He will soon realize that I am the only path to his escape." Deng Mama and Kaya nodded in agreement. "Let us return." As Li Qingluo and her entourage disembarked amidst the chaos on the river, they nearly collided with several galloping horses. Though they quickly moved aside, they were almost thrown into the river. Kaya shielded Li Qingluo and, watching the horses rush past, could not help but complain. Who are these people? How can they be so reckless in a bustling market? What if someone gets hurt? A nearby bystander quickly cautioned her, "Hush, young lady, do not shout. Those are officials from the Dali Temple. If they hear you, claiming you are disturbing their duties, they will arrest you, and you will be in serious trouble." Kaya frowned. How can they act so brazenly without consequence? Li Qingluo tugged on Kaya. "The Dali Temple official is a prince. He is extremely dangerous. Do not speak further. Let us go." Only then did Kaya quiet down, and the group hurriedly left the riverbank. After they had been gone for quite some time, Li Qingluo, with a slightly injured arm, returned to the shore, his expression dark and brooding. "General, are you all right?" A servant and attendant rushed over, alarmed to see Li Qingluo's arm stained crimson with blood. Li Qingluo raised his hand and slapped the attendant across the face. "Useless. You couldn't find her. And now you can't even find me?" Chapter 47. The elder brother discovers the trace of the fake daughter, resurrected from the dead. Li Qingluo felt utterly unfortunate today. He had heard that Li Qingluo had boarded a ship, so he came to see what she was up to. However, he unexpectedly encountered a disturbance caused by the Lotus sect. Recognized by others, he had no choice but to intervene and quell the chaos. To his astonishment, he also encountered a madman. This lunatic, seemingly targeting the Lotus sect members, unexpectedly inflicted a wound upon his arm. Had it not been for Li Qingluo's quick reflexes, he might have suffered worse injuries today. As Li Qingluo began to suspect the man's actions were intentional, the madman knelt and said, "Please forgive me, Major General Li. I am Yang Dalong of the Imperial Guard. I came here today on leave to enjoy a performance and did not anticipate encountering this turmoil. In my frenzy, I mistakenly injured the Major General. I take full responsibility and am willing to provide compensation and medical care." Upon finishing, the madman actually produced a silver ingot in front of everyone. Li Qingluo nearly lost his composure. Who needed his paltry silver? What he truly desired was his own life. However, surrounded by onlookers, including several acquaintances from noble families, he could not express his anger and merely replied, "It's nothing, everything is for the common people." He then swiftly departed from the theater boat. Once ashore, Li Qingluo realized he would likely be unable to find Li Qingluo today. His attendant, covering his face, bowed his head and said, "My lord, I beg your pardon, it is my fault. The chaos at the theater has caused utter disarray throughout the street, and we cannot find her at all." In a fit of rage, Li Qingluo inadvertently glanced at a small boat moored in the river. A window opened, revealing a face he had long yearned for, fleetingly appearing. "Zhu'er?" Li Qingluo felt as though his breath had momentarily ceased. Under the bright sun, how could he be seeing a ghost? Yet it was indeed Zhu'er. Compelled by an irresistible urge, he moved forward, intending to investigate further, but the window slammed shut. At that moment, A familiar figure boarded the boat. Prince Yun. Li Qingluo stood frozen in shock, his mind in disarray. Before he could comprehend the situation, the boat had already set sail. He wished to rush forward for clarity, yet his feet felt as though they were weighed down by lead. With a dazed expression, he murmured, "No, it cannot be Zhu'er. It must be a figment of my imagination." Yet, the turmoil in his heart took root, becoming an inescapable suspicion. "My lady, the two of them, Aunt Lu and her daughter, shall enter the city tomorrow. Should we arrange for them to stay at an outside?" Upon arriving at Hongfeng Pavilion, Grandma Deng's first task for Li Qingluo was to locate the two concubines who had left the general's residence 6 years prior. It was said that Aunt Lu was once a maidservant accompanying the Chu family. During the time when the Chu family was expecting Li Qingluo, she inadvertently climbed into Li Qiaojing's bed. Following the incident, Aunt Lu also became pregnant. To demonstrate her magnanimity, the Chu family elevated her to the status of a concubine. However, it was rumored that the child did not survive, and Aunt Lu did not receive much favor afterward, only conceiving again after several years. Nevertheless, 6 years ago, before Aunt Lu's child was born, she and Aunt Zheng were inexplicably expelled from the general's residence. It was said they were sent to a village in Shu, 1,000 miles away, essentially a form of exile, never to return. Furthermore, Aunt Zheng mysteriously disappeared en route, her fate remaining unknown to this day. Even Grandma Deng had yet to uncover any trace of her. Thus, Li Qingluo instructed Grandma Deng to secretly send someone to Shu to retrieve them. And Grandma Deng could only bring Aunt Lu and her daughter back first. Li Qingluo declared, "In Jinling City, where people abound and eyes are numerous, it would be better if they did not enter the city just yet. Let them stay at Qingsong Temple for the time being." Grandma Deng replied, "This matter is well within my capabilities. However, my lady, do you not wish to see them?" Li Qingluo sat down and began practicing her calligraphy, saying, "When the time comes, we will meet again." The Mid-Autumn Festival, which was also the birthday of the Chu family matriarch, was approaching. She hoped that the lavish gifts she had prepared would be well received. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived. The front of the general's residence bustled with activity, filled with guests arriving in droves. Li Qiaojing and the Chu matriarch had previously invited the venerable Lady Pei, requesting her presence to oversee the festivities, as many distinguished families from Jinling City would be attending. With no choice but to comply, Lady Pei emerged from her seclusion, not out of respect for her foolish son, but to avoid gossip about her, as she had re-entered the world yet still maintained her pride. Lady Pei wished for everyone in Jinling to know that the general's residence was firmly in her grasp. Li Qingluo rose early to pay her respects at Jingxi Hall. After sharing breakfast with her grandmother, she returned to Hongfeng Pavilion. She fabricated a tale of suffering from a rash, claiming she would not go out today. Li Qiaojing and the Chu matriarch were more than pleased with this, as they would rather not have her tarnishing their reputation with her unrefined appearance. In a previous life, they had acted similarly, neglecting to send her even a single meal that day. Today, Li Qingluo voluntarily chose to stay home, which alleviated their worries. However, the couple had not seen Li Qingluo for over 2 months, so they remained unaware of her transformed beauty and grace. Lady Pei, fully aware of her granddaughter's fib, indulged her nonetheless. "If you do not wish to go, your grandmother will not press you. Just remain in Hongfeng Pavilion and do not wander about. Later, I shall join you for mooncakes." As soon as Li Qingluo settled back down, Grandma Deng arrived to report, "My lady, according to your instructions, I brought Aunt Lu and her daughter into the city last night. In half an hour, when the festivities are at their peak, they will appear to congratulate you." Li Qingluo inquired, "Have the arrangements at the back gate been made?" Grandma Deng affirmed, "Yes, the young lady has already entered the residence. We shall soon receive good news." Li Qingluo instructed, "Then please keep a close watch on the situation ahead. Relay any excitement back to us." Grandma Deng smiled and promptly exited, though she felt a twinge of anxiety. She hoped that Li Qingluo's plans would not startle Lady Pei. Once Grandma Deng left, Li Qingluo instructed Zhu'er to bring the ingredients she had prepared for mooncake making into the courtyard. The three began crafting mooncakes together. "Today, I have prepared fillings of meat, fresh flowers, fruits, date paste, red bean paste, and green bean paste. What would you like to eat?" Hearing about the various flavors, Zhu'er involuntarily swallowed hard. "My lady, I wish to have green bean and meat fillings." Zhu'er, carrying the ingredients, laughed upon hearing this. "My lady has even prepared osmanthus wine. Will you have some?" Li Qingluo enjoyed experimenting with food. Thus, Over the past 2 months in the small kitchen of Hongfeng Pavilion, she had often taken to cooking herself, which had spoiled the appetites of Heiress and the others. Upon hearing about the osmanthus wine, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "My lady, I want to drink the original brew." Li Qingluo lightly tapped her forehead. "I am making sweet rice balls. You must not indulge too much." As the three of them laughed and chatted, the entrance of the Li residence was bustling with guests, creating an atmosphere of lively celebration. Carriages lined the front, with attendants scurrying about, hurriedly directing them to the back alley. At that moment, a pair of incongruous figures, a mother and daughter, appeared unexpectedly. They were travel-worn and donned in simple attire. Before the steward and servants could usher them away, the mother and daughter had already knelt before the entrance. "I, Madame Lu, have journeyed from Shu with my daughter to pay my respects to the esteemed master and the honorable mistress, wishing the lady a long and healthy life." As she spoke, she unfurled the only package she carried, revealing a beautifully embroidered long gown adorned with the character for longevity, which she held aloft above her head. Chapter 48. The brother's reckless intrusion to find his sister, resulting in a severed leg? Li Qingluo could not help but laugh upon hearing the account from the young maid dispatched by Grandma Deng. Heiress beside her was in fits of laughter, nearly brought to tears. Zhu'er remarked, "The mistress is bound to be quite furious. After all, Madame Chu is only 37, still a woman of considerable charm. Yet she has been subjected to so many celebrations by her concubines. It's not that she cannot maintain control. Who would admit to aging?" Li Qingluo replied, "This Lady Lu has truly not disappointed me." Heiress wiped the tears from her eyes and inquired of Zhu'er, "By the way, you were in the ladies' courtyard before. Have you ever encountered this Lady Lu?" Zhu'er nodded. "Indeed, I have seen her." Li Qingluo turned her gaze toward Zhu'er, having nearly forgotten about her. Just as she was about to ask further, another young maid appeared at the door. The one inside hurried out to continue gathering information about the commotion in the front courtyard. These young maids had all been trained under the grandmother's watchful eye, so Li Qingluo felt no concern that they would betray the secrets of Hongfeng Pavilion. "Miss, that Lady Lu is still kneeling at the entrance. Moreover, the matter has now reached the back courtyard, and our matriarch is aware of it." Just then, a sudden blast of a cannon sounded outside. Li Qingluo glanced at the sky. This was the signal from Li Qingluo, indicating that all preparations were complete. At this moment, in the back garden, the general's estate boasted a beautiful lake, which separated the male and female guests today. On the male side, guests were engaged in poetry, painting, and martial arts, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a low exclamation broke through. "Madam, you have entered the wrong area. This is the resting place of the gentleman." "Ah, my apologies. I just arrived and got separated from my maid, leading me to mistakenly wander in here." A melodious voice, filled with panic, rang out. The young gentleman nearby, upon hearing this, naturally felt their hearts stir and craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Only Li Kechuan and Zhuang Wei were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. They simultaneously lifted the curtain and peered toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing her, their souls seemed to leave their bodies. "Zhu'er." The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. "Who is this Zhu'er? Isn't she the eldest daughter of the general's estate? Did she not perish in a self-immolation several months ago?" "Indeed. I just visited the burnt courtyard. It remains untouched, a clear indication of the truth." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Li Kechuan and Zhuang Wei darted forward. Yet the mysterious lady was quicker. Upon noticing their approach, she shrieked and clutched her chest, fleeing in panic. She ran with great speed, as if lost in a maze, twisting and turning erratically. Just as Li Kechuan and Zhuang Wei were about to catch up, a group of maids and matrons, laden with tea and snacks, collided with them. Their outer garments and shoes were soaked. "Young master, third young master, forgive us for our blindness." Li Kechuan kicked away the maid who was trying to clean his shoes, bellowing, "Get away from me," and continued his pursuit. Zhuang Wei, eager to follow, was pulled back by his own servant. "Third master, the old lady is looking for you. Where are you going?" However, in that fleeting moment, Li Kechuan had vanished from sight. Having consumed some wine, his mind was not entirely clear, but upon seeing Li Qingzhu, memories of their encounter by the Qinhuai River a month prior flooded back. Could it be that his Zhu'er truly lived? Li Kechuan was determined to find out and intended to seize the lady for a closer inspection, to discern whether she was flesh and blood or a mere specter. Yet the lady seemed aware of her pursuers, evading them and darting through a back gate of the general's estate. Once on the street, amidst the chaos, Her figure flickered in and out of sight until Li Qingluo arrived at her residence. He spotted her silhouette at the back gate of the house, but then lost her again. Could it be that she had entered here? Today he would not relent. Li Qingluo approached the entrance, declaring, "I am Li Qingluo, the eldest son of the general's estate at Dongyin Alley, and I wish to visit the master of this house. Please convey my request." This residence was, in fact, the secret hideaway of Prince Yun, where Li Qingzhu was concealed. At that moment, Prince Yun was stepping out to spend a brief moment with Li Qingzhu when he heard that Li Qingluo had found his way there, startling both of them. Li Qingzhu appeared terrified, her composure unraveling. "Your Highness, what shall we do? Zhu'er's marriage has not yet been fully settled with Li Qingluo. If my brother discovers that she never truly died and brings her back to the Li family now, she and the prince will never be able to be together." Tears welled in her eyes, her distress palpable, and Prince Yun's heart shattered at the sight. "Do not worry, I shall not allow this to happen." Li Qingluo was forcibly turned away, not permitted to take another step forward. Yet he was unwilling to concede, believing himself to possess formidable skills, and prepared to charge inside. However, Prince Yun's guards were no ordinary fighters. Each had sworn an oath to protect their master, and they were determined not to allow him to breach the inner sanctum today. Li Qingluo, driven by desperation and fervor, seized a weapon. His vision clouded with rage as he stormed into the second courtyard. He shouted hoarsely, "Zhu'er, is that you, Zhu'er? I'm here to find you." Li Qingzhu trembled in fear, seeking refuge in Prince Yun's embrace, wishing fervently that someone would kill Li Qingzhu. She could not allow her identity to be revealed now, otherwise, all would be lost. At that moment, a detachment of the royal guards, arriving to seek out Prince Yun, stumbled upon the melee. "Who dares to intrude upon the prince's private residence? You seek death. Take his life." Li Qingzhu was already drenched in blood, his face barely recognizable. The guards charged forth, providing no opportunity for explanation, each more skilled than even Prince Yun's own retainers. As they surrounded him, the tide turned against Li Qingzhu. He began to retreat under the relentless assault, the guards striking with lethal intent. Realizing the dire situation, he gasped, "I am Li Qingzhu, a major in the Dongqi camp. Cease this at once." Yet in that fleeting moment, a blade descended, severing one of Li Qingzhu's legs as if it were a mere winter melon. Chapter 49, a heart-wrenching scream. Brother has lost his leg. Li Qingzhu let out a heart-wrenching scream and collapsed into a pool of blood. In Dongyin Alley, at the general's residence. In the main hall of the front courtyard, Madame Chu was summoned by the elderly Lady Pei for questioning. What on earth happened with that Lu woman? In truth, Lady Pei was well aware of the situation. She had long been puzzled as to why her well-behaved granddaughter sought out her father's two concubines. It turned out she intended to provoke her biological mother. What audacity to choose today to deliver such a birthday gift to her mother. On this day, many prominent families from Jinling City gathered at the general's residence. If rumors of mistreatment of concubines and illegitimate daughters spread, her foolish son would struggle to hold his head high in court in the future. "Mother, I don't know why she suddenly returned," the daughter-in-law murmured. Once, things had been quite different. Madame Chu pressed her lips together, feeling aggrieved, and her eyes reddened. Lady Pei could hardly bear to look. How could Li Qiaojing be so foolish as to marry an even more foolish wife? They had enjoyed too many comfortable days in the past. Did they not feel there was enough chaos? After all, they were still residents of the general's household and had a daughter to consider. Since they had returned, shouldn't they settle down promptly? Madame Chu felt a myriad of reluctances in her heart. Her mother-in-law was completely unaware of the events that had transpired 6 years ago. However, today, the entire Jinling City was watching the spectacle and mockery surrounding the general's residence. Even though it was her birthday, she had to swallow her unwillingness and grievances. Otherwise, her husband would lose face, which would adversely affect their relationship. With a forced smile, Madame Chu said, "Yes, I was just busy and will attend to it now." After she withdrew, the room filled with women and young ladies began to whisper amongst themselves. They had not expected such a lively scene at the Li residence today. It was truly worth their visit. The elderly lady from the Zhongyi Marquis grasped Lady Pei's hand and said, "Why are you so furious? It's merely a concubine and an illegitimate daughter. What can they possibly stir up? They have returned, which is just a matter of adding a few more mouths to feed." Lady Pei had known the elderly lady from the Zhongyi Marquis for many years. For 30 years, they had maintained correspondence, even having the elderly lady visit her at Qingzhu Temple. Today, her personal visit had startled the entire general's residence. Given her status, it was unlikely she would come merely to celebrate Madame Chu's birthday. Thus, She must have taken the opportunity to visit her old friend and also to catch a glimpse of her future granddaughter-in-law. Once they met, they did not let go of each other's hands. The elderly lady from the Zhu'er marquise complained that Lady Pei had concealed Li Qingluo and had not brought her out for her to see. I trust you raised her well. She must be a fine girl. What of the one raised in the general's residence? She is not the one I initially intended. Without your bloodline, I cannot regard her. Lady Pei replied, stop flattering me. Wasn't your initial engagement due to your closer relationship with Madame Chu's mother? The elderly lady from the Zhu'er marquise retorted, why remember such details so clearly? Huh, one grows old and forgets. Lady Pei chuckled, unwilling to expose her. As long as the Zhu'er marquise was willing to uphold the engagement and secure a good match for Zhu'er, she would not hold grudges. I had planned to bring her to pay you respects on your birthday, but it seems you were too eager to come yourself. Unfortunately, she has developed a rash these past few days, and I am unsure if she is presentable. You are older now. It would be unwise to take such risks. Let us discuss this on your birthday instead. The elderly lady from the Zhu'er marquise sighed. Oh, my teeth ache. Madame Chu hurried to the entrance, and upon seeing Lu and her child, a surge of anger welled within her. Fortunately, Lu had only given birth to a daughter. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her to live until today. Yet, she had the audacity to return to Jinling. Suppressing her irritation, Madame Chu addressed Lu amidst the murmurs. Lu concubine, thank you for your efforts in going to Amei Mountain to pray for our family. Now that you have returned, please bring our third young lady inside quickly. Steward, see to their accommodations. The surrounding people began to praise Madame Chu for being an intelligent and magnanimous matriarch. Madame Chu thought to herself that gaining a good reputation was acceptable. But Lu's audacity to return meant she would have to devise a plan to deal with her harshly in the future. As she pondered, a sudden commotion erupted outside. A group of people rushed towards them, and before they could draw near, a strong scent of blood filled the air. Madame Chu quickly covered her nose. Her face contorted in disgust. Where does this filth come from? What day is it today that they dare come to our general's residence? Someone, hurry and drive them away. We must not frighten our esteemed guests. With impatience and anger etched on her face, she waved her hand. The household guards rushed out, but were swiftly kicked aside. We are the Imperial Guard and the Prince's men. Who dares to block our way? As they spoke, a stretcher was thrown down in front of the general's residence. Lying on it was a bloodied figure, causing the crowd to recoil in disgust. Yet, they were all horrified. Why had both the Imperial Guard and the Prince's men come? Had the general's residence stirred up trouble? As they speculated, a burly man from the Imperial Guard stepped forward. It was Qingzhu. With a grim expression and a fierce demeanor, he declared, Li Qingluo, the second lieutenant of the East Qi camp, concealed his identity and trespassed into the prince's private residence, disregarding warnings to attempt an assassination on His Highness. The prince's guards could not stop him, and we intervened to capture him. Madame Chu seemed momentarily lost. What is the meaning of this? Just then, Li Qiaoding emerged from the general's residence. What is happening? Madame Chu's heart raced. All she wished to know was, Chuaner. They are speaking of Chuaner. Everyone, what has happened to my Chuaner? Where is he now? He was clearly in the backyard. How could he have ended up at the princess residence? Was there a misunderstanding? Li Qiaoding's face darkened. Everyone, how could my Chuaner possibly do such a thing? It is absolutely impossible. Qingzhu scoffed, pointing to the ground. He revealed his identity himself. Otherwise, how could he possibly still be alive to return? Qingzhu raised his hand, presenting a severed leg belonging to Li Qingluo. Li Darren, His Highness has stated that if there are any discrepancies, you may seek redress before the Emperor. However, we have witnessed the second lieutenant already infiltrating the prince's private residence. Take care of yourself, Li Darren. Farewell. With that, Qingzhu and the others departed without further delay. The onlookers at the general's residence, upon hearing these words and seeing the bloodied figure on the ground, uncertain if he still drew breath, and the leg held by Li Qiaoding, a wave of chaos erupted, and whispers filled the air. Madame Chu let out a piercing scream and fainted. Li Qiaoding staggered, clutching the severed leg, struggling to regain his voice. Quick, fetch a doctor. Summon the imperial physician. Chuaner, my son. Chapter 50. Was it her grand scheme? Miss, something has happened. Deng Momo rushed in, her face pale with panic. The eldest son has just been brought back. They say he has broken a leg. Zhu'er and Heiress were startled by this news. Li Qingluo raised her gaze briefly, then continued to practice her calligraphy, her expression as composed as ever. What is there to panic about? It is merely a broken leg, not a death. As long as Li Qingluo does not perish, I have not betrayed my promise to grandmother. I have granted him a reprieve, which is already a form of mercy. Upon hearing this, Zhu'er and Zhu'er exchanged glances and promptly exited. Deng Momo, however, was taken aback by Li Qingluo's words, leaning against the wall in shock. What did the young lady mean? Did she imply that the eldest son's broken leg was indeed her true plan and purpose? In recent days, the young lady had merely instructed her, and Deng Momo was aware of the understanding between her and Li Qingluo. Today's entire scheme unfolded as per the young lady's directions. Only now did Deng Momo grasp the full extent of Li Qingluo's cunning design. Miss you. Deng Momo began, but Li Qingluo, noticing her fright, sighed and walked over to support her. Do not be afraid. Should anything transpire, regardless of the circumstances, if grandmother seeks accountability, I shall bear the burden. You have merely followed my orders. You are unaware of my true intentions. So how could there be any blame directed at you? Furthermore, I am equally uncertain of Li Qingluo's capabilities. I merely instructed him to seize the opportunity for revenge, allowing Li Qingluo to retain his life temporarily, so he may endure his torment gradually. Upon hearing this, Deng Momo shivered violently. The young lady truly regarded her as no outsider. Only then did Deng Momo realize the young lady had employed Lu Zhu'er, who bore a striking resemblance to the eldest daughter, to lure the eldest son to the banks of the Qingzhu River. With the assistance of the personnel arranged by the old servant, the eldest son, despite his martial prowess, was unable to apprehend anyone. When they reached the riverside, Lu Zhu'er vanished near the private residence of Prince Yun, creating the illusion for the eldest son that she had entered the household. Given the eldest son's temperament, if he genuinely believed the eldest daughter was within the residence, he would undoubtedly storm in to ascertain the truth. The old servant had just returned from the front courtyard with news that the eldest son was accused of attempting to assassinate Prince Yun. What puzzled Deng Momo was how the young lady was so certain that Prince Yun would be at that residence today and would send someone to impede the eldest son. Li Qingluo was not entirely certain of Prince Yun's presence there today. However, she was convinced that the person inside the residence was the feigned deceased Li Qingzhu. Thus, if Li Qingluo attempted to force his way in, Li Qingzhu would undoubtedly be compelled to have Prince Yun's guards intervene to prevent exposure. Her initial plan was to have Li Qingluo lead the imperial guards past, ready to assist in dealing with Li Qingluo. Yet, she had not anticipated that on this mid-autumn festival, Prince Yun would not be at the royal residence or the palace, but rather at his private abode with Li Qingzhu. Perhaps fate was indeed aiding her, Li Qingluo. So be it. Li Qingluo would not need to exert undue effort to preserve his life. Li Qingluo did not intend for Deng Momo to hear her thoughts. Instead, she coldly warned, remember this, today, we were all at Hongfeng Pavilion. Aside from your brief excursion to observe the commotion, none of us have stepped outside. We are unaware of any other matters. The commotion surrounding Li Qingluo's broken leg sent the entire general's residence into chaos. Naturally, the birthday banquet for the Chu family could not proceed. The scene became increasingly tumultuous, with some rushing into the palace to summon the imperial physician. The first to arrive was Dr. Jiang. In an instant, the Li family was thrown into disarray. Matriarch Pei swiftly took charge of the situation. She instructed the steward to respectfully escort all guests away, promising to visit with gifts to apologize later. Then she closed the doors to stabilize the situation. Madame Chu and her two daughters-in-law remained behind, concerned for their daughter and grandson, assisting in managing the myriad of chaotic affairs within the general's residence. The theater troupe, the banquet, and the festive decorations were all fragmented tasks. Observing Madame Chu's methodical handling, it was evident she had considerable experience within the Li family. Thus, Matriarch Pei entrusted her with everything, while she hurried to Lansong Courtyard. Zhang Momo, fetch Dr. Luoshan. I have heard he has attended to severed fingers and arms. Perhaps there is still hope for Chuaner's leg. Zhang Momo immediately turned and left with the order. Once Madame Chu had finished her tasks, she too hurried to Lansong Courtyard. At the entrance, she surveyed the surroundings but did not rush inside. Has your mistress awoken? Madame Chu inquired, replying to the matriarch. Although the mistress awoke briefly after taking her medicine, she could not withstand the shock after inquiring about the eldest son. Madame Chu's expression turned sorrowful. Incapable as she is, such is her fate. By the way, I heard that your second young lady has not left her courtyard today. Given her brother and mother's predicament, why has she not come to see them? Madame Chu had heard whispers about her granddaughter. Although she had never met her, she had heard that she was a disobedient child, even attempting to vie for favor in front of her parents and deceased sister Zhu'er. Such a shallow-minded creature. Zhu'er had been driven to her demise, yet she remained so malicious. With such a significant event occurring in the residence, the girl had yet to make an appearance. Before the servant could explain, Madame Chu commanded imperiously, "Go. Send someone to bring her here. That ungrateful wretch." "Yes, yes." The servant retreated. Anxiety etched across their face. At Hongfeng Pavilion, Li Qingluo gazed at the freshly baked mooncake in her hand, sighing. The peril that had befallen Li Qichuan was indeed her desire, yet it also implicated her grandmother, who would surely be distressed. Just as she took a bite of the mooncake, a sudden knock echoed from outside. "Second young lady, are you there? Your grandmother, Madame Chu, has sent me to request your presence. There has been an incident at the residence today, as you are surely aware. Your mother has fainted and has yet to regain consciousness. The situation with the eldest son is even more dire. You ought to come and take a look. If there is anything you can assist with, it would be most helpful. If you continue to remain hidden, the reputation of being unfilial will spread. If the loyal and righteous Duke hears of it, it will surely reflect poorly upon you." Chapter 51. A brutal beating of a servant. Li Qingluo instantly lost her appetite. Her maternal grandmother, much like the Chu family matriarch in her previous life, harbored a deep-seated preference for Li Qingzhu, never deigning to cast a glance in Li Qingluo's direction. Now, being summoned outside could bode no good. Was she to serve the Chu matriarch or Li Qichuan? Surely, both would prefer to avoid her presence, leading to the conclusion that she was to attend to the old lady instead. Therefore, Li Qingluo instructed Heiress to decline the invitation. "Madam, our young lady has heard that there has been an incident with the mistress and the eldest son. She is anxiously pacing within her chamber," Heiress informed. "However, our young lady has developed quite a rash today, large and unsightly. If she were to risk appearing before everyone and caused further chaos, the residence would be even more tumultuous." The messenger was the formidable Madame Chong from Chunzai-Tang, known for her fierce demeanor. Upon hearing Heiress' words, she immediately dismissed them as mere fabrications, refusing to believe them. "You insolent wench, how dare you deceive me? I come on the orders of the old lady, and today, whether your young lady wishes to go out or not, she must comply." Madame Chong considered Heiress merely a lowly maid and reached out to slap her. However, Heiress swiftly seized her wrist. "What audacity! I was speaking to you politely, yet you dare to raise a hand against me? You think you can come to our Hongfeng Pavilion and act with such arrogance without knowing who I am? If you wish to tear my mouth apart, I will gladly rip yours first." Heiress then grasped Madame Chang's hair, disheveling it. As the maidservants trailing Madame Chong rushed to assist her, Heiress retaliated with a kick, sending them sprawling, and dealt each a slap while still holding onto Madame Chang's hair. The two matrons guarding the entrance of Hongfeng Pavilion merely stood by, amused, making no effort to intervene. "Get away. If you dare approach our Hongfeng Pavilion again, I will ensure you all end up like her, driven mad today." Madame Chong cried out in pain, attempting to claw at Heiress, who evaded her grasp. "Heiress, do not engage with her," Li Qingluo finally interjected. Heiress coldly kicked Madame Chong away, commanding leave. Madame Chong, clutching her now thoroughly disheveled hair, felt tears welling in her eyes. Having served in the General's residence for decades, she had never endured such humiliation. Today, before these lowly maids, she felt utterly disgraced. You all will pay for this. This matter is far from over." Madame Chong spat, preparing to depart, but Li Qingluo ordered Heiress to bring her back. Pinned in the courtyard, Madame Chong gazed at the second young lady before her, her heart racing in fright. This young lady was a far cry from the one who had just returned to the residence a short while ago. When had she transformed into such a striking beauty? Not only was her complexion fair, but her countenance also emanated a spirited elegance, far removed from the unattractive and impoverished figure she once was. Now, she possessed the poise befitting a young lady. Madame Chong felt an involuntary shiver of trepidation. Li Qingluo wasted no time with pleasantries, stating, "You came to our Hongfeng Pavilion, instigating trouble and threatening others. I had no intention of dealing with you today, but since you have shown such audacity, you presume I am easy to bully?" Madame Chang's heart raced, realizing that although she was not favored by the family head or matriarch, she had the old lady's backing, which momentarily quelled her spirit. "Second young lady, please, have mercy. I am merely following the old lady's orders. After all, she is your grandmother, and you must heed her wishes." Li Qingluo retorted, "How naive. Do you think such words will sway me? You are now part of the General's residence, yet choose to heed the words of the Chu matriarch. How treacherous of you. What happens in the Zhongyiho residence is of no concern to me. Remember, in this General's residence, there is only one matriarch, and that is my grandmother. Seeing she could no longer deceive Li Qingluo, Madame Chang fell silent, not daring to utter another word. She did not wish to suffer further at Heiress' hands and thus adopted a humble demeanor. Do you wish for me to wait? For what? For you to concoct endless troubles for me? I shall tell you. Either leave promptly or prepare for another beating. The choice is yours. Heiress added, I did mention, madam, that our young lady is afflicted with a rash today. Should you provoke her further, you may find yourself in a predicament as well. Should you feel any itching upon your return, do not be surprised. Oh dear, I feel a little itch on my back. Zhu'er, do take a look. Madame Chang's face drained of color, realizing the absurdity of her predicament. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling sensation creeping over her. Not daring to complain further, she hurriedly scrambled away. As they watched the terrified Madame Chang flee, Heiress and Zhu'er burst into laughter, struggling to stand upright. Look at her. Doesn't she resemble a large winter melon? Ha ha. And a long, round one at that. The laughter echoed through the courtyard, drawing the attention of a nearby servant beneath a large tree. Zhuang Wei frowned at the servant, who quickly explained, Third master, that courtyard is quite lively. It feels more animated than the performances during the day. Third master, the old lady heard that the second young lady is unwell. She sent you to check on her. Yet here you are, napping until now. And the day is nearly over. Will you not make your way over? Zhuang Wei, puzzled, continued to stare toward the Hongfeng pavilion. He found the second young lady's voice oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Moreover, she did not seem to regard their Zhongyi residence with the reverence others claimed. Strangely, Zhuang Wei suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, straightening his posture. He gazed into the flickering shadows, murmuring, Why is the General's residence so eerily quiet? The servant also realized, indeed, today is not only the Mid-Autumn Festival, but it is also the birthday of the General's wife. In previous years, the festivities were raucous, yet today, aside from the now muted laughter from the courtyard, the entire General's residence seemed to have descended into a silent abyss. Zhuang Wei, compelled by a sense of urgency, clenched his fist and turned to leave. He had no desire to be in the Hongfeng pavilion, nor did he wish to encounter anyone there. Li Qingluo was informed by the gatekeeper that a young man accompanied by a servant had visited the Hongfeng pavilion. She wondered, at such an hour, are there still guests lingering in the residence? However, she dismissed the thought, turning back to reprimand Zhu'er and Heiress. What day is it today? If you continue to laugh so recklessly and draw attention, I cannot guarantee your safety. Both maids understood their misstep and knelt obediently. Yes, young lady. We shall not repeat our mistake. In the Lansong courtyard, upon hearing from Madame Chang that Li Qingluo refused to come out, the Chu matriarch's face contorted in disbelief. With such a significant event occurring at home, she still refuses to show herself? What is her heart made of? Such callousness. Chapter 52, Li Kechuan. Completely finished Madame Chu turned her head, discontented, towards the elder Madame Pei. I have heard that since her return to the residence, it has been you, my elder sister, who has been nurturing her. I understand she was lacking in many aspects before, and after returning home, with your indulgence, she has been constantly at odds with her elder brother, even injuring Chuaner multiple times. My dear sister, I must say, this girl is truly heartless and utterly lacks decorum. Madame Pei regarded Madame Chu. The elder brother of the Chu family held the position of Deputy Minister of Revenue, and although her father was merely a fourth-grade scholar, the entire Chu family was exceedingly wealthy and influential in Jinling. Madame Chu had always been domineering. During her visits to the general's residence, she acted as if she were the rightful mistress, a habit she had cultivated over the years. Yet, she had forgotten that the general's residence was no longer what it used to be. The once renowned Pei Xiuzhen had returned. The general's residence was not a place for others to dictate. At that moment, hearing Madame Chu's words, Madame Pei recalled that she had just been in the front courtyard, managing some trivial matters, and thus managed to restrain herself from striking back. Coldly, she replied, Since her return, it has indeed been I who has been nurturing her. Are you blaming me for not instilling proper decorum in her? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Madame Chu's face. My elder sister, that is not my intention. However, given the circumstances today, she should at least come out for a glance, shouldn't she? Madame Pei responded, Zhu'er has developed a rash, and I have heard that the maidservant in her courtyard is also showing unusual symptoms. Chang Mama, should you feel unwell later, do not be afraid. It is likely just a minor issue. Beside them, Chang Mama turned pale, already feeling an itch spread throughout her body. Madame Pei continued, sister-in-law. If you truly wish to see her, she will certainly come to you out of filial piety. Have you thought this through? Madame Chu's face went completely stiff. This. Her two daughters-in-law quickly tugged at her. Mother, since Zhu'er is unwell, it is best not to force her out. Otherwise, we might not even understand Chuaner's injury, and the entire general's residence might spread a rash. What then shall we do? Madame Chu turned and slapped her eldest daughter-in-law. Fool! Do I not know that? Must you speak out of turn? Madame Chu's tactics were something Madame Pei could hardly tolerate. If one wishes to display authority, then please return to your Chu family to do so. Today, the general's residence is already chaotic enough. I cannot endure the din any longer. Zhang Mama stepped forward with a courteous smile. Madame Chu, please do not overthink it. Our lady is anxious, not knowing the condition of the eldest son. The Li family has only this one legitimate son, unlike your Chu family with 6 or 7 sons. Madame Chu, look, the sky is darkening. Would you like me to arrange for you to rest for a while? I shall inform you of any news promptly. Madame Chu nearly lost her temper at the old maid's impertinence. That is still my own grandson. I will not go anywhere. At that moment, the distraught Zhu'er, having regained consciousness, rushed into Lansong courtyard, weeping. My son, my Chuaner. Do not frighten your mother. Please do not come to harm, Chuaner. You are my lifeblood. Madame Pei snapped, cease your wailing. Zhu'er was instantly silenced. Even Madame Chu shifted uncomfortably to the side. Madame Pei stood up, her gaze sharp and icy, surveying everyone in the courtyard. Is it not enough chaos? He is not dead, yet you all seem intent on crying yourselves to death. If anyone dares to make more noise, get out. Madame Pei was not one to suffer fools. She never hesitated to reprimand, nor did she care for the timing. Zhu'er, no longer daring to cry out, could only sob quietly, her body limp, tears streaming as she stared at the main house of Lansong courtyard. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Madame Chu remained, embracing Zhu'er, whispering through tears, my child, please do not let anything happen to you. Otherwise, it would tear my heart out. Gradually, the courtyard fell silent. Li Qiaojing had been accompanying them inside, and only at dawn did he emerge, fatigued, with half his hair white and his face ashen. Madame Chu had long succumbed to exhaustion and was asleep, snoring softly. The moment Li Qiaojing stepped out, Madame Pei opened her eyes. Zhu'er sprang up, rushing towards him, anxiously inquiring, what news, my lord? How is Chuaner? Her eyes, red from sleeplessness, reflected her foreboding. Li Qiaojing looked at his wife, and then at Madame Pei. He shook his head solemnly, speaking each word with deep sorrow. Dr. Luo could do nothing. He merely preserved Chuaner's life, but his left leg is gone. Completely gone. What? Zhu'er gasped, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend his words. Suddenly, Li Qiaojing laughed loudly. Is this how the Li family ends? Just like this? Ha. Madame Pei, witnessing her son's madness, felt a pang of distress in her heart. She turned away, her figure trembling slightly, and with Zhang Mama's support, she slowly departed. Madame Chu was roused by her daughters-in-law, and upon learning that Li Qichuan had indeed lost a leg, tears streamed down her face. It is over. Chuaner's future is utterly ruined. What is the point of his survival? Her daughters-in-law, terrified, attempted to cover her mouth, but it was too late. Her words had been heard by both Zhu'er and Li Qiaojing. Li Qiaojing glared at the three women, while Zhu'er, her eyes bloodshot with rage, shouted, leave. You all leave. Chuaner, mother is coming to see you. Zhu'er, in utter despair, leaned against the door frame and rushed inside. Meanwhile, in a private residence of the Prince of Yun to the west of the city, after a day of turmoil, Li Qingzhu finally settled down once more. The moment the prince entered the room, Li Qingzhu dashed towards him. My lord, you have finally returned. Today's incident nearly frightened me to death. Sob. The prince embraced Li Qingzhu, tenderly wiping her tears away. It is over now, is it not? However, you can no longer stay at the house by the Qinhuai River, lest this matter drag you into further trouble. I apologize for the distress it brings you. Li Qingzhu clutched the prince's garments. I understand your concerns, my lord. Moving is but a minor inconvenience. Did the emperor inquire about this matter when you entered the palace tonight? The guards were sensible and took the initiative to report the situation to the emperor. Besides, this incident was initiated by Li Qichuan trespassing into my private residence. My guards acted to protect my life, which led to this outcome. As a prince, Li Qichuan's actions during the day have already committed a grave offense. Losing a leg is a leniency towards him. It is fortunate that the emperor, recalling the past merits of the Li family, did not take harsher measures. Otherwise, my dear The prince smiled at the beautiful woman in his arms, gently tapping her nose. This incident will surely bring misfortune upon the entire Li family. Chapter 53. His disbelief. Her disconnection. Li Qingzhu's heart sank heavily. In an instant, her eyes brimmed with tears, as if they could spill over with the slightest blink. Please, Your Highness. After all, that is the home where Zhu'er grew up. Although you now have a daughter of your own, the kindness of nurturing for 16 years cannot be overlooked. I beseech you, on behalf of Zhu'er, spare my brother from this grave mistake. The Prince of Yun, witnessing her tearful and vulnerable demeanor, couldn't help but sigh. How could he disregard such a kind-hearted and emotionally tethered girl? Very well, he would not resort to complete annihilation. Yet, the circumstances surrounding this matter were perplexing. Why would Li Qingluo suddenly presume that you were in that residence? Li Qingzhu gently bit her lip. I do not know. Your Highness, could it be? Was there anyone who saw me during that outing on the boat? She had been confined in that house for months. And that was her only excursion, which had ended in chaos with the performance troupe. Fortunately, no significant disaster ensued. However, the threat of exposure loomed dangerously close. And reflecting on it now sent shivers down her spine. It was a pity that Li Qingluo had broken his leg. Would he not be rendered utterly incapacitated henceforth? What future hope remained for the general's residence? Li Qingzhu's heart was nearly consumed by anger. If the general's house fell into decline, her aspirations of relying on the Li family to secure a position within the Prince of Yun's residence would become increasingly elusive. Although Li Qiaojing still held an official post, he too would age. Moreover, his standing in court would undoubtedly be affected by the incident involving Li Qingluo. At this moment, Li Qingzhu even contemplated whether she should return to the Li family at all. What troubles occupy your thoughts? The Prince of Yun inquired, noticing her distant expression. He instinctively lifted her chin. Upon witnessing her crimson lips, more vibrant than blood, he leaned down, but just as their lips were about to meet, she gently evaded him. His lips merely brushed against her cheek, revealing a hint of disappointment and impatience in his eyes. Li Qingzhu, still oblivious, blushed as she nestled in the prince's embrace. Your Highness, I was just pondering about my marriage to the third young master of the Zhuang family. It seems that it has yet to be finalized with my sister. If I were to return home, I would still be bound and unable to be with you openly. With a sorrowful expression, Li Qingzhu conveyed her plight. She was no fool. If she surrendered herself without proper acknowledgement, it would render her utterly worthless. The Prince of Yun, unable to possess her, naturally cherished her even more, leading to an intensifying desire. Indeed, the prince promptly assured her, you need only leave this matter to me. Come now, let me hold you tightly. That evening, news of the events at the Li household had already spread throughout Jinling City. Li Qingluo's audacious intrusion into the Prince of Yun's private residence, though resulting in a broken leg, was still an attack on the prince's domain. His reckless assault could lead to accusations of attempted regicide. If the charges against him were fully established, Li Qingluo would not only lose a leg, but perhaps his very life. The Li family was bound to face ruin. In an instant, fear gripped those who had previously maintained close ties with the Li family, including noble families and officials, leading them to discreetly distance themselves. In the residence of the Prince of Su, Duan Rongshi, upon hearing the news of the Li family's predicament, found his thoughts wandering to that young lady. Was she in any way connected to this incident? Zhu'er paused, then realized whom the master was referencing. The second young lady had seemingly remained in her courtyard all day, not stepping foot outside. It was said that she had developed a rash, and since Li Qingluo's injury, her mother had fainted twice without her making an appearance. However, a particular maid in her courtyard had been quite active these past few days. Moreover, Zhu'er raised her gaze to Duan Rongshi. My lord, this maid has secretly met with an officer from the Imperial Guards. This officer gained his rank after slaying many cultists during the recent chaos caused by the Lotus sect on the boat. Coincidentally, one of the guards dispatched to the Prince of Yun's residence today was this very officer. It is rumored that he was the one who severed Li Qingluo's leg. Upon hearing this, Duan Rongshi's eyes brightened with intrigue. Oh, if one were to claim that this young lady had no involvement in this affair, I would find that hard to believe. He rubbed the black jade ring on his left thumb. Then, investigate this matter thoroughly. The following day, in the Hongfeng Pavilion, Li Qingluo had already risen. Standing by the window, she contemplated writing but found herself unable to put pen to paper. The ink splattered on the rice paper, forming blotches. Upon seeing Kei enter, Li Qingluo inquired, has grandmother returned to Jingxi Hall? Kei bowed slightly. Yes, young lady, she just returned. I have heard that the eldest young master's life was spared, but the news has confirmed that his leg could not be saved. Li Qingluo set down her brush. Even if the great immortal were to arrive, they could not restore his leg. They are merely chasing a delusion. For Li Qingluo, even if he were to live on, what difference would it make if he were rendered a mere shadow of himself? She spoke these words with an unsettling calmness, yet her heart felt a sense of relief. However, thinking of her grandmother, "Care, accompany me to Jingxi Hall to see grandmother." Li Qingluo carried the mooncake she had personally made the day before and made her way to Jingxi Hall. Zhang Mama seldom obstructed her, saying, "Miss, the old lady has not slept all night. Let her rest first. When she awakens, I will call for you." Li Qingluo handed the food box to Zhang Mama. "Please, Mama Zhang, deliver these mooncakes to grandmother. Let her have something to eat before resting again. As for me, I will wait in the adjacent small room until grandmother awakens." Li Qingluo turned and retreated to the small room where she had previously slept, determined not to leave until she saw her grandmother today. Zhang Mama sighed and shook her head before taking the mooncakes into the room. After a while, she emerged to call for Li Qingluo, saying that the old lady wished for her to enter first. Li Qingluo rose. Then grandmother. Zhang Mama bore a smile that was both amused and exasperated. The old lady said that having stayed awake all night, she cannot sleep now. It would be better to hear what the young lady has to say so early in the morning. Li Qingluo walked in on her own, while Zhang Mama stood behind, preventing anyone else from entering and firmly closing the door. The room was dimly lit, and the old matriarch sat in the main seat, exuding an air of authority and aloofness. Li Qingluo approached and called out, "Grandmother." The old matriarch lifted her gaze, her expression inscrutable and somber as it fell upon her. For some reason, in that moment, Li Qingluo felt an overwhelming sadness. She knelt down, her body straight, but her head bowed. "Grandmother," she called out once more. The old matriarch briefly closed her eyes before asking, "Zhu'er, have you ever regretted anything?" Chapter 54. You have truly committed fratricide. Li Qingluo understood her grandmother's inquiry and did not shy away from the matter, responding directly, "No, I do not regret my actions." The old lady Pei's eyes widened in fury. "Foolish child, he is still your own brother. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Li Qingluo raised her gaze, calmly confronting her grandmother's ire. "Grandmother, he has never regarded me as a sister. It was he who attempted to take my life multiple times, and I merely escaped by sheer luck. Next time, I may not be so fortunate." She continued, "Grandmother, I promised you that I would spare him one life, and I have kept my word." Was she to be reproached for initially allowing herself to seek vengeance against Li Qingluo, only to be blamed now? Seeing her granddaughter's demeanor, the old lady Pei felt a wave of sorrow. A thought crossed her mind. Had she erred in bringing her back to the Li family? Upon witnessing the disappointment in her grandmother's eyes, Li Qingluo's calm heart stirred with pain. The outcome for Li Qingluo was indeed a result of her meticulous planning. She intended for him to suffer in ways he could scarcely imagine, to plummet from grace into despair, to endure the torment of existence, to become a mere shell of a man. In her heart, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction for the first time across 2 lifetimes. Thus, Li Qingluo felt no remorse for her actions, nor did she fear the repercussions. Her sole hesitation resided in not wanting her grandmother to perceive her as terrifying or to be disappointed enough to forsake her. Initially, she sought the old lady Pei as a pillar of support, yet, unbeknownst to her, a profound bond had developed between them. In Li Qingluo's heart, the old lady Pei had become her most cherished family member. Consequently, how could she remain untroubled in light of her grandmother's anger and disappointment? She knelt forward, drawing closer to the old lady Pei. "Grandmother, I have disappointed you. Please, strike me." She grasped the old lady's hand and brought it forcefully to her own face. And the old lady Pei, compelled by the moment, delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed throughout the room. As a martial artist, the old lady Pei intended to impart a lesson, thus she exerted considerable force. The slap left 5 clear marks on Li Qingluo's cheek, and blood began to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Seeing her in such a state, the old lady Pei's heart ached. She embraced Li Qingluo tightly. "Child, what am I to do with you? I wish for you to grow into a good person. I do not oppose your ambitions for what you deserve, but fratricide. You have truly committed fratricide. Moreover, he was the only legitimate heir of the Li family. If he is rendered useless, who will the Li family rely on after I have departed, or when your parents are gone?" Li Qingluo looked up, tears streaming down her face. "Grandmother, I understand that Li Qingluo is your grandson, and thus you grieve for him. This is my fault. However, do you believe that if I endured humiliation and refrained from retaliating, Li Qingluo would treat me kindly? My parents would certainly not care for me. If I were to lie in bed missing a leg today, the entire general's residence would only have you mourning for me. The old lady Pei was taken aback. She felt a profound sorrow for her granddaughter, so young yet so acutely aware of reality. She had always understood. But what could she say? Could she commend her for her actions? Moreover, she had never attempted to deceive this old woman. It was her own acquiescence that had allowed this situation to unfold. The old lady Pei felt utterly exhausted. She waved her hand. Leave me be for now. Do not come to see me for the next few days. I need some time to myself. In an instant, she seemed to have aged a little. Li Qingluo watched, her heart heavy, unsure of how to console her. She could only rise, reluctantly departing. Upon returning to the Maple Pavilion, Li Qingluo sat in a daze, not for Li Qingluo, but out of fear that her grandmother would truly abandon her. After a while, Mama Deng requested an audience. Li Qingluo composed herself and allowed her to enter. Mama Deng immediately knelt before Li Qingluo. Miss, let this old servant follow you from now on. Mama Deng's sudden declaration of loyalty took Li Qingluo by surprise. What do you mean, Mama? Have you not always been assisting me? Mama Deng lowered her head. As you said, I have indeed been assisting you. However, moving forward, I wish to serve you. Li Qingluo queried why. She gazed at Mama Deng, bewildered by her sudden transformation overnight. Had she not been fearful of Li Qingluo's methods after yesterday's incident? You see, I have no intention of requesting anything from the old lady. Besides, she is merely upset with you for the moment. In a couple of days, when you humble yourself to appease her, she will not bear to ignore you. You may not know this, but for the past 30 years, you are the only one who has managed to penetrate the old lady's fortified heart. You are significant to her. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo's heart did not lighten, but rather felt as if pricked by countless needles. Her grandmother treated her so uniquely. Yet she had repeatedly taken advantage of that affection. Silence enveloped her, but Mama Deng continued. Miss, the old lady is soft-hearted and overly cautious, which may lead to differences in her actions compared to yours. Yesterday's maneuver truly startled me, but upon reflection, I realized that serving such a master is indeed exhilarating. I do not wish to feel stifled. I believe your actions are justified. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, though your methods may be harsh. Without them, how could one honor oneself? In this world, there is no mercy for the merciful, only the merciful are taken advantage of. Mama Deng genuinely recognized Li Qingluo as her mistress, seeking a true path forward for herself and her family. She firmly believed that aligning with Li Qingluo would ensure a prosperous future filled with benefits. Li Qingluo stepped forward to assist Mama Deng in rising. From now on, you shall be the chief steward of this courtyard. I entrust all my affairs to you. Mama Deng, elated by Li Qingluo's acknowledgement, joyfully departed. She called for Zhu'er and Zhu'er, giving them a stern reprimand. The rule of our Maple Pavilion is simple: silence. Remember, in all matters, think before you act. Do not implicate the miss, do not burden her, and do not add to her worries. Should anyone violate this, regardless of who it is, I will enforce strict discipline. The Maple Pavilion was sparse, with only 4 individuals in total, including the master and servants. The guards outside were assigned from Jingxi Hall. So Li Qingluo usually had no need to concern herself with them. Nevertheless, Mama Deng began to impose strict regulations, believing that from this day forth, the Maple Pavilion should uphold proper order. Li Qingluo had never truly acted as a mistress in either of her lives, thus she was entirely unversed in managing household affairs. Since Mama Deng sought to establish proper rules, she decided to relinquish all responsibilities to her, freeing herself from worry. That day, the entire general's residence remained eerily quiet. At the Lansong courtyard, a steady stream of comings and goings persisted, yet none dared to utter a sound. The Hongfeng Pavilion experienced yet another ordinary day. During the daylight hours, Li Qingluo applied some ointment to her face. Now, as she lay in bed, the pain had considerably subsided. However, she tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Just as she sat up to quench her thirst, the flickering candlelight in the room suddenly extinguished. Having practiced martial arts for nearly 2 months, she had indeed made some progress. She instantly sensed the looming danger and drew the sword that hung by her bedside, directing it towards the encroaching darkness. Someone had entered the room. Chapter 55, A Midnight Chef? Before she could inquire about the identity of her unexpected visitor, a voice emerged from the darkness. Miss, do you still remember the life-saving grace from 2 months ago on the Qinhuai River? Our master wishes to discuss how you might repay that kindness. Please, accompany me tonight. Li Qingluo felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Could it be that individual? She recalled the long sword, 4.5 feet in length, from the boat. Indeed, she owed that man a significant debt of gratitude. However, if this was one of his subordinates, their skills were undeniably formidable. Her red maple pavilion, while not impenetrable, surely could not have been breached without a sound. There were 2 matrons on guard outside every night, and both Xiao and Deng were quite capable. Although she wouldn't boast of her own prowess, she was no longer the oblivious girl she once was. Yet this person had silently entered her room. If he intended to kill, what difference would it make for them whether the walls of Jinling City were present or not? Well, Li Qingluo was wise enough to recognize her disadvantage against this individual. Thus, she sheathed her sword and readily agreed. This matter had been weighing on her mind. Since she could not evade it, she might as well face it head-on. Zhu'er, concealed in the shadows, was taken aback. This young lady possessed quite a bit of courage. Although she had accompanied Li Qingluo away silently, they departed as quietly as a breeze. In the Zhu'er garden, upon her return, Li Qingluo felt no trace of anxiety, instead experiencing a sense of ease. Several mute servants had long awaited her arrival, and upon seeing her, they enthusiastically surrounded her, expressing joy at her presence. They even noted how much fairer her skin had become, how her beauty had blossomed. They gestured animatedly at her face, and inexplicably, Li Qingluo felt a flicker of happiness at their delight. However, to her surprise, the reason she had been brought to the Zhu'er garden was merely to prepare a meal. The masked Zhu'er coldly stated, "Our master prefers a simple diet, light on oil and meat. Miss, prepare a few dishes as you see fit." With that, he vanished. Li Qingluo thought to herself, so, she was brought here simply to play the role of a cook? Yet, if a single meal could suffice to repay a life-saving grace, was she not taking unfair advantage? Perhaps the man wanted for nothing, surrounded by talented individuals, and after contemplating for months, realized there was no need for her assistance, thus settling for just one meal to resolve the matter. With these thoughts, she rolled up her sleeves. Li Qingluo surveyed the available ingredients in the kitchen and quickly got to work. She first prepared a pot of white porridge, adding only a few vegetable leaves and a pinch of salt. Next, she kneaded dough and crafted mushroom and meat buns, and then she tossed together a dish of shredded asparagus. Spotting some lively yellow croakers, she skillfully pan-fried 2 of them. Finally, she stir-fried a dish of yam and green peas. In less than an hour, she completed the entire spread, 3 dishes, 1 snack, and a bowl of porridge. Though perspiration dripped from her brow, Li Qingluo poured her heart into her cooking. She knew she had suffered more than superficial injuries that fateful night. Li Kechuan had struck her back with a stick, inflicting internal harm. However, she felt no lingering ill effects, suggesting that the man had indeed saved her. During her 2 days of recuperation in the Zhu'er garden, the mute servants had tended to her with utmost care, a kindness she had never received from others in either of her lives. Although she remained unaware of the man's true identity, she felt a rare warmth in her heart. The mute servants laid the dishes upon a stone table in the courtyard and even brought over a screen. Before her lay a lotus pond, with fragrant osmanthus trees on the right. It was the golden autumn season, and the scent of osmanthus wafted through the air, intoxicatingly sweet. Li Qingluo was invited to sit, while the servants gestured for her to remain silent. As she pondered the meaning behind this, a tall figure emerged from behind the screen. Li Qingluo froze. Was that him? She could only discern the height of the figure, with slightly curled long hair cascading down. He wore a loose cloak that hung loosely on his broad frame. As for his features, they remained obscured by the screen. Li Qingluo rose and bowed slightly toward the screen, as a gesture of gratitude for the life-saving act from that night. Recalling her immersion in the Qinhuai River still sent chills through her bones. Yet, this man seemed to prefer tranquility. That night on the boat, he had refrained from lighting a lamp, leading her to believe it was an unoccupied vessel, prompting her to approach. And now, surrounded by mute servants, she wondered why he desired her presence in silence. Li Qingluo was not one to overstay her welcome. Recognizing his preference for quiet, she resolved to simply enjoy the moonlit beauty of the lotus pond. Stealing glances at the figure behind the screen, she noticed that he had begun to eat, seemingly relishing the meal. A sigh of relief escaped her as she lifted her gaze to the unusually bright moon, a smile gracing her lips. After Li Qingluo was returned home, Zhu'er returned to the Zhu'er garden, delivering a small plate of cut mooncakes to Duan Rongsher's table. "Your Highness, you have eaten only this evening. Perhaps you would like to have a little more?" All day, Duan Rongsher had been preoccupied with interrogations in the prison, neglecting his meals. And by evening, he had completely lost his appetite. It was Bold Wind who dared to suggest inviting the second daughter of the Li family to prepare a meal to his liking. Recalling how much the prince had enjoyed the sweet potato dishes at Qingzhu one last time, Zhu'er was taken aback, thinking Bold Wind was exceedingly audacious. Despite their master being somewhat indifferent to women and having no lady of the house, to summon a young woman in the middle of the night to cook was rather uncivil. Duan Rongshi replied, "Bring her here." He had not had a proper meal in several days, and none of the delicacies appealed to him. Thus, he did not refuse. "Zhu'er, your highness, indeed it is you." While glancing at the mooncakes beside him, Duan Rongshi casually inquired, "Where are these from?" Zhu'er replied, "I just returned the second daughter to the general's residence. She handed me a few, saying she made them herself for the Mid-Autumn Festival yesterday. If you don't mind, you might try them as a snack." At first, Duan Rongshi had little interest in the colorful treats. Moreover, he had eaten well earlier and did not intend to consume anything more. Yet, inexplicably, he picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The texture was delicate and smooth, not overly sweet, with a subtle osmanthus fragrance spreading over his palate. Duan Rongshi wrapped his fingers on the table. "Leave them here, you may go." Zhu'er was secretly astonished. Was this truly the second daughter of the Li family's handiwork that so appealed to the prince's palate? Once outside the study, Zhu'er could not resist taking a bite of a piece himself. It was indeed delicious, but not irreplaceable. The prince was generally indifferent to food, but to find something to his liking was enough to astonish Zhu'er and the others. It seemed the second daughter of the Li family would indeed prove to be of great use in the future. Chapter 56. Brother Awakens in Madness. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have elapsed since the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Qingluo's rash should have healed by now. Rising early, she first visited the Qingzhu Hall, where she offered her respects to the elder Madame Pei through the courtyard gate. How has grandmother been eating these past few days? Zhang Mama has worked hard in caring for her. Zhang Mama looked at Li Qingluo with concern. "Miss, it is all the duty of an old servant. You come to pay your respects morning and evening," the old lady. Li Qingluo glanced at the still-closed door of the main hall and forced a smile. "Paying respects to grandmother is my duty. Moreover, as long as grandmother can calm down, I would willingly come every day, even if she chooses to ignore me." After Li Qingluo departed, Zhang Mama entered with a food box. "Old lady, I heard the young lady rose before dawn to prepare breakfast for you. Today we have bamboo shoots and meat buns, along with yam and millet porridge. Would you care to eat?" Madame Pei sat up in bed. "Eat? Why would I not eat? She made it for me. How could I refuse?" Zhang Mama thought to herself. "Yes, you send her away each day, yet you devour everything she brings. Deep down, you are no longer angry. But your pride prevents you from admitting it." Zhang Mama chuckled briefly, then resumed a serious demeanor. "By the way, it seems the young lady wishes to visit Lansong Courtyard." Madame Pei turned her head, her gaze fixed. "Who? You mean Luo'er wants to see her brother? Oh no. Surely she wouldn't, in a fit of anger, completely drive him to despair?" Madame Pei waved her hand. "Quickly, help me get dressed. I want to see for myself. This precious gem of hers must not suffer because of this matter and incur the wrath of her parents." At the entrance of Lansong Courtyard, Li Qingluo encountered Zhu'er. After a brief separation, Zhu'er appeared aged and haggard, with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and strands of gray at her temples. She bowed politely, albeit somewhat distantly. "Mother." Upon seeing her, Zhu'er sneered. "So your illness has finally subsided?" Yet upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. She could not help but glance at her daughter several more times. Was this truly Luo'er? Her once dark-skinned, inconspicuous daughter had transformed so drastically in but 2 months. Indeed, it was not surprising that Zhu'er was astonished. In this life, Li Qingluo had been cherished by Madame Pei like a flower. A stark contrast to her previous life where she endured countless hardships. Her once gaunt face now bore a healthy flush. Previously, she had appeared frail and sallow, exuding a strong rural aura. When Li Qiaojing first met her, he had been deeply disappointed. Zhu'er had raised Li Qingzhu delicately, nurturing her into a fair, beautiful young lady of grace. Thus, witnessing her own daughter, once a simpleton, now transformed, brought a significant emotional upheaval. The couple had long since disregarded Li Qingluo as if she did not exist, neglecting her entirely. Yet today, not only had her complexion brightened, but her beauty had also blossomed. Moreover, Li Qingluo had begun studying and practicing calligraphy, devoting ample time each day to martial arts and swordplay, thus cultivating an air of elegance reminiscent of Madame Pei in her youth. She seemed an entirely different person. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, they had rejoiced at not allowing her to appear, believing it would spare them any embarrassment. Little did they realize, she had already blossomed into someone commendable. Zhu'er felt an unexpected pang of discomfort in her heart. Heiress approached, holding a box. "Mother, on your birthday, I was unable to celebrate with you due to my illness. And with the eldest son's incident, I have not had the chance to present you with this birthday gift. I wish you health and longevity. May I enter and see my brother?" Zhu'er, perhaps exhausted from several days of sleeplessness, momentarily found her mind clouded. Taking a while to respond, "All right, you. Come in with me." Qingyi took the box from Heiress' hands. And then Li Qingluo followed Zhu'er into Lansong courtyard. She had never imagined she would enter this courtyard in this lifetime. In her past life, she had toiled like a lowly servant here, cleaning and scrubbing floors. It was in the study that she had accidentally broken a teacup left by Li Qingzhu, resulting in her being cast aside near the stables during a heavy snowfall. She perished in that snowstorm. Now, in this life, the true good fortune of Li Qingluo was about to begin. Li Qingluo had just awakened the previous night. It was said that upon regaining consciousness, his first words were to declare to Li Qiaojing and Zhu'er that he had seen Zhu'er. He was adamant, stating that he first saw her at home, then witnessed her entering a certain residence, which compelled him to recklessly invade that estate. Fearing that Li Qiaojing and Zhu'er would doubt him, he lay in bed, raising his finger in a solemn vow. "Father, mother, I swear, if I lie today, may I not find peace." Zhu'er, unable to contain herself, collapsed at the bedside, weeping uncontrollably. "My son, have you truly been bewitched by Zhu'er? She is gone. She is truly gone. That house belongs to Prince Yun. Do you understand what you did? You went there with a knife, committing the crime of attempting to assassinate a prince. Do not speak of Zhu'er anymore. Listen to your mother, all right? You have already lost a leg. Do not risk your life as well, or I shall have no reason to live." Li Qiaojing remained coldly silent, not uttering a word. Yet the sorrow and despair in his eyes, coupled with Zhu'er's grief, made Li Qingluo acutely aware of the emptiness of his left leg, now devoid of anything. He instinctively reached for his lower body, raising his hand to strike the wound fiercely. Only when the pain pierced to the bone and blood began to seep once more did he realize that it was all too real. Li Qingluo nearly succumbed to madness on the spot. "No, this cannot be real. It is not true. I am dreaming. I have yet to awaken. My leg, my leg. Father, mother, you are deceiving me, are you not? I did not attempt to assassinate Prince Yun. I was merely searching for Zhu'er. They stopped me." "Enough," Li Qiaojing exclaimed, his eyes reddening. Yet how could Li Qingluo be rational at this moment? He continued to thrash about on the bed, desperate to prove that this was all a fabrication. Li Qiaojing immediately ordered the attendants to restrain him, and when they could not, they resorted to binding him with ropes. Chapter 57. Her brother will be driven mad by her if you wish to keep your life. You must lie still in bed. Now you comprehend suffering? Are you aware of how your mother and I have endured these past few days? Zhu'er, you are our only legitimate son. This one son of yours. Do you not realize that you have also taken the lives of both your mother and me? Yet, the die is cast. This is now the undeniable reality. Your position as a major general in Dongqi camp is likely beyond your reach. I must go before His Majesty and plead for your life, hoping to secure mercy for your death sentence due to military merit. Zhu'er, do not let the madness over Zhu'er's death consume you. Do not let her memory drive you to insanity." Li Qiaojing finished speaking and turned to leave with swift strides. Zhu'er, holding Li Qingluo, pleaded desperately, "My son, please do not move. Your wound is bleeding again. Zhu'er, all I wish for is your survival, just to remain alive." Li Qingluo finally lay still, staring blankly at the tense ceiling, his eyes reflecting an abyss of desolation and emptiness. The loss of his leg was a devastating blow, rendering him a hopeless cripple overnight, stripping away his once promising future and vibrant spirit. Ha, ha, ha. How utterly ridiculous. Indeed, it is laughable. Today, Li Qingluo came to Lansong courtyard, partly for show, but mainly to observe the extent of Li Qingluo's debilitation. Upon entering his room with Zhu'er, she immediately recognized the swirling madness of anger and humiliation in his gaze. Why must she be here? He thought. What good intentions could she possess? She, of all people, would be most pleased to see me reduced to this state. Get out. Just get out. Li Qingluo picked up a jade ornament from the bedside and hurled it toward the door. Zhu'er gasped in alarm, instinctively shielding Li Qingluo with her hand. Li Qingluo merely glanced at her, having already sidestepped with care. The ornament shattered upon impact, scattering shards across the floor. Li Qingluo continued to seize everything within reach, throwing items toward the entrance. Zhu'er, left with no choice, could only call out to him while evading the chaos. Zhu'er has genuinely come to visit you. Please calm down, Chuaner. As Zhu'er took a hit, she covered her forehead and was hurriedly escorted out by Qingyi. Once they left, Li Qingluo and Heiress continued to dodge for a while longer. When Li Qichuan finally ran out of objects to throw, she smirked at him. You are quite right. Dear brother, look at you now, truly a waste. It appears you possess little more than this talent, lying in bed and tormenting those who care for you. What a lord you are. She rolled her eyes dramatically and, amidst Li Qichuan's shocked and furious gaze, turned on her heel and strode away with Heiress. Li Qichuan was indeed driven to the brink of madness. From now on, Li Qingluo is never to set foot in Lansong courtyard again. Get out. All of you. Just get out. Li Qingluo was in high spirits. Before departing, she even bowed slightly to Zhu'er, performing her courtesies before leaving. Zhu'er gazed at her retreating figure, lamenting, why must my life be so wretched? How did I come to bear such two miscreants? Upon returning to Chunzai Hall, Qingyi presented a box to Zhu'er and inquired, Madam, should the items from the second young lady be stored away? Zhu'er, massaging her temples, suddenly recalled this matter. She waved her hand, initially intending to dismiss the items, but the image of Li Qingluo from earlier flashed through her mind, cultured, graceful, and strikingly beautiful. Zhu'er paused, then raised her hand, saying, let us open it and see what it contains. Yet deep down, she knew Li Qingluo would not send anything of value. So she had no expectations. When Qingyi opened the box, she exclaimed, Madam, it appears to be a handwritten scripture. Zhu'er was taken aback. What did you say? She took it from Qingyi, flipping through the pages in astonishment. But she has never received an education, nor can she write. Yet the characters, though not elegantly crafted, were penned with great care and diligence, each stroke revealing a hint of sharpness. Qingyi remarked, I have heard that a female teacher has recently arrived at Hongfeng Hall. Furthermore, I have gathered that since her return, the second young lady has been practicing her calligraphy relentlessly every day. If she could achieve this in such a short time, she truly possesses a certain talent. Zhu'er stared blankly at the stack of scriptures in her hands. It was the Itagarba Bodhisattva's fundamental vows. Given that the Bodhisattva embodies filial piety, if this were indeed her heartfelt transcription to gift to her, it would signify a degree of sincerity. A tumultuous mix of emotions surged within Zhu'er, akin to a fire raging in her chest, causing her both pain and breathlessness. Just then, Li Qiaojing entered. After the servants greeted him, he waved them away. Weary from a day of exertion, he sat down, and Zhu'er personally served him a cup of hot tea. Gently massaging his head, My lord, you have worked hard these past few days. Has the emperor been harsh with you? On the 15th, Li Qiaojing had kept vigil by Li Qichuan's bedside throughout the night. Clutching his son's severed leg, he watched as blood continued to seep from the stump. His heart heavy with sorrow and nausea. This was his son, his sole hope. Consequently, that night, his hair turned white with grief. Although his eldest son had now become a cripple, he must not lose his life, nor allow the entire Li family to suffer. Thus, Li Qiaojing spent the past few days kneeling before the emperor, pleading for forgiveness. Although the emperor stated that Prince Yun was unharmed and that it was merely a misunderstanding, and with Li Qichuan losing a leg as punishment, the emperor was aware that the Li family had lost far more than just a limb. They had lost their future. Still, recalling the Li family's past merits, the emperor refrained from excessive reproach, allowing the matter to rest and granting the Li family a moment of respite. Yet, it was painfully ironic. Li Qichuan had lost a leg, and his father had to express gratitude while swallowing his own despair. Exhausted, Li Qiaojing waved his hand, indicating that the matter need not be revisited. By the way, have the Cui family sent any messages? Although Cui Zhonyan is in Fujian, the Cui family has many connections in the capital, especially with her father and uncle now serving in the court. Given Li Qichuan's injury, I fear the Cui family may withdraw from the engagement. After all, who would wish for their daughter, especially a legitimate daughter of the Cui family, to marry a man with no future, a mere cripple? Chapter 58. A grave mistake. Madame Chu shook her head. It was merely an inquiry made through an intermediary, accompanied by a generous gift of precious medicinal herbs. My lord, should the Cui family truly wish to. Li Qiaojing sighed heavily. Even if they genuinely desire to rescind the engagement, what can I do? However, since the matter has yet to be mentioned, we ought not to broach the subject ourselves. Should we lose the Cui family, it is likely that our Chuaner will find it impossible to secure a suitable match in this lifetime. The hardships endured by Li Qiaojing in his youth made him resolute in ensuring that his own son would not face similar tribulations. The Chui family is indeed a prestigious lineage. Should they withdraw their proposal upon witnessing any misfortune befall Chuaner, it would be them who would be ridiculed by the public. Their family rules are stringent, and it is unlikely they would make such a decision lightly. Let us observe how the situation unfolds. Where did this come from? Li Qiaojing inquired, finally noticing the stack of handwritten scriptures on the table. Madame Chu replied, "These were sent to me by Zhu'er this morning. She mentioned it was a birthday gift she prepared for me, and today was the first opportunity for her to deliver it." Li Qiaojing fixated on the characters, unable to divert his gaze. Madame Chu sighed softly. She certainly has her heart in the right place. She even visited Chuaner this morning, although Chuaner still cannot bear to look at her. Li Qiaojing remained silent. Noting his unwavering focus on the script, Madame Chu continued, "My lord, do you think the handwriting resembles yours?" Li Qiaojing replied, "No, it resembles my mother's." Madame Chu was taken aback. If it indeed belonged to his mother, then it made sense that Li Qiaojing's own style bore a resemblance, which is why she found it somewhat familiar. However, was it not true that his relationship with his mother had not been particularly good during his childhood? Why would his handwriting resemble hers? What Li Qiaojing did not voice was that, in his youth, he had received a calligraphy manual from his mother. At that time, he held a certain disdain for her, believing that women should embody the gentleness and grace of someone like Madame Deng, caring for the family and nurturing the young, rather than being a rough warrior like his mother, who fought on the battlefield. Thus, he had dismissed the calligraphy manual she gifted him and returned it on the spot. Yet, as time passed, he came to regret his actions, having inadvertently hurt his mother's feelings, and ultimately, his father failed to retain her, leading to her departure in anger. Only later did he come to understand the struggles she faced, longing for her presence, but by then, it was far too late. Eventually, he unearthed letters she had sent back from the battlefield, and as he gazed upon the characters, he gradually learned to emulate her handwriting. It seemed that his mother had been quite diligent in raising Zhu'er. Li Qiaojing mused aloud. Madame Chu hesitated before speaking. "Indeed, my lord. Today, I observed Zhu'er, and her transformation is remarkable. Not only has she grown more beautiful, but her demeanor has also become considerably more graceful." Li Qiaojing's gaze sharpened. "Oh," Madame Chu continued, "shouldn't we finalize the marriage with the loyal and brave Marquise family?" At Hongfeng Pavilion, upon her return, Li Qingluo had barely settled down to sip her tea when Zhu'er rushed in, kneeling in alarm. "Miss, I have committed a grave error." It turned out that Li Qingluo had not prepared the Earth Store Bodhisattva's fundamental vows for Madame Chu. In fact, she had painstakingly copied it for old Madame Pei, intending to present it to the Tanshan Temple. What she had given to Madame Chu was merely a hasty collection of 100 characters of filial piety, a simple exercise in calligraphy. Nothing compared to the heartfelt effort put into the scripture for her grandmother. When Zhu'er retrieved it that morning, she had carelessly mixed them up. Even if it was a mistake, there was no reason to take it back. Li Qingluo could only sigh. "Well, it is done. I shall copy another for my grandmother and present it to the temple." Outside the window, upon hearing this, old Madame Pei could not help but nod in agreement. Madame Deng stood quietly nearby, anxiously glancing about. Once old Madame Pei left Hongfeng Pavilion, Madame Deng hurriedly approached her. "Old Madame, since you are here, why did you not summon the girl to attend to you? She has been quite longing for you these days, almost neglecting her meals." Old Madame Pei pointed at Madame Deng for Zhang Momo to see. "Look at her. It's only been a little over 2 months since Zhu'er arrived at Hongfeng Pavilion, and she has completely changed her heart. I see you, wishing I would transfer your bond of servitude to Zhu'er as well." Madame Deng's heart raced in panic. "Oh dear, has the old lady truly become so perceptive?" "Old Madame, you are unjustly accusing me. I merely see you. Clearly, you also care for the girl. Yet you have not allowed her to see you even once. Are you afraid that you and the girl will develop misunderstandings if this continues?" Old Madame Pei fixed her gaze on Madame Deng, as if to say, "Let us see how you continue to pretend." Madame Deng could not help but wipe the sweat from her brow. Ultimately, old Madame Pei turned away without uttering another word, having not allowed Li Qingluo even a glance, nor permitting Madame Deng to inform her that she had accompanied her to Lansang Courtyard and returned to Hongfeng Pavilion. Seeing herself maintain such composure, old Madame Pei felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that she would soon find her place within this household. Upon her return, she sighed to Zhang Momo. "Well, she is a little wildcat I intend to protect. Must I truly sharpen her claws until they are bloodied to claim I am safeguarding her? If I provoke her, and she wishes to assert her strength, let her do so. The consequences may be severe, but I have long since abandoned the Li family. Is it too late to concern myself with the future offspring? After all, I do not bear the surname Li. Preserving her life is already a significant act of kindness. Thus, old Madame Pei finally managed to console herself. The following day, when Li Qingluo went to pay her respects, she happily enjoyed breakfast with her grandmother once more. During the meal, old Madame Pei suddenly addressed Li Qingluo. Zhu'er, do you remember the condition I set when I promised you I would descend the mountain? I asked you to do something in exchange. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo set down her chopsticks and sat up straight. Yes, grandmother. I have kept it in mind. As long as you do not compel me to marry into the loyal and brave Marquis family, I am willing to do anything. Old Madame Pei shot her a sidelong glance. You think too highly of yourself. Marrying into the loyal and brave Marquis family is a matter of parental arrangement and a matchmaker's decree. As long as the Marquis family is willing to honor the engagement, how could you possibly escape? This matter does not require my pressure. Li Qingluo remained silent. Old Madame Pei cleared her throat, then solemnly declared, my maternal family. The Pei Gugong residence, the Pei family, have you ever heard of it? Chapter 59, A Grandmother's Longing in Her Previous Life. Although Li Qingluo returned to Jinling, she remained ensconced within the confines of the Li family's rear courtyard, rendering her largely unfamiliar with the prominent noble families and aristocrats of the capital. However, she was acutely aware of her grandmother's illustrious maternal lineage. It was said that when her grandmother married into the Li family, it was primarily due to her admiration for her grandfather's appearance, as the Li family paled in comparison to the Pei family in every other regard. Thus, her grandmother's marriage was deemed a step down. The matriarch of the Pei family recounted, in my family, I have 3 elder brothers and 2 younger sisters. Each of my brothers is valiant and heroic, renowned for their martial prowess, being among the foremost commanders on the battlefield. Yet, when your father was but a year old, calamities beset the borders. My second brother fell in battle, and your grandfather's fate became uncertain. I beseech the emperor to permit me to join your great-uncle and third uncle in the field to rescue your grandfather and salvage the situation for the soldiers of the Great Liang. However, during one skirmish, while your great-uncle held the rear, I and your third uncle infiltrated the enemy camp. There, I discovered your grandfather, still alive but captured. I was determined to rescue him, not only because we were deeply in love, but also to prevent him from being used as a bargaining chip against our forces. Yet, my insistence incited your third uncle's ire, who sought to avoid complications. In the ensuing chaos, he, in a fit of temper, abandoned his post to confront the enemy general and fell into an ambush, sustaining grave injuries. Though we managed to bring him back to our camp, he ultimately succumbed due to a lack of proper medicine and the ineptitude of the healers. I could not reveal the truth to my elder brother. I bore his reproach in silence. It was only later that your grandfather revealed the facts, yet your great-uncle remained estranged from me for a long time. It was my fault. I should not have quarreled with your third uncle on the battlefield, for it led to his demise. I accept this responsibility. 5 years later, your grandfather and I returned home alive, but your great-uncle was grievously wounded in another conflict, rendering him unable to fight ever again. Of the Pei family's 3 sons, only one returned, and he was unable to bring honor to the family. Meanwhile, the Li family, including myself, continued to thrive. Why did this happen? Even I do not know. I feel inept for having failed to protect them. Why was I spared while they perished? Your maternal great-grandfather, great-grandmother, your 2 aunts, and your maternal cousins, they all harbor resentment toward me, and as a result, their demeanor toward me has grown increasingly distant. In those years, after my parents passed away, I returned home from Qingzhu Temple to mourn, but they scarcely acknowledged my existence, refusing even to speak to me. A woman, regardless of the time, always carries her maternal family in her heart, yet I know I can never return to mine. This matter has become a knot in my heart. Zhu'er, my dear, grandmother understands this is difficult, yet I wish to return to the Pei Duke's residence once more in my lifetime, to share a reunion dinner with my eldest grandson. Might you assist me in this endeavor? Tears streamed down Li Qingluo's face. It turned out that her grandmother's heart was equally burdened with sorrow, yearning for her kin, yet unable to attain it. Perhaps the years spent in seclusion at Qingzhu Temple were also due to the matters concerning her uncles? Wiping her tears hastily, Li Qingluo inquired curiously, Grandmother, why do you have such faith in me? I possess no remarkable abilities. Madame Pei shook her head with a smile. Who says that? Our Zhu'er is quite capable. You managed to win my heart in just a few days, bringing me back from the mountain to the Li family. Perhaps my elder brother is a tougher nut to crack. but I truly believe that you are the only one who can help me. Li Qingluo thought to herself, since grandmother has such confidence in her, come what may. She would strive to fulfill her grandmother's wish, as a means of repaying her grandmother's affection. Very well, grandmother. Await my good news. I shall do my utmost to accomplish this task. Li Qingluo grasped Madame Pei's hand, and in return, Madame Pei gently patted the back of her hand. I am not in a hurry. Grandmother is healthy and has at least 10 more years to live, though I have heard that my elder brother's health has been in decline these past 2 years. Luo'er, this matter cannot be delayed. Li Qingluo took this to heart. However, upon returning to Hongfeng Pavilion, she felt utterly at a loss regarding this issue. She needed to think carefully and devise a thorough plan. As she pondered, Qingyi arrived with several maidservants in tow. Heiress did not allow her to enter, but Qingyi was unfazed. With a smile, she presented a box she held, along with a long line of maidservants carrying various items behind her. To Heiress, Madame said that there were too many affairs at home previously, and she hadn't considered everything thoroughly. Now that she sees the young lady has returned for some time, yet still lacks proper jewelry, she realized her oversight. Indeed, Madame personally selected several pieces of jewelry she cherished in her youth from the storeroom to present to the young lady. Furthermore, she mentioned that the autumn and winter garments must be made for the young lady promptly, although the seamstress needs to take your measurements first. Heiress, bewildered, struggled to hold a pile of jewelry boxes, nearly overwhelmed by the weight. It was only with the assistance of Nurse Deng and Zhu'er that they managed to fill Li Qingluo's table with the treasures. As they opened each box, Heiress exclaimed in astonishment, "Young lady, these are not mere trinkets. They are genuine gems and precious metals." Li Qingluo beheld the dazzling display, the brilliance nearly illuminating her room. She was perplexed by Chu's sudden display of maternal affection. It seemed improbable. She suspected that something was amiss. Perhaps Chu was scheming against her. She turned to Nurse Deng. Please borrow 2 maidservants from grandmother's courtyard to keep an eye on Chun Zai-Tang. Understood, Nurse Deng replied. The following day, Nurse Deng approached Li Qingluo. Young lady, that Lu Zhu'er is crying and insisting on seeing you. Lu Zhu'er was the one who had previously disguised herself as Li Qingzhu to lure Li Kechuan from the estate. Li Qingluo had anticipated that Lu Zhu'er would soon be unable to restrain herself and seek her out. Perfect. She wished to see her as well. Please arrange for her to come. Zhu'er and Heiress exchanged glances, pondering the true identity of this girl. Was she truly so strikingly similar to the eldest young lady? Chapter 60. The true sister of the false heiress. Both Heiress and Zhu'er were consumed by curiosity. Yet, the lips of Granny Deng and Li Qingluo remained tightly sealed, revealing not a single word. Just a month prior, Li Qingluo had instructed Granny Deng to seek out another individual on her behalf. Moreover, unless old Madame Pei inquired about the matter, Granny Deng was forbidden from disclosing any information. This individual was none other than Lu Zhu'er, another daughter of the Lu family. Li Qingzhu's biological parents had raised 3 children. Li Qingzhu, the eldest daughter, Lu Zhu'er, the second daughter, and a younger son, Lu Yuanbao. In fact, Lu Zhu'er, who was a year younger than Li Qingluo, had already arrived in Jinling 6 months prior, before Li Qingluo was brought back to the Li family. Lu Zhu'er was indeed the true sister of Li Qingzhu, sharing the same parents. What was the purpose of Lu Zhu'er's arrival in Jinling? Perhaps she sought refuge with her aunt Lu Jinji, or perhaps she wished to reunite with her elder sister Li Qingzhu, aspiring for a brighter future. However, it was perplexing how Lu Zhu'er, who had a general sister and a wealthy aunt, ended up in a brothel when Granny Deng finally located her. This was an unforeseen turn of events for Li Qingluo. Initially, her plan was to find someone who resembled Li Qingzhu in stature, with the ability to mimic her voice and appearance, someone skilled in the ways of the world. Lu Zhu'er was merely a consideration. After all, if Lu Jinji had managed to connect with Li Qingzhu, it was unlikely that the spirited Lu Zhu'er would remain indifferent. Yet, the observers returned with the news that they had never encountered anyone resembling Lu Zhu'er. To her astonishment, the search led to an unexpected outcome. While it remained unclear what Lu Zhu'er had done to provoke them, it was evident that the 2 women were as ruthless and unyielding as those of the Li family. Li Qingluo did not reveal her identity, as she could not fully trust Lu Zhu'er. Consequently, Lu Zhu'er expressed her willingness to escape the brothel, even with the knowledge that she would need to present herself at the general's residence. Her excitement was palpable. She yearned for the chance to assume Li Qingzhu's identity. The moment Lu Zhu'er heard of Li Qingzhu's supposed demise, she could hardly contain her delight. If Li Qingzhu were truly dead, and the people of the general's residence mistook her for her sister, she would seize the opportunity to replace her. Lu Zhu'er eagerly anticipated becoming a proxy. She believed that her arrival at the general's abode would be a pathway to comfort, far superior to the servitude she endured in the brothel. Granny Deng issued a chilling warning. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Should the people of the general's residence discover your past as a courtesan, you will not merely lose the chance to be a proxy, they may resent you for tarnishing the face that resembles their esteemed young lady. At that point, the consequences may be dire. You ought to reflect on your fate. It would be wise to comply with our wishes, and once the task is accomplished, we will assist you in shedding this disgrace and reclaiming your honor. If you still wish to be a proxy then, we might consider it. From that moment on, Lu Zhu'er was entirely at their mercy, too fearful to err. After the previous events, Lu Zhu'er was placed under the watchful eye of Granny Deng. Li Qingluo intended to temper her spirit while refraining from hasty actions. However, the time for action was drawing near. The following day, after consulting at the Qingzhu Hall, Li Qingluo donned male attire and, accompanied by Granny Deng and Heiress, stealthily left the estate. In the depths of a secluded alley, the trio quietly entered a small courtyard. A towering banyan tree graced the yard, under which Li Qingluo spotted Lu Zhu'er quietly embroidering a handkerchief. If not for her certainty, Li Qingluo might have doubted her own eyes. Lu Zhu'er, who had never touched a needle in her youth, had indeed transformed since her arrival in Jinling. Upon hearing a noise, she looked up at Li Qingluo, her eyes wide with shock. Once, Lu Chaoyuan had merely been a weed in a mountain hollow, uncrushable yet insignificant. Now, however, Lu Zhu'er had blossomed into a wildflower, far superior in beauty. Yet, in contrast, Lu Chaoyuan had become a precious plant, while Lu Zhu'er remained a wilting wildflower. Nearly withered away, Lu Zhu'er immediately knelt before Li Qingluo. I apologize for my past transgressions. I beseech you to overlook my previous malevolence. I feel deeply ashamed to see you now. With her face flushed, she bowed her head. Over the past 6 months in Jinling, she had witnessed the true ugliness and malice of humanity, stripped of her previous ignorance and arrogance. She understood that to survive, she must bow before reality and the powerful, or risk perishing in the brothel's abyss. Even though Lu Chaoyuan had once been the most despised and belittled, the times had changed, and she knew she must lower herself. Li Qingluo was taken aback by Lu Zhu'er's growth. She sat down and urged Lu Zhu'er to raise her head. Upon seeing Lu Zhu'er's face, it was evident that, without the guise of makeup, she bore a resemblance to Li Qingzhu, albeit only about 50 to 60% similar. Nevertheless, it was enough to ensnare Li Kechuan in a trap. The intensity of Li Qingluo's gaze instilled fear in Lu Zhu'er, and as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, Li Qingluo finally spoke. Do you realize how much your face resembles hers now? Lu Zhu'er touched her own face, her eyes filled with sorrow. Yet I despise resembling her so closely. Before Li Qingluo could inquire further, Lu Zhu'er recounted. Do you remember? In spring, my parents entrusted me to the villagers, saying I was to seek refuge with my aunt in Jinling. However, the night before I left, my parents revealed the truth, that you are not my biological sister. My true sister lives in a prominent family in Jinling, enjoying the life of a young lady. My parents assured me that upon my arrival, my true sister would protect me, adorn me in gold and silver, and grant me a life of luxury. They promised that once I was settled, they would bring Yuanbao, my parents, and my grandmother to Jinling, and we would all live well together. As she spoke, Lu Zhu'er cast a guilty glance at Li Qingluo. Deep down, she had come to understand that her family was not as virtuous as she had believed. They were, in truth, leeches feasting on the blood of the genuine heiress of the Li family. Chapter 61. To have her become the substitute for the white moonlight? Lu Zhu'er, I arrived in the magnificent city of Jinling, filled with excitement and naivety about the future, guided by my aunt. And indeed, I encountered Li Qingzhu, the so-called allure of wealth and nobility. I witnessed the splendor of Jinling, the opulence of the capital of the great Liang kingdom, and the indulgence that came with it. I saw how my aunt could feast on pork and meat daily, and I met my true sister, a gem adored by many. And what of me? Despite our striking resemblance, being sisters, I felt like nothing more than a filthy lump of dung. The trinket she casually tossed my way could sustain our family for 2 or 3 years. You cannot fathom the envy and resentment that filled my heart upon seeing Li Qingzhu. I loathed her for living a life far superior to mine, for her dazzling beauty. And I believed if I had grown up in her golden nest, I would have been no less than her. I admit, my feelings were somewhat malicious. Yet, compared to her, they were trivial. The first time she saw me in the tavern, she forbade me from calling her sister, her gaze draped in disdain and contempt, wishing to dismiss me after a mere meal. Later, while walking with my aunt, I was mistaken for her by the esteemed Master Zhuang, and though we quickly evaded him. Upon learning of this, she came to my aunt and mercilessly lashed me with a whip, leaving me bruised. She hurled the most venomous insults at me, branding me a harlot, a locust seeking to drain her lifeblood. Though our faces bore striking similarity, I could never take her place. She viewed our Lu family lineage as a disgrace, wishing us never to cross her path and disturb her blissful existence. Her parents and grandmother awaited her at home, believing that her success would elevate the entire family to a better life. She even commanded my aunt to disfigure my face and send me back to our hometown, hoping to rid herself of the trouble I posed. Yet, driven by greed, my aunt concealed the truth and sold me to a brothel. I am her own niece. Why would she push me into such a bottomless abyss for mere silver? I despise Li Qingzhu, but my hatred for Lu Jingji runs deeper. Both have conspired against me, rendering them my lifelong enemies. As Lu Zhu'er spoke, her eyes brimmed with bitterness and hatred. In Jinling, she had been betrayed by her two most trusted kin. All her dreams had crumbled overnight. Once a respectable woman, she was sold out by her own family, reduced to a harlot available to all men. In the brothel, she endured relentless torment. Initially, she proclaimed herself the younger sister of the general's legitimate daughter, yet none believed her. Eventually, she ceased to cry out, for the beatings were too painful and the hunger too unbearable. To survive, she gritted her teeth and shed her garments. At last, news of Li Qingzhu's demise reached her, and Lu Zhu'er nearly lost her sanity with joy. This was retribution, was it not? Upon learning that the general's estate sought to reclaim a second daughter, she knew her identity had been exposed. She realized that it was Yu who was returning. She had lived a life of luxury in the Li family while Yu endured countless hardships in the Lu family. Did she not deserve to perish? Good riddance. Only in death could my heart's vengeance find solace. Hearing Lu Zhu'er's words, Li Qingluo felt an inexplicable sorrow. The once proud and willful Lu Zhu'er, despite her wildness, had retained a hint of innocence. Now, she was as ruined as Li Qingluo herself. Li Qingluo could not bear to inform her. In truth, Li Qingzhu had not died. I have seen her with my own eyes. Deng Mama and Kaya gasped in disbelief, and Lu Zhu'er was no exception. No, it cannot be. Was she not burned to death? Lu Zhu'er nearly screamed. Li Qingluo explained. She faked her death to place the blame on me, ensuring the Li family would never accept me, and she had ulterior motives as well. The light in Lu Zhu'er's eyes dimmed instantly. She sank to the ground, her body limp, as if the hope she had painstakingly rekindled had been snuffed out in that moment. Li Qingluo asked, "Do you wish to see her utterly fall from grace?" Lu Zhu'er raised her head once more, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Li Qingluo replied, "If you desire it, with your face, I can grant you the opportunity to witness the life she once enjoyed." Lu Zhu'er stared at Li Qingluo in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend why she would assist her. Li Qingluo stated indifferently, "Consider it a trade for your previous assistance. If you decide, I can arrange for you to visit the general's estate at any time. Should you wish to withdraw, I can also provide you a clean slate, allowing you to leave Jinling and live a normal life." Lu Zhu'er immediately straightened up. "No, if she truly lives, then I have no means for revenge. And Lu Jingji, my treacherous aunt, how could I swallow this humiliation? You must help me." Li Qingluo cautioned, "Do not rush to agree. I will grant you 10 days, should you consent. I will have Mama instruct you in certain etiquette. If you fear, it would be best to abandon the thought early on." Lu Zhu'er seemed poised to speak again, but Li Qingluo had already risen and turned to leave. At the door, she paused. Glancing back at Lu Zhu'er, "I can temporarily set aside the past events at the Lu household. However, this does not imply that I have forgiven you." Lu Zhu'er bit her lip, murmuring, "I am sorry, truly sorry, elder sister." Had she not endured such torment? How could she have understood the suffering Li Qingluo had faced at the Lu family's hands? Exiting the alley, Deng Mama caught up and quietly asked, "Young lady, do you truly intend to arrange for Lu Zhu'er to go to the general's estate? Is that not too perilous?" Li Qingluo replied, "I have my plans for this matter. Mama, I need to go somewhere. There is no need for you to accompany me." Deng Mama wore a worried expression, "Although you are disguised as a young man, you are still a striking gentleman. Please allow at least Kayer to accompany you." Li Qingluo glanced at Kayer and nodded, "Very well. Wait for me at Fumin Tower in half an hour." Li Qingluo took Kayer to the West Market, leaving her at a wonton shop, before proceeding to the blacksmith's. During her previous encounter with Li Qingluo at Li Qingluo's grave, her short dagger's sheath had fallen off, and she had come to have it replaced. She did not want Mama and the others to follow, as she wished to keep her true identity concealed from the blacksmith. Upon seeing her, the blacksmith stared for a while before daring to recognize her. "You are that young gentleman from that day? Young gentleman, I have awaited your return eagerly." Despite her transformation, it was indeed her. The blacksmith's face lit up with joy. Awaited her? Li Qingluo was puzzled, uncertain of the reason for his summons. Chapter 62. Indeed, she is the true bloodline of the general's mansion. Could it be that she regrets selling that blueprint for 50 taels, believing it to be overpriced? The blacksmith then chuckled and said, "Young master, our employer is still very much interested in your designs. Might there be any other weapon blueprints in your possession? If so, our employer is willing to negotiate generously." Li Qingluo paused momentarily. She had not anticipated that they would express a desire for collaboration. Genuinely valuing the dagger blueprint she had previously drawn, that dagger had indeed allowed her to escape with her life under Li Qingluo's command. It was a most useful item. "Thank you for your appreciation of my humble skill. If you do not mind, I shall send someone with the blueprints in 3 days for your perusal." How does that sound? The blacksmith was overjoyed. The two settled on a time, and Li Qingluo took a ready-made knife sheath from the shop before departing. The blacksmith promptly turned back into the workshop. In the corner, it was still August, and the room felt like a steamer. Aside from the furnace still roaring with flames, a black figure remained wrapped tightly, revealing only a half-pale, bloodless face. The blacksmith approached and cupped his fists, reporting, "Young master, that gentleman just visited. I hinted at our desire for her new designs, and she has agreed to return in 3 days." The shadow coughed violently, regaining composure before responding. "Has anyone been sent to follow him?" The blacksmith replied, "Yes, young master. Do you wish to ascertain his true identity?" The shadow responded, "His prolonged absence, aside from a genuine disinterest in wealth, suggests he may be bound by circumstances beyond his control. Perhaps he possesses nothing of real value to offer me. We shall wait for 3 days. I hope he does not disappoint." After Li Qingluo reunited with Heiress, Fu Manlu, and old Madame Dang, the trio did not linger any longer and promptly returned to the general's mansion. 3 days later, Li Qingluo had intended to visit the blacksmith shop personally. However, Zhu'er suddenly sought her out. Li Qingluo had no choice but to summon Heiress, conveying the name and location of the blacksmith shop while handing her a small box. "Just say it is a delivery from Li Xiaolangjun as agreed. The shopkeeper will understand." Inside the box lay 5 blueprints that Li Qingluo had meticulously selected. Yet, she still possessed several superior weapon designs. She intended to keep some in reserve for herself, as there were still many aspects of the designs that required refinement. Li Qingluo had also discovered that she might possess a certain aptitude for weapon design. Thus, while at Hongfeng Pavilion, she had requested a few weaponry books from old Madame Pei. The more she perused, the more agile her mind became. Now, having worked with Master Chenha, she had encountered numerous authentic weapons, and each time she held one, her mind would overflow with ideas. For instance, could this knife be crafted to be the softest, allowing it to be concealed within a belt? Or how could the cuff be designed to conveniently launch an arrow? And could this knife be split into 2 yet rejoined seamlessly? Whenever such thoughts arose, Li Qingluo would hurry back to her quarters and quickly sketch them out. However, this endeavor was known to very few. Heiress, cradling the box, departed. Once she was gone, Li Qingluo went to Hongfeng Pavilion to meet Zhu'er. Zhu'er, upon arriving at Hongfeng Pavilion, no longer dared to enter directly, for old Madame Pei had once issued a strict command. "Mother, may I inquire why you are seeking me?" Li Qingluo bowed slightly, but showed no intention of inviting Zhu'er into the courtyard. A fleeting shade of embarrassment crossed Zhu'er's face as she thought, "She has grown excessively cold towards me. In the past, she would prepare nourishing soups and occasionally send pastries to Chun Zitang. Now, with her grandmother's support, she truly seems to disregard her own mother. I have heard that she sends items to Jing Zitang daily, whether food or handmade trinkets." Suppressing her discontent and a tinge of bitterness, Zhu'er spoke, "Zhu'er, about your elder brother. If you have the time, could you possibly visit him with me?" Li Qingluo thought, what is she thinking? Does she not realize that her now disabled eldest son is the very person who detests and wishes to avoid me the most? Perhaps Li Qingluo's disdainful gaze was too evident, for Zhu'er felt a flicker of unease in her heart. "It's just that after you visited him, though I do not know what you said, he has indeed been much more compliant these past few days. Your brother is now willing to take medicine and allow for treatment. He occasionally stares blankly at the door, lost in thought, but that gaze is truly frightening. Li Qingluo retorted, if he wishes to die, he can easily achieve it on his own. Mother, my master is still waiting in the courtyard for me to complete my tasks, so I must take my leave. Her refusal was unmistakable. Without waiting for Zhu'er to say more, she turned and entered the courtyard. Just as she was preparing to gather her belongings to return home, Qingzhu remarked. Zhu'er watched Li Qingluo depart in disappointment, soon hearing the sounds of martial training emanating from the inner courtyard. Curiously, she asked Qingyi, did she not say she was going to do her assignments? Why does it sound so noisy in the courtyard? Qingyi replied, Madam, the second young lady is practicing martial arts. Zhu'er exclaimed, what? You mean to say, Zhu'er is not only studying, but also practicing martial arts? Indeed, madam. Were you unaware? I assumed you knew. The entire general's mansion is abuzz with talk that the second young lady is indeed the true bloodline of the general's mansion, enjoying the art of swordplay, truly a warrior maiden. Zhu'er thought, how could I not know? I must have never caught wind of such news. No, perhaps Qingyi and the others had mentioned it before, but she had never paid any heed. In fact, upon hearing her name, Zhu'er had automatically closed her ears to all matters concerning her, dismissing them entirely. To think, she had taken up martial arts. How skilled could she possibly be? Qingyi added, I cannot say for certain. In terms of Hongfeng Pavilion, apart from hearing some commotion, we could not gather much information. However, it seems the second young lady is quite diligent. Besides the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, she has not ceased training even during her menstrual days. Zhu'er suddenly thought of her precious daughter, Zhu'er. In her childhood, her husband had contemplated having her wield a sword. In their general's mansion, even daughters should embody the strength of their tiger fathers. No weaklings should arise from a strong lineage. However, Zhu'er had detested the smell of rust and was unwilling to endure the hardships of training. Thus, within a mere quarter of an hour, she had cried and given up, adamantly refusing to return to the training grounds. They all doted on her, and although her husband had been disheartened for a few days, he ultimately indulged Zhu'er. Thus, at the pleadings of Zhu'er, he had let the matter drop. Now, here was the true bloodline of her and her husband, diligently training in that small courtyard. Indeed, the bloodline of the general's family was distinctly exceptional. Zhu'er departed from Hongfeng Pavilion with light steps. That evening, when she encountered her husband returning from duty, after much hesitation, she decided to share this matter with him. Chapter 63. He can no longer ignore Zhu'er. Li Qiaojing had been aware of this matter for several days. After a moment of silence, he told Zhu'er, in the future, refrain from speaking of such things in front of Zhu'er. You are no better than Zhu'er. Zhu'er was startled, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Why? Why? My lord, Zhu'er is also our daughter. Li Qiaojing shot her a fierce glare. Are you still confused? Have you not considered that Zhu'er insists he has indeed seen Zhu'er? Otherwise, why would he so recklessly attempt to breach the private residence of Prince Yun? That residence is now abandoned. I cannot uncover anything further, but I am not a fool, and neither is Zhu'er. Zhu'er, feeling icy, steadied herself against the table, nearly collapsing. My lord, what do you mean? Is it possible that Zhu'er is truly a spirit? Li Qiaojing shook his head in silence. Enough. What can I expect from an ignorant woman like you? Now that Zhu'er is dead and Zhu'er is in this state, can I still afford to ignore Zhu'er? If she truly possesses some genuine talent and marries into the Zhangyi Marquis' residence, she and Zhuang Sanlang could very well support themselves with Zhuang Sanlang's gifts. He shall not lead a life of mediocrity. Our general's residence will not languish behind me and swiftly decline. Having spoken, Li Qiaojing strode away, not granting Zhu'er a moment to catch her breath. After a while, Qingyi approached Zhu'er to inform her that Li Qiaojing had gone to the courtyard of the Liu family, and only then did Zhu'er come to her senses. Naturally, she was so furious that she nearly lost her mind, appending every porcelain piece on the table, shattering them to pieces. That wretched woman, at her age, how can she still entice my lord to her courtyard? Since my return, I have yet to properly discipline her, and she dares to act out of line first. If she is so restless, then I shall not show her any mercy. A hint of malice appeared on Zhu'er's typically gentle face. In Luoxia courtyard, Zhu'er knelt trembling on the ground, presenting a cup of hot tea to Li Qiaojing. My lord, please enjoy your tea. Li Qiaojing bid her to lift her head. Zhu'er endeavored to appear submissive, her eyes misty as she gazed up. She lightly bit her vermilion lips, exuding an air of pitiable charm. Li Qiaojing sighed, shaking his head. It has only been 6 years since we last met. How have you aged so? Lu Shi's complexion turned ashen, her lips devoid of color. Yet in truth, she had merely acquired a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes. She was not truly aged. She merely appeared less youthful than before. With a hint of grievance, her eyes reddened. My lord, I have indeed aged. However, my lord, your vigor remains unmatched. And your bearing is as striking as ever. It is my fault. I did not anticipate seeing you again. Hence I have not taken care of my appearance. Once a beauty, Lu Shi had captivated Li Qingluo, which was why she had managed to gain his favor in front of Zhu'er. A glimmer of disdain flickered in Li Qingluo's eyes as he turned his attention to his illegitimate daughter, a timid little girl standing at the door, hesitant to approach. She bore a resemblance to both him and Lu Shi. What is her name? Li Qingluo had not come to rekindle an old flame with Lu Shi. My lord. Lu Shi replied, I did not dare name her, so I have simply called her Huaner. I implore you to give the third young lady a proper name. Huaner, come forth and greet your father. Once the illegitimate daughter was kneeling beside her aunt, Li Qingluo slowly uttered a name. Let her be called Li Qinghuan. You are her aunt. You have cared for her these past years. However, Lu Shi, I intend to send Huaner to the lady's side for her upbringing. You know well that both Zhu'er and Chuaner have encountered misfortune, and the lady has been melancholic and changed in spirit of late. Perhaps having a child nearby will lift her spirits. Lu Shi's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, how can this be? Huaner has grown up in the countryside, ignorant of etiquette. If she were to offend the mistress, I would be unable to atone for it with my life. Li Qingluo had already made up his mind regarding this matter, and thus had little patience. He rose, brushing aside Lu Shi's hand that had reached toward him. Enough. This matter is for me to decide. As a concubine, what can you teach a child? What future can she have under your care? Be reasonable. In a few days, I will send someone to take Huaner to Chunzitang. You must prepare her in advance. Do not let her act spoiled before the lady. Having spoken, Li Qingluo paid no heed to the streams of tears rolling down Lu Shi's face and ordered her to continue serving him by removing his shoes and washing his feet. In Hongfeng Pavilion, Kaya returned from the West Market, her face flushed with anger. Upon seeing the box in her hands, Li Qingluo curiously inquired, What happened? Who has upset our Kaya? Kaya set the box down and, with a look of discontent, replied, My lady, you mentioned arranging something with the blacksmith. I went there and mentioned your name, but they said they would no longer accept your items. What sort of people are they? Are they toying with us? My lady, you must never visit that blacksmith shop again. Li Qingluo, perplexed, asked, They refused my items? Did the blacksmith even open the box to inspect its contents? Kaya shook her head. They didn't even connect the call. Upon hearing your name, their expressions changed. Li Qingluo pondered. Then they simply do not wish to engage in business with her anymore. But why? Just a few days prior, they were the ones who initiated the conversation with a favorable attitude, and now, suddenly, their demeanor has shifted. Seeing her mistress's troubled expression, Kaya dared not voice further complaints. At that moment, Zhu'er entered with refreshments. Li Qingluo had no appetite. Suddenly, she recalled something. Turning to Kaya, she said, That day when we returned to the residence, you mentioned feeling as if someone was watching us, yet when we turned around, we found no one. Kaya, do you think someone truly followed us that day? Kaya nodded vigorously. Yes, my lady. I felt as if someone was watching us, and that sensation only disappeared once we returned to the residence. Li Qingluo nodded thoughtfully. I understand now. Let it go. If they do not want to engage, then so be it. There is no need to rush. It must have been the blacksmith shop that sent someone to follow us, wanting to uncover our origins. And perhaps the owner behind the blacksmith shop has some grievance with the general's residence, which explains the sudden change in attitude. While Li Qingluo contemplated this matter, Mama Deng entered and said, My lady, the lord has gone to Lu Yinyang's courtyard. Li Qingluo paused. Oh, it had been some time since Lu Yinyang's return. To avoid suspicion, Li Qingluo had not seen her. Initially, Li Qingluo had intended to summon both Lu Yinyang and Zheng Yinyang back, not only to stir chaos in the inner court, but also to add to her biological mother, Chu Shi's distress. However, regarding the distribution of favor, Li Qingluo had little confidence. After all, these former favorites were somewhat older, and she had thought she needed to quickly arrange for more beauties to return for it to be effective. Little did she expect that after Li Kechuan's incident, their father would seek solace with another woman. However, she did not believe Li Qiaojing to be that kind of man. Mama, keep an eye on whether Luoxia courtyard requires water tonight. Chapter 64. He was raised by a concubine. The expression on Mama Deng's face was strange as she hesitated to respond. Miss, you are still a blossoming maiden. Why are you concerning yourself with such matters regarding the master's courtyard? Li Qingluo replied, what harm is there in this? We speak of our own courtyard. Could it be that Mama intends to spread this outside? Mama Deng responded, you are rather lofty in your sentiments, aren't you? She quietly withdrew. That evening, surprisingly, the Xia courtyard summoned water twice. Upon hearing this, Li Qingluo chuckled coldly. Indeed, men in this world are all the same. She had overestimated her biological father. Even if his own son lay in bed with a broken leg, his life irrevocably shattered. Even if he mourned with half of his hair turned white, it would not deter him from seeking pleasure in the company of women. This news naturally reached Qingzhu Tang as well. Madame Chu, furious, smashed 2 sets of teacups. Now that he is here with me, it is akin to the left hand touching the right hand. How can he find delight in that hussy, yet not in himself? Am I growing old? Have wrinkles truly appeared upon my face? It has only been a few days since Zhu'er encountered misfortune, and he is already so carefree. Seeking joy among women? He has been honest for just a few days, and he treats me thus? Woe is me. Madame Chu wept inconsolably, while Mama Chong and Qingyi took turns to comfort her. Madam, please do not let the eldest master hear you. If you go to him with red eyes, and he discerns your distress, what will you say to him? Madame Chu, covering her eyes, cried relentlessly. I can only truthfully say that his father sought out that little hussy last night, disregarding his feelings and health. What else can I do? Shall I shield him from the truth before his son? Mama Chong exclaimed, Heavens, my lady, please do not be so willful. It is only natural for a man to seek solace among women. How can you, as a mother, speak ill of his father in front of the son? Moreover, the master has been suffering greatly during this time. You must show him more understanding. It is preferable to him seeking wild women, is it not? It is certainly cleaner than visiting a brothel. Besides, if you speak ill of the master before the eldest son, you will only sow discord between them. If the eldest son bears resentment towards the master, will he not eventually notice? Now that the eldest son is in such a state, if the master does not pay him more attention, how will they navigate the days ahead? At last, Madame Chu calmed herself. She bit her lip tightly, gazing sorrowfully outside. Then what am I to do? Allow the master to dote on that hussy? Mama, I worked hard to cleanse this household of such filth, to remove both the Lu and Zheng families. Mama Chong swiftly covered Madame Chu's mouth. Hush, my lady, the past must not be mentioned again. 2 days later, Li Qingluo heard the sound of a child crying. After Mama Deng inquired, she reported that it was the little girl brought back by concubine Lu, who was crying heart-wrenchingly because she was to be taken to Qingzhu Tang. Concubine Lu had even received a few slaps, being scolded for not properly educating the third young lady. Li Qingluo scoffed. They do not care whether the child grows up before her own parents. Mama Deng sighed. Such is the way in wealthy families. Children do not have the right to call a concubine mother. Bastards may only refer to the legitimate mother as mother. The third young lady is to be raised under the lady's guidance. Perhaps the master has considered this from multiple angles. Li Qingluo retorted. Yet he himself once insisted on following the Deng family, rejecting his biological mother, the legitimate matron. Mama Deng explained. Thus, after growing up, the master learned the hard way, which is why he now pays such attention to the upbringing of his illegitimate daughters in the presence of their legitimate mother. Li Qingluo found it incomprehensible. Mama Deng continued. It is said that when the master was seeking a marriage, given the Li family status, he should not have pursued a lady of such rank. Madame Chu's father was merely a 4th-rank official. At the time of the proposal, he did not even hold a 4th-rank position. In contrast, Li Qiaoning, having achieved notable military accomplishments at a young age, now holds a 2nd-rank position, with a promising future ahead. Yet, he was raised by a concubine. Moreover, despite having a biological mother alive, the concubine was favored as the head of the household. What reputable family would dare marry their daughter into such a lineage? After all, no true noblewoman would willingly honor a concubine as a mother-in-law. Eventually, it was due to the misdeeds of the Deng family that Li Qiaoning, unable to endure any longer, sent them away to the countryside, which led him to consider Madame Chu. Clearly, he should have had a more expansive future. Miss, concubine Lu is kneeling outside, seeking an audience. Kayer entered, her expression peculiar. Li Qingluo glanced at Mama Deng, who was equally puzzled. Surely, she has not come to plead with you, has she? If she wishes to implore someone, it should be the lady. Li Qingluo was unsure of what concubine Lu intended. Moreover, it was not opportune for her to meet concubine Lu today to avoid further complications. Nevertheless, she allowed her entry. In the courtyard, concubine Lu entered with disheveled hair and a face swollen like a small mountain. Upon entering, she knelt at Li Qingluo's feet, tears streaming down her face as she implored. Second young lady, I beseech you, save me, save the third young lady, save your own sister. The third young lady bears half of your blood. She, like you, is a true daughter of the Li family. Second young lady, please save her. In the future, I would have her serve you like a little dog, obediently following your commands. Whatever you wish of me, I shall endure any hardship to comply, as long as she is returned to my side. Without her, I cannot survive. She is my lifeblood. Concubine Lu had long regretted her choices. Had she known that returning with Zhu'er would lead to their separation, she would have preferred to live as a village woman with her daughter, at least allowing them to remain together. Now, despite her daughter's promising future, she felt as though she were living in hell. Seeing her in such despair, Li Qingluo curiously inquired, your reluctance to part with her, what is it? Is it attachment? Or is there something you fear? Concubine Lu paused, finally raising her head to gaze upon the rumored true bloodline of the Li family, the second young lady, Li Qingluo. She was beautiful, embodying all the virtues of both the master and Madame Chu, her beauty still in the bud, awaiting full bloom. Given time, she would undoubtedly become even more enchanting, perhaps captivating all of Jinling. Zhu'er bore some resemblance to her. Concubine Lu sat on the ground, as if exhaling a sigh of relief. Suddenly recalling something, her complexion turned pale. Second young lady, to be honest, I am afraid. In these years, within our household, not only one son and one daughter have perished. Chapter 65, Midnight Ghost Hunt. The ghost turns out to be her? Li Qingluo slammed her palm heavily, bold. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Lu shuddered all over, fear compelling her to lower her head and prostrate herself on the ground. Miss, I spoke in folly. I said nothing. She bowed her head and then fled. Deng Momo attempted to pursue her, but was called back by Li Qingluo. No need. She darkened her expression, gripping the armrest of the chair tightly. Just have someone keep an eye on her. That night, after a prolonged silence from the neighboring Hongfeng pavilion, strange noises suddenly erupted. The adjacent house had long been abandoned, and Li Qingluo had dispatched people to investigate before, yet they found neither black cats nor any spectral shadows. However, tonight, even Li Qingluo heard the sorrowful weeping of a woman, accompanied by cries akin to those of an infant. Unable to sleep, Li Qingluo sat up and lifted the bed curtain, where Heiress and Zhu'er entered, lanterns in hand. Miss, did you hear? Their voices trembled with fright. I heard it. Come, let us capture the ghost. She rose, donned her outer garment, drew the sword hanging by her bedside, lit a lamp, and stepped outside. Zhu'er, terrified, clung tightly to Heiress, too frightened to move. Yet being alone in the room was even more daunting. Deng Momo approached, startling Zhu'er in the process. Miss, the two Momo guarding outside also heard it. The sound is coming from next door. Should we not take a look together? Li Qingluo replied, Deng Momo. Please instruct the two Momo at the door to secure the front and back entrances. As long as this ghost does not ascend to the heavens tonight, we shall capture it, even if it tries to flee underground. Let us proceed. The door of the neighboring house was crooked, inscribed with the characters Yu Ming Yuan, now shrouded in cobwebs and dust. If one did not observe closely, they would hardly know that this place once bore such a beautiful name. Zhu'er whispered from behind. This Yu Ming Yuan was once the residence of Concubine Zheng. It is said that when Concubine Zheng first entered the manor, she was the most favored by the master, enjoying nearly a year of exclusive affection, even neglecting the main wife's quarters on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Li Qingluo inquired curiously, is that so? How many years has Concubine Zheng been in the manor? Her previous life had granted her limited knowledge, leaving her only vaguely aware of the two concubines. Zhu'er shook her head, uncertain. However, Deng Momo was well informed. Having been with old Madame Pei at Qingzhu for many years, she had gleaned various tidbits and secrets out of sheer boredom. The old lady did not conceal trivial family matters from them, often sharing such gossip for entertainment. Deng Momo said, Miss, I know. Concubine Zheng entered the manor 18 years ago. It is said that she was extraordinarily beautiful in her youth, capturing the master's heart alone. After entering the manor, she was indeed favored for many years and resided in Yu Ming Yuan. Although our Hongfeng pavilion remained desolate, at least there were some who helped keep it clean, preventing it from falling into complete ruin. Yu Ming Yuan was lively for many years. It is said that the master treated it as the main residence, constantly returning here and sending all good things this way, transforming the general's manor into a place where the main wife resembled no matron, and the concubine no concubine. Rumors even spread throughout Jinling that the master favored the concubine over the wife, intending to elevate concubine Zheng to the principal position. However, concubine Zheng herself did not seem to be troublesome. Deng Momo swallowed hard and continued. It is said she had a daughter who, had she grown normally, would be 1 year older than you. Li Qingluo gasped. I have an older sister? Who passed away? She recalled Lu Shi's words. Could she be referring to the daughter born to Zheng? Deng Momo responded. She reportedly fell ill and died at the age of 4. Li Qingluo pushed open the creaking door, a cloud of dust engulfing her. The group brushed aside the ashes and advanced with their lanterns. Once a place of great favor, Yuming Yuan now lay overrun with weeds and infested with rats. However, upon their entry, the cries abruptly ceased. They had no intention of retreating. The front and back doors of Yuming Yuan were firmly secured by the two Momo, and Li Qingluo resolved to uncover the truth tonight. If ghosts truly existed, why? When she became one, could she not confront Li Qingzhu and Li Kechuan? If not, she would have undoubtedly become a vengeful spirit within this mansion. Yet if ghosts could not manifest in this world, then who was orchestrating the supernatural here? The four of them entered the courtyard, standing back to back, simultaneously raising their lanterns in all directions. Shadows danced around them, swaying with the wind. Suddenly, the voice returned. Woo, wah, wah. The lament of a woman, the cries of a baby. Who? Kaya spotted a shadow and dashed forward. Deng Momo, alarmed for Kaya, cried out and hurried after her. Zhu'er trembled in fear, and Li Qingluo grasped her arm. Come, let us see. Yet around a corner, Kaya and Deng Momo had vanished without a trace. The entire Yuming Yuan seemed to be left with only Li Qingluo and Zhu'er. Miss, perhaps we should leave? The shadows on the ground elongated ominously. Zhu'er faintly heard footsteps behind her, her heart racing, making her hair stand on end. Her heart felt as if it would leap from her throat, and in a panic, she pushed Li Qingluo forward, urging her to move. Suddenly, she felt hands grasping her from behind, and before she could scream, she fainted. Li Qingluo turned and thrust her sword toward the figure behind her. The person, cloaked in black, bent down swiftly to evade the blade that narrowly missed him. He quickly engaged in combat with Li Qingluo. Though her skills were still rudimentary, having trained for only a few months, she possessed some talent. They exchanged several blows until her sword was kicked away. The figure reached for her, but unfazed, Li Qingluo brandished her dagger, aiming for his eyes with fierce determination. Ha! He chuckled softly, continuing to spar with her. However, Li Qingluo soon sensed something amiss. This individual did not genuinely wish to harm her. Rather, it seemed he was merely testing her limits, much like one would toy with a cat or dog, neither crushing nor granting a chance to escape. His movements were exceptional, increasingly familiar to Li Qingluo. She exclaimed in shock, Master? Chapter 66. The daughter who met an untimely demise. This individual had already revealed a flaw. Her movements and techniques were strikingly similar to those of Chunhe. How could Li Qingluo, who had been meticulously instructed by her, not discern this? With all her strength, Li Qingluo lunged forward, intent on tearing off the person's mask, yet the individual suddenly propelled herself backward with a deft kick. She vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a chilling remark. Good disciple, I am not Chunhe. If you wish to uncover the truth, 10 days hence, dare to visit the alone, and I shall reveal it to you. With that, the entire moonlight garden fell into an eerie silence. The once flickering shadows and whispers of the wind ceased to exist in an instant. Li Qingluo stared into the darkness for quite some time before retrieving the lantern from the ground. When Kaya and Mama Deng returned, panting heavily, Li Qingluo had already helped Zhu'er to her feet. Zhu'er had been incapacitated, and with ashen faces, Kaya and Mama Deng recounted, Miss, just now, we seemed to have encountered a maze. A thick white mist enveloped us, and aside from the cries of women and infants, we heard nothing else. We could neither escape nor see anything else. It was truly bizarre. What about you, miss? How did Zhu'er faint? Li Qingluo's expression turned cold. It seems she came solely for me. Tomorrow, I shall visit grandmother. The following day, after recounting her experience in the moonlight garden, all present were taken aback. How could the young lady's experience differ from what we witnessed? Did she truly engage in a confrontation with that person? The sword was indeed found amidst the garden's foliage. Surely, the young lady would not have thrown it away in a fit of madness? Zhu'er, pale as a ghost, lamented that her neck still pained her. The moonlight garden was haunted, and it appeared the disturbances were quite severe. Madame Pei immediately instructed Mama Zhang to summon Chunhe. Meanwhile, someone was also sent to bring over concubine Lu. It was rather coincidental that concubine Lu had just sought assistance from you at the Hongfeng Pavilion, and soon after, the Moonlight Garden was embroiled in chaos once more. If this person truly is Qingzhu, I shall not spare her. Concubine Lu was soon brought to the Jingxi Hall. She had never encountered Madame Pei before and trembled with fear on her way there. Once in the hall, she could barely articulate a word, only able to prostrate herself on the ground, trembling incessantly. Aye, Madam. Seated beside Madame Pei, Li Qingluo spoke up. Concubine Lu, grandmother has a few questions for you. You need not be afraid. If you truly harbor concerns about the third young lady being brought before the mistress for nurturing, I can assist you. However, you must not conceal anything from us regarding today's inquiries. Concubine Lu understood well. Her ability to return to Jinling was solely due to the second young lady's maneuvering. Moreover, within this household, the second young lady and the old lady were completely beyond the control of the general's residence, and the second young lady was the apple of the old lady's eye. Her words might indeed compel the old lady to take action. Concubine Lu bowed deeply, stammering her assent. Yes, I shall heed the young lady's words. Madame Pei nodded at Li Qingluo, feeling a sense of pride as she observed the young lady's increasing composure and capability. Turning to concubine Lu, Madame Pei's brow furrowed deeply. Bold concubine Lu, since the master intends to bring the third young lady before the mistress for her upbringing, this is a rare opportunity that you, as a concubine, could hardly hope to obtain. Why then do you weep and wail, exhibiting such a desperate and fearful demeanor? How dare you seek the second young lady's help? You know well that upon her return to the mansion, her relationship with her mother has grown distant. Yet you still wish for her to stand up for you. What is your true intention? Concubine Lu was overwhelmed by Madame Pei's words, dripping with sweat. She could only hastily plead, Madam, I would never dare. I was left with no choice but to seek out the second young lady. Otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, I would not have the audacity to offend her. I fear that the third young lady might meet the same untimely fate as Zheng's daughter, who perished for no apparent reason. I have acted foolishly. Madame Pei retorted, What are you saying? Is there any connection between Zheng's deceased daughter and Chu's family? Concubine Lu, think carefully before you speak. If it is true, I may spare you. But if I discover that even a single word you utter is false, and you dare to sully the mistress's name, I shall take your life. Madame Pei's reputation was well known. Who would not fear the renowned female general of the great Liang kingdom? Yet, with her daughter on her mind, concubine Lu trembled and confessed, Madam, I swear that if I speak a single lie today, I would willingly invite divine retribution. Li Qingluo urged, then speak earnestly. Articulate each word clearly. Concubine Lu replied, Yes. At that moment, the other servants, including Heiress, had already withdrawn from the room. With only the 3 of them left, concubine Lu began to recount. In those days, Zheng's family was in the height of favor. Even the mistress could not stand tall before her. If the mistress were to reprimand Zheng under the guise of her status, the master, though outwardly placid, would show even greater affection for Zheng in private. Over time, the mistress found herself receiving less and less, which led her to become wary and submissive. Although Zheng was not a flamboyant person, the mistress, being a noblewoman herself, could hardly endure a lifetime beneath the status of a concubine. Thus, when Zheng gave birth to a daughter, the mistress grew anxious to divide the affection bestowed upon Zheng. It was then that I was thrust forward by the mistress. Concubine Lu wiped her tears as she spoke. Though it was said that she took advantage of the mistress's pregnancy, the truth was that without the mistress's tacit approval, having been raised by the mistress's head maid since childhood, how would she have dared? Unfortunately, no matter how many beauties the mistress brought forth, the master continued to favor concubine Zheng. In those days, concubine Zheng was indeed the sole favorite, and it was no exaggeration. I lost my first child because the mistress saw me as unworthy and found no success in sharing the affection. It was from that moment that I began to fear the mistress's ruthlessness. When Zheng's daughter turned 4, Zheng became pregnant once more. The mistress claimed it was to ensure Zheng had a healthy pregnancy, believing that if she could bear another son for the master, he would feel fulfilled. Thus, she took Zheng's daughter to raise at her side. In just a few days, that girl tragically fell into the water. By the time she was retrieved, she was barely breathing. Although she was saved, she was left with lingering ailments. Come winter, just a month later, she succumbed to a severe fever. Concubine Lu wiped her tears, feeling pity for Zheng. She could not protect her daughter, and she herself fell ill as well. Ultimately, she lost not only her daughter, but also the child she carried. Chapter 67. Oh, how cruel the heart of the Qiu family. Once she recovers, Her demeanor shifts dramatically. It's as if she harbors a grudge against the master. For several days, she has been weeping and arguing with him, and at times, her madness has led her to inflict injury upon him. As Aunt Lu spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Being a concubine, it is natural to be reprimanded for speaking ill of the mistress and the lord. She dared not continue. Yet both Lady Pei and Li Qingluo had already grasped the underlying meaning. Zheng resided in the moonlight garden in her day. Later, when both Sheng and Lu made heirs, they were sent to a farm in Shu, but Zheng mysteriously vanished along the way. After her departure, the moonlight garden and its surrounding courtyards became haunted. Zheng had 2 children, including one who had yet to be born, both of whom perished within this general's residence. Thus, did Zheng truly die? If not, from whence do the wails of the ghostly woman in Moonlight Garden arise? If Zheng had indeed perished, could her death be linked to Qiu? At that moment, Granny Ding knocked on the door and announced, "Old madam, the mistress has come to pay her respects." Lady Pei's face was clouded with frost. What a venomous woman. Just in time, I wish to see her. Let her in. Lu was taken to the back, and upon Qiu's entrance, she scanned the room in a flustered manner. Failing to spot the anticipated figure, her confusion palpable. Both Li Qingluo and Lady Pei understood the situation but chose to remain silent. Li Qingluo rose to greet Qiu, who now deigned to acknowledge her. "Luo'er, you 2 have come to see your grandmother?" "Mother, I hope I haven't disturbed you. It seems I have heard that someone has been gossiping about Mother and Luo'er. It is the fault of the daughter-in-law for not managing the household well, which has allowed them to intrude upon Mother." Li Qingluo could only shake her head inwardly. Qiu was far more foolish than she had anticipated. Knowing her grandmother's temperament, how could she dare to confront her so directly? Not only did she fail to catch the one she sought, but she also broached the subject herself. Was she courting rebuke? Clearly, she had orchestrated Zheng's demise so thoroughly, and later managed to eliminate both Zheng and Lu, indicating there were indeed others guiding her actions. Who could it be? Li Qingzhu? Or someone else? Li Qingluo kept these thoughts to herself, but Lady Pei was far from reticent. "What do you wish to say, Lu?" "She has come to Luo'er, urging her to visit you more often, so that the third lady might endure less of your wrath. I have heard that you caused the death of a concubine. How brazen you are! Having already taken one life, how could you dare to bring another into this world? If I were in your position, I would spend my life in piety to atone for my sins. You 2 wicked souls have ruined one life, and seek to ruin another?" Qiu's face flushed with shame, alternating between red and white, feeling as if her dignity was being stripped away before Li Qingluo. "Mother, what are you saying?" "I do not know." Lady Pei slammed her palm down heavily. "Do not feign ignorance with me. I am still quite aware. I know everything happening in this household. I am aware of your sordid deeds, each and every one. Qiu, how wicked your heart is. The progeny of this general's residence, including the self-immolation of Li Qingzhu, Chuan's accident leading to a broken leg, and even Luo'er being swapped and cast away since childhood, are all the fruits of your own malice." This statement struck Qiu like a blade, piercing her heart. She crumbled, clutching her chest, and crying, "I did not. It was not me, no, not me." Disregarding decorum, Qiu turned and fled. Lady Pei immediately commanded someone to follow her. They must uncover who else was behind her actions. Lady Pei aimed to extract the identity of Qiu's hidden advisors, eager to know who else dared to meddle in the affairs of this household, creating such chaos. Li Qingluo, too, sensed that the secrets within this residence were multiplying. She turned and knelt before Lady Pei, stating, "Grandmother, I intend to attend the gathering at the charity hall in 10 days. Lady Pei was about to advise her not to rush, as Chun he would soon arrive, ensuring everything would be clarified face to face. However, Granny Zhang hurried into the room, exclaiming, "Old madam, miss, there's trouble." I rushed to Chen's home and learned that the real Chun he returned to her hometown 3 months ago. Lady Pei stood abruptly. "What do you mean? Are you saying that the woman who has been instructing Luo'er in martial arts for the past 3 months is not the genuine Qinhe? How could you be so negligent?" It was Granny Zhang who had initially selected a girl from an old family to teach Li Qingluo. Now, her complexion had turned pale. "Old madam, this was my oversight. I went to Officer Chen's home and discovered that her sister has never had an interest in martial arts. She has only ever enjoyed embroidery, let alone teach the young lady. At that time, I spread the word. So the imposter Chun he encountered at the Chun residence was merely a fake. I mistook her for the real Chun he due to her resemblance to the elder Chun, and she approached me claiming to be Chun he. I was deceived. Thank heavens the young lady suffered no harm. Otherwise, I would never be able to atone for my sins." Granny Zhang knelt, tears streaming down her face. Li Qingluo hurried forward to assist her. Granny. If the haunting in Moonlight Garden was also orchestrated by this person, even if she had not impersonated Chun He to teach me martial arts, she could have appeared in other guises, could she not? Moreover, I sense that she bears no ill intent towards me. Otherwise, given her skills, she could have eliminated me last night. Upon hearing this, Lady Pei finally regained her composure. She glared fiercely at Granny Zhang, declaring she would dock her wages for 6 months before allowing her to rise. She then grasped Li Qingluo tightly, asking Luo'er, tell your grandmother, what are your thoughts? Do you truly dare to attend this gathering with the false Qinghe? What if she harbors ulterior motives? Li Qingluo smiled and shook her head. Grandmother, I merely wish to understand what she seeks by masquerading and approaching me. Please allow me to go. Seeing her so resolute, Lady Pei, recognizing her granddaughter's strong-willed nature, sighed deeply, conceding, then Granny Deng and the others must accompany you. Li Qingluo mused. With that person's skills, even 10 Granny Dangs would be rendered bewildered. She now found the false Chun He exceedingly intriguing. Thus, she was unafraid and readily agreed to Lady Pei's request. Very well, grandmother. That afternoon, it was rumored that Chiu had returned without causing further disturbances. However, they sent the third lady back to the Falling Sunset Courtyard. The following day, Li Qiaojing went to Falling Sunset Courtyard and reportedly struck Lu across the face. Lu dared not even weep, for Li Qiaojing threatened to summon the guards to sell her personally. Just then, Granny Deng entered again, saying this. Lu Zhu'er has informed me that she has made her decision. She is willing to enter the residence, and whatever you wish her to do, she will comply, bearing any consequences without complaint. Chapter 68. The absence of filial affection from Luo'er Li Qingluo. All right, I understand this matter. However, first, mother, please take someone with me to the Luoxia courtyard. Luo'er was brought back by her, and thus she would never allow such a tragic separation of mother and daughter to occur due to her own actions. As Li Qingluo hurried to Luoxia courtyard, the air was filled with cries. Huan Jie was tightly held by an old woman, repeatedly pleading, Mother, father, please do not sell my mother. Father, I beg you. Huaner will be obedient. Huaner will not cry anymore. The buyer had already arrived, inspecting Luo'er's mouth and teeth as if appraising her worth. Luo'er wept quietly, tears streaming down her face, her heart utterly despondent. Even upon Li Qingluo's arrival, she could only look at her helplessly, her eyes seemingly saying, she truly regretted returning. All she wished was that the second young lady would look after Huaner more in the future. Li Qingluo clenched her fists and approached Li Qiaojing. Having met her father, she raised her head, and Li Qiaojing finally recognized her appearance. Although he had heard from Zhu'er that his daughter had undergone a significant transformation, seeing her in person still surprised him. Indeed, she had changed immensely, while she could not yet rival Zhu'er's beauty and grace. Such a transformation in such a short time was commendable. Given more time, she might even surpass Zhu'er's charm. He had heard she was interested in martial arts and had made progress in her studies as well. Li Qiaojing thought to himself, truly, she is my bloodline. Personally nurtured by the old lady. Despite the years lost, how could she be of little worth? With this thought, Li Qiaojing's expression softened slightly towards his daughter. What brings you here? Li Qingluo sought not to indulge in pleasantries, stating directly, I implore you, father, to spare Luo Yinyang. Li Qiaojing's countenance darkened at her audacity to intervene in such matters. By what right do you presume to involve yourself in this affair? His anger flared genuinely. He felt that this newly found daughter was utterly ignorant of propriety. A girl raised in the countryside had no business speaking on family matters. Li Qingluo remained composed in the face of his wrath. I come as a daughter, wishing to advise father to reconsider, and as an elder sister, feeling compassion for my yet unseen sister. Should you refuse my plea, I shall not speak further. I merely wish for you to avoid future regret, hence my counsel. Li Qiaojing replied, regret? What do I have to regret? It is merely the sale of a lowly concubine. Am I to be accused of violating the laws of the Liang? Li Qingluo countered, Father, while you may indeed sell Luo's share at your discretion, do you truly wish to lose the love of a daughter entirely? Perhaps to you, Huan Jie is merely an illegitimate daughter, but within this household, how many daughters do you have left? To you, Luo'er and Huan Jie may seem inconsequential. Yet do you not care how we perceive you? To speak plainly, I harbor little paternal sentiment towards you, but Huan Jie is merely 6 years old. Do you truly want her to witness her father selling her mother? They had relied on each other since her birth. To Huan Jie, nothing else mattered in this world but Luo Yinyang. Father, you may not have witnessed my growth, but I implore you to observe Huan Jie as she matures. She is one of the few remaining children you have in this world. In a general's house, having only 3 bloodlines is a rarity even in the whole of Jinling. At that moment, Li Qiaojing felt a profound ache in his heart. He gazed at his biological daughter, and a wave of pain surged within him. How could she so bluntly declare that she felt no fatherly affection for him? Had he truly become so estranged that even superficial pleasantries were cast aside? Li Qingluo's words struck hard. He had only 3 bloodlines left in this world, one incapacitated and bedridden, and the other 2 stood before him now. The elder harbored no feelings for him, and the younger, just returned home, looked at him with a mixture of sorrowful pleading and resentment. Li Qiaojing felt as if struck by lightning, awakening to a painful realization and taking a step back. You. Li Qingluo's words were too forthright. Did he truly want Huan Jie to harbor resentment against him, her father? At 6, she was old enough to remember. Yet, a concubine encourages her daughter to shun her legitimate mother. Is not such short-sightedness a disservice to her? He argued. Had she grown up under the legitimate wife? Her prospects would surely have been brighter than that of a child raised in a concubine's quarters. Did I not consider her future? Li Qingluo felt a cold disdain. Just because he had grown up under a concubine and suffered the consequences, he had developed an obsession with the legitimate wife? Had he not thought of the implications before fathering any illegitimate children? Was it not his own desires that led to this predicament? Turning a blind eye to the pain of his legitimate son, he could readily turn cold-heartedly to sell the mother of his daughter. Such a man, devoid of compassion, selfish and cruel, truly epitomized the worst of humanity. Li Qingluo held her father in contempt, yet outwardly maintained a facade of concern. Father, if you wish, why not entrust the 3rd sister to me to raise? Li Qiaojing's gaze fell on her once more. You. Li Qingluo continued, in this household, I am closest to grandmother. If you do not mind, might I become closer to a sister as well? Surely, if we sisters can bond, it would be beneficial rather than harmful to the general's estate. Her words silenced Li Qiaojing. Each statement seemed to pierce his heart, leaving him at a loss for words. When had she become so eloquent? Or had she always possessed such skill, merely hidden beneath a veil? After a long silence, he finally acquiesced. If that is the case, then you may take her with you. However, should Luo Shi cause any further disturbance, I shall make her suffer more than if she were sold. With that, he dramatically swept his sleeve and departed. Nurse Ding and the others hurried to drive the buyers away and helped Luo Yinyang to her feet. Huan Jie and Luo Yinyang clung to each other, weeping inconsolably. Seeing this, Li Qingluo and the others quietly left. Later that evening, Luo Yinyang returned to Hongfeng Pavilion, her eyes red, with Li Qinghuan in tow. Upon seeing Li Qingluo, they knelt together. Chapter 69. To ruin your mother. I am immensely grateful to you, Miss Xie. Madame Lu grasped Li Qinghuan, bowing in reverence, but Li Qingluo hurriedly stepped forward to prevent them. There is no need for such formalities, madam. Besides, Sister Huan is my own flesh and blood. How could I accept her bow of respect? Madam, I do not wish to shorten my life, so I beg you to spare me. Li Qingluo's words prompted Madame Lu to finally lift Li Qinghuan. Nonetheless, she sincerely bowed once more to Li Qingluo. Miss, if you were the one to teach Huaner, I would be more than willing. Moreover, this way I can see Huaner often. What joy would that not bring me? Madame Lu's genuine delight was evident. In contrast, Li Qinghuan blinked nervously, casting timid glances at Li Qingluo. These past few days had terrified her, stripping away her innocence and replacing it with fear and trepidation. Suddenly, Li Qingluo saw a reflection of her former self in Li Qinghuan. She shook her head and pulled her sister closer. Is this truly my biological sister? In this world, I have gained another family member, a lovely little girl, no less. Li Qingluo gently tapped her little head. Do not be afraid. You will return to stay with your madam, but you must come here every day to learn from your sister. I will teach you a few things. Would you be willing? Upon hearing this, Madame Lu's eyes sparkled with renewed joy. Miss, do you truly not want Huaner to accompany you here? Li Qingluo waved her hand dismissively. Let it be. I truly dread the trouble. You may take care of her. I shall see her daily, and I doubt father will raise any objections for the time being. With reddened eyes, Madame Lu bowed her head. The debt I owe you is truly beyond repayment. Miss, if that is the case, allow me to share a secret with you. Saying this, Madame Lu straightened up, her expression tense as she glanced around. Li Qingluo understood her intent and signaled to Kair, soon clearing the room of anyone but themselves. Madame Lu leaned in closer, whispering, Miss, in truth, The Li family did not only bear the children you see here. Li Qingluo was perplexed by Madame Lu's words. What do you mean? Madame Lu continued. Madame Zheng gave birth to twins. Along with the daughter raised until the age of 4, there was a son who was secretly discarded by the madam into the lake in our garden as soon as he was born. Tragically, the child drowned before he could even cry out. I happened to pass by the rockery that night, so I witnessed it for myself. I assure you, this is no fabrication. Furthermore, the midwife who delivered Madame Zheng's children is the same one who delivered you. Li Qingluo gripped the armrest tightly, nearly bending it out of shape. Is this truly the doing of my own mother? To think she could concoct such a wicked plot against a child born out of wedlock. Madame Lu replied, in truth, it does not seem like something the madam would do, but with the support of the Chu family, anything is possible. Li Qingluo pressed further. What of my father? Is he aware of this matter? Madame Lu hurriedly shook her head, her face pale. The master is certainly unaware. Otherwise, how could he so easily let the matter rest? In fact, Madame Zheng may not even know that she bore twins. After the child drowned, I was so frightened that my soul nearly fled. In the dead of night, feeling uneasy, I went to see for myself and witnessed them retrieving the body, which they then buried in the garden. How utterly vile. As Li Qingluo absorbed this revelation, nausea churned within her. This family, these people, are utterly revolting. She insisted that Madame Lu must not speak of this to anyone but herself, and then she visited the Dowager Lady Pei, recounting the matter in meticulous detail. Dowager Lady Pei was understandably furious. These are my blood descendants, whether legitimate or illegitimate. They are living beings. How could I not feel anguish? I shall not pardon the Chu family or their kin. Madame Zhang had investigated and discovered a close relationship between the Chu family and the Zheng family, with Madame Chong frequently returning to the Chu family to relay messages. Perhaps the Chu family truly was behind this. However, Dowager Lady Pei remained skeptical. What benefit would the Chu family gain from this? After all, no matter how extensive their reach, the general's residence cannot bear the Chu surname. Li Qingluo reassured her, Grandmother, do not be angry. This matter must be exposed, but I wish to find an opportune moment. I seek your guidance and hope for your support. Dowager Lady Pei sighed. Luo, this is a family disgrace. Once it is made public, not only will the entire general's residence be shamed, but it may also bring ruin upon your mother. Have you thought this through? Li Qingluo replied, Grandmother, I will handle this discreetly. It will not become common knowledge. However, whatever consequences arise from my mother's actions, she must face them. Dowager Lady Pei looked at Li Qingluo with sympathy. That midwife switched your identity with Li Qingzhu. I often wondered why your mother, knowing the truth, did not pursue accountability, but instead spared them, allowing them to continue their lives comfortably. It seems she had leverage over them. Your father is foolish. Having been manipulated by a venomous woman like Chu for all these years, how many children has she harmed without him realizing? Alas, the Li family has married the wrong matron and has thus undermined its own foundation. Li Qingluo shook her head, comforting Dowager Lady Pei for a while before returning to the Red Maple Pavilion. Days later, Li Qingluo arranged for Lu Zhu'er to enter the residence. She feigned the need to purchase additional maidservants for her Red Maple Pavilion. Originally, the Spring Courtyard had offered to send a few over, but Li Qingluo declined. She had no desire to entangle herself with the Spring Courtyard. Her grandmother had plenty of candidates. But her primary goal was to have Lu Zhu'er enter the residence disguised as a maid. As expected, the broker brought in a group of servants, including Lu Zhu'er. On their way to the Red Maple Pavilion, Lu Zhu'er was spotted by many. Today, she had not gone to great lengths to adorn herself, so she only bore a passing resemblance to Li Qingzhu. However, this mere resemblance was sufficient to astonish everyone in the general's residence. Naturally, the news swiftly reached the Spring Courtyard and Lansong Courtyard. Today, Li Kechuan was being carried out of his room, lying beneath the banyan tree in the courtyard to bask in the sun and watch the falling leaves. Upon hearing that a maid resembling the eldest daughter had arrived at the Red Maple Pavilion, his eyes flickered. Resembling Zhu'er? How similar could she truly be? He had no intention of paying it any heed, but the thought that if she truly resembled Zhu'er and yet fell into the hands of that wretched girl Li Qingluo, to be used as a servant, ignited a fire within him. Someone, go intercept that group of servants. Li Qingluo had anticipated that Lu Zhu'er would not arrive today. Sure enough, Heiress soon came to inform her, Miss, they have indeed been intercepted and taken to Lansong Courtyard. You truly have an uncanny ability to predict events. Chapter 70. The substitute enters the mansion. Li Qingluo was teaching Sister Huan the fundamentals of writing. Although her own handwriting had been rather unsightly, she had at least possessed the strength to grip the pen properly. Now, at the tender age of 6, Sister Huan was beginning to understand that mastering the art of penmanship required diligent effort. Hearing the chatter of Qingzhu returning with news, Li Qingluo continued her task without lifting her head, instructing, take a nursemaid to the entrance of Lansong courtyard and create a commotion. Accuse them of bullying and ensure they bring the ruffians to me. Qingzhu departed, observing her sister's composed demeanor while she diligently wrote. Sister Huan gazed up at her with admiration. Sister, am I foolish? She pondered, feeling that her sister was undeniably clever. Moreover, she genuinely cherished her elder sibling. Having a sister was enough to bring her joy for ages, especially one as gentle and heroic as Li Qingluo, who had rescued her and their mother from dire straits. How could Sister Huan not hold her in such high regard? The little girl's eyes gleamed with a brightness that made Li Qingluo feel somewhat uncomfortable. She raised her hand to cover Sister Huan's eyes, admonishing, do not gaze upon your sister in such a manner. Why not? Sister Huan protested. But I wish to see you. You are truly beautiful. Flattery will get you nowhere. Do not think that sweet words will deter me from allowing you to write. Li Qingluo pointed out a stroke in her writing. The two sisters sat by the window, engaged in light conversation. When Zhu'er hurried in, she stumbled upon this tender scene. The anxiety in her eyes gradually dissipated as she beheld her radiant daughter, and for some inexplicable reason, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. In her childhood, Zhu'er had shown little interest in writing or martial arts. She had always been drawn to jewels and things that sparkled. Zhu'er had indulged her whims, permitting only a basic education in reading and writing, never pressuring her beyond that. She showered Zhu'er with treasures, and now, observing her biological daughter, she recognized a temperament that seemed remarkably composed, neither arrogant nor impatient, able to endure and act decisively when necessary. There was an innate grace about her, befitting a daughter of a distinguished family. If only she had had the chance to grow up in Zhu'er's presence, perhaps Chuan would have been similarly inclined, writing diligently with her hand in hand. Madam, are you not coming in? Asked Nurse Chong. Zhu'er hesitated. Can I truly enter? It seems I have never stepped foot in this red maple pavilion. Moreover, Li Qingluo had never invited her inside. Nurse Chong dared not speak further. For the last time, the second daughter had reprimanded her quite sternly, and even Nurse Chong felt intimidated by her presence. Well, as long as she is not enraged, I can rest easy. Let us go see Chuan and urge him to bring everyone to Li Qingluo. Zhu'er turned to leave, with Nurse Chong following closely behind, sincerely remarking, Madam, you are increasingly attentive to the second daughter. Zhu'er replied, After all, she is my own flesh and blood. How could I truly neglect her? Nurse Chong chuckled, Indeed, she is your biological daughter. If you show her a little care, there will be no barriers between you. The second daughter will surely feel your sincerity. Zhu'er dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. If only Zhu'er were still alive. Ultimately, it was her return that led to Zhu'er's despair. Nurse, I cannot shake the feeling that this is all Li Qingluo's fault. Though I now see some of her merits and acknowledge her as a member of the general's household, Zhu'er remains the one I cannot let go of in my heart. Deng Mam entered, reporting that Zhu'er had visited but only glanced at the courtyard before leaving. Li Qingluo paid little mind, simply inquiring, Is there no issue with Lu Zhu'er? Deng Mam assured her, Rest easy, Mississippi. Once she made up her mind, I sent someone to guide her. She had learned much in her previous environment. I merely corrected some of her overly alluring methods. She added, Lu Zhu'er has a way with men. I believe that in a few months. Li Qingluo raised a finger and shushed her. Only then did Deng Mam notice Sister Huan was still present. After Sister Huan was taken away, Qingzhu returned with news that Lu Zhu'er had vanished among the group of servants. Feigning ignorance, Li Qingluo instructed Deng Mam to select a few to keep, then paid for their services and sent the remaining servants on their way. Miss, we have arranged 2 sweeping maids, 2 second-tier maids, and 1 responsible for the small kitchen. The older servants have been settled and will come to pay their respects later. The Red Maple Pavilion had finally acquired enough attendants. Although fewer in number compared to other courtyards, it was sufficient for Li Qingluo, who preferred a less crowded environment. Feeling that it left her vulnerable to prying ears, Li Qingluo remarked, There is no need for them to see me. Let them each attend to their duties. While I am here, do not allow them into my room. Understood. I will ensure that any restless ones are sent away. I will also keep a close eye on them, so you may rest assured, Deng Mam replied. That evening, news spread that Lu Zhu'er had been given the name Coral. It was said that the eldest daughter had a fondness for coral in her past. Let it be coral then. She was brought here to serve as Li Qingzhu's substitute. As long as she performs well, she shall be the most precious coral of all, Li Qingluo concluded. Deng Mam nodded. Miss, shall we spread the news? Yes. Let it be known far and wide across Jinling. The disabled eldest son of the general's household now has a striking resemblance to his deceased sister in his quarters, and he dotes upon this maidservant. Li Qingluo turned to the courtyard and sketched a maple leaf. A mere plum blossom had once driven Li Qingzhu to madness, leading to a tragic demise. Now, with a maid named Coral who bore a striking resemblance to her, one could only wonder whether she should feel a sense of satisfaction or fury. Li Qingzhu, do not let me down. The following day, the city of Jinling buzzed with the news. Is it true that the eldest son of the Li family has truly lost his mind? It is said he mistook a woman for his deceased sister and barged into the prince's residence, leading to a broken leg. Now he seeks a lookalike as a replacement? This is no sister, but rather a moonlight he cannot forget. I have heard that the late eldest daughter of the Li family was not of their bloodline at all. The true daughter is the second daughter who just returned to the mansion a few months ago. I wonder if this is true? Is that so? I had no idea there was a tale of two daughters. Otherwise, why would the reclusive old Madame Pei come out of hiding? It is said to protect her biological lineage. How do you know of such secrets? Where did you hear this? From my second cousin's aunt's daughter, who works at the Li household. Everyone in the general's residence knows about it. Just ask around, and you will find out. If true, this would be quite the spectacle. The return of the true daughter has overshadowed the false one, leaving the false daughter as a lingering memory. The eldest brother even trespassed into the prince's residence. Lost in nostalgia. I wonder if this is indeed the case. Does the eldest son harbor feelings for his sister that should not exist? Chapter 71. Is there another brother in this world? The moment these words escaped her lips, they startled all those gathered around, causing quite a commotion. Such a scandalous affair between siblings should not be speculated upon lightly. One must be wary of the Li family, lest they take your life. They dare to engage in such disgraceful acts yet fear my words? If you ask me, that eldest daughter of the Li family has passed away. Yet her brother remains so captivated by her memory. What extraordinary charm must she have possessed? I find myself regretting not having glimpsed her beauty while she was still alive. Yet, what does beauty matter if she chose such a drastic means to end her life? This lady's temperament is indeed fearsome. At that moment, hidden amongst the crowd, the veiled Li Qingzhu listened intently to every word. Upon returning to the private residence of Prince Yun, she could no longer contain her wrath, shattering every porcelain item in her vicinity to vent her fury. Why did he do this? Who was that maid? Find out for me. Brother, how could you seek another to take my place? Even in death, I should remain your one and only. Li Qingzhu could not fathom this betrayal. Seated on a stool, tears streamed down her face. The people of Jinling must surely view her as a terrifying figure now. They say she committed self-immolation in a fit of extreme despair, and that she has caused the promising General Li to lose a leg. Some even speculate about an inappropriate relationship between her and her brother. Yes, she has indeed shown him a certain closeness, but they have never crossed any true boundaries. And how could she be blamed for any of this? Even if her brother is injured, it is his own inadequacy that led to this misfortune. She cannot control such events. Meanwhile, Prince Yun's patience with her is waning, especially since her brother's troubles have exacerbated his irritation. Had it not been for the provocation stemming from her brother's plight, he would not have become so impatient. Now, events are not unfolding as she and Prince Yun had anticipated. Rather, they seem to veer further off course. What could be causing this? No. She cannot allow this situation to spiral further out of control. She must return home, to seek an opportunity to return to the general's residence. Once that country girl Lu Qingluo and the Zhuang family finalize their marriage, she will hasten back to the Li family and stabilize the situation. At that time, her parents and brother, who have already lost her, will cherish and love her even more, and she will once again be the esteemed eldest daughter of the Li family. Everything will naturally return to its rightful path. Someone, go to the Li family estate outside the city and deliver this letter. Li Qingluo finally awaited her long-anticipated meeting with Chunhe. During these 10 days, Chunhe had not set foot in the general's residence. Although Li Qingluo diligently practiced her martial arts, each time she grasped her sword, her thoughts drifted to this matter. In broad daylight, entering the charity hall still felt eerily unsettling. Today, besides Mama Deng and Kair, 8 other skilled caretakers and maids accompanied Li Qingluo. However, upon reaching the charity hall, She resolutely instructed them to remain outside. Initially, Mama Ding and the others were reluctant, but Li Qingluo reminded them of that fateful night. Do you not recall what happened under the general's very nose? If you were to enter and become disoriented, it is better for you to stay alert outside. If danger arises, I will call for you to come in. Thus, the caretakers and maids refrained from entering. To be honest, the scene inside the charity hall would likely overwhelm any ordinary woman. Even though Li Qingluo had already faced death once and even experienced being a ghost. Confronting the numerous coffins, the foul stench of decay, and the white drapes covering the courtyard was a challenge to her composure. A shadow flitted past behind her. Li Qingluo instantly turned. She held only a sword in her hand, knowing that with her current skills, should Chunhe wish to test her again, she would undoubtedly fail. Therefore, she brandished her sword solely as a precaution against other unforeseen circumstances. Another shadow appeared. Li Qingluo swiftly drew her sword and called out, "Master?" The charity hall was eerily empty. Li Qingluo did not believe in ghosts manifesting in the world, so she concluded that it must be a human at play. She cautiously approached the spot where the shadow had vanished, but before she could draw near, Chunhe called out from behind, "Luo, where are you going?" Li Qingluo turned to find it was indeed Chunhe, and a chill ran down her spine. Who were those two dark figures just moments ago? Chunhe approached her. Clad in black, her hair tied high. Seeing her in male attire puzzled Li Qingluo, yet she thought little of it, recalling that she had often donned male clothing herself. She offered Chunhe a respectful bow before directly inquiring, "Master, were those people from the moonlit garden truly you that night?" Chunhe paused, a smile gracing her lips. "Since you have already surmised, why ask further? Follow me. I shall reveal the truth you seek." Chunhe turned and led Li Qingluo into the house. As they passed the coffins, the stench of decaying bodies was overwhelming, forcing Li Qingluo to cover her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Chunhe seemed quite familiar with the place, moving to the back room where she pushed aside a table to reveal a hidden passage. Once Chunhe descended, Li Qingluo hesitated before following her down. "Aren't you worried I might sell you out?" Chunhe asked, noticing Li Qingluo's silence. "Master, would you?" Li Qingluo responded, knowing she was merely taking a gamble. Chunhe had staged some supernatural antics at the moonlit garden for a reason, if that reason involved her. It seemed overly convoluted and unnecessary, as they spent every day together. Why not strike at a more opportune moment? The passage grew darker as they ventured deeper. Chunhe led Li Qingluo onward before finally speaking. "Luo, do you know that you have another brother still alive in this world?" Chapter 72. That father of yours. Truly a scoundrel. Li Qingluo, what? She halted, turning to face Chunhe in astonishment. Chunhe, lantern in hand, wore a smile that appeared somewhat eerie in the dim light and shadows. "I haven't deceived you. Surely you are aware that the general's manor once housed a concubine, Zheng. Are you not?" Li Qingluo nodded. "Indeed. Master, what is your connection to concubine Zheng? Was your ghostly presence in the moonrise garden for her sake?" Chunhe did not refute the claim. "How about I regale you with a tale, my disciple? Once upon a time, in this very Jinling city, there lived a maiden of unparalleled beauty, the legitimate daughter of a third-rank general. From a young age, she was fond of reading, and in time, she became a learned woman, skilled in poetry and painting. Alas, her father was implicated in a grave crime involving the tragic death of an imperial concubine, and the entire family was imprisoned. Some were beheaded, others exiled, while the women were relegated to the status of courtesans. This maiden was destined for a similar fate, but fortunately, her father had forged bonds of loyalty with individuals in the martial world during his lifetime. These friends joined forces to rescue the maiden and her younger brother. Sadly, they were discovered by the authorities as they fled Jinling City. To ensure her brother's escape, the maiden bravely drew the pursuers away, and in doing so, she vanished without a trace. Where do you suppose she went? Li Qingluo's heart pounded in her chest. She blurted out, could it be that she was concubine Zheng? Chunhe ceased walking, fixing Li Qingluo with a smile in the underground passage. "You are astute, my dear Qingluo. Yes, she was Zheng Wanqiu, the legitimate daughter of the Zheng family. Years ago, when she was desperate and on the verge of capture, she was rescued by your father, Li Qiaojing. In truth, they had known each other for some time. Your father's reputation was less than stellar in his youth, and although he harbored feelings for the Zheng family's daughter, his suit was rejected. After marrying your mother, he may have resigned himself to fate, but he never anticipated encountering the Zheng maiden again. Thus, after rescuing Zheng Wanqiu, he wasted no time in confining her to the rear courtyard of the general's manor within the Moonrise Garden, disregarding her wishes, her desire for freedom, and her longing to reunite with her brother. He forcibly took concubine Zheng as his own, reducing a once proud legitimate daughter to the status of a concubine. He believed that the affection he bestowed upon concubine Zheng was a security and happiness she no longer deserved, but in reality, she endured only endless suffering. He may have been her benefactor, but how many children did concubine Zheng lose for his sake? The debt was long repaid. Furthermore, after giving birth to twins, her son was taken away and killed, leaving her with only a daughter. In the end, she couldn't even protect the girl's life. Qingluo, that father of yours is truly a scoundrel. Li Qingluo nodded non-committally, then abruptly snapped to attention. How do you know these things so intimately? Who are you, really? The fact that concubine Zheng had given birth to twins was a secret unknown even to the spies planted in the manor by her grandmother, revealed only recently to Li Qingluo by concubine Liu. Yet Chunhe was fully aware. Chunhe stared at her. Did I not mention it? Concubine Zheng had a younger brother. Li Qingluo gazed at the person before her, her eyes filled with confusion. A brother? But you. Her gaze fell upon Chunhe's Adam's apple. Li Qingluo recoiled. She knew Chunhe must have been in disguise, but she had always assumed it was merely to impersonate the real Chunhe, a matter of identity. As for the somewhat rough voice, she had attributed it to a martial upbringing and a masculine disposition. But now, Li Qingluo suddenly realized, not only was Chunhe's identity false, but perhaps even the gender was a fabrication. Li Qingluo gasped, stumbling backward. She now understood that she had been truly careless. This was no master. It was a complete and utter deception. Li Qingluo turned to flee, and Chunhe called out, Qingluo? He prepared to give chase, but another voice halted him. Lingzhou, return. A contingent of officers has arrived. You must not venture out. Chunhe stopped abruptly, watching helplessly as Li Qingluo's figure vanished into the depths of the passage. Footsteps echoed from behind. And Chunhe turned with a sigh. Sister, why have you come? The woman, possessed of striking beauty, fixed her gaze upon her brother. If I hadn't come, how would I have known how much more of my story you intended to reveal? Indeed, the woman was none other than Zheng Wanqiu, the long-lost concubine Zheng of the Li family, whose fate had been shrouded in mystery. And the false Qinghe was her younger brother, Zheng Lingzhou, who had been separated from her and raised in the martial world. Zheng Lingzhou possessed a face of such delicate beauty that it rivaled that of a woman, allowing him to convincingly deceive Li Qingluo and the entire Hongfeng pavilion. Sister, I have observed Qingluo, and she is unlike the others in the Li family. You can trust her. Zheng Wanqiu replied. This matter requires further consideration. You are forbidden from taking it upon yourself to meet her again, Lingzhou. You were exposed once already. And now you dare reveal your very gender. I warned you not to risk infiltrating the Li family in such a manner, yet you persisted. Now you have frightened her. I wonder how you intend to resolve this? Zheng Lingzhou sighed. Leaving that aside, this place is no longer safe. We must depart at once. As for Li Qingluo, he knew she had brought 10 skilled maids and servants, so he did not worry about her safety. Li Qingluo emerged from the passage, gasping for breath. Before she could relax, a short blade was pressed against her throat. Come out. Li Qingluo obeyed, slowly crawling out of the passage. As soon as she stood, she was seized and forced forward. Li Qingluo noticed that the once empty courtyard of the mortuary was now filled with officers. Heiress and Granny Deng, upon seeing her, rushed forward anxiously, their faces etched with concern. Young mistress! Young mistress! Li Qingluo shook her head to reassure them that she was unharmed and to urge them to remain calm. In truth, she had already concealed a dagger in her sleeve, ready to act at a moment's notice. As she prepared to seize an opportunity, the officers parted, and a figure emerged leisurely from behind. Upon seeing this person, Li Qingluo's pupils contracted. It was Prince Su? Why was the Court of Judicial Review involved in this case? How could she be so unlucky? She should have consulted an almanac before leaving the house today. Was he planning to eliminate her along with the person behind her? As expected, Prince Su glanced at Li Qingluo before raising his hand in a signal. 20 archers on the walls and in the courtyard immediately drew their bows, ready for action. Li Qingluo's heart pounded as she heard the person behind her exclaim in alarm, Prince Su, are you willing to sacrifice an innocent maiden in your pursuit of justice? Duan Rongshi's eyes remained cold and unmoved. You acknowledge her innocence, yet you use her as a shield? Furthermore, trespassing on a mortuary in broad daylight suggests she is no ordinary maiden. Could it be that you are accomplices? Granny Deng protested. No, Your Highness, please be discerning. Our young mistress is the second daughter of the general's manor in Easting Lane. She is not an accomplice to any fugitive. She is innocent and unaware of what has transpired. We implore Your Highness to save her. Duan Rongshi cast another, lingering glance at her. It was her? Miss Second of the Li residence. Chapter 73. Drawing the sword and slitting throats, killing without hesitation. Duan Rongshi prided himself on his remarkable memory. Thus he vividly recalled that the second young lady of the Li family should possess a gaunt and slender figure. Although her eyes were quite striking, her appearance bore no comparison to the person currently being abducted before him. However, upon closer inspection, there were indeed traces of her likeness. Little did he expect that within a few months, she had transformed completely, blossoming into a beauty. Duan Rongshi tapped the hilt of his sword, pondering whether he would feel any regret if this woman were to inadvertently perish today. After all, her culinary skills were quite commendable. Meanwhile, Granny Dang was fidgeting anxiously like an ant on a hot pot, incessantly attempting to intimidate. "You lunatic, release our young lady at once. How dare you threaten the legitimate daughter of the general's household? Even if you manage to escape today, do you think you can flee to the ends of the earth? If our young lady suffers even the slightest injury, our general's household will certainly not let this matter rest." Li Qingluo heard someone behind her snicker lightly. It appeared he was unafraid of the general's household. What of the legitimate daughter, who was unaware that she was hardly favored within the general's family? Killing her today? Would the Li family truly care? Li Qingluo interjected, "But I wonder if this gentleman is aware of my grandmother, old Madame Pei?" It was at that moment the man behind her froze. Indeed, there were rumors that Li Qingluo, the unfavored second young lady of the general's household, was deeply cherished by old Madame Pei, who had descended from the mountains precisely for her. That was a woman general who once intimidated the entire Liang dynasty. Even after years of seclusion, her reputation had not diminished. He finally felt a flicker of trepidation. On the other hand, Duan Rongshi's companion aimed to strike at the opportune moment, only to be halted by Duan Rongshi. He squinted and said, "Not yet, let us observe." Seeing that the adversary remained still, Li Qingluo gradually breathed a sigh of relief. She had completely calmed down and slightly tilted her head to whisper, "Sir, I have an underground passage behind me. If you release me, you may turn and escape through it, perhaps finding a glimmer of hope." However, the man pressed his short blade more forcefully against her neck, disregarding the sharp edge that had already grazed her delicate skin, causing a bead of blood to roll down. "Enough nonsense. I know you came from that tunnel. How am I to know where it leads? If you wish to descend, you shall go with me." Li Qingluo frowned. "Sir, I have already given you an opportunity. Otherwise, your other accomplice is likely hiding nearby, is he not? If I were to create a ruckus, neither of you would escape." "You? How do you know? How did she know?" Li Qingluo merely recalled the two shadows she glimpsed upon entering the orphanage. Thus, she surmised that the Prince of Su was indeed targeting two individuals. He could neither kill her nor continue to hold her hostage. The man behind her finally acknowledged the reality. He clenched his teeth and suddenly whispered, "You are the second young lady of the Li family. You must not speak of this matter." He was indeed the third young master of the Pei family. She ought to consider her words carefully. Having spoken, he pushed Li Qingluo aside and leaped backward. Li Qingluo quickly rolled on the ground as a torrential rain of arrows shot past her, making a rustling sound as they all pierced into the underground passage. Li Qingluo lay still, waiting until the officials charged towards the tunnel before swiftly rising and hiding behind a coffin. Granny Dang and Heiress struggled through the crowd to reach her. "Young lady, are you unharmed?" Heiress anxiously examined Li Qingluo's neck, hurriedly using a handkerchief to staunch the wound. Fortunately, though it appeared alarming, it was merely a superficial cut. Li Qingluo shook her head to indicate she was fine, and the three quickly sought a chance to escape the chaos. However, they had barely exited the orphanage when they were once again blocked. "Our lord has yet to permit your departure. Please wait." Granny Dang looked at Li Qingluo. "Miss, this." Li Qingluo replied, "Let us wait." But her heart was in turmoil. The man had mentioned that his accomplice was the third young master of the Pei family. Which Pei family? Could it be the Pei family of the Duke of Pei? And which third young master was he? Li Qingluo dared not gamble. If it truly was her grandmother's family, she would never reveal it. The Pei family was her grandmother's emotional knot, to help her grandmother resolve it. She must draw closer to the Pei family. Perhaps this was also an opportunity? As she contemplated this, the man who had just leaped into the tunnel was seized. He was covered in blood, having been struck by 5 or 6 arrows and sustained 4 or 5 knife wounds. It seemed unlikely he would survive. The maids and grannies immediately attempted to shield Li Qingluo's view, wishing to spare her from such a bloody scene. Yet Li Qingluo said, "It's of no consequence." Blocking her view was futile. The man lay on the ground, already spitting blood, yet still proclaimed defiantly, Duan Rongshi, you are heartless, cold, and lacking compassion. You are destined to be a solitary person. How much grace did the former crown prince bestow upon you? Had it not been for his care in your youth, could you have achieved today as standing? He is your biological brother. We, the loyal and righteous, merely sought to rescue him. What is wrong with eliminating a few deserving individuals? Yet you refuse to turn a blind eye and have pursued us to this dead end. I am at least the second son of the Duke of Tsang. Do you truly intend to kill me? Duan Rongshi strode to him, uttering not a single superfluous word. He drew his sword and slit the man's throat. Blood sprayed across the ground, staining Duan Rongshi's garments crimson. Yet, he remained expressionless, simply wiping the blood from his sword on the lifeless body. Then he sheathed his sword and turned to ask, have you noted down everything he just said? The subordinate holding the document hurriedly stepped forward. My lord, not a word was missed. All has been recorded. Duan Rongshi instructed. Imprint his seal and make an extra copy to send to the Duke of Tsang, so they may witness the good deeds of their second son. Yes, nevertheless. Duan Rongshi did not hasten to depart. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling Pafong to continue the search. There might still be accomplices in this vicinity. Go search thoroughly. The officials scoured the premises, and Li Qingluo clenched her fists anxiously. A son of a duke could kill without hesitation. This Prince of Su truly lived up to his fearsome reputation. She gazed at the Prince of Su, hoping that the third young master of Pei had already left. Otherwise, she could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, her gaze caught, and she found herself under the scrutiny of the Prince of Su. Chapter 74, Stained with Blood. Slaughter by hand. Li Qingluo constantly recalled her grandmother's warnings about this extraordinarily dangerous individual. Today, she witnessed his brutal and bloodthirsty nature firsthand, compelling her to avert her gaze and lower her head. However, Duan Rongshi approached her. Miss Li. The matron and the maids dared not breathe, tremblingly making way for him. Li Qingluo bowed slightly in greeting. I am Li Qingluo, a humble woman, and I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Su. Duan Rongshi inquired, pray tell, what brings you to this charity establishment today? I trust you are not here merely to indulge in the amusement of the dead. Li Qingluo felt a chill run through her. The red birthmark on his forehead lent him an almost divine appearance, yet his hands were stained with blood from slaughter. She dared not conceal the truth, replying, Your Highness, there have been disturbances in my family's courtyard, prompting me to investigate some matters. As for the specifics, due to the confidential nature of my general's household, I beg your forgiveness for my inability to elaborate. Duan Rongshi did not press further. Observing that her demeanor did not suggest deceit, he then instructed her to depart. Upon exiting the charity establishment, Li Qingluo found herself colliding with a shadow as she approached her carriage. She gasped softly, and the attendant, Chalet, who had followed closely, immediately asked, Miss Li, is something amiss? Regaining her composure, she calmly replied to the young gentleman seated across from her, I seldom ride in carriages, so I accidentally bumped into something. It is of no consequence, thank you. Is there anything else the guard requires? Chalet, lacking the intention to open the window, stated, Our Lord has commanded me to escort Miss Li back to her residence. He wishes to ensure your safe return, having disturbed you today. Such kindness from the Prince of Su? Yet, to refuse might arouse suspicion. Li Qingluo steadied her anxious heart, responding, Then I must trouble you, good sir. Chalet rode alongside the carriage, while Li Qingluo could only fix her gaze on the young man before her, not daring to utter a word. Perhaps due to the presence of a woman in the carriage, he averted his eyes first. Li Qingluo had countless questions, but regrettably, she could not voice a single one until they reached the gates of the general's estate. As she disembarked, the carriage door closed with a finality that left Chalet with a clear view inside. The carriage was empty, devoid of any extraneous individuals. After Li Qingluo entered the estate, Chalet turned his horse back toward the Dali Temple. My lord, Chalet reported to Duan Rongshi, I have safely returned Miss Li to her residence. Duan Rongshi, engrossed in reviewing documents, turned to face him. Did anything seem amiss? Chalet replied, My lord, I can assure you that the carriage contained more than just Miss Li. However, I was uncertain why she remained silent, perhaps out of fear of her own people. Thus, I refrained from taking rash action. Yet, when she disembarked, I clearly saw that there was no one else inside. Beside them, Chasing Rain suggested, My lord, could there be some hidden mechanism within the carriage? Perhaps a concealed compartment? Chalet nodded in agreement with this hypothesis. Duan Rongshi, resting his chin on his hand, pondered, if I am not mistaken. The individual who sought refuge in the charity establishment today with the second son of the Qingzhu family was none other than the third son of the Pei family from the Duke of Pei's residence. Her grandmother hails from that very lineage. Therefore, if this person were indeed hiding in her carriage, it is not surprising that she remained silent. This young woman possesses a certain boldness, Duan Rongshi reflected on her composed demeanor during her abduction, demonstrating a calmness that even persuaded her captors to release her. If he were not mistaken, she had clutched a concealed dagger in her hand at that moment. Additionally, she bore a sword at her waist. When did this young lady acquire such skills? The rapidity of her transformation left Duan Rongshi astonished. Chasing Rain. Investigate what Miss Li has been up to since her return to Jinling. Your Highness, Chasing Rain hesitated. You previously instructed me to monitor Li Qiaojing. Though I occasionally kept an eye on this second young lady. Why the sudden shift in focus? Moreover, what relevance do her actions have to you or these cases? Wait. Duan Rongshi suddenly recalled, rapping the table, what of my previous request regarding the incident involving Li Qingluo of the Imperial Guards and Li Kechuan's severed leg? Have you uncovered any hidden truths? Your Highness, Chasing Rain reported, I discovered that Li Qingluo had a sister named Zhu'er. At the age of 9, she sold herself into servitude at the general's residence, adopting the name Mei Shui, and became a maid to Li Kechuan. However, 2 years ago, Mei Shui mysteriously vanished. The Li family has buried this matter deeply, and I will require more time to uncover the truth. Additionally, I found another detail. On the day of the lotus flower sex commotion at the theater, Li Qingluo was on leave, and Miss Li happened to be out of the estate, appearing near the Qinhuai River. Duan Rongshi paused, contemplating the implications of this coincidence. At the general's residence, Li Qingluo returned to Hongfeng Pavilion, where Queer and Matron Deng frantically brought medicine, fussing over her wounds. Li Qingluo allowed them to attend to her for a time before finally gaining her freedom. Zhu'er, watching anxiously, began to cry. Miss, how could you return from an outing injured? The wound appears minor, yet you bled so profusely that your collar is stained crimson. Zhu'er dabbed at Li Qingluo's hands with a handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. Queer also had reddened eyes, lamenting, it is my fault for failing to protect you, Mississippi. Please punish me. Matron Deng sighed heavily, her eyes filled with concern. Li Qingluo looked at them and smiled. Why do you still weep? I am perfectly fine. No more tears. My smile is genuine. I am happy. Not only is grandmother concerned for me, but I can also see that you all care sincerely. Your genuine affection brings me joy. In her previous life, she had never known such sincerity. Initially, she had not expected it in this life either. Yet she had received so much. As a human being, not mere grass or wood, how could she remain unmoved? After soothing them for a while, she ensured they would not divulge a word to the old lady. Today's events, while not catastrophic, were indeed quite alarming. Had she been careless, she might have lost her life. Thus, she decided against burdening her grandmother with worry. All of this chaos stemmed from that false Chen-he. Li Qingluo felt a surge of anger at the thought. This impostor had even fabricated a false identity. Initially curious about him, she now wished to personally confront him. However, upon calming her thoughts, Li Qingluo began to ponder many things. He claimed to be the biological brother of Zheng Yinyang. Given his knowledge, was it possible that Zheng Yinyang had divulged such information to him? Was it true that Zheng Yinyang had not died all those years ago? Chapter 75. Is Li Qingzhu still chaste? Her disappearance, her uncertain whereabouts, may simply be a smokescreen devised by Aunt Zheng to flee the Li family. However, in reality, she reunited with her brother shortly after leaving. Strange occurrences began at the Moonlight Garden and the Maple Pavilion, reportedly commencing 6 years ago. And Aunt Zheng and Aunt Lu departed from the general's residence 6 years prior, did they not? Initially, the disturbances were quite pronounced, causing considerable distress to the masters of the general's house. Ultimately, they summoned a Taoist priest to restore some semblance of calm. Nevertheless, no one dared approach the Moonlight Garden and Maple Pavilion thereafter. It was not until Li Qingluo took residence in the Maple Pavilion that the disturbances re-emerged. Could it be that the Moonlight Garden harbors some secret? Furthermore, the false Chun, he claimed that she has a living brother in this world. What could this mean? It seems Aunt Zheng is aware that she actually gave birth to twins all those years ago. Could it be that this child never perished? Yet, Aunt Lu witnessed Lu Posey and the Chu family drown the child in the Lotus Pond, did she not? And when she returned at midnight, she fortuitously stumbled upon them burying the child's remains in the garden. What in the world is happening? Is it truly possible that I have a brother alive in this world? Li Qingluo murmured to herself, prompting Heiress to inquire. "Miss, what are you saying?" Li Qingluo snapped back to reality. "It's nothing. By the way, has that person left?" Today, Li Qingluo was seated in the carriage of old Madame Pei. As they approached the general's residence, she was unaware of the hidden compartment within the carriage. While contemplating how to shield this individual from the watchful eyes of the guards, she inadvertently activated a mechanism. The floor of the carriage opened up, revealing a hiding place for a living person. At that moment, she cast a deep glance at the third young Master Pei, gesturing with her eyes for him to conceal himself there. They exchanged no words, yet it seemed he understood her intent completely. He promptly lay down, and Li Qingluo swiftly closed the mechanism beneath him. Heiress only discovered that a person was hidden in the carriage after entering the residence. She was nearly frightened out of her wits, but still went to check on Li Qingluo. "Miss, there's no one left. Who could this person be? That would compel you to risk offending the Duke of Su to conceal him?" Li Qingluo replied. "It's not something I can disclose." "Heiress, just pretend you know nothing of this." She hoped that the third young Master Pei would remember her kindness. Li Qingluo spent a few days quietly recuperating in the Maple Pavilion. During her morning and evening visits to greet her grandmother, she wore high-collared garments, which kept old Madame Pei from suspecting anything amiss. The Lansong courtyard remained eerily silent, but Zhu'er returned with news that Coral had become Li Kechuan's personal maid, attending to his every need. Since Li Kechuan's leg injury, he had become increasingly peculiar and irritable, making him difficult to serve. The entire Lansong courtyard was in a state of anxiety, unable to find peace. However, since Coral's arrival, things appeared to have calmed somewhat. This forced Zhu'er, who had initially intended to deal with Coral, to bide her time. Despite the rumors circulating outside, they did not reach the Lansong courtyard. Li Qingluo praised. "She truly possesses some real talent now." Heiress curiously asked, "Are you referring to the madam?" Li Qingluo replied, "Why would I speak of her? I am speaking of Coral. Have her continue with the plan, and find an opportunity to send the cane and chair I specially prepared for my dear brother." Li Qingluo drew her bow and aimed at the target, striking the bullseye. She intended for Li Kechuan to stand again, and ideally, to regain a semblance of normalcy in his life. When he later discovers that these items were sent by the sister he despises most, it would surely be a great humiliation for him. Heiress clapped her hands joyfully. "Miss, your archery skills have improved," Li Qingluo remarked. "It's merely that the target was too close." In the evening, Granny Zhang arrived at the Maple Pavilion with new garments. "Miss, the old madam has instructed me to ensure you rest early tonight, for tomorrow we shall go to the Duke of Zheng's residence to celebrate the old madam's birthday." The days passed swiftly, thought Li Qingluo, knowing she could not evade what was to come. She could only acquiesce. "Yes, I understand." Just as Granny Zhang departed, Granny Deng entered. Once Heiress and Zhu'er had withdrawn, Granny Deng leaned in to say, "Miss, word has come that Li Qingzhu has been irritable of late, nearly shattering everything in her room daily. This has displeased the Prince of Yun." Previously, when Li Qingluo orchestrated Li Kechuan's intrusion into the Prince of Yun's private residence, she anticipated that the prince would undoubtedly relocate Li Qingzhu. Thus, she had arranged for people to keep watch on where the prince would hide her. This time, the informants had firmly established their positions before daring to relay news back. Li Qingluo had grasped all of Li Qingzhu's movements. "Granny, thank you for your efforts. Is there anything else?" Granny Deng replied under the lamp. "It said that Li Qingzhu is still guarding her virtue, refusing to yield to the Prince of Yun. But given the prince's recent demeanor, he seems to be growing impatient." Li Qingluo chuckled coldly. In her previous life, Li Qingzhu returned to the Li family unscathed, claiming that the Prince of Yun had saved her life. The entire Li family accepted her back without question, and no one scrutinized her previous act of self-immolation. At that time, her marriage to Zhuang Wei had already been arranged, allowing her to rightfully negotiate a union with the prince. Her scheme had been flawlessly executed. After all, the prince already had a legitimate consort, and if Li Qingzhu wished to become a secondary wife, it was certainly feasible. Yet in this life, her retreat would not be as seamless as it was in the past. After all, there was the matter of Li Kechuan's severed leg. Li Kechuan's injury was inextricably linked to Li Qingzhu. The residence was the prince's private abode, and there was no escaping this fact. If she were alive, whether she had been in that residence that day, and whether Li Kechuan had truly mistaken someone for her, were matters she could not clarify. If she were to claim that the prince saved her, it would be a slap in the face to the entire Li family. Moreover, all her struggles in both lives were merely to secure the position of the prince's secondary wife, were they not? Maintaining her virtue must be her last line of defense. Just a maid in her brother's chamber, and yet she was in such a frenzy? If that were the case, I shall stoke the flames further. That night, after her bath, Li Qingluo was pleasantly surprised when Granny Deng entered her chamber with Heiress and Zhu'er. Miss, the old madam has instructed me to groom your eyebrows and pierce your ears. Li Qingluo immediately covered her ears, lamenting. Granny, must we? Granny Deng chuckled, raising the ear-piercing needle. Of course we must. My dear, although you are going to the Duke of Zhongyi's residence tomorrow, this is your first appearance before the dignitaries of Jinling. It is an opportunity for the elders of the Duke's family to behold your true beauty. You must dazzle and captivate their hearts. The old madam wishes to present you favorably, and you cannot bring her shame, can you? Our young miss is naturally beautiful, with an innate grace. It is a pity that she has suffered previously. With a little care, she shall surely regain her former splendor. Just this final touch is all that is needed for her to emerge as a true beauty. Zhu'er and Heiress approached, each grasping one of the young woman's arms tightly. Subsequently, undeterred by hardship or fatigue, Li Qingluo let out a piercing scream. Ah, she, perhaps, may meet her demise this very night. Chapter 76. Can she also be a beauty? Li Qingluo felt weak all over from the pain of her 2 ear piercings. As she lay in bed, prepared to sleep, the candlelight flickered and suddenly extinguished. In the darkness, a somewhat familiar voice emerged. Miss, our master requests your presence. Li Qingluo clenched her fists, pounding the bed heavily. Is it necessary to disturb my peace at this hour? What kind of deity demands a meal at night? When she once again found herself in the kitchen of the Guiyuan, her expression was dazed. During her last visit, she had foolishly thought that cooking a meal would suffice to repay a debt of gratitude. To her surprise, the masked guard who brought her back had stated, Our master dined well tonight, but next time, we shall need your assistance again. Next time? There would indeed be a next time? She realized that a life-saving favor could not simply be repaid with a single meal. If only she could serve something less palatable tonight. Yet, her conscience would not allow it. With a sigh, Li Qingluo rolled up her sleeves once more. The mute servants busily assisted her with cheerful energy. Before long, she too was immersed in the task at hand. Tonight, spotting fresh mushrooms in the kitchen, she prepared a pot of mushroom chicken soup. She braised a jar of preserved meat with bamboo shoots and, knowing her lord preferred lighter fare, sautéed a couple of simple dishes. In the past few days at the general's residence, she had also experimented with a dessert made from yam and purple sweet potato, and since the ingredients were available, she decided to steam one as well. When everything was ready, an hour had passed. However, a mute servant entered with a note stating that their master had yet to return, so there was no rush to serve the meal. Li Qingluo was astonished. Even now, he had not yet begun his dinner. Unbeknownst to her, it was not merely dinner that had been delayed. Duan Rongshi had not eaten anything all day. In truth, she had been summoned without her knowledge by chasing Rain's impulsiveness. Li Qingluo contemplated leaving, but the masked guard had vanished, and with the city under curfew, she feared she could not even step outside. Thus, she settled at a small table by the kitchen window to rest. After a while, she unexpectedly fell asleep. Soft moonlight bathed Li Qingluo, gently illuminating her half-turned face. A pair of pearl earrings lightly grazed her now radiant cheek. The girl breathed evenly, her body rising and falling in a tranquil slumber. Clearly, she had succumbed to deep dreams. Duan Rongshi stood outside the window, observing her for a while, as if admiring a painting. Once back in his chamber, he gazed at the abundant food on the table and the eager, chasing Rain approaching him. He tossed aside the hot towel he had been using to dry his hands and declared, Give 10 strokes of the rod. You may collect them tomorrow. Though chasing Rain felt disheartened, he understood that his lord despised others meddling in his affairs. Hence, even facing punishment, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As long as the lord could enjoy a hearty meal, what were 10 strokes? Once he saw his lord seated and partaking of the dishes, chasing Rain continued, My lord, I have discovered that the Imperial Guard's Li Qingluo lost his sister a year ago at the Li residence. At the time of her death, she was with child, bearing Li Qichuan's offspring. Furthermore, Li Qingluo had been actively searching for his missing sister, but now he seems to have abandoned this pursuit. I suspect he has learned the truth, hence his sudden change of heart. Duan Rongshi replied, It seems he is indeed seeking revenge. It would not be unjust for Li Qichuan to lose a leg over this. However, I have heard that Li Qingluo is quite a brute. How could he devise such a clever means of vengeance? He thought of Li Qingluo. Over the past few days, Duan Rongshi had learned much about her. Since her return to the capital, He had become aware of numerous significant and trivial events concerning her at the general's residence. She undeniably possessed some skill and was even more resilient than he had anticipated. The mere fact that she dared to leap into the Qingzhu River and survived nearly an entire day submerged was something no other maiden in Jinling could boast. She was astute and courageous, a girl of remarkable determination. Although there was no evidence linking her to the incident regarding Li Qingluo's leg, Duan Rongsher had an instinct that she was involved. Now, she even dared to entangle herself in the affairs of the Pei family's third son. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. He was eager to see what she would do next. Li Qingluo woke in the middle of the night, realizing she had returned to the general's residence. She sighed deeply. Acknowledging that her ability to protect herself was still inadequate, she would need her grandmother to find her a more formidable mentor. The following day, the elder lady Pei specifically instructed Granny Zhang to personally groom and adorn Li Qingluo. Upon seeing her with her ears pierced and her brows elegantly shaped, Granny Zhang nodded in satisfaction. My dear, do not mind my clumsiness, but I was the one who painted the old lady's makeup in her youth. Our elder lady was quite beautiful in her younger days. Though she delighted in martial pursuits, she never failed to shine at the banquets of Jinling. With powder and rouge applied, her brows drawn, and her hair styled, exquisite hairpins and ornaments adorned her coif. A pair of jade earrings dangled delicately, while jade bracelets encircled her wrists and a jade pendant rested at her neck. Even her nails were meticulously polished by a little bird, rendering them long, pink, and lustrous. Finally, after applying lip color, Li Qingluo lifted her gaze to the mirror. As radiant as the sun at dawn, as dazzling as a lotus blooming amidst clear waters. It dawned on her that she too could be a beauty. Dressed in a new azure gown, Li Qingluo stepped outside, donning a blue cloak as the weather had turned cool. After meeting with the elder lady Pei, she encountered Zhu'er. Are you attending the old lady's birthday banquet at the Duke of Zhongyi's today? Chapter 77. Luo Heir's beauty astonishes all. The incident involving Li Qingluo's leg injury during the Mid-Autumn Festival stirred up a whirlwind in Jinling. Why has she, who has recently shunned public appearances, taken the trouble to adorn herself today? It was evident that Madame Chu had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing her daughter, who had blossomed into a vision of beauty and grace, her eyes sparkled with delight. Daughter-in-law, you've come, she greeted. Li Qingluo merely inclined her head. Mother. Madame Chu sensed the chill in Li Qingluo's demeanor and felt a pang of disappointment. Why has her daughter grown so distant? She pondered what had compelled the elderly Madame Pei to suggest that Li Qingluo share a carriage with her. Reluctantly, Li Qingluo followed Madame Chu into the carriage. Inside, Madame Chu gazed at Li Qingluo and smiled slowly. Luo Heir, your appearance today is quite splendid. These ornaments, were they not sent to you by Qingyi? Li Qingluo replied. They were gifted by grandmother. From head to toe, every piece of jewelry and every article of clothing Li Qingluo wore had been procured by her grandmother. The items Madame Chu had sent recently remained untouched, languishing in the storeroom. Upon hearing this, Madame Chu's smile faltered. But, mother has also sent you many lovely gifts. Have you not worn any of them? Li Qingluo replied nonchalantly. Oh, I do wear one of the gifts you sent. It should be here. She reached up and swiftly retrieved the most unremarkable, dull-colored hairpin from her hair, presenting it to Madame Chu. Mother, do you remember this? Madame Chu's expression darkened immediately. How could this be a gift from her? It was inconceivable. Suddenly, she recalled that when Li Qingluo had first returned to the household, due to a ruckus caused by Chuan Heir, she had reluctantly allowed old Madame Chang to select a few of the most inconspicuous and least valuable items from the storeroom to send her. Could this hairpin truly be one of those? Even old Madame Chang found it unappealing. How could it possibly suit her daughter, blooming in youth and beauty? At that moment, Madame Chu felt a twinge of shame. Luo Heir, it was my oversight. It was Chang Mama who failed to fulfill her duties. Yet, I also sent you many exquisite and valuable jewels afterward, did I not? I recall I even had a tailor measure your size to create garments for you. Is not this attire a product of my efforts? Li Qingluo regarded Madame Chu with amusement, a hint of derision creeping onto her face. Mother, you don't even remember the color of the garments you had made for me, yet you inquire about them? Madame Chu was entirely unaware of Li Qingluo's preferences. She favored shades of azure, white, pale yellow, and light green. The gifts from Madame Chu had all been in shades of pink, purple, and vivid red. Li Qingluo continued. In truth, those colors are favored by Li Qingzhu, are they not? Henceforth, please spare yourself the trouble, mother. With grandmother's care, I shall never lack for clothing. Otherwise, I would have surely grown moldy upon my arrival. Her words ignited a mixture of shame and fury within Madame Chu. You. Madame Chu grasped her handkerchief tightly, feeling as though Li Qingluo was deliberately opposing her. I am your mother. Is this how you choose to address me? Li Qingluo immediately lowered her head, acknowledging, yes, mother. Luo knows her fault. She was quick to admit her error, yet Madame Chu was acutely aware that Li Qingluo didn't genuinely perceive any wrongdoing. Li Qingluo fell silent, her eyes betraying a sense of estrangement and indifference. This was difficult for Madame Chu to accept. Clearly, when Li Qingluo had first returned to the General's household, she had been obedient, respectful, and courteous. She had even brought her homemade delicacies, offered to massage her shoulders, and greeted her each morning and evening, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. But back then, Madame Chu had just lost Zhu'er, and her heart was filled with pain, which had led her to neglect Li Qingluo. Such trifles as jewelry and clothing should not be held against her indefinitely. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Now that she was willing to engage in conversation, how could Li Qingluo be so ungrateful? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Madame Chu turned her gaze away from Li Qingluo, resentment creeping in as she recalled her obedient Zhu'er. Overwhelmed by emotion, her eyes brimmed with tears. In the Duke of Zhongyi's mansion, Li Qingluo assisted Madame Pei as they were respectfully welcomed into the estate by the doorman. However, the reputation of the General's household had drawn many curious gazes as they entered. Is it true that the true daughter of the Li family has arrived today? What true daughter? What false daughter? Was she not said to have been sent to the countryside to recuperate in her youth? Do you not know? The one who was sent away was a false daughter, while this one returning is the true blood of the General's household. What? Such an absurdity? Let me see what this girl looks like. Coming from the countryside, what could she possibly look like? I heard she was swapped by a midwife and sent to work in the fields, hence her gaunt and sallow appearance. How could she be anything but unappealing? It is said she even slept with livestock, pigs and chickens. She must be quite foul. What a tragedy. But is it not true that Li Qingzhu perished because she could not tolerate the presence of that impostor? Who knows? But even if she is dead, she brought it upon herself. She was never truly of the General's bloodline and enjoyed years of luxury she did not deserve. Yet, the circumstances of the identity swap were not the young lady's fault. She was merely a victim of fate. Li Qingluo listened intently, her heart a storm of emotions. The rumors surrounding the true and false daughters were indeed orchestrated by her, along with the tale of Li Qingzhu's substitution. However, she had never spread tales of her own gaunt and emaciated state or of her rustic upbringing. Yet, it was not difficult to infer the source of the gossip. Lu Jingji, having recently lost track of Li Qingzhu, was likely the most anxious to disparage Li Qingluo, seeking to curry favor with Li Qingzhu in her own spiteful manner. Amidst the clamor of voices, as Li Qingluo and Madame Pei made their way through the crowd, an abrupt silence fell, enveloping the room. Gaunt and sallow, the young woman before them was, in fact, fair-skinned as snow, her complexion smooth as jade. Unappealing? Her brows arched like emerald feathers, her visage smooth as silk, her eyes dark and luminous. Her figure was tall and graceful, exuding an elegance that was neither fragile nor unsteady. She held her head high, exuding poise and dignity, reminiscent of Madame Pei's youthful spirit. Today, nearly all the noble families and esteemed clans of Jinling had gathered. Yet the true daughter of the Li family was not merely striking but utterly unparalleled. With time, she would undoubtedly rise to become the most radiant beauty in all of Jinling. Chapter 78. Someone has fallen into the water. Indeed, she is a direct descendant of the General's residence, possessing an innate grace that is truly extraordinary. Look at the esteemed Lady Pei. Despite not having returned to Jinling for many years, her commanding presence remains unparalleled. It is said that this second young lady has been raised and educated by her personally. How could she possibly be lacking? The matron of the Duke of Zhongyi's residence greeted her with a beaming smile. Sister, you have finally arrived. Today, I am honored to welcome you. For who else in all of Jinling could summon you here? But I, this old soul? Lady Pei eagerly stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with her old friend, offering her congratulatory gifts. Li Qingluo respectfully paid her respects, and the matron of the Duke of Zhongyi regarded her with keen interest. When Li Qingluo was taken to join the other young ladies, she overheard whispers. It is said that the original betrothal is to fall upon this second young lady. It should have been her, after all. She was the one being referred to back then. However, the General's residence now seems to be in decline. and there may yet be uncertainties surrounding the Duke of Zhongyi's estate. Feigning ignorance, Li Qingluo found a quiet corner to sit. Zhu'er was also drawn away by a familiar matron, sitting not far off, casting glances towards Li Qingluo, anxious that she might embarrass herself. This was, after all, her first time attending such a gathering, and considering the recent troubles surrounding the general's residence, they could ill afford further disgrace. Heiress took Li Qingluo's comb and held it in her arms, while Zhu'er accepted the tea that was brought forth. "My lady, it's quite dry today. Perhaps you should have a sip to moisten your throat?" Before Li Qingluo could respond, someone nearby tugged at her. "Did you really share a bed and board with pigs and chickens?" Li Qingluo turned to see a young girl with an innocent appearance and a timid expression. Although adorned with jewels and floral decorations, her inquiry was shockingly blunt. "Dear young lady, that is rather impolite of you." Heiress instinctively stepped forward to shield Li Qingluo. The young girl merely pouted, unimpressed. Her accompanying maid offered an apologetic bow to Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo noticed that the atmosphere had briefly quieted, as many were evidently curious about her past. She smiled nonchalantly and replied to the young lady, "Of course not. Pigs are omnivorous. If a chicken were placed in a pigsty, it is unlikely to survive until dawn. However, I have indeed slept with poultry, but merely above the pigsty. Due to the limited space in my home, I shared a loft with another sister and an aunt during our childhood." Her candidness caused several young ladies to pinch their noses in disgust, as if the stench still lingered upon her. Even the one who had questioned her frowned. At that moment, many were staring and murmuring amongst themselves. Someone laughed aloud. What a fortunate soul, to be able to mingle in such company. Indeed, no matter how they pretended now, weren't they all from the mountains? "I sense a distinct odor of pig dung permeating this hall. How foul. Let us step outside." 4 or 5 young ladies rose together, clearly disdainful of Li Qingluo. Heiress clenched her fists in anger. "My lady, they have gone too far." A nearby girl explained, "Do not be upset. These few were once close to your eldest sister, and they are intentionally provoking you." Li Qingluo replied, "Oh, thank you. You do not mind?" The girl smiled. "Why should I mind? I believe that is merely your past, and you seem quite fragrant now, do you not? Besides, it is clearly you who has suffered injustice. Had you not been exchanged, it should have been Li Qingzhu who slept in the pigsty." Li Qingluo nodded. "You speak quite wisely." The girl's eyes sparkled. "So, you truly are the Li family's lost kin?" Li Qingluo affirmed. "The rumors are true." Her bluntness caused Zhu'er, who was not far away, to tremble with rage. How could she so brazenly reveal the truth? Was she not undermining the Li family's previous narrative? Who had granted her such audacity? Although Zhu'er was astonished to hear Li Qingluo mention her sleeping in a pigsty, a twinge of sympathy crossed her heart. Yet, to directly disclose Zhu'er's origins risked igniting further scandal, even posthumously. Thinking of this, Zhu'er felt her heart twist in pain, wishing she could chastise Li Qingluo on the spot. How could she be so arrogant? Just because the matron had raised her, did it grant her the right to be so narrow-minded and malicious? Zhu'er was already deceased, yet she still insisted on holding this against her. Zhu'er's expression darkened, and a woman nearby inquired, "Sister, are the rumors circulating outside indeed true?" Zhu'er's face stiffened. No, not at all. She had not wished to enter this place of conflict, knowing she would be bombarded with questions. However, her husband insisted she accompany Li Qingluo to keep an eye on her. She understood his intentions all too well. He simply wished to solidify the long-standing engagement with the Duke of Zhongyi's residence, though the thought of that engagement originally belonging to Zhu'er pained her. With Zhu'er's recent troubles, how many eyes were now watching the general's residence with eager anticipation? They must finalize this marriage, lest the general's residence become the laughingstock of Jinling. All of this is mere slander. Zhu'er has suffered greatly, and now Zhu'er is gone. Yet these rumors continue to wound us. As a mother, my heart aches beyond measure. Yet, faced with such absurdities, I find myself powerless to refute. Zhu'er's greatest weapon was her tearful, delicate demeanor. Who could hear her and not feel a twinge of sympathy? Li Qingluo displayed no expression, even too lethargic to feign comfort by her mother's side. The girl beside her observed this and smiled, covering her lips. "You are quite amusing. I am Pei Shire, given name Nanjia. And you?" "Pei." Li Qingluo caught the surname, pondering, could it be that her fortune today is exceptionally good? She smiled slightly, replying, "I am Li Qingluo." "You are, indeed, the Pei Shire of the Pei Gugong estate?" Pei Nanjia nodded. "Indeed, but I am merely a concubine's daughter. You would not disdain me, would you?" Li Qingluo warmly extended her hand to grasp Pei Nanjia's. I too am but a wild girl returned from the mountains. If you do not scorn my past, how could I dare to do so? Both understood the connection between their families but chose not to mention it. They felt an inexplicable affinity for one another, having only exchanged a few words when a sudden commotion erupted outside. Someone has fallen into the water. Who could it be? It seems to be Princess Nanping. Pei Nanjia grasped Li Qingluo's hand and rushed outside. Indeed, just beyond the hall where the young ladies rested lay a serene lake. At that moment, a figure was thrashing violently in the water, yet not a soul among the onlookers had the courage to dive in for rescue. The young gentlemen and ladies were separated, and the servants had yet to arrive. Li Qingluo recognized this as her opportunity and, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the water. Chapter 79. The Rescuer. Is she calculating? The autumn lake's waters had turned painfully cold. After a few swift strokes, Li Qingluo gritted her chattering teeth and propelled herself toward the direction of the South Ping Princess. Following closely behind, the sound of splashing echoed as the servants from the Zhuang household finally arrived. However, Li Qingluo was a step ahead, having already grasped the South Ping Princess, who was on the verge of sinking. Without a moment to spare for a glance at her face, she pulled her back toward the shore. The onlookers, women from the nearby households, held their breath, fixated on her every move. It was not until the servants swam over and retrieved the unconscious South Ping Princess from Li Qingluo's grasp that she was also assisted back to the shore. Miss. Kea rushed forward, draping a cloak over her shoulders. With a pained expression, she embraced Li Qingluo, exclaiming, Miss, why didn't you let me go instead? Li Qingluo gently shook her head and whispered, It's nothing. As long as she is saved, that is all that matters. Pei Nanjia hurried over, her eyes wide with astonishment. Are you all right? Her shock mirrored that of everyone else. How could she be so daring? Moreover, it was rare to find a woman who could swim with such skill and speed in all of Jinling. Indeed, there were hardly 5 who could compare. Pei Nanjia regarded Li Qingluo with a newfound admiration. Before Li Qingluo could respond, the elderly Lady Pei, having heard the news, ordered more layers to be wrapped around her and swiftly took her away. Li Qingluo changed into a fresh outfit. When she left home, she had not anticipated such an event and had no experience attending such gatherings, leaving her without a change of clothes. Fortunately, Pei Nanjia had heard of her plight and brought her a set of garments. Luckily, their figures were similar enough that the outfit fit well, albeit the color was a vibrant peach pink, a hue Li Qingluo had never worn before. Dressed in clean attire, Li Qingluo dried her hair and stepped out. In a small parlor, Lady Pei and the elderly Lady Zhongyi awaited her, and upon her entrance, Lady Pei remarked, Look at her. I initially brought her here for your birthday banquet to let her experience the world, and instead, she rushes to your aid. I had to coax her into looking presentable. And now she appears in this disheveled state. Nevertheless, her intentions were noble. Do not misunderstand her as reckless. She did not mean to draw attention in your residence. Lady Pei continued. Li Qingluo blushed, approaching the 2 matriarchs to pay her respects. I greet grandmother and the esteemed lady. She added, Please forgive my rash actions today. Lady Zhongyi regarded her with a smile. No harm done. Do not heed your grandmother's idle chatter. Your bravery today has greatly benefited our Zhongyi household. Do you realize whom you saved? Li Qingluo replied. If I am not mistaken, it seems I rescued the South Ping Princess. Lady Zhongyi's eyes flickered. Did she know? Was her heart calculating, or was it genuinely filled with kindness and valor? Lady Pei, noticing her old friend's gaze, interjected, I assure you, my granddaughter is a straightforward girl. She often speaks her mind, never weaving falsehoods. You cannot fathom how often I have wished to excuse her mistakes, yet she remains steadfastly honest. Had she a touch of cunning, she might have already won her parents' hearts. Lady Zhongyi chuckled softly. What is wrong with that? Lady Zhongyi continued. Our family is known for its straightforwardness, and we have never mingled well with those who thrive on deceit. Li Qingluo remained silent, thinking to herself, Lady, you truly possess a knack for blind contradictions. Who in Jinling does not know of the amicable relations between you and the old lady of the Chu family, or of Zhuang Wei's deep affections for Li Qingzhu? Suddenly, Lady Zhongyi sighed. The South Ping Princess is the youngest daughter of Princess Xia, just returned to Jinling like you. Had anything happened to her in my household today, we would undoubtedly bear the brunt of Princess Xia's wrath, while all servants would jump in to save her. Without your timely intervention, the outcome could have been dire. The Zhongyi household will remember your kindness. Lady Pei inquired what Li Qingluo desired. Li Qingluo replied, I wish for both of you to enjoy health and longevity, free from worries for 100 years. The two matriarchs were taken aback by her words, and they burst into joyful laughter. With tears of joy in her eyes, Lady Zhongyi beckoned Li Qingluo closer. Good child, come here, let me examine you closely. Wearing such vibrant colors, you seem even more beautiful. Your youthful visage bears a striking resemblance to your grandmother in her youth. Li Qingluo approached, allowing Lady Zhongyi to take her hand. A jade bracelet was slipped onto her wrist. Surprised, Li Qingluo gazed at her grandmother. Lady Pei urged, accept the gift. Do not refuse. Since it is bestowed by the lady, you must accept it. Li Qingluo responded, yes, I thank the lady for her generous gift. Lady Zhongyi was pleased with Li Qingluo's humble demeanor, patting her hand. Good child, your grandmother and I merely came to see you. There is warm soup. Go drink some quickly, lest you catch a chill on your way home. As for your rescue of the South Pink Princess, I will not forget. Should you ever desire anything, feel free to ask me. Consider me as your own grandmother, understood? With warmth and kindness in her eyes, Lady Zhongyi watched as Li Qingluo bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, my lady. After seeing them off, Li Qingluo sipped the hot soup slowly. Heiress approached, saying, Miss, the ladies have gone to settle the South Pink Princess in her quarters. It is said that she has awakened. Li Qingluo let out a slow breath of relief. In her previous life, though she had not attended Lady Zhongyi's birthday banquet, she had heard of the significant events that transpired that day. The first being the near tragedy of the South Pink Princess's drowning. It was said that although she had been rescued, the delay in her recovery led to a high fever that left her unconscious for 7 days. Upon waking, she was never quite the same again. Chapter 80, A Match in Appearance. The residence of the Duke of Zhongyi had undoubtedly become the target of Princess Xie's resentment. It is well known that during her pregnancy with Princess Nanping, she endured considerable hardship due to her advanced age. After giving birth to Nanping, she accompanied her husband to the northwest, where the young princess suffered greatly. It was only this year that Princess Xie and her husband regained the emperor's favor and trust, prompting their return to Jinling. Having grown up in the northwest, Princess Nanping was captivated by the bustling atmosphere of Jinling upon her return, eagerly exploring every lively corner of the city. In the past few months, she had visited nearly every prominent household in Jinling. Initially, Princess Xie was cautious, fearing for her daughter's safety and decorum. However, the innocent and charming nature of Nanping led to her mother eventually relaxing her restrictions. Each time, she allowed the housekeeper and maid to accompany her. Yet today, an incident occurred at the Duke of Zhongyi's residence. In this life, Princess Nanping had been rescued and had regained consciousness. Although Princess Xie would likely be angry, it would not be an explosive outrage. In the previous life, however, the Duke of Zhongyi's household had suffered greatly. They remained unaware that the Grand Duke was soon to be appointed as the head of the Privy Council. With his beloved daughter embroiled in trouble at their residence, would they not secretly conspire against her? In the previous life, Li Qingluo had limited knowledge, so she was unaware of much. However, because Li Kechuan's fate had not been as disastrous as it was in this life, the determination of the Duke's household to forge a marriage alliance with the general's household had only strengthened. In this life, if Li Qingluo wished to withdraw from the engagement, she would have to begin by saving Princess Nanping. If possible, she would desire to use this favor as a bargaining chip to annul the betrothal. Unfortunately, she feared that uttering such words would earn her grandmother's wrath first. With this thought, Li Qingluo let out a long sigh. Once her hair was nearly dry, she exited her room accompanied by Zhu'er and Zhu'er. As the three reached the garden, they were blocked by someone. Miss Li'er, our mistress requests your presence. Zhu'er immediately stepped in front. Mistress? May I inquire who your mistress is? Just because she requests, does that mean our young lady must comply? In this unfamiliar residence, Zhu'er dared not be careless. Moreover, the maid seemed to know who they were, indicating she had been waiting for them. Li Qingluo fixed her gaze on the maid, who lowered her head in trepidation and replied, our mistress is, of course, the lady of the Duke of Zhongyi. So, she is Zhuang Wei's mother? Li Qingluo had no intention of entering this engagement, so she deduced that the other party merely wished to see her, and naturally, she had no desire to comply. I apologize. Please inform your mistress that I am feeling slightly unwell at the moment and fear that my presence may disturb her. Therefore, I shall not pay my respects today. The maid attempted to insist, but suddenly a derisive laugh interrupted. It seems that the people of the Duke of Zhongyi have quite a lot of leisure time. I heard that Princess Nanping had an incident at your residence. Why is the lady of the Duke not comforting the frightened princess, but instead in a rush to express gratitude to her benefactor? Upon seeing someone approach, the maid hurriedly lowered her head and fled in a panic. Clearly, had Li Qingluo followed, it would have led to no good outcome. Li Qingluo narrowed her eyes and turned to look at the one who came to her rescue. It was none other than Prince Su. At that moment, her heart raced, and she quickly greeted him with a bow. This humble girl pays her respects to His Highness, Prince Su. Duan Rongshi did not approach, but stopped a few feet away. The two attendants behind him, chasing rain and killing thunder, stood still, swords in hand, observing with keen eyes. They thought to themselves, no wonder the prince, who rarely took time off, suddenly chose to visit the Duke of Zhongyi to celebrate the old lady's birthday. It must be for this young lady. After all, the prince had always been reluctant to show favor to anyone in Jinling. Today's peculiar behavior, coinciding with the news of Princess Nanping's mishap, surely would lead him to regard this young lady with renewed respect. Duan Rongshi gazed at the vibrant red before him. She had particularly adorned herself today, and he had not expected such a striking color to suit her so well. Compared to the cool and pale moonlight of the previous night, she appeared refreshingly bright and lively. He had heard that the Duke of Zhongyi intended to continue the marriage alliance with the Li family, and she had been promised to Zhuang Wei even before her birth. The two indeed seemed a good match in appearance. Yet it was a pity that Zhuang Wei's heart lay elsewhere. A hint of annoyance flickered in Duan Rongshi's heart as he merely nodded before turning to leave. Once he departed, Li Qingluo let out a heavy sigh of relief. In her previous life, she had never heard of this formidable figure attending the birthday celebration. It seemed that no major incident had transpired. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the silhouette of another attendant beside Prince Su seemed familiar. With no time to ponder further, Li Qingluo urged, "Let us leave quickly." She led Zhu'er and Zhu'er away from the garden and back to the side hall. This time, due to her courageous act today, most of the young ladies regarded her with newfound admiration, though only a few dared to approach her given her background. Pei Nanjia hid nearby, chuckling to herself. "Just wait, it won't be long before you become the talk of Jinling." Li Qingluo replied, "Is it simply because I saved Princess Nanping?" Pei Nanjia responded, "Of course. And what of your extraordinary lineage? Are you not captivatingly bold and beautiful? Good words will undoubtedly spread. Furthermore, it was said that Princess Xia was particularly vengeful but equally appreciative of kindness." Li Qingluo smiled softly. That was precisely what she wanted from her visit to the Duke of Zhongyi, to earn the favor of Princess Xia. She did not dare to think of using that favor for personal gain, but sometimes the hand of imperial power proved more effective than any sword. After dining, there was a performance in the courtyard. Princess Nanping had already been taken home, yet the incident of her near drowning still left many in a state of anxiety. The way others looked at Li Qingluo had evidently changed. Having never witnessed a theatrical performance, she initially intended to join the crowd for a closer look, but was pulled aside by Chu Shi. "Have you drawn too much attention today? Do you realize that the more you do this, the more people will talk about you and Zhu'er's past? Zhu'er has already passed away. Why can you not let her rest in peace for a few days?" Chu Shi grasped Li Qingluo's wrist with such force that it seemed she might break it. Though she restrained her voice, the resentment in her gaze was unmistakable. Li Qingluo lowered her eyes. "Mother, what are you saying? I merely saved Princess Nanping. Do you believe I should have refrained from helping her? If this is what you call seeking attention, then let your ire be directed at me. At the very least, by saving a life, I have accumulated merit, even if only for Zhu'er's sake. Do you not agree, mother?" With that, Li Qingluo forcefully pulled her arm away. The strength of her action caused Chu Shi to stumble back several steps. Chu Shi had never encountered such defiance. She was instantly filled with rage and shock as she stared at Li Qingluo. You wretched child. What are you babbling about? If anyone hears you, do you intend to bring the wrath of Princess Xia upon our entire household?" Chapter 81. I will never marry such a foolish husband. Li Qingluo, you are mistaken, mother. The one who spoke inappropriately today is you. If others overheard, and it reached the ears of the Grand Princess, it would surely incite her displeasure and bring resentment upon the entire general's residence, all due to your words. This was originally a good matter. Why can you not see it as such? Perhaps it is because I am not Li Qingzhu. However, I am not her in any case. She gazed at Chu Shi with an impassive expression, then turned to leave the theater, accompanied by Zhu'er and Zhu'er. What joy was there left in listening to the play? Not far away, Zhuang Wei happened to witness this scene and quietly followed. Li Qingluo intended to seek out old Madame Pei, but after wandering for a while, she could not find her. Just as she considered returning to the side hall, even to read or daydream, she was intercepted in the corridor. "Miss Li'er, please wait." Li Qingluo looked at Zhuang Wei, annoyance bubbling within her. The actions of the Chongyi Marquis were utterly lacking in decorum. In her previous life, had he not invited the governess to teach her etiquette? She believed that the ones who should learn manners first were the mother and son of the Chongyi Marquis. Did they care so little for her reputation, stopping her at every turn? With a frosty expression, Li Qingluo turned aside, allowing Care to reprimand. "How dare you? This is the resting chamber for young ladies. How can you, a young master, come here?" The servant following Zhuang Wei immediately retorted, "You are the one who is bold. This is our third master. This place belongs to the Chongyi Marquis, and our master can go wherever he pleases." Upon realizing it was the third young master of the Chongyi Marquis, Care could only look to Li Qingluo for guidance. Zhuang Wei declared, at this moment, "There is no one else here. Miss Li'er, do not pretend to be a noble lady in front of me." His words dripped with derision. Li Qingluo raised her gaze to meet his. This marked their official first meeting in this life, and indeed, he regarded her as the culprit behind Li Qingzhu's demise. Just like the rest of the Li family, fury surged within her, a cold smile gracing her lips. "So, this is the Chongyi Marquis, and the third young master believes he can do as he pleases? Pray tell, what wisdom do you have in obstructing my path?" Zhuang Wei, recalling her fierce demeanor, was reminded of the Mid-Autumn Festival when he had witnessed her confronting the head matron beside her mother. Just moments ago, she had displayed the same ferocity towards her own mother. He frowned deeply. Indeed, she was a stark contrast to the gentle, dutiful, and considerate Zhu'er. Zhu'er was a pearl, while she resembled a thicket of thorns. Zhuang Wei's disdain for Li Qingluo intensified, and he spoke coolly, "Miss Li'er, you are indeed an uncouth woman, unrefined and uneducated. Today, having gained a modicum of reputation, you trample upon Zhu'er's name and heritage, presuming yourself above all. You, a venomous woman, I, Zhuang San, vow that I shall never marry you, even if I remain single for life." Li Qingluo felt momentarily dazed. The very same words from her past life. In that instant, she was transported back to the moment he had pointed a finger at her in humiliation. In her previous existence, she had been as fragile as a flower, easily crushed, left in tatters. Thus, in this life, her fate would no longer be dictated by others. It would rest firmly in her own hands. "Li Qingluo, rest assured. Third young master Zhuang, I am aware you harbor a celestial maiden in your heart. I, Li Qingluo, would rather become a nun than marry a foolish and blind husband like you. To be so deceived by Li Qingzhu, yet remain infatuated, is nothing short of foolishness." A cold smirk graced her lips as she turned, striding away with her two maidens. Zhuang Wei had never been insulted in such a manner before. Stunned, he stood there, dazed. She actually scolded me? Called me a fool? I am not the vile woman here. Fuming, he nearly leapt in anger, restrained only by a servant holding him back, preventing him from rushing forth to argue with Li Qingluo. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. She had no desire to marry him. Did she even know who he was? How dare she pick and choose? The entire city of Jinling had women lining up from the palace gates to the city gates, all wishing to marry him. In his mind, a shadowy figure emerged, a vague memory of someone who had treated him similarly in the past. Meanwhile, the two elder ladies, old Madame Pei and the matriarch of the Chongyi Marquis, witnessed the entire scene and exchanged bewildered glances. On the way back, old Madame Pei wore a solemn expression. She observed Li Qingluo, struggling to find the right words, but ultimately remained silent. With a deep sigh and a shake of her head, she moved on. "Li Qingluo, grandmother, do you seem troubled? Is something amiss?" Old Madame Pei clutched her chest. "I do feel unwell. Mama Zhang, quickly fetch me a couple of doses of medicine. I feel as if I might suffocate." Li Qingluo anxiously followed her, only to be sent back to Hongfeng Garden by old Madame Pei. Li Qingluo, though her visit to the Chongyi Marquis yielded some small gains, it also left her vexed by Chu Shi and Zhuang Wei. After 2 days of contemplation, she finally understood. If they cherished Li Qingzhu so dearly, let them continue to do so. In that case, she would allow their precious one to die and be reborn quickly, and they would bother her less. At that moment, someone delivered a letter to her. Li Qingluo was curious about the identity of the sender. "Mama dang, I had someone follow the letter bearer and discovered it originated from a residence called Guiyuan." Guiyuan? Li Qingluo's heart skipped a beat. She had never sought to uncover the identity of the master of Guiyuan. The less one knew about certain matters, the safer one remained. Thus, Even when summoned in the dead of night to prepare dishes, she had never thought to question the person's identity. However, this individual had boldly delivered a letter to her courtyard, seemingly unafraid of others knowing of her connection to Guiyuan. Li Qingluo was perplexed by the intentions of that young man. Hastily, she opened the letter, revealing several beautifully penned characters. The strokes were vigorous, powerful, showcasing remarkable skill. Instantly, she thought of that tall figure, astonished that the young man's handwriting was so exquisite. Captivated, she admired the characters for quite some time before noticing the paper also bore the words, "Outside the city, Li family manor." Outside the city, Li family manor? Li Qingluo looked to Mama Deng, puzzled. Li family manor? If I recall correctly, it should be the general's estate outside Jinling. With 1,000 acres of ancestral fields, private property of the general's residence. Li Qingluo, is there anything unusual happening at Li family manor recently? Chapter 82. Li Kechuan falls into obsession. Deng Mama suddenly recalled a peculiar matter. Earlier that morning, news had arrived stating that Li Qingzhu had sent 2 letters to Li family village in recent days. Moreover, the old concubine Deng and her illegitimate children had been exiled to that very village by the old general 2 decades ago. Li Qingluo tightened her grip on the letter in her hand. Deng was residing at Li family village, and what a coincidence that Li Qingzhu decided to send letters there. To whom could these letters be addressed? Could it possibly be Deng? But Deng had left the general's residence for 20 years. How could they have recognized each other and exchanged correspondence? If it was indeed Deng, did she know that Li Qingzhu was not dead at all? The most alarming thought was, what exactly did the master of Guiyuan wish to remind her of? This person must have already uncovered certain matters about her. Was he warning her that Li family village was not to be overlooked? Regardless of the situation, Li Qingluo had made up her mind. Mama, I can no longer wait. Li Qingzhu had always concealed herself well, but now she was beginning to take action. It seemed that in this lifetime, she too was on the verge of losing control. Li Qingluo intended to burn the letter in her hand, but hesitated, unable to part with those few words. Ultimately, she folded it and set it aside. Mama, let Shanhua act tonight. That evening, Lu Zhu'er climbed into Li Kechuan's bed. In a half-dreaming state, Li Kechuan felt something soft in his arms. When he awoke, he was startled to find Shanhua, clad only in a pink belly band, sprawled on top of him. Vile creature, get off, he shouted, yanking Lu Zhu'er and throwing her down. Despite his broken leg, he was still a martial artist, and even lying in bed, he could easily toss aside a woman. Li Kechuan flung open the curtains and glared at Lu Zhu'er on the floor with disdain. Impudent wench. I indulged you these past few days merely because you bore some resemblance to Zhu'er. How dare you dream of climbing into my bed? Thinking that my current state of disability allows you to take liberties? You seek death. Furious, Li Kechuan seized Lu Zhu'er by the hair and dragged her back to him. Tears streamed down Lu Zhu'er's face from the pain, yet she managed to maintain a look of pitiful innocence. Young master, it hurts. Under the dim candlelight, her carefully painted face bore an uncanny likeness to Li Qingzhu. Li Kechuan was momentarily taken aback, believing himself to be dreaming. Zhu'er? His grip loosened as a dazed expression crossed his face. Zhu'er, is that you? Am I truly not dreaming? He trembled as he reached out to touch Lu Zhu'er's face. Lu Zhu'er, aware of the expressions Li Qingzhu often wore, mimicked her demeanor and bestowed upon him a smile that was both radiant and sorrowful. Young master, I am not a maiden, but I know that it is this face that allows me the fortune of serving you. I am already quite content. However, young master, I wish to serve you even more attentively. Please, grant me this favor. With that, Lu Zhu'er embraced Li Kechuan's hand, rubbing her face against his palm. Yet, despite her words, she felt nauseated at the thought. How absurd. What brother would be so infatuated with his sister? Lu Zhu'er had been at the general's residence for several days now, and she saw things clearly. Whenever she acted in a way that did not resemble Li Qingzhu, Li Kechuan would scorn and berate her, even hurling objects at her. Conversely, when she mimicked Li Qingzhu perfectly, he would become deeply sentimental, lost in memories of the past. Each time she witnessed his expression, she felt the urge to retch. He fancied their bond as sibling affection, yet such a perverse relationship did not exist in this world. Hypocrisy, repugnant. Suddenly, Li Kechuan gripped Lu Zhu'er's neck tightly. Leaning down, he asked, do you even know what you're doing? Zhu'er is my sister. Even if you resemble her, you cannot exploit this face for your own desires. Lu Zhu'er clung to Li Kechuan's hand, striking it repeatedly, feeling as though she were about to die. It was only when Li Qingluo realized he couldn't bear to truly kill her that she slumped beside the bed, gasping for breath. But Shanhua was not the young master's biological sister. Indeed, Li Qingzhu was also not your biological sister. Lu Suiya would not let this opportunity slip away. She understood that if she failed to secure this matter tonight, she would have no face left to speak of any grand affairs in front of Cao Cao's elder sister. She feigned weakness beside Li Qingluo, exposing her fair shoulder and allowing her long hair to cascade over her, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Young master, Shanhua merely wishes to soothe your loneliness. Regardless of how you perceive Shanhua, she is willing to endure. Li Qingluo's gaze fixed on the face increasingly resembling Li Qingzhu, his eyes reddening. His Zhu'er had once loved to act spoiled in his embrace, loved to loop her arm through his, always wanting him to carry her in circles. He had watched her grow day by day. Her sudden passing had left him unable to forgive, let alone accept. At last, he reached out, lifting Shanhua's face. The obsession in his eyes could no longer be contained. With a heavy sigh, Li Qingluo lowered his head, pressing his lips firmly against Lu Suiyer's. The following day, when Li Qingluo awoke, she heard Dang Mama enter, saying, "Miss, she has succeeded." Dang Mama spoke this with a hint of disgust, not directed at Lu Suiyer, but rather at the general's eldest son. Regardless of how Lu Suiyer had seduced him, had he not fallen into that embrace of tenderness? He called her sister, yet last night, he had worn her out until the early hours. Truly a beast. Li Qingluo remained unperturbed. In her previous life, she had long believed that Li Qingluo's feelings for Li Qingzhu were abnormal, even if they were siblings who would hide their sister's portrait in their study. And for the sake of a cup, he had gone so far as to kill his own sister, Li Qingluo. He had not lost a sister. He had lost someone he cherished deeply. As expected, with only a slight provocation, he had eagerly indulged in pleasures with a woman who bore a striking resemblance to his sister. "Oh, what deep sibling affection. Does Madam know?" Dang Mama replied. "She does. Right now, she is searching for Shanhua everywhere." Li Qingluo asked, "Have you arranged for her?" Dang Mama reassured her, "Miss, do not worry. She has already been hidden away, and no one will find her." Li Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Suiyer fell into the hands of Chu, she would likely not survive the day. She rose, smoothing her skirt, a smile on her face. "Come, let us go witness the commotion." Chapter 83. Zhu'er is ruined by Zhu'er. In the Lansong courtyard, Chu Shi was in a furious rage, threatening to cleanse the place with blood. Despite the commotion echoing through the general's mansion, Coral's whereabouts remained a mystery. You can't even find a worthless wench. Can she fly away, perhaps? I initially allowed her to stay in the young master's courtyard to better care for him. Instead, she has taken to seducing men. Just wait until I flay her alive. Hurry and search. Where could she possibly hide? A guilty conscience can't simply leap into a lake. Humph. Even her death wouldn't quell my wrath. Today, I must enforce strict discipline. Continue beating those girls until we find that wretched Coral. Li Qingluo lay alone in his room, listening to the lamentation outside, his face darkening into a frozen mask. At that moment, Li Qingluo entered the Lansong courtyard. "Mother, what is happening here?" After that fateful day, Chu Shi returned home, and Li Chaojing, having learned of the events at the Zhongyi Marquis mansion, praised Li Qingluo in front of Chu Shi. However, she dismissed it, even complaining about Li Qingluo's disregard for Zhu'er's reputation. Li Chaojing, in turn, slapped her, rebuking, "Are you and Zhu'er determined to ruin this family for Zhu'er? Zhu'er is already dead. What does her reputation matter? What you did today has brought honor to the entire general's mansion, yet you failed to see the good in it, insisting on fighting for a dead person. If you continue to be so foolish, I will not forgive you." Chu Shi, feeling both wronged and fearful, hid in her room for 2 days, afraid to venture out. Today, upon seeing Li Qingluo, she felt a twinge of shame, especially since the matter at hand was related to her brother's courtyard. She immediately said, "Luo'er, this is not a place for you. Return home." But Li Qingluo entered and, after greeting Chu Shi, said, "I heard the commotion from the Hongfeng pavilion but did not know what was happening. Mother, with such fury, you must take care of yourself." Chu Shi, feeling extremely awkward, replied, "Yes, a wretched maid has caused trouble in your brother's room. Once your mother catches her, all will be well." Li Qingluo noted that Chu Shi still possessed a sense of shame and refrained from exposing her further, suggesting, "If mother is looking for someone, why not let the people from my courtyard assist? They have been trained by grandmother and surely have their methods. Which girl are you searching for, mother?" Before Chu Shi could respond, Li Kechuan's roar echoed through the room. Get her out of the Lansong courtyard. Out. Li Qingluo sighed. I heard that a maid resembling Sister Zhu'er has come to the eldest young master's room. Since her arrival, he has rarely lost his temper. I thought perhaps I could catch a glimpse of Sister Zhu'er through this maid, but it seems the eldest young master is reluctant to show me. Chu Shi's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Li Qingluo. Doubts began to creep in. Her own daughter was not there to concern herself with her or her brother, but rather to witness the chaos in Chuaner's courtyard. Could she possibly know about the events transpiring in the Lansong courtyard? Chu Shi's expression twisted uncontrollably, yet before her anger could resurge, Li Qingluo quickly departed, stating, Then I shall not disturb you while you attend to the back courtyard. Just remember to consider my brother's reputation. Having seen enough of the chaos. She left gracefully. Chu Shi watched her retreating figure, her heart heavy with turmoil, as the sounds of Li Kechuan's distress echoed behind her. Upon entering the room, she found Li Kechuan had collapsed to the ground once more. Chuaner, Chu Shi, her eyes red, rushed to help him, only to be pushed away. Chuaner, let mother help you. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, but Li Kechuan, sprawled on the ground like a wounded beast, coldly replied, Help me? Mother wishes for me to die sooner. What do you mean, Chuaner? How could mother ever wish such a thing? Chu Shi responded, bewildered. Li Kechuan retorted, I merely favored a maid. Even if she bears a resemblance to Zhu'er, does that mean I cannot indulge in her company? Is mother ashamed of me now, believing I am but a useless man who cannot even be with a maid? Chu Shi struck Li Kechuan across the face. Chuaner, do you not understand? You can be with any maid in this entire Lansong courtyard and the general's mansion, except for this one. She is your sister. She is not. Did she crawl from your womb? Li Kechuan glared at Chu Shi with anger and humiliation, unleashing this hurtful statement. Chu Shi felt as if she were plummeting into an abyss, collapsing heavily to the ground. Chuaner, you. Li Kechuan reached for a pair of crutches resting against the bed, struggling to elevate himself. This was the first time he had truly stood since his leg was broken. Coral had somehow procured them for him. Beside the window lay a wheelchair. She had said, Master, even if the world looks down upon you, I believe you will recover. At that moment, he seemed to see Zhu'er through Coral. If Zhu'er were alive, she would undoubtedly offer gentle encouragement and unwavering support. He still could not comprehend the madness that led him to storm the residence of the Crown Prince. Yet he was no fool. He simply wished to avoid further contemplation. Thus, he had initially resigned himself to despair, unwilling to even glance at the crutches or wheelchair. However, the humiliation he faced today felt like poison. He realized he could no longer languish like a pitiful heap of mud. Even without his legs, he was still the future head of the general's mansion. Mother, from now on, I shall handle my own affairs in my courtyard. Li Kechuan stumbled toward the exit but fell again, landing in a heap. Anger surged within him as he pushed himself up once more. After a grueling half-hour, he finally managed to reach the door, covered in sweat. He felt a surge of elation. He could still walk. Chu Shi watched him from behind, her expression vacant. What did it matter that he could walk? He was no longer the brilliant young general of the general's mansion. In that moment, she finally acknowledged, from the depths of her heart, that Chuaner had been ruined by Zhu'er. Even though Zhu'er was dead, she had still destroyed the future of the general's mansion. Chu Shi had never anticipated that retaining Coral, believing she could stabilize Chuaner's emotions and quell his daily fury, would result in such calamity. She wiped her tears away and stood, her demeanor growing much more indifferent. Upon returning to the Hongfeng Pavilion, Li Qingluo learned that the eldest young master seemed to have stood up. If he cannot stand, he might as well rot away in his room. Of course, Chu Shi, shaken by Li Kechuan's outburst, dared not create further turmoil in the Lansong courtyard. Yet, Li Kechuan insisted on continuing the search for Coral. It seemed he had tasted a hint of sweetness and found it difficult to let go. Should we send her back? Asked Granny Deng. Chapter 84. Inseparable, sharing meals and sleep. Li Qingluo. Why the haste? If he regains it so quickly, he won't cherish it. Besides, I wish to see her myself. Every morning, Li Qingluo diligently followed the female scholars in the courtyard, and after classes, she personally tutored Li Qingluo. Each afternoon was spent practicing martial arts. Though her schedule was busy, it felt fulfilling, and time passed in the blink of an eye. As night fell, the lights in various courtyards dimmed, yet the residents of Lansong courtyard remained stealthily searching around the lake and rockeries, careful not to make noise for fear of being discovered by Jingxi Hall. Little did they know, the elder Mrs. Pei was well aware of the happenings in the general's residence. Li Qingluo climbed over the wall into the moonlit garden where Lu Zhu'er was hiding. Although both Lansang courtyard and the Chu family had searched for her during the day, they dared not look closely, which is why they had not found her. Since the incident where Li Qingluo confronted the false Qinhe, she had frequently visited the moonlit garden, and indeed, she discovered an extremely concealed side room. Lu Zhu'er was hidden in this side room today. Having spent the entire day in darkness, she remained remarkably composed. Heiress held a lantern, illuminating the side room. Upon seeing Li Qingluo, Lu Zhu'er excitedly darted from her hiding place and rushed into her embrace. "I knew you would not abandon me," she exclaimed. In her childhood, when she lost her way in the mountains, only Li Qingluo had found her, bringing her back home step by step. Reflecting on her past actions towards Li Qingluo during those days in the mountains, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret and shame. Li Qingluo instructed Heiress to provide food to Lu Zhu'er. "Aren't you afraid? This garden is said to be haunted," she asked. Lu Zhu'er shook her head vigorously. "Walking through the graveyards with you in the mountains was far scarier. Besides, the old lady said you are in the neighboring courtyard, so I am not afraid." After devouring the food, Lu Zhu'er seemed to finally catch her breath. Li Qingluo said, "Regarding Li Qichuan, I plan to send you back tomorrow. After some time, before Li Qingzhu returns, I will arrange for you to leave the residence again. Today, Li Qichuan caused quite a scene, so do not worry. The mistress will not dare to harm you for now. However, you may occasionally face some grievances or minor hardships." Lu Zhu'er replied, "Oh, whatever you arrange. I will follow your lead." Seeing her determination, Li Qingluo nodded. Yet, there was one matter she wished to ascertain. "What do you think of Li Qichuan?" Li Qingluo's greatest concern was that Lu Zhu'er might develop unwarranted sympathy or other emotions for Li Qichuan during this process, inevitably leading to complications. To her surprise, upon hearing the question, Lu Zhu'er's eyes filled with disgust. "He is utterly revolting. He pretends to be righteous. Yet last night he held me and called out for Zhu'er all night." Lu Zhu'er gritted her teeth in revulsion. This Li Qingzhu. What mischief she had wrought in the general's residence. How could she ensnare her childhood companion, driving him to madness with his infatuation? She possessed some talent, yet was utterly despicable. He was no better than those patrons from brothels. At least, I am not anyone's substitute. The next day, Coral dashed out from the haunted moonlit garden, frantically colliding with the people from Lansang courtyard. Overjoyed, they quickly brought her back. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lansang courtyard, she fixed her gaze on the figure resembling a jade tree beneath the banyan tree, tears of excitement and joy welling in her eyes. "Young master, how wonderful. You really are standing again. I thought I would never see you in this lifetime." With that, she stumbled towards Li Qichuan. But upon noticing his deliberate evasion, she hesitated, collapsing just before reaching him. "Coral," Li Qichuan shouted. Urgency etched on his face as he ordered others to quickly assist her inside. From that moment on, Coral established her presence in Lansang courtyard, becoming Li Qichuan's personal maid, inseparable from him, sharing meals and sleeping together. Upon learning of Coral's return, Zhu'er was furious, intent on eliminating her. But Li Qichuan intervened. "Mother, if you wish to kill Coral, you might as well take my life." Coral stood behind him, deeply moved by his words. To hear such words from the young master in this lifetime is worth dying for. Zhu'er was nearly driven to the brink of rage, crying out, "Wretched child! Wretched child!" She sought out Li Qiaojing, hoping he, as her father, would intervene in this absurdity. Yet, Li Qiaojing merely remarked, "It's just a maid who bears a slight resemblance to Zhu'er. Deal with it before the girl from the Chui family arrives. Why must you oppose Chuana now? As long as he is willing to recover, you can simply turn a blind eye, with no other option." Zhu'er could only recite Buddhist scriptures day after day in her chamber. Meanwhile, Coral accompanied Li Qichuan as he progressed from being unable to walk to managing several laps around the courtyard with a cane. On fine days, he even consented to her pushing him out of Lansang courtyard to stroll in the garden. One day, Li Qingluo spotted the intimate figures of Li Qichuan and Lu Zhu'er from a distance, realizing that the opportunity she had long awaited had finally arrived. "Miss, Li Qingzhu will visit Wangchun Tower tomorrow." Li Qingzhu had become increasingly bold. Since moving to another private residence of the Prince of Yun, she ventured out every 5 days. Although she wore a veil and had not been recognized, Li Qingluo had already placed spies in her current residence, thus was aware of her movements, including her visits to Wangchun Tower, the largest gold and silver shop in Jinling City, every 10 days. How long has it been since the Prince of Yun last visited her? asked Deng Mama. It's been 10 days. I've heard that a new beauty has recently joined the princess residence. Doesn't tea that make Li Qingzhu seethe with jealousy? Li Qingluo replied with a cold smile. Ever since Li Qichuan's leg was broken, a rift had seemingly formed between the two. The princess' patience was waning, and Li Qingzhu grew increasingly restless. Recently, she had been sending letters to the Li family with alarming frequency, and her expenditures of the prince's money had escalated. Deng Mama remained puzzled. What is she hoarding all those gold and silver ornaments for? She likely intends to amass a dowry for herself, preparing for a retreat. After all, the Li family does not appear to be a safe haven anymore, Li Qingluo speculated. What of the Li family estate? Deng Mama asked. I sent someone to investigate, and the findings were shocking. It is no longer the general's estate. It has essentially become the domain of the Deng family. Chapter 85. Encounter with Zhu'er and Li Qingzhu. My dear girl, little do you know that the old hag has taken on the airs of a matriarch over there. It is said that her pomp and circumstance far exceed that of our esteemed matron. Ugh, how I despise being associated with her surname. Li Qingluo remarked. Your surname sounds far more endearing. Am I to lament just because I share a surname with the Qichuan? Madame Deng was instantly consoled, bursting into laughter. It seems that Aunt Deng is not someone to be trifled with. Have you informed grandmother of this matter? I have. The matron has a plan to deal with her. Li Qingluo smiled, confident in her grandmother's capabilities. If they could ensnare Deng Zhu'er and the Li family estate, then all the demons lurking in this household could be captured. With that thought in mind, she lifted her skirt and rose. Let us be off. It is time I paid my mother a visit to offer my greetings. As she approached Zhu'er, Li Qingluo had a singular intent, to invite her to accompany her to Wanshun Tower the following day. Zhu'er, eager to mend her relationship with Li Qingluo, was delighted by her initiative and readily agreed. Oh, how splendid. You may go wherever you please. Just to Wanshun Tower? Tomorrow. You must select a few pieces of jewelry that you fancy. Your mother shall gift them to you. I shall even have 2 additional headpieces made for you to adorn your trunk. Li Qingluo rarely smiled in Zhu'er's presence, but this time she did. Indeed, I shall express my gratitude to mother in advance. After her departure, Zhu'er excitedly grasped Chang Mama's hand. Is she truly willing to reconcile with me? I fear my words were too harsh that day at the Zhan Marquis's residence. The master is right. No matter how much I yearn for Zhu'er, she is no longer in this world. If she were aware, she would surely understand my plight. The general's residence needs to revitalize itself and move forward. Madam, you still hold great affection for the second daughter. Although she may not show warmth towards you now, you are still blood-related. In time, she will surely grow closer, just as she is with the eldest daughter. Is that so? Zhu'er pondered, yet her heart remained heavy with worry. The daughter she cherished most dearly was forever Zhu'er. As for Li Qingluo, there remained an insurmountable distance. The following day, after Li Qingluo excused herself from her tutor, she brought Li Qinghuan along to Chunzai Hall. Zhu'er frowned upon seeing the illegitimate daughter accompanying them. What business does she have here? Mother, Sister Huan has no proper jewelry of her own. As her elder sister, it is only fitting that I take her to select a few pieces. Rest assured, I have my own funds. Li Qingluo's words momentarily stunned Zhu'er. As the matriarch, she had failed to consider the needs of her illegitimate daughter, neglecting her daily expenses upon her return to the estate. During moments of displeasure, she would summon Zhu'er to serve her or seek an opportunity to reprimand her. It was not uncommon for Zhu'er to kneel for extended periods. Consequently, Zhu'er dared not request anything, relying solely on her meager savings for her expenses. With her funds nearly depleted, Li Qingluo could no longer bear to witness this. Hence her decision to bring Li Qinghuan along today. Zhu'er quickly grasped that Li Qingluo's intention in bringing the illegitimate daughter was to point out her neglect. Though her expression soured, she replied coolly, as she is our family's third daughter, why should you bear any costs? Since she is here, let her accompany us. At Wanshun Tower, Li Qingluo and the others arrived early, and as the women of the general's household, they were promptly ushered upstairs and settled in a luxurious private room. A splendid array of newly released gold, silver, and jade ornaments lay before them, ready for their admiration and selection. However, after surveying the offerings, Li Qingluo felt dissatisfied. I have heard that Wanshun Tower is the largest and finest jewelry establishment in Jinling. Is this truly all you have? Surely, you have not merely presented us with the most commonplace designs as a ruse. The attendant, sweating profusely, quickly assured her that such was not the case. The second daughter of the general's estate was reputed to be quite neglected, Yet today the general's wife herself accompanied them to select items. Even a neglected legitimate daughter must be treated with respect, prompting the attendant to apologize profusely and offer to fetch another selection. Zhu'er had initially thought, what could she possibly discern as valuable? It was not that she looked down upon her own daughter, but rather that Li Qingluo had grown up in the mountains and had likely never even seen silver before returning to Jinling. How could she possibly understand the worth of these ornaments? Yet, unexpectedly, the new selection was indeed of superior quality. Zhu'er's expression darkened. You, Master Cheng, I have supported your Wangchun Tower-esque business, yet you dare to deceive me? Her anger flared, and as Li Qingluo fanned the flames, she remarked, Mother, do not be upset. I believe these are not necessarily the finest items Wangchun Tower has to offer. What do you say, Master Cheng? Her intent was clearly to provoke. She could see that every piece was exquisite, having already selected 3 or 4 items for Li Qinghuan. Yet she continued to feign dissatisfaction, knowing that the shopkeeper must be withholding better pieces. Eventually, the shopkeeper, visibly shaken, confessed, Madam, please forgive me. It was not my intention to slight you. It is merely that today, our best and most expensive items have been reserved for a distinguished guest. If you could wait just half an hour. That young lady will soon arrive. After she has made her selections, if there are any remaining. Zhu'er slammed her palm on the table. How dare you? Am I to wait for others to pick over the leftovers? You, Master Cheng, seem to wish to forfeit my business. Before Zhu'er could fully express her ire, a servant knocked and entered. Master Cheng, that young lady has arrived. The shopkeeper quickly excused himself. Madam, I beg your pardon. I shall return shortly. As he hurried away, Zhu'er's frustration simmered, leaving her even more irate. Mother, let it go. I shall simply choose a few items at random, after all. I am not very knowledgeable about these things. What do you think of this piece? I believe it would suit you splendidly. Li Qingluo, demonstrating remarkable composure, sifted through the remaining items and finally presented a hairpin to Zhu'er. A pang of sorrow struck Zhu'er's heart. Zhu'er had always had whatever she desired, and what was not the finest from Wangchun Tower. Today, as she brought Li Qingluo for the first time, she found herself met with such treatment. In that moment, even Zhu'er found it hard to maintain her pride. Without a word, she turned to leave, determined to discover which family's daughter commanded such attention. As she stepped into the corridor, she searched the area and soon spotted Master Cheng, ingratiating himself with a young lady followed by a retinue of attendants and guards. Master Cheng, Zhu'er called out. Pray, who is this young lady? Might you introduce her to me? Chapter 86. Is Madam following a ghost? Li Qingluo hurriedly pursued from behind and happened to witness the woman turning back at the sound. Upon spotting Chu and the others, she let out a startled cry, then quickly covered her already veiled face and rushed into a nearby room. Chu stood still, not moving forward. Manager Cheng was busy trying to placate both sides, and by the time Chu and her companions returned to the private room, her pent-up anger seemed to have dissipated. Li Qingluo had arrived, and naturally, she intended to select a few exquisite items. She casually gestured to Sister Huan, showcasing various pieces, while occasionally glancing at Chu, who sat nearby in a daze. Did she notice? After all, this was the cherished daughter she had nurtured for 16 years. Even with Li Qingzhu's face concealed, how could Chu, as a mother, truly fail to recognize her? That figure must have haunted her dreams countless times. Chu's loss of composure made Mama Chang anxious, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As Qingyi brought over some tea, Chu abruptly stood up. I need to step out for a moment. Without caring that Li Qingluo was still present, she hurried out of the elegant room. Mama Chang and Qingyi, too preoccupied to mind Li Qingluo, swiftly followed her. Li Qingluo looked towards Mama Deng, who slightly nodded and also went out. After a while, Mama Deng returned. Miss, Madam has already returned to the carriage to wait for you. You can charge the items you selected to the general's residence. Li Qingluo pointed, and the maid from Wangchun Tower promptly wrapped up a dozen pieces of jewelry. Sister Huan, do you like them? Li Qingluo bent down to ask her younger sister, who, having seen the world today, could hardly contain her excitement. Her eyes were glued to the jewelry, clearly reluctant to part with them. Li Qingluo said, choose one for your aunt as well, secretly. Li Qinghuan's eyes brightened. Thank you, elder sister. Accompanied by Zhu'er, Li Qinghuan went to select more items. Li Qingluo approached the window and looked down, spotting the general's carriage parked below. Mama Deng approached her quietly. Madam encountered Li Qingzhu and was surely startled. She selected nothing and was about to leave. Just then, Madam saw her again. Although Li Qingzhu kept her face covered, Madame followed her all the way downstairs, watching as she boarded the carriage. Miss, do you think Madame is certain about this matter? Li Qingluo replied. Without seeing her face, she can deceive herself. Do you think she hopes for Li Qingzhu to return, or would she rather that she remained lost forever? Mama Deng chuckled softly. Old servant cannot fathom Madame's thoughts. Li Qingluo plucked a flower and tossed it down. For some, death is a pure moonlight, yet if they return, they become shadows lurking in the shadows. As she finished speaking, she noticed the carriage below suddenly move. Mama Deng stretched her neck in astonishment. Is Madame not waiting for the young lady? Where is she going? Only one carriage was sent out today. If Chu leaves, how will the young ladies return? Mama Deng was somewhat irked. Madame is too inconsiderate of you. Li Qingluo was not angry. She had long grown accustomed to Chu's neglect, especially after Chu had previously conspired with Li Kechuan against her. What did this matter signify? If she guessed correctly, Chu must be unwilling to let go and was determined to follow Li Qingzhu's carriage to investigate. Mama Deng, shall we see for ourselves? Though her tone was one of consultation, Li Qingluo immediately took action. She instructed Zhu'er to escort Li Qinghuan back home, while she, accompanied by Mama Deng and Heiress, hurried downstairs in pursuit of the carriage. Mama Deng was nearly in a frenzy from her young lady's impulsiveness. After much persuasion, she managed to drape a veil over Li Qingluo's face. My lady, why not return to the estate with Heiress? Let this old servant follow along. It is too dangerous for you to be without a carriage or servant. Li Qingluo interjected. Mama, enough. Look. She grasped Mama Deng's hand, pointing ahead. In broad daylight, a tavern was engulfed in flames. The street was in chaos, and while there were many people trying to extinguish the fire, some figures on the upper floor were still moving, and several individuals, engulfed in flames, leaped down. Mama Deng gasped, pulling Li Qingluo aside. Miss, we cannot go that way. However, Li Qingluo spotted the general's carriage attempting to merge into an alley. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Can we take a detour? Seeing her determination, Mama Deng gritted her teeth and replied, Come with me, miss. The trio merely weaved through the crowd before disappearing from view. Yet they were clearly observed by the vigilant Zhu'er from above. Although Li Qingluo wore a veil, she could not escape Zhu'er's keen gaze. He immediately turned to report to the watching Duan Rong. Your Highness, it seems I have caught sight of the second young lady. There was no need to specify which second young lady, for there was only one who could be mentioned in the presence of their prince. Duan Rong glanced at Zhu'er, seemingly indifferent, only asking, How many remnants of the Lotus sect have fled? 5. Our people are currently pursuing them with all their might. Mama Deng indeed had a strategy. They entered a fabric shop and then circled around to emerge at the back street of the burning tavern. The crowd here was significantly smaller, yet still bustling with onlookers. Mama Deng promptly led Li Qingluo and Heiress to a tea house. This tea house was uniquely positioned. Climbing to the third floor afforded a clear view of the burning tavern. Li Qingluo noticed Mama Deng revealing a sign, and the proprietor immediately escorted them upstairs. Li Qingluo recognized the sign. It was the same one her grandmother had once given her. A flicker of realization sparked within her, but she asked no further questions. Following Mama Deng to the third floor, just as she was about to descend from the other side, she spotted Li Qingzhu's figure. Li Qingluo looked at Mama Deng, who was equally astonished. What is she doing here? Is Madame following a ghost? Li Qingluo speculated. She must have discovered her mother's whereabouts long ago. Thus, Li Qingzhu had already distanced herself from Chu. At that moment, Li Qingzhu entered an elegant room. Li Qingluo glanced at Mama Deng, who seemed to understand. Miss, I comprehend. Mama Deng merely exchanged a glance with the proprietor, who promptly ushered them into a more spacious room adjacent to the elegant chamber. Li Qingluo had no time to ponder why the proprietor was so compliant with Mama Deng's requests. She hurried to the wall, straining to listen to the conversation next door. Mama Deng, noticing her actions, smiled and approached a corner where she nudged a fallen lamp, causing the wall to slowly shift, revealing a hidden passage. The voices from the next room instantly became clear, as if they were right before her eyes. Chapter 87. Our young lady is, after all, the person of His Highness the Prince of Su. Li Qingluo nodded at old Lady Deng, and the three remained silent, listening intently to Li Qingzhu's voice, which was laced with fury. What is going on at Wangshan Building? Today, I almost got discovered by my mother. If my identity is exposed now, all previous efforts will be in vain. My lady, please do not be upset. They have already shaken off the pursuers, haven't they? Moreover, you are wearing a veil, so the madam may not recognize you. replied a servant. Li Qingzhu retorted, then why did she follow me away from Wanshun building? Surely, she has begun to suspect something. And has my mother truly forgotten me? She brought that Lu Chaoyuan to Wanshun building, and I heard that she intends to let her pick the finest items. After all, she is her true flesh and blood. What does it matter that I have been under her care for 16 years? My mother has already cast me aside. Li Qingzhu's sobs echoed, and the nearby maids and old lady offered their consolation. At that moment, a hoarse and aged voice, indistinguishable in gender, interjected, Miss, from my perspective, today's events are not entirely unfavorable. Li Qingzhu sniffled. What do you mean? The voice continued. Since your mother has begun to harbor doubts, let us turn this to our advantage. Initially, I intended to lure her to Qingsong Temple, where you could make a timely appearance and enact a scene of mother-daughter separation. Feigning amnesia, as long as you distance yourself from His Highness, you could manipulate the narrative. However, today, I have devised a different plan. Since your mother is already suspicious, we can use information regarding you to draw her outside the city. At that point, I will bind you, allowing her to pay a sum to reclaim you. Li Qingzhu's sobs subsided. But what of my reputation in this matter? The voice interjected. At this point, Miss, do you still concern yourself with that? I have gathered news that the Duke of Zhoni will soon visit the Li family. Once this matter is settled, we must act swiftly. Li Qingzhu exclaimed. His Highness is losing patience with me. That little wretch in his house, once my close friend, has turned against me. Humph. Clearly, she too was eager for resolution. Just as Li Qingluo was about to listen further, a sudden scream erupted from the adjacent room. Who are you? Get out. Li Qingluo exchanged a glance with old lady Deng, and before they could retreat, the wall shook violently. Fearing the wall might collapse under the intruder's force, old lady Deng hurriedly reset the mechanism, but as the wall closed, a gap remained, prompting Li Qingluo to brace herself against it. Wait. From the other side, a servant shouted, Who are these bandits? We are the family of the prince. Do you wish to court death? A cold laugh responded. The prince? Perfect. We are precisely looking for you nobles. Bind them. Just a moment ago, you were planning to bind yourself for ransom. There is no need to go through all that effort. Today, we shall fulfill your wishes. At that moment, the guards left behind by Li Qingzhu sensed something amiss and burst into the room, leading to a fierce melee. Li Qingzhu seized the opportunity to flee. But as she ran into the corridor, two figures emerged, startling her into a scream as she dashed to knock on Li Qingluo's door. Open the door. Please. Open the door. There are bandits outside. Li Qingluo was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. She looked at old lady Deng, then decisively closed the wall completely before striding towards the door. My lady. Old lady Deng gasped, attempting to stop Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo hesitated briefly but ultimately opened the door. What has transpired outside? She feigned ignorance, her expression bewildered as she gazed at Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu pushed her aside, followed by several others who rushed in, slamming the door shut behind them. Hold the door. Quickly, brace against it. Two maids were shoved forward, turning to press their backs against the door. However, the assailants continued to surge forward. A blade struck the door, its tip penetrating and stabbing into the backs of the two maids. The blade was soon drenched in crimson, and the sound of dripping blood filled the air. The two maids collapsed lifelessly. Witnessing this, Li Qingzhu screamed, hiding behind a woman. Old lady Deng and Kair hurried to shield Li Qingluo. This is outrageous. You burst in here and endangered us. Kair shouted in anger, but Li Qingzhu paid her no mind. Li Qingluo whispered, In dire times, we must prioritize our survival. Old lady Deng and Kair nodded in silent agreement. Though they did not comprehend why the lady had chosen to open the door, they understood she had her reasons. As the blade was withdrawn, the two maids fell to the ground. Just as another strike was about to land, the door splintered under force. Fortunately, Li Qingzhu's guards charged in, engaging the assailants. Yet, these intruders exhibited remarkable skill, forcing Li Qingzhu's guards to retreat. Blood from the corridor seeped into the elegant room, mingling with that of the two maids and pooling at Li Qingzhu's feet. How disgusting. Ah, my shoes, she exclaimed. Meanwhile, the other two maids and old lady Deng had fainted from terror. Li Qingzhu, reeling, was supported by the woman in front of her. We will be safe. The prince will surely come to our rescue. Upon hearing her voice, Li Qingluo recognized her as the one who had just conspired with Li Qingzhu. This woman appeared to be in her 30s, yet her voice bore the wear of age and hardship, raspy and indistinct. Suddenly, the woman turned abruptly towards Li Qingluo and the others. If you can save our young lady, we shall reward you handsomely. Here, this is a token for you. With that, she tossed a bag of silver towards them, raising her chin defiantly. Our lady is, after all, the person of His Highness the Prince of Su. You would do well to recognize this. Otherwise, rest assured that our prince will seek retribution, and you shall find yourselves in dire straits. Li Qingluo nearly burst into laughter. The Prince of Su? Had she not known of Li Qingzhu's affair with the Prince of Yun, she might have been intimidated. Nevertheless, she quickly retrieved the bag of silver. Feigning trepidation as she approached with a forced resolve, what must I do? Please, do not fear. I will protect you. Li Qingzhu urgently pointed at the door. Go, hurry. Block the door. Chapter 88 were both of them bound. The door was shattered. How could it be blocked? Li Qingluo and the others exchanged glances, wondering if she intended for them to use their bodies and lives to barricade the entrance. It truly resembled the tale of the East Good gentleman and the wolf. Li Qingluo sighed. Ah, forget it. People die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Mama, let us proceed. Deng Mama replied, My lady. Are you truly going to sing a tune for her? Upon reaching the doorway, they realized that outside, the combatants had nearly exhausted each other. However, the bandits proved to be more formidable than anticipated, shakily rising from the bloodied ground. The 6 guards of the prince had not managed to slay more than 5 of the assailants. The guards lay incapacitated, each being dispatched by the remaining 3 bandits. Once they finished their gruesome task, the trio turned their gaze towards Li Qingluo and the others. Deng Mama pulled Li Qingluo back, whispering, My lady. I could dispatch those 3 with ease. She demonstrated a swift motion with her hand, indicating she could take them down. The bandits appeared severely injured. And even if they were still alive, they were like a bowstring that had lost its tension. Any skilled martial artist could easily subdue them. Deng Mama's confidence was evident. However, Li Qingluo restrained her and shook her head silently. Mama, follow my lead and adapt accordingly. She had already devised an alternative plan in the face of this unexpected turn of events. If Li Qingzhu could employ a ruse, why could she not? Suddenly, Li Qingluo gasped. She pretended to be terrified, covering her face, and gradually retreated with Deng Mama and Heiress. Upon reaching Li Qingzhu and the woman, she exclaimed in panic, your guards seem to be all dead. What shall we do? We are but ordinary women and children, mere flesh and blood. Even if we charge, it would lead to our demise. My lady, when will your esteemed prince come to our rescue? Li Qingluo grasped Li Qingzhu's hand, as if she were a lifeline. Had I known, I would not have allowed you into this room. You must save us. Li Qingzhu, bewildered, attempted to push Li Qingluo away, but the latter's grip was too strong for even the nearby woman to break. Let go. Release me at once. Did I not give you silver? Hurry, go and hold them off. Even if it means death, you must go. Li Qingluo sneered coldly. Why should I? If we are to descend into hell, why not together? Li Qingzhu thought she must have misheard. What did she just say? Turning her head, Li Qingzhu scrutinized Li Qingluo, who was exceptionally beautiful, yet in this moment, her eyes were cold and deranged, sending a shiver down Li Qingzhu's spine. Who was she really? Zhu'er, let us flee. The woman, realizing that Li Qingluo and her companions were not easily deceived, intended to escape through the window. There was a chance of survival if they jumped down. Yet, Li Qingluo refused to release her hold, and Heiress stepped forward to block the way. At that moment, the 3 bandits returned, blades in hand. Where do you think you're going, esteemed lady of the prince? The blood-soaked trio stood at the door like demons risen from hell, glaring menacingly at the most exquisite person inside, Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu screamed, fainting from sheer terror. The scene sent chills down Li Qingluo's spine. She stepped back, huddling closely with Deng Mama and Heiress. Inevitably, Li Qingzhu and the woman were bound, while the fallen maidservants were executed one by one. Li Qingluo and her companions were also destined for silence. As the bandits approached, Li Qingluo grasped Deng Mama's hand and pleaded, Brave sirs, please spare us. I possess some wealth and influence. Might you bind me as well? Under Li Qingluo's persuasion, even Heiress and Deng Mama found themselves restrained. The 5 were tossed into a carriage, while the 3 bandits swiftly donned clean robes, and in an instant, the carriage vanished near the tea house. Deng Mama and Heiress shielded Li Qingluo as they were all gagged. Aside from the unconscious Li Qingzhu, the 4 could only exchange glances in silence. When the woman was momentarily distracted, Li Qingluo glanced at Deng Mama, who subtly nodded, indicating she had left a mark. Only then did Li Qingluo breathe a sigh of relief. Though rash, she feared for her life, thus instructing Deng Mama to leave a way out. The tea house might very well belong to her grandmother. Even without Deng Mama's words, Li Qingluo surmised this. As long as they left a mark before departing, her grandmother would know of their plight. In dire circumstances, her grandmother would surely come to their aid. This risky move was an opportunity Li Qingluo was determined to seize. As they departed, officials from the Dali Temple and Duan Rongshi's entourage arrived at the scene. Witnessing the bloodshed and the bodies strewn across the floor, Duan Rongshi took note of the situation. However, in a chamber filled with the corpses of women, the innkeeper suddenly lost composure, rushing out to shout, "Quick! Search for any sign of the madam and the young lady." Pofeng approached, inquiring, "Who's madam and young lady?" The innkeeper, wailing and pounding his legs in despair, cried, "Of course, it is our old lady's madam and young lady." Pofeng frowned, not particularly concerned. Killing Lei approached Duan Rongshi, reporting, "Your Highness, those remnants of the Lotus sect. 2 are dead, yet 3 have escaped. Based on the evidence, 5 individuals have been taken away." The innkeeper suddenly lunged towards the window, spotting a symbol etched in blood on the wall, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, our young lady and madam have been taken. I must report this to the old lady at once. Someone, fetch a carriage and head to the general's residence in Dongyin Alley." Duan Rongshi's demeanor shifted, his gaze becoming sharp and frigid. The carriage rattled for an indeterminate time before finally halting in a remote and desolate location. Li Qingluo and the others, once again blindfolded, were placed aboard a boat. The vessel swayed precariously as the 3 bandits, utilizing their own connections, successfully navigated them out of the city along the river. Eventually, they arrived at an abandoned mansion, confining the 5 of them within a dilapidated room. The 3 bandits then vanished without a trace. Li Qingzhu had long regained consciousness, appearing utterly disheveled, her hair in disarray, half of her hairpin lost, and her face smeared with dirt. She had never endured such hardship or humiliation in her life. Overwhelmed, she began to sob quietly. The woman beside her wished to console her, but was similarly gagged, unable to utter a word. Deng Mama, with great effort, finally spat out the cloth blocking her mouth. Turning, she helped Kair remove her gag, and then urged Kair to assist Li Qingluo. Once the 3 had freed their mouths, they found their voices again. "My lady, do you feel unwell?" Kair inquired, leaning closer to inspect Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo, having left her home wearing only a simple jade hairpin and styled her hair modestly, appeared somewhat disheveled but not overly distressed. Most importantly, she was uninjured. Li Qingluo shook her head, casting a glance at Li Qingzhu and the woman, who were staring at them in wide-eyed disbelief. Seeing them freeing the gags, Li Qingzhu looked at them with eager anticipation, hoping Li Qingluo would extend her assistance to them as well. Chapter 89. Li Qingzhu's ordeal. Li Qingluo demurred, "Esteemed lady, I confess, I am indeed apprehensive of you. It was upon hearing your pleas that I charitably opened the door, only for you to jeopardize the lives of all 3 of us. Had we not been vigilant, we might have shared the fate of your slain maids. I dare not extend further assistance." With a biting tone, Li Qingluo averted her gaze. Li Qingzhu, her eyes brimming with tears, fixed Li Qingluo and her companions with a gaze that was both pitiable and imploring. Kair whispered, "Miss, let us not heed her." Li Qingluo affirmed, "I am aware." At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, drawing nearer. Li Qingluo and her companions promptly lowered their heads, reinserting the gags into their mouths, feigning as if nothing had transpired. As the 3 men re-entered, Li Qingzhu, seemingly attempting to lodge a complaint, sat upright, gesturing and whimpering incessantly, directing her head towards Li Qingluo and her companions. Alas, the men failed to comprehend her intentions. Observing the innocent expressions on the faces of Li Qingluo and her companions, who remained docile, the bandits grew impatient with Li Qingzhu's incessant clamoring. One of the bandits, his patience exhausted, delivered a sharp slap across Li Qingzhu's face. "Silence. Another peep, and I shall end your life." Li Qingzhu's face instantly swelled and reddened. She whimpered in pain, collapsing into the arms of the woman beside her. After a cry of anguish, she dared not utter another sound. As twilight descended, one of the men brandished a torch while the other 2 untied the hands of both Li Qingzhu and Li Qingluo. "Right," they commanded, tearing off pieces of fabric from their skirts and spreading them on the ground. Li Qingzhu sat on the ground, bewildered, unsure of how to proceed, as they had provided neither pen nor ink. Li Qingluo, glancing at her fingers, raised her hand and bit into it, drawing blood. She allowed the crimson droplets to fall onto the silk, and her letter began to take shape. Li Qingzhu, dreading the pain, repeatedly tried to conceal her hand behind her back, only to have it seized by a bandit who inflicted a deep gash with a knife. Blood flowed like a torrent, and Li Qingzhu nearly fainted. Once more, the bandit who had struck her earlier delivered another blow to the opposite side of her face, dislodging the gag from her mouth. "Vermin, I addressed you civilly, but you refused to listen. Do not blame me for being discourteous. I fear that your delicate flower cannot withstand my rough handling." Li Qingzhu trembled in fear, compelled to confess, "Esteemed sirs, I spoke falsely. I am not a relative of any prince. In truth, I am Li Qingzhu, the eldest legitimate daughter of the general's mansion in Dongyin Lane. I implore you, spare me. I know nothing of any prince. Dare to deceive me?" Enraged, the bandit seized Li Qingzhu by the collar. "Vermin, I care not for your gilded status. Deceiving me deserves death." Just as he was about to strangle Li Qingzhu, another bandit, who had remained silent, intervened. "Hold," he commanded. "Who do you claim to be?" Li Qingzhu, her eyes closed and face streaked with tears, replied, I am Li Qingzhu, the eldest legitimate daughter of the general's mansion in Dongyin Lane." The man scoffed, "Still lying? Speak the truth. For months ago, a fire engulfed the general's mansion in Dongyin Lane. Rumor has it that the eldest daughter, no, the entire city now believes she was merely an impostor, perished in the blaze. If you are she, then who was the one who died? How dare you brazenly parade about, falsely claiming to be a relative of some prince? Since you refuse to be truthful, perhaps I should remove your tongue." The man's stern rebuke was followed by a strange odor emanating from within the room. All eyes fell upon a puddle of liquid spreading beneath Li Qingzhu's skirt. Everyone was aghast. Even the bandit who had been strangling her recoiled in disgust. Is this the eldest daughter of the general's mansion? Utterly repulsive, utterly filthy. Li Qingzhu, overwhelmed by humiliation, yet fearing death even more, could only cling to herself, pleading, "Spare me, spare me. I am truly Li Qingzhu, the eldest legitimate daughter of the general's mansion. I truly am." Her appearance suggested that she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The man holding the torch declared, "I see no truth in her words. Let us simply kill her." Li Qingzhu, desperate to avoid death, seized the bandit's leg, wailing, "I have proof. I have an object of proof. I truly do." She retrieved a jade pendant from her neck, an object worn close to her heart. "This pendant was a gift from my mother upon my coming of age. It is unique, the only one of its kind in the world. If you deliver it, along with a letter, to my mother, she will undoubtedly believe it. She will know that I am not dead. She will bring money to ransom me, and she will fulfill your every desire. They cherish me as the apple of their eye. They would never abandon me." Clutching the pendant, the three men exchanged glances. They instructed Li Qingzhu to write a blood letter without further delay. Li Qingzhu, her face a tapestry of tears, lowered her head and hastily pinned a lengthy message on a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Li Qingluo had completed her letter long ago and had even been spectating the unfolding drama. As she handed her brief message to the men, they scrutinized her intently. Only a few words? Unlike most young women who would be consumed by fear, Li Qingluo remained remarkably composed, utterly unlike a kidnapping victim. This aroused suspicion among the three men. Initially, they could have simply killed her, but the prospect of additional wealth proved tempting. Their Lotus sect was perpetually short of funds, so why not extract more from these affluent dignitaries of Jinling? Thus, Li Qingluo found herself here. But how could she remain so fearless? Was it a facade, or did she genuinely not fear them? Who, in truth, are you? Li Qingluo removed the gag from her mouth and calmly stated, "Esteemed sirs, might I request a word in private? I possess information of interest to you. If it proves unsatisfactory, you are welcome to end my life." The three men exchanged glances once more. The bandit holding the blood letters, clearly unconcerned by her, turned and strode towards the door. "Come with me." As Li Qingluo prepared to rise, Ding and Kea seized her arms. "Mississippi." Li Qingluo shook her head, indicating that she was in control, and resolutely followed the man out. "Speak, who are you?" Upon exiting, a blade was pressed against Li Qingluo's neck. Chapter 90. None of you shall survive. Li Qingluo glanced at the distance, ensuring that Li Qingzhu could no longer hear her. Before she spoke, "She is indeed the eldest daughter of the general's residence, Li Qingzhu." The man questioned, "How do you know? Do you know her?" Li Qingluo cupped her hands respectfully and replied, "My lord, this blood letter I carry is also destined for Dongyin Alley, the general's residence." The man's expression shifted as comprehension dawned. Disbelief flickered in his eyes. "She doesn't know you, yet you recognize her? Could it be that you are the true daughter of the general's residence?" Such coincidences exist in this world. No, my lord. It is truly a coincidence. I encountered her by chance at a tea house, and having seen her portrait, I was able to identify her. She has never seen me, so it is natural that she does not recognize me. However, I cannot guarantee that my blood letter will be acknowledged upon its return. Yet, hers will undoubtedly stir the entire general's residence into chaos. The man scoffed. Is this what you call intelligence? Li Qingluo paused momentarily before continuing. Naturally not. In fact, she did not lie to you initially. She is indeed the beloved of a prince. If you trust me, it would be wise to deliver her blood letter to a residence named Huan in the west of the city, where it will surely reach the prince. Then, send my blood letter along with her jade pendant to the general's residence. In this way, what you seek will all be attained. The man fixed his gaze on Li Qingluo, scrutinizing her for a long while before asking, why should I trust your words? What if this is a ruse? A trap you have set for me? Li Qingluo replied, my lord, I dare not play tricks. Today's events were unexpected, and I was drawn into this for my own survival. As for knowing about her affair with the prince, it was due to the mysterious circumstances surrounding her death that I conducted my investigation. It was only after my brother's leg was broken that I discovered some clues. And now, the fact that the general's residence's young general is legless is common knowledge. The man seemed to harbor less suspicion. He stuffed the items into his own cloak and inquired, what do you aim to achieve by sharing this with me? Li Qingluo lowered her head. I only seek to ensure the survival of myself and my servant. The man coldly chuckled. You know full well that none of you shall survive. Upon returning to the room, the three of them slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Kair and Aunt Deng hurriedly examined Li Qingluo, confirming her safety before they collectively sighed in relief. Miss, you must not act so recklessly again. Li Qingluo nodded. I understand. Her earlier claims of not being nervous were undoubtedly false. With a blade pressed against her throat, she had no confidence in successfully turning the tables. Yet, she had tightly grasped the dagger hidden in her sleeve. As for her facade of calmness, it was merely a pretense. Otherwise, how could she convince those men of her words? Her apparent lack of fear only served to bolster the impression of her being a cunning individual. Li Qingzhu frantically patted her dress, wiping the water stains from the floor while exclaiming, so dirty, so dirty. It's not me, it wasn't me, Kair remarked. The general's legitimate daughter is scared to the point of wetting herself. If this gets out, it will surely be the source of laughter for the entire world. As she spoke, Kair couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Li Qingzhu's face paled in response. The woman glared fiercely at Kair and the others, finally managing to spit out the cloth stuffed in her mouth with her own strength. Damn little wretch. I will tear your skin off. How dare you mock the legitimate daughter of the general's residence? You don't even dare to reveal your own background. Are you hiding something shameful? When our young lady is rescued, I will personally kill you. Li Qingluo stepped forward, pressing the dagger against the woman's throat. Will you die first, or shall we? The woman was momentarily silenced, unable to retort. She looked at Li Qingluo with a strange expression. You actually hid a dagger on you. Why didn't you free yourself sooner? Li Qingluo smiled. Why should I answer to you? The woman, infuriated, glared but found herself at a loss for words. No longer daring to act brazenly, Li Qingluo, having secured a moment of peace, returned to sit down, rubbing her famished stomach, knowing that there would likely be no food for the night. As she pondered this, the three bandits suddenly returned, brandishing their knives and shouting, turn around, or we will kill you. They approached and tightly bound the five of them once more. At that moment, the woman beside Li Qingzhu suddenly shouted, gentlemen, she is hiding a knife. Li Qingluo shot a cold glance at the woman. However, as the three men turned their fierce gazes toward her, she willingly displayed the dagger in her palm. You didn't even search me. Just because I possess a dagger doesn't mean I intend to escape. Do you see my sincerity? After leaving, it was evident that the three had shared information amongst themselves. Upon realizing her identity, the most impatient of the bandits couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, you are quite bold. They took the dagger into their possession, but upon closer inspection, their expressions shifted dramatically. The fiercest among them stepped forward and asked urgently, where did you obtain this? Li Qingluo was puzzled by their reaction. I forged it myself at the blacksmith's in the West Market. All three fell silent, then unexpectedly untied Li Qingluo's hands. Li Qingluo exclaimed, this. Enough chatter. If you dare to run, do not blame us for being ruthless. After a fierce warning, they seized the woman and Li Qingzhu, dragging them out. The woman and Li Qingzhu, initially resistant, found their mouths forcefully silenced, unable to utter a word. The remaining bandits stood behind Li Qingluo, Shall I need to ask you to move? In the dead of night, they were once again being relocated. From their conversation, it was clear that this place was no longer safe, necessitating their move to another location. Thus, Li Qingluo and the others were pushed into a carriage, parched and without food, jostled towards an unknown destination. After a while, the confined space began to fill with a strange odor, prompting Li Qingluo to notice. Heiress and Aunt Deng, having been freed by Li Qingluo, did not hide their disgust as they covered their noses, casting glances at Li Qingzhu. Li Qingzhu's face burned crimson with embarrassment, but unable to speak, she could only turn her head away in tears. Just as they departed the dilapidated residence, Duan Rongshi, using the tracking skills of his subordinates, arrived at the location again. Unfortunately, the broken house was once more deserted. Inside, he found only some torn clothing and fresh bloodstains. Your Highness, the second Mississippi. She cannot have already. Chasing Rain and the others wore grim expressions, fearing that Li Qingluo might be in grave peril. Chapter 91. A resounding slap delivered to the Chu family. Today, Duan Rong's expression was particularly grim. He pressed his lips together in silence. Yet an aura of menace surrounded him, causing those nearby to tremble in fear. Continue the pursuit. In the general's residence, the elderly Lady Pei paced anxiously in the main hall. What news? Has anyone gone to summon the master back? A young servant reported, Lady, the master is engaged in socializing with his colleagues this evening. He mentioned that if there are matters to attend to, you may handle them without troubling him. Upon hearing this, Lady Pei's fury erupted. How can he dismiss his own daughter as a nuisance? Is he still even human? Zhang Momo quickly attempted to placate her. My lady, please do not be upset. Our people have already gone out to search. They will surely find the young lady. Moreover, we also have Momo Ding and Care with them. Since they left a mark, there ought to be no significant trouble. Lady Pei responded vehemently. How can this not be significant? They speak of remnants of the Lotus cult. Did she not leave with her mother to choose jewelry? Why is it that Zhu'er and Huan Jie returned, yet she ventured to that tea house? She is driving me to despair. And what of that Chu family member? Why has she not returned yet? Does she not know that Zhu'er is in danger? Lady Pei struck the column beside her repeatedly, barely holding back her rage, on the verge of fainting from the pressure within. Just then, Chu's carriage arrived at the entrance, and as she stepped inside, the steward greeted her. Madam, you have finally returned. A grave situation has arisen. The old lady requests your immediate presence in the main hall. Weary from the day's exertions, Chu did not notice the steward's urgency. She rubbed her forehead and replied, Very well, I understand. Without resting, Chu proceeded to the main hall, and upon seeing Lady Pei, she greeted, Daughter-in-law pays her respects to mother. Before she could finish her salutation, Lady Pei hurled a teacup at her feet with great force. Where is Zhu'er? She was taken aback, the shards of porcelain cutting her hand, and a trickle of blood oozed from the wound. Her heart raced. In suppressing her grievance, she replied, Did I not send someone to fetch her home? Is she not back yet? She turned to look at Momo Chang behind her. Momo Chang replied, Madam, I indeed dispatched Xiao Jie to return for the carriage and go to Wangshan Tower to collect the young lady. Xiao Jie, where is the young lady? Did you not go to retrieve her? Xiao Jie approached from the back and fell to the ground, lamenting, I am wronged, Momo. I truly returned for the carriage. Yet by the time I reached Wangshan Tower, the young lady had already departed. She said she saw you leave and chased after you. I could not find where you had gone, and assumed the young lady had caught up with you. Chu's face turned pale. Why would she chase after me? Lady Pei thundered. How dare you? Just because the young lady left early, you could not make an effort to find her? This is clearly a lazy excuse. Just because she is not favored in this household, must you treat her with such disdain? Someone, take him away and administer 20 lashes. Xiao Jie immediately began to wail for mercy. Yet, Lady Pei was in a furious mood today, determined to rectify the neglect that had befallen every individual in her manor. Had they not treated Zhu'er with such disregard, she would not have encountered such a calamity. Reflecting on her previous leniency, she had hoped Zhu'er would assert herself among the household staff, but this had resulted in today's catastrophic misfortune. The thought of her Zhu'er being in peril filled her heart with agony. As wails echoed through the courtyard, Lady Pei remained relentless, dismissing several of Chu's attendants. Momo Chang received 5 lashes, while Qingyi endured 20 slaps. Your master acts foolishly, and you all failed to advise or guide her, allowing her to act recklessly. Our general's residence is already sparse in offspring, and in recent months, we have faced numerous calamities concerning the young lady and young master, much of which is due to your negligence. Sweat dripped from Chu's forehead. Today, her mother-in-law's wrath was so fierce that even her closest confidants were punished. A public humiliation directed at her as the mistress of the house. Yet, even as she endured the pain, Chu could only bear it in silence. Filled with anger and resentment, she could only utter, "Mother-in-law, please calm your fury. If Zhu'er has not returned, could she not be watching the commotion? I hear there was a fire at a tavern on Zhongyang Street today, and many are gathered to witness. I have also heard that a new troop has arrived in the southern city." Yet Chu's heart was filled with reproach for Li Qingluo. Such a naive girl. Even if she had grown up in the mountains and had not witnessed the opulence of Jinling, she was now the daughter of a prominent family. How could she act so recklessly? Where could she have gone to frolic and play, unaware of the need to return? This had caused chaos not only for herself, but for the entire household. Lady Pei was indeed overly concerned for Zhu'er. After all, she was accompanied by a capable maid and a steward. How could anything truly happen to her? This was a matter blown out of proportion. Clearly an excuse to embarrass her as the mistress. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lady Pei approached and delivered a resounding slap to Chu's face. Chu touched her cheek, humiliation and indignation flooding her. In her lifetime, she had never been so humiliated. Even if she was the mother-in-law, this was unacceptable. Chu nearly lunged forward, but was stopped by Momo Zhang. "Madam, please do not act in such a manner." Lady Pei commanded, "Bring her here. I wish to see what she can do in response." "Chu, today I strike you for your own misdeeds. Do you comprehend that the tavern that caught fire was because the cult congregated there, and upon being discovered by the authorities, they resorted to murder and arson to eliminate their traces? And you, bewitched by some folly, abandoned your own flesh and blood, returning only now after an entire day. Do you not understand that the officials and the tea house owner personally came to inquire about Zhu'er, intending to wait for you there, only to be ambushed by 5 fleeing members of the Lotus cult? The corridors and rooms of the tea house were strewn with corpses, blood staining every surface. They slaughtered without a shred of humanity. Do you comprehend?" Lady Pei's voice resonated, causing Chu to stagger backward until she steadied herself against the door. She felt a wave of darkness wash over her. "Mother, what you say cannot be true." Chapter 92. Is Zhu'er bound, and Zhu'er not dead? Madame Pei cast a frigid smile, her gaze fixed on Chu, resembling that of one contemplating a corpse, utterly devoid of emotion. "You are utterly unworthy to be Zhu'er's mother." Madame Pei disregarded any semblance of courtesy, piercing Chu's heart with each deliberate word before the assembled servants. "From the moment she was born, you have not nurtured her even for a single day. You've never held her once, nor have you ever shown her an ounce of affection. You, a vile woman, have aided in the separation of your own flesh and blood, raising the children of another family for over a decade, and yet you dare to thank the heavens for bestowing upon you such a lovely daughter. Have you ever considered that, without that venomous woman's machinations, you could have had a charming and beautiful child like Zhu'er? Zhu'er could have grown up in the general's residence, cherished by her parents and protected by her brothers. Instead, she was swapped, forced to endure a life in the mountains, serving as a servant for illegitimate children. At the tender age of 4, she stood at the stove, preparing meals for the entire family. In the biting cold of winter, this small child dragged a basket larger than herself to the river to wash clothes, her hands riddled with frostbite, despite my arduous efforts to procure medicine that left scars. Before dawn, she had to gather pig fodder and tend to the poultry, and even while the family slept, she was tasked with chopping wood and fetching water. She labored in the fields, working harder than the men of the Liu family and proving more capable than livestock. What kind of life has she endured? You cannot even begin to fathom it. She is your biological daughter, the flesh of your flesh, and yet, does your heart not ache even slightly? These hardships were meant for that wild child, Li Qingzhu, while she indulged in the opulence of the general's residence, where every need was met with the utmost care. You have usurped Zhu'er's life. You raise another's children, while your own suffers in silence, and yet you resent her for returning. I declare this here and now. Li Qingzhu is not dead. To speak frankly, I discovered the oddity of her faking her death through self-immolation just 2 days after returning to the residence. As for her reasons, you may investigate for yourself. If we cannot retrieve Zhu'er, or if she suffers even a single hair's worth of harm, then the entire general's residence has no reason to exist. After Madame Pei concluded her tirade, she turned sharply and strode away. Upon seeing Li Qingluo, who had been seated in a wheelchair, her sharp eyes suddenly brimmed with derision. The presence of such an arrogant and foolish eldest son in the Li family is a misfortune indeed. Shaking her head, Madame Pei refrained from casting another glance at anyone. Leading the group back to Jingxi Hall, Lu Zhu'er, along with Huan and Zhu'er, witnessed the scene and promptly followed suit. Li Kechuan's complexion drained of color. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, yet the only words that escaped his lips were, "Mother, is what grandmother said true?" Chu appeared dazed, utterly unaware of which statement he referred to. Luo'er is bound. Zhu'er is not dead. Li Kechuan's chest heaved violently. What does it matter if Li Qingluo truly perished outside? Did grandmother's words not evoke any pain in mother's heart? Could it be that grandmother's words hold truth? Have you forgotten? The Lu family once conveyed that they had never wronged Li Qingluo for even a day. Chu seized upon this like a lifeline. Indeed. Did they not say they never mistreated her? Therefore, perhaps those claims are not entirely true. She has been bound. We can redeem her. It will be fine. Someone, quickly summon my husband back. Hurry. Li Kechuan slowly released his tightly clenched fists, fixing his gaze on Chu once more. Mother. Grandmother stated that Zhuo's self-immolation was a ruse. This must surely be true. He remained convinced that he had indeed seen Li Qingzhu that day. Chu also regained her composure, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Chuaner, today it seems. I truly might have seen Zhu'er. In the background, Lu Zhu'er observed silently, her heart filled with scorn. This mother and son were truly heartless. What enchantment had Li Qingzhu cast upon them? They believed her every word. But the old lady's sincere remarks about elder sister's suffering were dismissed without a second thought. Yet the news of Li Qingzhu's survival gripped them tightly. Was Li Qingzhu not their lifeline? Little did they know, elder sister had endured far less suffering during her time with the Lu family than what Madame Pei had described. Lu Zhu'er could not restrain the tears cascading down her face. Elder sister, I hope you are safe. When Li Zhaojing was summoned back to the residence, he erupted in fury. What matter could possibly require my return? First, it was mother, and now it is you. Do you not realize, today I was hosting the second son of the Cui family? Cui Zhubu is on the rise. And if I do not cultivate a closer relationship with them, what will become of Chuaner's marriage? Chu, weary, rubbed her temples. It is Luo'er. This girl has somehow been abducted by those from the Lotus sect. Li Zhaojing was taken aback. What did you say? His anger dissipated in an instant as he moved closer to Chu, demanding clarity. Chu produced a handkerchief to dab at her tear-streaked face. Husband, here's the situation. Once Chu had finished her tearful explanation, she had successfully absolved herself of all blame. I searched for Zhu'er all day. How was I to know Luo'er would go to the tea house to wait for me? Had she remained at Wangchun Tower, she would have been found by now. Besides, mother insists that Zhu'er is truly alive. Husband, do you believe this to be true? Chu lifted her gaze, expecting a hint of tenderness or reassurance from Li Zhaojing, only to be met with a fierce glare of rage. Chu recoiled in fear. Husband, what is the matter? Li Zhaojing raised his hand, poised to strike Chu. She flinched, half her face still swollen from a previous blow, and narrowly avoided another slap. Li Zhaojing trembled with rage, yet restrained himself, his fists clenching tightly. Do you even comprehend the gravity of the Lotus sect? Even now, you speak of Zhu'er. Have you not learned from the last incident? Even if she is not dead, does not Chuaner's injury serve as further proof of her involvement? You are so consumed by thoughts of her. Your biological daughter is in peril. Do you not understand? Chu's mind was in turmoil. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Husband, I truly do not know. If Zhu'er is alive, how could she be connected to Chuaner's injury? If she were truly alive, how could she bear to remain away from us? She must have been harmed by someone and unable to escape. Li Zhaojing could no longer contain himself, turning to seize Chu by the shoulders. You are foolish. Li Qingzhu is a calamity. Do you not comprehend this? You and Chuaner have both fallen under her spell. Chapter 93. It truly is Zhu'er's jade pendant. Chu screamed as she pushed Li Zhaojing away. You are the one bewitched. Zhu'er has grown up by your side since childhood. My husband, how could you not recognize her? She is a good child. And you have no idea how kind-hearted and innocent she is. It is utterly impossible for her to have done such things, my husband. My husband, please believe me. Moreover, I am not neglecting to save Luo'er, but we must also search for Zhu'er. Right, my husband. Li Zhaojing, weary of her foolishness, turned and swiftly exited the room. In the courtyard, he gazed at the vast sky and sighed deeply. To marry a virtuous wife is to ensure a peaceful household. What kind of foolish woman have I wed? Is my Li family truly destined to perish at my hands? Mother, surely there must be a way to save Luo'er. Li Qiaojing stumbled out of Chuanzhai Hall and hurriedly made his way to Qingzhu Hall under the moonlight. Inside, Zhu'er was on the verge of tears, her eyes swollen. Qingyi and Granny Chong were forced to comfort her despite their own injuries. At that moment, the candlelight flickered, and with a sudden whoosh, an arrow pierced through the window, embedding itself firmly in the wooden wall. The few people in the room were startled, their faces turning pale as they huddled together. However, after a long pause, no further commotion followed. Qingyi noticed that a small pouch dangled from the arrow. "Madam, look." Granny Chong bravely retrieved it and presented it to Zhu'er. With trembling hands, Zhu'er opened it, revealing a piece of cloth and a note, along with a jade pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, Zhu'er was rendered speechless. "Zhu'er, this is indeed Zhu'er's jade pendant. It truly is Zhu'er's jade pendant," Zhu'er cried, alternating between laughter and tears, her excitement overwhelming. "When she was in trouble, I insisted you all search the ruins, even on her corpse, yet we found nothing. But now this pendant has appeared. What does this signify?" Granny Chang's face lit up with joy. "Madam, the young lady must be alive." Zhu'er's hands trembled with excitement. "Yes, Zhu'er is certainly alive. She has returned to find me." Zhu'er hurriedly unfolded the cloth, revealing a blood-written note. "Father and Mother, Luoa is in their hands, currently safe. Please, Father and Mother, save me and bring me home." Zhu'er's heart sank heavily, yet confusion clouded her mind. "Luoa? Why is it Luoa? But isn't this Zhu'er's jade pendant?" Qingyi reminded her. "Madam, there's also a piece of paper. You should see what it says." Zhu'er hastily opened it, revealing a stark message. "Both young ladies are in our custody. If you wish to save their lives, prepare 3,000 taels of gold and come to Qishan Pass within 3 days for their release. Should you dare report to the authorities, they will suffer a fate worse than death." Zhu'er felt as if struck by lightning, her body stiffening. Her gaze fixated on the note, motionless. Madam, we must quickly inform the master and the old madam. This is 3,000 taels of gold, and the whereabouts of both young ladies." Zhu'er regained her senses and grasped Qingyi and Granny Chong tightly. "No, if they are both captured simultaneously, I will find a way to gather the money. But if the master and old madam learn of this, they harbor such prejudice against Zhu'er that they would surely not care if she lives or dies. I will save Luo'er, but Zhu'er must not come to harm. Zhu'er is like my own child, whom I have raised with my own hands. Even though Luo'er is my blood, how can Zhu'er be any less innocent? In my heart, she is my own. There is no distinction between her and Luo'er. Zhu'er has miraculously returned to life, and I am both overjoyed and overwhelmed. This matter cannot be botched. I will gather the money myself. I can save them both." Granny Chong and Qingyi exchanged glances, their hearts laden with fear. If the madam made a misstep, and the old madam and master discovered it, wouldn't they face dire consequences? Zhu'er possessed a considerable dowry, but to suddenly gather 3,000 taels of gold would require considerable effort. Nevertheless, she managed to conceal this matter even from Li Kechuan, though her movements were soon detected by old Madame Pei. Just as old Madame Pei was about to send someone to investigate, Granny Chong had already quietly arrived at Qingzhu Hall. Li Qingluo awoke, sitting up in bed and surveying her surroundings. It was a neat and elegant room, where she had spent the night peacefully. To be honest, even she could hardly believe that she had been kidnapped and was afforded such treatment. The bedding was clean, and she had even eaten something before sleeping. She certainly wasn't naive enough to think that these bandits were kind-hearted. For Li Qingzhu and the woman beside her had been locked in a nearby storage room, and when they had caused a bit of ruckus, they had been met with reprimands. "You are awake?" A voice called from outside the window. Li Qingluo quickly got out of bed and put on her shoes. "Where are my maid and Granny?" she asked anxiously. The person fell silent for a moment before responding. "Why not first concern yourself with your own well-being? If I am in a good mood, perhaps I might consider letting you go." Li Qingluo approached the window, reaching out to open it, only to have her hand grasped tightly by the stranger. "Do not move. Once you see my face, you cannot return." Li Qingluo's hand instantly fell away. "Who are you? Do you know me? Otherwise, why would the bandits change their attitude upon seeing my dagger last night? And why am I treated to such a clean room? This is hardly the treatment of a hostage." The figure outside chuckled softly. "Yes, I know you, but you do not know me." Li Qingluo despised the feeling of being toyed with. "What do you want?" The stranger replied, "Do not rush. I want to ask you, what exactly do you wish to do? They said you voluntarily sought to be kidnapped and even devised a plan to communicate with your family. Are you truly unafraid of death, or do you have ulterior motives? If you are willing to speak frankly, perhaps I might be inclined to assist you." Li Qingluo could not ascertain whether this person was testing her or merely toying with her, so she refrained from responding immediately. The stranger did not press her, instead asking, "Do you wish to go for a walk?" However, the condition was that she needed to blindfold herself first. A woman, clearly skilled, entered and securely covered Li Qingluo's eyes before leading her outside. After turning a few steps, her hand was gently grasped by another person. Li Qingluo realized it was a man's hand. She immediately struggled to break free, but he held her firmly, saying, "If you want your maid and granny to remain unharmed, you must cooperate." Li Qingluo felt a mix of humiliation and anger, yet she had no choice but to take a deep breath. "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 94. Is there an affair between brother and the fake daughter? The man seemed quite pleased with her response, his voice taking on a lighter tone. "Just follow me." Li Qingluo's heart raced. She had not anticipated encountering such unforeseen circumstances upon immersing herself in this situation. She had expected to confront merely those three desperate outlaws. Yet here she stood, facing remnants of the Lotus sect. This revelation had struck her the previous day when she inadvertently overheard the mention of the Lotus sect, which left her momentarily blinded by shock. She had indeed been reckless this time. In her past life, she had heard numerous tales regarding the Lotus sect. After her previous encounter with their indiscriminate slaughter on the Qinhuai River, she had returned to the general's manor, where she overheard old Madame Deng and others discussing the Lotus sect. They claimed that the Lotus sect was initially a common martial society, but somehow, it suddenly began to worship the Lotus deity, said to protect the world and lead to a new realm. In that realm, everyone would enjoy fairness, freedom, and equality, allowing women to hold official positions and educate others. Even the choice of marriage and procreation would be left to individuals, alongside a commitment to peace. Such notions sounded outrageous, yet many were easily swayed and driven to madness by them. Thus, in its initial years, the Lotus sect expanded at an unparalleled pace, ultimately becoming the largest sect within the realm of Daliang in just a few years. However, the reality was that the emperor of Daliang was, in fact, quite a capable ruler. The common people lived relatively well, devoid of wars, homelessness, or suffering. Moreover, while the Lotus sect professed these audacious ideals, they frequently engaged in ruthless killings and inflicted harm upon the populace. They justified these actions as necessary sacrifices for their ideals, claiming to target corrupt officials and heinous criminals. Yet, over time, their indiscriminate violence became increasingly brazen, with many tarnishing the sect's reputation under its banner. Thus, the Lotus sect became a cult and the foremost target for the imperial court's eradication efforts. Now, she was surrounded by members of the Lotus sect, and this very place was undoubtedly their stronghold. Yet, someone within the sect recognized her, while she had no knowledge of this person. Who could it possibly be? Did she have any acquaintances in Jiling City? Li Qingluo recalled the dagger. All these unexpected turns began from that very weapon. The blacksmith shop. The smith had mentioned having a patron. Yet, she had never met this person, nor did they share any connection. The forge had purchased the dagger's blueprint. Could it be that this blueprint had stirred things up? The voice she heard was utterly unfamiliar, yet an elusive scent wafting nearby felt strangely reminiscent. Before long, Li Qingluo heard the sound of Li Qingzhu crying. Inside the room, mocking laughter echoed. "The general's legitimate daughter is here to wash our feet. Even if we die today, it will be worth it. Haraha. If it weren't for our sect's rules against violating women like you, do you think you'd merely be washing my feet? Will you wash or not? If not, drink this basin of water." Li Qingzhu's scream pierced through. "I will wash. I will wash. Woo-woo. I will wash. Gentlemen, I beg you, spare me. The girl who was captured with me yesterday, she looks cleaner and prettier than I do. I've never washed anyone's feet. Woo-woo-woo." With a loud crash, the basin seemed to have been overturned. Li Qingluo then heard scornful voices. "Dare to implicate others? You're truly a wretched being. I heard that girl opened the door to save you, and you treat her this way? Are you even human? Oh, don't say that. She may not be anything good either. I heard, dear girl, that a woman resembling you has recently been living with your brother, acting as your substitute. Inseparable day and night. Tell me, have you and your brother crossed any moral boundaries, engaging in anything unspeakable?" Li Qingzhu immediately cried out, "No, I haven't. My brother and I are innocent." Another scream followed. A faint voice pleaded, "Please, spare her." Li Qingzhu called out, "Aunt, save me." Outside, Li Qingluo heard, "Aunt, that woman, Li Qingzhu, is calling her aunt." Unfortunately, before she could ponder this further, the man pulled her away. and she soon heard the voices of Heiress and the old maid. "Where is our young lady? We kindly request you inform us. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite." "Oh, just the two of you, an old one and a young one. Think you can be impolite to us? If it weren't for our leader's orders to treat you well, would you still be enjoying your good days?" Li Qingluo quickly called out. "Heiress, old madam, I'm here." At that moment, the man loosened his grip and forcefully pushed her forward. "Go in. They are waiting for you. I will ensure your safe return home." Li Qingluo protested. "No." Before her voice could fade, a thunderous crash resonated. Someone was coming. It was the authorities, the authorities. "Everyone, immediately to the secret passage. Activate the self-destruct mechanism." In the ensuing chaos, Li Qingluo had no time to hesitate. She dashed toward the direction of Heiress and the old maid's voices, attempting to tear off the black cloth obscuring her face. However, before she could remove it, another resounding crash sent her crashing to the ground. Before she could rise, something struck her, rendering her unconscious. Moments later, she was lifted from the ground. The person cradled her in their arms. Li Qingluo inhaled the ash-laden air, gasping for breath. As the black cloth fell away, she looked up to see her rescuer, the Prince of Su. Why was it him? Duan Rongshi also looked down at the girl in his arms, noting she seemed unharmed. They exchanged a brief glance, but in that instant, Li Qingluo, filled with trepidation, struggled to stand upright and began to retreat. "I am grateful for your rescue, Your Highness." Duan Rongshi slowly released her, allowing her freedom. However, his hand behind his back involuntarily clenched, rubbing his thumb against the ring. Was she afraid of him? He narrowed his eyes, about to speak when the sound of rushing wind announced the approach of chasing rain and Pofong, swords drawn. "Your Highness, they have all fled. Every room is empty. A few who did not escape, we captured too, while the rest have all committed suicide by poison." "How could there be no one?" Li Qingluo immediately inquired. "Have you seen my maid and the old lady?" Chasing Rain shook his head. "Miss Li, do you know how many people were originally here?" Naturally, Li Qingluo had no knowledge of that. She raised her gaze to survey her surroundings, realizing the residence was built against the mountain, perched halfway up, thus affording a view of the nearby clouds. At that moment, it appeared the prince's forces had stormed in, leaving the place in ruins. Li Qingluo was certain this was indeed the stronghold of the Lotus sect. Therefore, it was impossible for there to be merely a handful of people present. She recalled something and quickly turned to flee. She followed her memory to the door of a woodshed. Inside, apart from a few overturned foot-washing basins, the room was utterly empty. There was no sign of Li Qingzhu or the woman. Had they been rescued or taken away? Duan Rongshi and the others followed her closely. Pofong immediately asked, "Were any prisoners held here?" Li Qingluo replied, "Yes, it was Li Qingzhu. They too were taken away." At this moment, she was certain of the matter. The reason she was not captured might be due to her being fortuitously pinned down by a fallen door panel, which prevented those individuals from discovering her presence, thus allowing her to evade their grasp. Li Qingluo ventured into the woodshed, surveying her surroundings. It seemed she heard them mention something about a secret passage and the activation of a self-destruction mechanism. Chapter 95. Only one can be saved. Who lives and who dies? Duan Rong's eyes darkened as she followed her into the room. Search. Pofong and Zhu'er, along with the newly arrived Xia Lei and Lang Dian, immediately began their frantic search. Every soldier and officer was scouring each room, looking for hidden mechanisms. Soon, someone discovered the entrance to a secret passage. Upon contact, every corner of the room's walls would automatically crack open, revealing a dark tunnel below. Duan Rong approached and stared down into the abyss. Pofong was the first to leap down, followed closely by Duan Rong. Li Qingluo reached the entrance, and without hesitation, turned to descend as well. Noticing her movement, Duan Rong called out, "Jump down." Almost without a moment's thought, Li Qingluo released her grip and leapt into the void. Duan Rong quickly reached out and caught her, allowing her to land safely. She looked up and realized that had she attempted to climb down herself, it would have been impossible. She turned to express her gratitude to the prince. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance." Duan Rong observed her, thinking to himself, "She is certainly not an ordinary woman. She remains calm in the face of peril, and her courage borders on recklessness." "You shall have your chance to repay me," he said lightly, before stepping into the darkness. Li Qingluo took a deep breath, steeling herself to follow the shadows ahead. Pofong had already lit a fire starter, casting a dim light along the tunnel. Soon, they all gathered at a fork in the passage. where a massive boulder completely obstructed their path. Pafong exclaimed, "They've escaped us again." The cemetery also had a tunnel, but like this one, it has been blocked and destroyed. Zhu'er added, "These Lotus Sect members are like rats, burrowing holes everywhere and then covering them up. They are truly elusive." Duanrong stepped forward, gazing coldly at the boulders blocking their way. "Where there is an entrance, there must be an exit. This is not the cemetery. Beyond the city lies the Qinhuai River. The exit must be on this mountain. Search." The group dispersed once more. As the others scattered, Li Qingluo hurriedly stepped forward to stop Duanrong. "Your Highness, please wait. I have something to say." She looked up at him, her heart trembling. But she mustered her courage to speak. "I dare to ask, may I leave?" Duanrong looked down at her. "I will ensure your safe return to Jinling." Li Qingluo bowed her head. "No, what I mean is, I wish to return to the Lotus Sect." Even the stoic prince, known for his indifference to fortune and disgrace, showed a look of disbelief. "Do you know what you are saying?" Li Qingluo replied, "I do. Since the day I was captured, I have harbored a plan that was nearly ready to be executed. That is why I wish to return to the Lotus Sect. Furthermore, my maid, Heiress, and my attendant are still there. I cannot abandon them. Your Highness, I know I am being foolish, but a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the Lotus Sect is certainly not so easily eradicated. Please grant me this opportunity. Moreover, I possess something I wish to show you first." As she spoke, she presented a dagger she had just found. Duanrong accepted it, examining it closely and discovering its intricate design. He was not angered, but rather intrigued by her intention in showing it to him. "Speak clearly," he commanded. Li Qingluo swallowed hard and slowly raised her gaze, though she dared not meet his eyes. "This dagger is a design I sketched myself. It was later purchased by a humble blacksmith shop in the West Market. I possess a similar dagger, yet mine was taken by the Lotus Sect, and I found this one on the ground just now. They have treated me well because of this dagger, so I suspect the blacksmith shop might be a stronghold of the Lotus Sect." Duanrong asked, "Can you provide the exact location of that blacksmith shop?" Li Qingluo nodded, offering her sincerity. "I can. I have visited it twice, so I remember it well." Duanrong thought to himself, 2 visits? Zhu'er had investigated her, but found no mention of this. "So, you are capable of drawing weapon designs?" He scrutinized the dagger further, feeling a heightened curiosity towards her. Li Qingluo remained oblivious to Duanrong's thoughts. After pondering for a moment, she added, "There is one more thing. A certain incense master from the Lotus Sect seems to recognize me, though I do not know his identity. Perhaps upon my return, I can uncover this mystery." Duanrong raised a finger, signaling for silence in the shadowy tunnel. Hearing his warning, Li Qingluo felt a chill run down her spine, drenched in cold sweat. How could she have spoken so freely? The man before her was a judge of the underworld. Was she not afraid of death? If he determined she was colluding with the Lotus Sect, it would be her doom. Li Qingluo immediately knelt, pleading, "Your Highness, all I have said is the truth, with not a word of falsehood. I will not conspire with the Lotus Sect." Duanrong stared at her for a long moment without responding, then turned to leave, leaving behind a chilling remark. "Take care of yourself." Li Qingluo was left abandoned in the woods. Without looking back, she vanished into the distance. Zhu'er anxiously asked, "Your Highness, will you truly not intervene for Miss Li?" Duanrong replied, "Intervene? This girl is quite independent. She is not easy to manage. However, if she returns, she may prove to be of greater value." Duanrong fixed his gaze on the direction where Li Qingluo had disappeared, coldly commanding, "Pafong, Shale, you 2 lead all troops back to the city. Zhu'er, Lungdian, you stay with me." After running for about an hour, Li Qingluo reached a towering tree at the edge of a cliff. She had just caught her breath when she heard hurried footsteps behind her. Startled, she jumped up and brandished her dagger at the group before her, demanding, "Who are you?" The group advanced menacingly. "We didn't expect there to be a fish that has escaped only to throw itself back into the net. With such secretive dealings, you must be a spy sent back by the court, right?" Li Qingluo retorted furiously, "Nonsense. You have captured my maid and attendant. I am here to rescue them. And bring Chunhe to see me. I know it is him." 2 days later, at the same cliff's edge, both Li Qingluo and Li Qingzhu found themselves suspended beneath the towering tree. Below them lay a vast chasm shrouded in mist. Before them stood a dozen masked members of the Lotus Sect, accompanied by Zhu'er, who had come alone to save her daughters. "Mother." The moment Li Qingzhu saw Zhu'er, all her pin-up grievances erupted. She cried out for her mother, who, upon confirming her daughter was alive, could not restrain herself from moving closer. "Zhu'er, my child, stop. Take one more step, and they will lose their lives." The Lotus sect members drew their bows, aiming at the ropes binding Li Qingzhu and Li Qingluo. Zhu'er turned pale with fear, finally glancing at Li Qingluo. Zhu'er, Luo'er, do not be afraid. Mother has come to save you. The Lotus sect members, however, merely sneered, Madam General, the gold you brought is insufficient. Thus today, you are faced with the harrowing choice of saving one daughter while the other must perish. Having spoken, whom do you choose to let live? And whom do you condemn to death? Chapter 96. Unchosen. Severing the rope and plummeting into the abyss, Li Qingzhu was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. She turned stiffly to gaze at the other woman suspended beside her, and it finally dawned on her. It was her. Lu Zhu'er. No, how could this be? Wasn't she described as dark and emaciated, utterly unremarkable in appearance? How could she possibly be so beautiful? Li Qingzhu nearly screamed. How can it be you? In recent days, she had lived in utter humiliation, reduced to a state of disgrace, while Li Qingluo presented an entirely different visage. She saw the shameful reflection of her own degradation, and if she returned to Jinling, what face would she have before her? Li Qingluo turned to Li Qingzhu, genuinely introducing herself. Indeed, I am the true daughter of the Li family, Li Qingluo, the one exchanged with you by your grandmother. Have I disappointed you, Sister Zhu'er? From a perspective unseen by the Chu family, Li Qingluo allowed a slow smile to grace her lips. In that moment, Li Qingzhu felt darkness encroaching, overwhelmed by despair. Wait. Did those from the Lotus sect say only one could survive? Tears filled her eyes as she turned to Zhu'er, crying out in sheer agony, Mother, save me. Mother. Zhu'er, torn between her foster daughter and her biological child, gazed at them both. Zhu'er appeared utterly disheveled, whereas Luo'er, though somewhat disordered, looked relatively well. Zhu'er's gaze lingered on Li Qingzhu. Zhu'er, my child, you are indeed alive, and my heart aches for you. She longed to embrace her, to shower her with love. How much suffering had she endured? Zhu'er's heart twisted painfully, yet she yearned to know. Zhu'er, please tell me, what has transpired? Li Qingzhu realized that feigning amnesia was no longer a viable option. Instead, she resolved to appear even more pitiful and innocent to evoke Zhu'er's maternal affection. After all, she was uncertain where her adoptive mother's loyalties truly lay. With tear-filled eyes, she began to weep. Mother, it is Zhu'er who is foolish and unfilial. Fearing you would no longer love me, I devised a foolish plan to set myself ablaze. However, at the last moment, I regretted it and fled the flames. I could not bear to face you, father, or my brothers, so I sought to escape the manor, intending to return home in a few days. But my injuries were too severe, and I collapsed in the street. When I awoke, I had been taken away. During this time, I have desperately sought a way to escape, yet I was captured multiple times. They intended to sell me. I endured countless hardships, yearning to return to you. Mother, I feared causing you sorrow, so I bore immense suffering. Mother, I finally encountered kind souls and returned to Jinling, yet before I could return home, I was captured again. Mother, I truly know my mistakes. Just to see you again has filled me with contentment. Over the years, I have enjoyed all the luxuries meant for my sister Luo'er, along with the love of my parents and brothers. I am truly grateful to the heavens for such a destiny. Yet I am also deeply remorseful for the suffering my sister has endured, and for the years of separation between you two. Mother, while I dearly wish to live, please save Sister Luo'er first. Such a masterstroke of self-sacrifice. If Li Qingluo were not bound, she would have applauded her sister's cunning. Zhu'er, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel her heart shatter. She fell to the ground, crying out, Zhu'er, it is fate that torments you, my child. Turning to the Lotus sect members, she pleaded, Esteemed sirs, I implore you spare them. Although I have only gathered 2,000 taels of gold, it is all I can manage at present. The gold lies at the foot of the mountain. If you do not believe me, go and count. I shall make up any shortfall later. I beg you, noble sirs. Suddenly, a knife whistled through the air, plunging into the ground before Zhu'er. Enough with the negotiations. Dare you make demands? If you offer one tael less, neither will leave today. The archers swiftly knocked their arrows, aimed at Li Qingluo and her sister, the arrows embedding firmly in the tree beside them. Li Qingzhu screamed in terror, shutting her eyes, and broke down in tears. Mother, mother! Each cry sent waves of panic through Zhu'er's heart. I choose. I choose. I choose. Zhu'er trembled, pointing toward Li Qingzhu, then to Li Qingluo, but ultimately she could not decide. Luo'er, Zhu'er whispered, gazing at Li Qingluo. Since her return to the general's residence, she had not spoken to her. Hearing her sister's heart-wrenching lament, Li Qingluo remained indifferent. But at this moment, seeing Zhu'er's hesitation, she called out, "Mother." Not mother, but mother. It was the first time since her return that she clearly addressed Zhu'er as such. Zhu'er's heart quaked, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, as if her heart were being gnawed upon by 1,000 ants, unbearable in its torment. Li Qingluo did not weep, but wore a smile that, paradoxically, pierced Zhu'er's heart more than Zhu'er's tears. "Mother, alas, I have never truly been loved in this life. Though I now have a grandmother, I have never received affection from you, father, or my brothers. Mother, I am sorry that my very existence has caused you disappointment and suffering. Yet, this was beyond my control. I only wish that in the next life, I may grow up beside you. Mother, I hope in the next life, you will also cherish me. Do not torment yourself over this. Choose the one you cannot bear to part with." Seeing her mother in such distress, Li Qingluo wished to spare her further anguish, not wanting to see her weep again. "Mother, I do not regret being your daughter, but if there is indeed a next life, I hope never to cause you pain again. Mother, farewell." Unbeknownst to her, Li Qingluo had grasped a dagger. Swiftly, she severed the ropes binding her, and before Zhu'er's horrified gaze, she plunged straight down the cliff. No. Luo'er. Chapter 97. A grieving mother and a despairing father. Zhu'er lunged forward, attempting to pull Li Qingluo back. However, she was firmly restrained by the members of the Lotus sect, leaving her to taste nothing but ashes. Zhu'er's eyes seemed ready to burst, and she could only helplessly call out, "Luo'er." Suddenly, arrows rained down from the sky. Countless soldiers and guards appeared from all directions, engaged in fierce combat. Zhu'er was splattered with blood, but once freed, she hastily crawled towards the edge of the cliff. Gazing into the abyss, her heart plummeted into a hellish despair. "No, Your Highness." "Woo." Zhu'er was terrified. "You finally came." "Woo." Li Qingzhu was rescued. Zhu'er abruptly looked up at her. Upon seeing Li Qingzhu embracing a stranger, her expression turned to one of utter shock. Soon after, a guard shouted to the man, "Your Highness, the Prince of Yun. Why are you here as well?" The Prince of Yun. Zhu'er's heart trembled. She was all too aware of who he was, the very prince responsible for severing Chuaner's leg. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon her. But when she turned back to Li Qingzhu, her mouth opened in a silent gasp. Realizing Zhu'er was watching her, Li Qingzhu quickly wriggled free from the prince's embrace. Her gaze evasive, retreating slowly behind him. "Fifth brother has come too." The Prince of Yun, however, paid no heed to Li Qingzhu's turmoil. His expression dark as he surveyed the guards of the Su Wangfu, particularly the one named Zhu'er. Yet, after scanning the cliff, he found no familiar figure. Moreover, the general of cavalry has also arrived. "Miss Li, your family has all come to rescue you," Zhu'er remarked with a knowing look. Turning to charge at the throngs of Lotus sect followers, Li Qiaojing fought his way to the cliff's edge and seized Zhu'er, demanding, "Where is my daughter?" Li Qingzhu's face lit up with joy at the sight of her father. "Father, you've come." She rushed to embrace his arm, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Father, it's wonderful. I thought I would never see you again. I miss you so much." Li Qiaojing, still reeling from the shock of seeing his supposedly dead daughter, suddenly heard Zhu'er, as if in a trance, murmuring, "Luo'er. Ha ha ha." She jumped. Ha ha ha. "She is dead. What are you saying?" He pushed Li Qingzhu away in anger, pulling Zhu'er closer. "Say it again. What happened?" Zhu'er, in a frenzy of laughter and tears, recounted, "They threatened me for 3,000 gold. How could I possibly have that? I sold many things and still couldn't gather enough. They said only one could be saved. I hadn't decided yet, but Luo'er was afraid for me. Perhaps she was already heartbroken, so she cut the rope and fell. It is my fault. I killed our own daughter." Zhu'er screamed, covering her face. Li Qiaojing's face turned pale as he pushed Zhu'er away and staggered to the cliff's edge, murmuring, "No, it cannot be. Luo'er is so intelligent. She is my flesh and blood. She returned to us. We haven't even shared a reunion meal yet. How could this be?" Zhu'er wailed beside him. Li Qiaojing, regaining his composure, spun around to grasp her collar with fury. Why did you hide this from me? If you had told me earlier, I would have come to save Luo'er, and none of this would have happened. Why did you do this?" Zhu'er cried out. "I was afraid you wouldn't save Zhu'er. I feared you would disregard her life, because I wished to save both of them. Hit me, go ahead. Strike me." Zhu'er tilted her head back, wishing her husband would truly strike her at this moment, for then her heart would not ache so painfully. Li Qiaojing raised his hand, but found himself unable to bring it down. He pushed Zhu'er away, glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. Your foolishness has killed Zhu'er. I shall never forgive you in this lifetime. Someone, quickly find my daughter. Alive or dead, I must see her. Zhu'er, wait for your father. I am coming. Without sparing Li Qingzhu another glance, he turned to fight his way through the enemy. Zhu'er fell to the ground, reflecting on Li Qingluo's recent words and the emotions etched on her face. She recalled Zhu'er's feigned death and the mistreatment Zhu'er had endured since returning home. Zhu'er's head throbbed, as if it might split apart, the pain causing her veins to bulge. I only hope that in the next life, I can grow up by your side. Mother, I hope you will cherish me in our next life. Zhu'er cried out, no, 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 Blood spewed from her mouth, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Li Qingzhu rushed forward, calling to her, Mother, Mother. At that moment, Li Qingluo opened her eyes and sat up. Having orchestrated this entire scheme, she would not be foolish enough to truly lose her life. If all proceeded smoothly, her biological father and the Prince of Yun should have arrived by now. Thus, they should have seen Li Qingzhu's true nature. However, if they could remain unperturbed by Li Qingzhu's resurrection, then she would have nothing more to say. As Li Qingluo moved, she coughed up blood once more. She swiftly climbed back into the cave along the tree trunk. Once seated at the cliff's edge, she took out her medicine and swallowed it. She hoped her grandmother would not worry upon hearing of her death. When she parted from the Prince of Su, Li Qingluo had requested his help in delivering a message to her grandmother, hoping she would know that she was safe, regardless of any other news. It should not be taken to heart. The Prince of Su was not the merciless killer the rumors suggested. He had agreed to her request and inquired how she intended to escape. Li Qingluo replied, I have my own ways of escaping. What methods could she possibly possess? At that moment, she was merely gambling on a chance. Li Qingluo rolled up her sleeves to reveal the iron bracelet on her wrist. This bracelet was designed by her, and recently, she had asked old Madame Deng to have it made at a familiar iron workshop. To her surprise, it had proven useful. Though the bracelet appeared ordinary, it concealed a mechanism. Once disengaged, it could extend an 8-foot-long thin rope. This steel wire was both resilient and difficult to break. It was with this bracelet that Li Qingluo had narrowly survived. She lowered her sleeves, tore a piece of her skirt, and tightly bound the bleeding wound on her calf. Gazing into the inky darkness of the cave, Li Qingluo braced herself and ventured inside. After walking a few hundred steps, she faintly spotted a flicker of light ahead and halted in her tracks. Good disciple, you indeed possess some skill.